Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 94, The Proposal Beyond Stars. Author's note. Before you all start showering compliments or shouting, make sure you read the chapter fully. 2010, New York, evening. A sleek blue 2010 Chevrolet Camaro SS, one of the most iconic cars of its time, made its way toward the Carter residence. The engine purred with restrained power, a low growl that turned heads as it cruised smoothly through the evening streets. Its polished chrome wheels gleamed under the flickering fluorescent streetlights, reflecting the city's pulse in each spin. The paint job shimmered like liquid metal, every contour of the muscle car highlighting the craftsmanship and raw attitude that made it a favorite among car enthusiasts. Inside sat two breathtaking women in their 20s. One had fiery red hair, calm and graceful, Jean Grey. The other had auburn hair with a distinct white streak, a bold glint in her eye, Anna Marie, better known as Rogue. Jean sighed, her hand on the wheel as she eased into the spot. Diana's definitely a demigod, she muttered. She learned everything we did in years, in months. She's practically at our level now. Anna smirked. Took us weeks to explain modern slang to her, but now she's quoting memes like she invented the internet. Girl's a freakin' natural. Remember when she threatened the HR guy with a spear because she thought his evaluation was a challenge to her authority? Both women chuckled and she continued. Though I still can't believe she thought coffee machines were alien tech. They both laughed softly again and enjoying the ride home. Sure, they could have just opened a portal and teleported home. But after the thrill of portals wore off, they had become boring. Riding in a car, watching the streets, feeling the wind, that was still human and still fun. Can you believe it's been a year already? Anna asked while her eyes on the passing skyline. Immune Plus completely changed the game. Jean leaned back in her seat. Yeah. It's wiping out diseases left and right. Half the pharmacies are already shutting down. She paused, then added with a light chuckle, a bit tragic for the business world, but we did give people a better way. Can't blame them for choosing health. Anna nodded in agreement. Still. I've got a feeling Susan might be next. Jean blinked. Joining the Carter constellation. Oh, for sure. I've seen it coming for months. I mean, can you blame her? Ethan Carter is the only guy who could make Death herself blush like a teen girl crushing on her favorite pop star. Anna burst out laughing. I know, right? I still remember the day Dee Dee just flat out said she liked Ethan and wanted to date him. I was like, what the hell? Death. Seriously? Jean smirked. Not like we can talk. We fell first. Anna lifted her fingers playfully and started counting. Hot mutant chick who can absorb powers. Check. A fiery redhead Phoenix Force anchor. Double check. Demigoddess from another universe who's a comic book character in our world and the one he used to fanboy over. Triple check. Now literal death joins the party. At this rate, Gaia herself might knock on our door asking Ethan to marry her. Jean wheezed with laughter. Or worse, Ethan might jump universes and charm the creator god of some other realm. Anna stared at her for a beat. Damn. I didn't even think of that. Jean shook her head with a chuckle. Doesn't matter who shows up, his love for us won't change. Anna smirked. That's why I haven't killed him. Otherwise, I'd have sucked him dry and left him a husk. Jean snorted. With your powers? Good luck. Anna winked. Who said anything about powers? I got other ways, baby. Carter residence. The car rolled into the underground garage of the Carter residence. Its engine purred like a well-fed beast as it came to a stop, the headlights dimming with a soft hum. The car doors opened, and Jean and Anna stepped out, heels clicking softly against the concrete. Jean locked the car with a flick of her wrist. Still weird, though, she muttered. Why'd Ethan call us over so seriously through telepathy? He sounded tense. Anna nodded, her tone equally serious. He said it's about our future. Something important. Earlier, Ethan had contacted both of them telepathically and asked them to come home, urgently. With Diana now fully trained and overseeing Aeon Biotech's management, the two had handed things over and made their way back. But the moment they stepped inside, something felt off. The house was dark. Quiet. Eerily quiet. A strange aura pulsed through the air. Jean and Anna exchanged a glance. Anna instinctively raised her hand, attempting a spell, but her magic fizzled out like a dying sparkler. My magic's not working, she whispered. Jean tried next. Still nothing. Magic's being blocked, Jean whispered. But only inside. Jean tried to access the Phoenix Force, only to find a wall. Something's blocking me, she whispered. Be careful. Anna muttered grimly, this feels wrong. Maybe Gaia did show up to steal our men. Jean's brow furrowed and raised her hand, igniting a flame casting flickering light across the entry hall. The moment they stepped forward, everything vanished. The house dissolved. The floor, walls, and ceiling disintegrated into. The celestial Sepian was momentarily distracted. Wham! A punch from Anna connected, sending him flying through the star-filled void. Anna turned to Jean, panting. Jean. But the Sepian returned, completely unscathed. What rule did he even break? Anna demanded, launching forward again. The being didn't retaliate. Instead, he said softly, he loved you both, more than his own life. Anna's fist stopped just inches from his face, her tears now falling freely. What? He loved you more than his life. Behind them, Jean stood in her full phoenix form, eyes blazing like burning suns. Enough, she roared. If you don't explain yourself right now, I'll burn your sorry ass into nothingness. Anna turned and confused. Jean. Then came a familiar voice behind them. Familiar. Warm. The one they both knew too well. I'm sorry. I didn't think it would go this far. Anna turned slowly and her breath caught. The celestial being began to shift, starlight fading into flesh. The Sepian's form morphed into a man with blonde hair and blue eyes. It was Ethan Carter with a soft, guilty smile. Anna's eyes filled with tears. Relief. Rage. Joy. Love. Fear. All at once. She rushed to him, checking him with trembling hands. Are you okay? Are you hurt? He smiled. I'm fine, Anna. Slap. What kind of sick game was this? She screamed. Jean landed beside her, still glowing, her tone cold. You'd better have a damn good explanation, Carter. Ethan exhaled slowly, stepping back as his expression turned serious. I do. The stars around them shimmered, still echoing with the remnants of cosmic tension. Ethan's expression shifted into something solemn. He took a breath. I'm sorry for scaring you both like that, he said softly, but I needed to convey a message, clearly. Jean's phoenix aura flickered and settled. She eyed him, her breathing still tense, but her fists lowered. What message? She asked, voice quieter now. Ethan looked at both of them with a gaze filled with depth neither had seen before. That even if a situation like that ever truly arises, if I have to stand before a being of that level, I'd still love you both more, no matter the cost. I'd face anything. Everything. Jean blinked, confused. Anna frowned, her lips parting slightly. What are you talking about? Anna asked. The space around them suddenly shimmered, then shifted. Stars and planets faded into a glowing film of memories. Projected in the air were vivid images, moments from Ethan's perspective. Their first meeting at Xavier's school. Their awkward conversations in the library. The laughter during combat training. Laughing in the gardens. Late-night conversations on the rooftops. Movie nights with popcorn disasters. Their first dates. The soft confessions. The fights. The reconciliations. The kisses. Time spent apart, time spent together. They turned to face the memories as they flickered past like constellations. Each one was glowing with emotion, unfiltered affection. They watched in silence, overwhelmed by the cascade of emotion that poured from the very memories Ethan had cherished. You two are, Ethan said slowly, the most incredible women I've ever met in my entire lifetime. I didn't think I could even like anyone this much, let alone love. And yet here we are. He turned to face them fully, and slowly dropped down on one knee. I thank you for loving a boring and stupid guy like me. Anna and Jean froze. Their eyes widened. In each of his hands, a box appeared, flicked open with a gentle gesture. In his left, a crimson ring gleamed like a ruby fire, Jean's. In his right, a vibrant emerald sparkled with gentle energy, Anna's. I know, after the 10 years we've spent together. I want more. All of it. An eternity with you. That crazy stunt I pulled earlier. He chuckled nervously. It was my own dumb way of saying, I'll face any power, any god, any cosmic force if it means I get to love you. He took a deep breath and looked up into their stunned, tear-filled eyes. So I ask you, two of the most beautiful, powerful, and wonderful people I've ever known. His voice trembled. Jean Grey. Anna Marie. Will you marry me? For a second, just a second, they couldn't breathe. Their hearts stopped. Then came the tears. Yes, Jean choked out. Yes. Anna echoed with a trembling smile. Both of them dropped to their knees, hugging him tightly. Tears streamed freely as they buried their faces into. Anna glared at him before crossing her arms and said firmly, as punishment for that little stunt, "You're not allowed to touch us until the wedding." Ethan's face went pale. "What? No. That's, no, no, no. Kill me instead." Jean's smirk was wicked. "Oh, we could kill you. But I think this is better. I'll talk to Diana and Dee Dee," Anna said before brushing her hair back. "We'll make sure they don't let you touch them either." Ethan's face fell in horror. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Anna. Jean. You can't do this to me." "Shut it," they both said in unison. Their matching smirk sent a shiver down his spine. "We're off to plan our wedding," Jean added sweetly. "And maybe have a little chat with Wong." "Just a little," Anna said with an eerie grin. They left through the front door, laughing and talking about dresses, colors, and venues. As they vanished from view, the Ancient One turned to Ethan. "So, you threw Wong under the bus, huh? If anything happens to him, I want you to find a new librarian." Ethan wiped his nose before chuckling nervously. "They won't go that far, right?" She just stared at him. He gulped. "Okay. Yeah. They might." He then groaned. "Wong, wherever you are, I hope you've got a backup plan." She stepped toward the portal again, pausing. Was it really necessary to scare them like that? Ethan's eyes dropped. "I know it was stupid. Probably the dumbest one I've ever had. But it had a purpose." He looked up. "There are beings out there who can wipe Earth out just by sneezing. We're in a time of peace, and they've both let their guards down." Anna had stopped using her powers. She wasn't looking to grow stronger anymore. And Jean, she could have fully merged with the Phoenix Force by now, but she hadn't fully tried. Sure, she'd made some progress, but not enough to face who's out there. "I've already talked to them," Ethan said, clenching his fist, frustration simmering beneath his calm tone. "But they're not putting in the effort." He looked out the window, voice low but firm. "I can protect them. Hell, I could even bring them back if the worst happened. But that doesn't mean I want to see them get hurt or to be weak." His jaw tightened. "They're strong, don't get me wrong. But they're not ready. And if something happens, if I'm not there to save them, I want them to be able to save themselves." The Ancient One nodded slowly. "Peace makes us soft." Ethan sighed. "And somehow, Jean still caught me. The phoenix inside me probably betrayed me." She chuckled. "I still don't approve of this," she said before stepping into the portal. Ethan tilted his head. "Then why help me?" She turned back, eyes gleaming. "Because I love a good story," she said. And this one was dramatic. The portal closed with a soft hum, leaving Ethan alone in his destroyed living room. He sat on the couch and leaned back. "Totally worth it," he muttered. Later that night, the news of Ethan's grand proposal to Jean and Anna had already begun to spread among their close circle of friends. The reactions were nothing short of joyous. When Jean and Anna shared the news with their friends, Kitty Pryde, Angelica Jones, and a few others, they were met with cheers and heartfelt congratulations. Jean, after some time, turned to Ethan and casually asked, "What about Diana? You didn't propose to her?" Ethan's face grew calm, thoughtful. "We've only been dating for a short while. I like her, really do. But something like this, it takes time. Real understanding. I want to make sure we both know what we're diving into." Jean nodded slowly, her expression showing both acceptance and admiration for his maturity before her hand gently squeezing his. Anna smiled supportively. Even Diana, when told, gave him a soft smile. That's fair, she had agreed with the sentiment and appreciated Ethan's honesty and patience. But that night, Ethan suffered a different kind of torment, the punishment the girls had agreed on: no touching, no intimacy until the wedding. And it was absolute hell. A few days later, wedding preparations began in full swing. Set for the following month, it quickly became a buzz of activity. Jean took the lead on the floral arrangements, Anna obsessively reviewed the guest list, and Ethan tried not to look miserable every time he caught a glimpse of bare shoulders or felt a brush of skin and had to walk away like a monk. Now, under the warm light of a casual-looking restaurant tucked away in the heart of the city, Ethan sat at a corner table across from Susan Storm. Insert image of Susan Storm. They were sharing lunch after finalizing the details of their project, one designed to help mutants suppress or better control their external mutations. It was in its final development phase and already hailed as revolutionary. Ethan picked at his food and let out a long, tired sigh. Susan raised an eyebrow over her coffee. "Don't sigh. You deserve every ounce of suffering you're going through after that ridiculous stunt." He groaned, leaning back in his chair. "I get that, I do. But it's been days, and I can't sleep properly. I keep rolling over like they'll be there. And they're not. It's getting harder to sleep at night without them. Susan chuckled softly. You should be grateful they even agreed to your proposal. If it were me, I'd have thrown you out the nearest window. He chuckled softly, then grew thoughtful. You wouldn't. You're too good for that. You'd make a perfect wife. Susan paused mid-chew. Excuse me, she asked with a playful glare. I mean it, he said with a shrug. You'd make a perfect wife for any man. Susan blinked at him, slightly caught off guard. Why do you say that? Ethan leaned forward, sincerity clear in his eyes. Because you're the glue holding the Fantastic Four together. Reed's lost in his lab half the time, Johnny is, well, Johnny, and Ben has his moods. But you hold everything together. You're patient. Kind. Strong. Understanding. Always level-headed. And beautiful. Anyone would be lucky to have you. You've got everything. And the best part? You don't need to prove it to anyone. A light blush crept across her cheeks as she looked down at her drink, smiling softly. Don't overpraise me, Ethan. Nonsense, he said quickly. Even I would have. He stopped himself mid-sentence, realization hitting him. I'm sorry. That came out wrong. Susan shook her head gently. Don't apologize. I didn't mind it. She gave him a teasing look. Honestly, I should be worried maybe you're courting me now because your girls aren't letting you near them. He chuckled but then turned serious. His voice dropped to a sincere tone that carried more weight. Susan. I'm not saying this to flatter or flirt. I'm being honest. You are one of, if not the, best women out there. Any guy would be lucky to have you in his life. Including me. Susan was silent for a moment. The air between them softened into a shared understanding, not romantic, not awkward, but a space of mutual respect. A quiet moment that said more than words ever could. Susan didn't break it immediately. She only smiled gently and said, "Thank you, that means more than you know." And then, she smiled and raised her glass of wine. Well, let's drink to surviving your punishment, Mr. Carter. He clinked his glass against hers with a grin. I'll need all the luck I can get. Author's note. So, how's the chapter? I'll be honest, since I don't have any real dating experience, some parts might have come off a little awkward or off the mark. Grinning face with sweat. I actually borrowed the idea from a friend's hilariously weird proposal attempt and tried to make it fit the story. Let me know what you think, honest feedback and reviews helps me grow. Chapter 95, Alliances in the Shadows. Later that evening, inside the Carter residence. Inside the state-of-the-art training room of the Carter residence, two women stood facing each other in tense silence. The air between them shimmered faintly with power, not a word spoken, not a signal exchanged, yet both knew this sparring session wouldn't be a casual one. Jean Grey's crimson hair glowed in the training room's ambient lights, her eyes shimmering golden red, the telltale sign of the phoenix stirring within. Across from her, Anna Marie stood tall and firm, her posture as solid as a mountain. Her physique had evolved and enhanced by the powers of a Viltrumite and Atlantean heritage she had absorbed. Her muscles rippled with restrained strength, her skin almost humming with stored energy. And then, without a sound, they clashed. Jean opened with a sweeping arc of telekinetic force, compressing the air into a wave of invisible power. Anna reacted instantly, ducking low and charging forward, her movement enhanced by sheer physical prowess. Her fist swung toward Jean, disrupting the air with its velocity. Jean barely stepped aside, her body catching the edge of the impact, forcing her backward. The floor beneath Anna cracked under the pressure of her momentum. Anna pressed forward, dodging flaming projectiles and slashes of psychic blades. She knew Jean was holding back, just slightly, but the Phoenix wasn't known for restraint. Flames coiled around Jean's figure as she began to channel more of the cosmic entity's energy, her eyes burning bright. Jean then attacked by sending a flurry of telekinetic spears toward Anna, each one wrapped in flames from the Phoenix force. But Anna weaved between them effortlessly, the years of instinctive combat training etched into her reflexes thanks to the memory she absorbed. Her body blurred as she rushed forward, aiming a thunderous uppercut, one that Jean deflected midair with a psychokinetic shield, her expression unreadable. They didn't exchange a single word. It was a silent agreement, a mutual decision made without needing to speak. No more holding back. Jean later unleashed a wall of fire, searing across the air like a tsunami of molten sun. Anna growled, muttering a few incantations under her breath. Camartage spell work danced across her golden armor in the form of shimmering sigils. The protective spells shimmered for a moment, clashing with the inferno, before breaking apart, overwhelmed by the purity of Phoenix fire. Anna growled, muttering a curse under her breath. With a swift motion of her hands, she conjured a barrier that transformed most of the incoming flames into water, creating a thick, hissing mist thanks to the remaining flames that cloaked the battlefield and blocked Jean's line of sight. But Jean was a psychic mutant, she didn't need her eyes to see. Her telepathy painted a clear picture of her opponent's every move. Anna hurled spell after spell, trying to break Jean's focus with bursts of mystic arts, but Jean incinerated them with effortless flames. Anna gritted her teeth, she could no longer bluff her way through this. With the same thought, Jean's eyes flared. The flames on her body intensified, her hair lifting like a crown of fire as her full connection to the phoenix ignited. Her aura flared outward in waves, the training room trembling under the psychic and cosmic pressure. She raised both arms, and from the void of her will, conjured a vortex of blinding phoenix flames. It spun forward like a solar storm, roaring, alive, devouring air itself. With a few graceful gestures, the mystic art surged around Anna. Golden sigils shimmered and danced across the surface of her body before forming a transparent enchanted armor, glowing brighter as she prepared for one final stand. After that preparation, Anna didn't hesitate. She gathered all her strength into a single punch and launched it straight into the eye of the flame vortex. The moment her fist made contact, the room exploded with blinding light and roaring heat. Boom. Anna's boots slid across the floor as she dug in her feet. Her face twisted in raw effort, and then, defying all logic, she threw a full-powered punch at the vortex. At the last possible moment, Jean clenched her jaw and pulled back. She decreased the output of the Phoenix Force, enough to prevent catastrophic damage, but not entirely. The force of Anna's punch still tore through the flames, and she was flung backward across the room. Her golden armor shattered like glass, and her training outfit was scorched and torn, revealing rapidly healing burns underneath. Anna lay on the ground for a moment, catching her breath, smoke curling off her shoulders. She sat up with a grunt, checking her injuries. Minor. Already healing. If not for Logan and Lobo's regenerative ability she had absorbed, she might have been seriously hurt. Jean descended gently, flames fading around her as she landed. Her breathing was uneven, her brow damp with sweat. She clenched her fists, frustration flashing across her face. Not because she won, but because she had almost lost control. Neither said a word for a while. The silence stretched between them, not in animosity, but in mutual reflection. They were strong. No doubt about that. Jean wielded the power of a cosmic force. Anna could absorb and weaponize nearly any ability, and her physical enhancements placed her above most beings on Earth. But it wasn't enough. Not after what Ethan did. His little proposal prank, faking his death, making them experience that heart-wrenching moment of loss, it had changed something inside both of them. Opened their eyes. Shattered their comfort. They thought their current powers were enough to protect him, but they were wrong. There were countless beings out there, across space, other universes, dimensions, some of them so powerful they could destroy worlds without effort. And Ethan, as strong and adaptable as he was, couldn't always face them alone. They couldn't let him. We were arrogant, Jean finally said quietly, wiping her forehead with the back of her hand. We thought being strong meant we were safe. Anna, now fully healed, stretched her arms above her head. Yeah. We slacked off. Trained like it was some hobby. But after that, prank of his. She smirked dryly. Reality check hit hard. Jean walked over to the bench, grabbed a bottle of water nearby, protected from fear attacks thanks to the protection spells made by Ethan before, with her telekinesis, and took a long drink. We have to get stronger. Not just for us, for what's coming. For our future. Anna nodded. Especially once we're married. If we have kids, we can't depend on Ethan to save us all the time. He's not invincible. What if someone, kills him before his body can adapt? Jean clenched the bottle tightly but said nothing. They both understood, more clearly now than ever, that strength wasn't a luxury. It was a necessity. After a short break, Jean sat cross-legged on the mat, trying to lower her heart rate. Anna paced around, practically vibrating with energy. I've been thinking, Anna said suddenly, stretching her limbs. Where should we go for the honeymoon? Jean raised an eyebrow, amused by the sudden topic shift. Honeymoon. We're talking about getting stronger and now you bring up honeymoons. Can't a girl multitask? Anna grinned. Jean, sipping from a water bottle, blinked. We've already visited most of the Earth. Beaches, mountains, cities, volcanoes, all checked. Anna grinned. So let's go beyond. We can use Ethan's watch. Maybe explore space or hop to another universe. Jean leaned back on her palms, thoughtful. DC universe. Exactly. Anna's eyes sparkled with mischief. You never got to go last time. Diana can hold the fort here, and we can visit Themyscira, the Amazon homeland. Women-only island, remember. Jean chuckled. I heard Ethan tried to set up a branch of his company there and got politely rejected. Anna burst out laughing. Yeah, he did. They weren't buying it. He came back grumbling about warrior princesses and impossible business permits. Their laughter filled the room, a rare moment of levity between warriors. But as it faded, their thoughts returned to power. Responsibility. Growth. You're strong, Anna, Jean said, studying her. But you don't have a defining power. Something like the Phoenix Force. Anna nodded. Yeah, I've thought about that too. That's why I lost to you. I've got all this strength, but I need something more. Jean hesitated. You sure you don't want a piece of the Phoenix Force? We've talked about it before. Anna shook her head firmly. Still a no. That's your thing. And Ethan's, now. I want something unique to me. Something I can make my own. She crossed her arms and looked toward the magic circle drawn at the edge of the room. I'm thinking. I'll hunt down some high-level criminals. Steal their powers. Permanently. Jean raised an eyebrow. That's risky. But if anyone can pull it off, it's you. Anna grinned. I was even thinking. Magneto. Jean blinked. You're kidding. Nope. Imagine it, electromagnetic control with Viltrumite strength. I could throw cities. Jean smirked. Yeah, that sounds terrifying. Later, they returned to the center of the room. The fire and psychic energy were gone. Now it was time for a different kind of training, quiet, subtle, and elegant. Magic. Their hands glowed with ancient sigils of mystic arts. Mystical energy pulsed gently between them as they began their practice again, two women in love, two warriors preparing for the future. And in that future, they would not stand behind Ethan Carter. They would stand beside him. And should the universe ever dare to threaten him, or their future family, it would find itself burned by fire and broken by fury. Inside the grand living room of the Carter residence, Ethan Carter was facing a very different kind of storm. While Anna and Jean were outside training with focused determination, slinging spells, energy blasts, and witty insults, Ethan was trying his best to stay calm and sane. He sat on a luxurious couch with a giant bowl of popcorn, watching an old comedy show. Laughter echoed from the screen, but the strain on his face told a different story. He laughed awkwardly, but his eyes darted nervously to the two beautiful women lounging dangerously close on either side of him. Diana, the regal warrior princess, wore a silky off-shoulder top and shorts that really shouldn't be classified as clothing. Dee, sweet, angelic, well, deathly, had gone a step further. A loose crop top and a skirt so short it may as well be considered belt-like. Neither of them had worn additional support underneath. Ethan tried, to focus on the screen. But every few seconds, one of them would lean close. Diana's hair tickled his cheek as she whispered teasingly, still enjoying your punishment, love. Ethan's eye twitched. This is cruel. This is divine punishment. And not the sexy kind. He had expected this from Dee. That woman had turned teasing into an art form. But Diana. His sweet, noble, justice-obsessed Diana. She leaned over, her silky raven hair brushing his cheek, her lips brushing against the shell of his ear. You okay, darling? You seem tense. Yeah. Ethan's voice cracked. Just, comedy is intense today. Dee giggled softly, tracing lazy circles on his arm. You're so tense, Ethan. Should we help you relax? Why are they like this? He screamed internally. Anna and Jean must have corrupted them. My noble goddess of war is now a seductress. And Dee, she was supposed to be gentle, okay, technically she's the literal embodiment of death, but still. And to think, Diana added with a mischievous glint in her eye, you brought this on yourself with that prank. You're not allowed to touch us until the punishment ends. And yet. Dee leaned in closer, we can still touch you. He gulped. Hard. He could smell Diana's freshly washed lavender shampoo and Dee's soft, citrus-sweet perfume. They were practically on him. Any closer, Anne? Okay. Ethan blurted out, nearly launching himself forward. Let's change the topic. Both women pouted adorably in sync. Ah. So, Dee, he said quickly, pointing a non-existent remote at her, are you really sure you want to travel the world alone? Dee blinked. Of course. I want to understand this world better. Explore different cultures, eat different snacks, learn mortal ways of this universe up close. Maybe I'll try skydiving. Skydiving. Ethan coughed. You can fly though. She gave him an innocent smile. But I've never done it with a parachute. Especially in this universe. Okay, that's actually fair. Diana raised a brow. Will you be okay by yourself? I'll wear sunglasses and a big hat, Dee assured them. Total disguise. No one will recognize the goddess of death as a tourist with a selfie stick. Ethan shook his head. Right. Well, after the honeymoon, we can plan something together. Vacation as a group. Safer that way. Oh. Diana smiled warmly. Where do you plan to take Anna and Jean for the honeymoon? He smirked, leaning back with a relaxed air. I was thinking of spinning the Omni watch and going wherever it lands. A random universe. Could be a peaceful beach, could be a planet of talking bananas. Who knows? Adventure is part of the romance. That's either really brave or really dumb, Diana said, smiling. Dee leaned in. I vote dumb, but adorable. Yup, Ethan admitted proudly. Surprise honeymoon. Best kind. Before either of them could respond with another teasing comment, or worse, escalate their teasing, a glowing circle of golden sparks appeared behind the couch. A portal. But it didn't feel hostile. Ethan's enhancements only allowed portals from trusted individuals after they mentally pinged him. Like a magical phone call. He'd accepted this one just seconds ago. Someone's coming, he warned before standing up quickly. Both Diana and Dee became alert instantly, their playful expressions wiped clean as they turned toward the portal. And then. Crash. An exhausted, disheveled man tumbled out like a sack of tired potatoes. Torn robes, one sandal missing, soot marks on his face, and dark bags under his eyes. Wong. Ethan said before blinking. The portal snapped shut behind him. Wong landed on his hands and knees, panting. Ethan stepped forward to help him up, but Wong slapped his hand away. Don't. You. Dare. Touch. Me. Whoa, what? Ethan blinked again, confused. Diana stood behind him protectively while Dee tilted her head curiously. You look like you just escaped from a cursed sleepover. What happened? You okay? Ethan asked carefully. Wong slowly rose, swaying like a drunk college student after finals week. His eyes were red, not from magic, but sleep deprivation and deep, ancient betrayal. You've got a lot of nerve, asking me that, you bastard, Wong growled. Ethan recoiled. What did I do? Wong pointed at him with all the rage of a man who hadn't slept in 8 days. I trusted you. I treated you like a brother. I thought we were family. And this is how you repay me. You and your girlfriends. You all are nuts. Dee softly giggled behind Ethan after understanding what happened while Diana is still confused. What are you even talking about? Ethan blinked again. What happened? Wong looked around the room, fury etched into every tired wrinkle of his face. Your girlfriends happened, Ethan. You're crazy. Girlfriends. Oh. Ethan's face went blank. He had a very faint idea now. But nope. He wasn't going to walk into that trap. He kept his expression innocent. I have no clue what you mean, Wong. Please, elaborate. Do you know what Anna and Jean did to me? Do you? Ethan blinked. Nope. No idea. Wong suddenly grabbed Ethan by the collar, his grip trembling with fury and desperation. Diana stepped forward, ready to intervene, but Dee raised a hand and stopped her with a subtle shake of the head. Before Wong could utter a word, he let out a harsh curse under his breath, then collapsed. Ethan caught him instinctively, a flash of concern crossing his face. With a gentle wave of his hand, he used telekinesis to lift Wong and carefully lay him on the nearby couch, making sure he was stable. What the hell did they do to you, Wong? Meanwhile, late at night, the top floor of a luxurious high-rise in Manhattan was lit with a soft, ambient glow. The large room, tastefully furnished in whites and grays, echoed with the faint clink of a wine glass being swirled. Wilson Fisk, better known as the Kingpin, stood tall and imposing by the floor-to-ceiling window, his pristine white suit immaculate, reflecting his taste for elegance and power. He gazed down at the bustling city below, the nightlife of New York shimmering like a restless beast. There's something poetic about this city at night, Fisk said calmly, his deep voice laced with amusement. The chaos below, the calm up here. Don't you think so, Norman? From the corner of the room, a sharp voice cut in. Spare me the metaphors, Fisk. I'm not here for the view. Norman Osborn, dressed in a dark green tailored suit, stepped forward with visible irritation. He looked younger than expected, sharp features, slick back auburn hair, and an expression that clearly screamed, I'd rather be anywhere else. Fisk chuckled quietly, turning away from the window and strolling toward the lavish chair behind his desk. As he seated himself, he gestured toward the chair across from him. Then by all means, Mr. Osborn, Fisk said with a tilt of his glass, sit. Let's get to it. Norman walked over with stiff, calculated steps, sitting down but not leaning back. His posture was tense, the posture of a man who didn't trust the room or its occupant. I must admit, Fisk said, placing his wine down, I'm curious. You declined my offer before. You made it quite clear you didn't want anything to do with me. Norman didn't argue that. Instead, he reached into his briefcase, took out a leather folder, and placed it on the desk between them. With a flick of his wrist, he opened it to reveal a single photo. Fisk leaned forward. It was Ethan Carter. He's the reason I'm here. Norman said simply, voice steady but grave. Author's note. So, how did you guys like the chapter? Any guesses on what really happened to Wong? Also, why do you think Norman met with Kingpin regarding Ethan? Any ideas? Stay tuned for more chapters. And as always, your reviews, theories, and feedback are much appreciated. Chapter 96, Old Bonds and New Echoes. Fisk leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied the image of Ethan, the man who had dominated headlines across every major news outlet more than once. Ethan Carter, the one who brought down not one, but two green monsters with no casualties. Fisk closed the file slowly and looked up. If you think I'm going to take out a superhero who stopped two rage monsters like they were toys, then I'm afraid you've severely overestimated my ego, Norman. He leaned back in his chair, swirling the wine in his glass. My men aren't built for that kind of suicide mission. Even I have limits, and poking that hornet's nest isn't worth it. Norman leaned forward slightly, a glint of frustration in his eyes. I'm not asking you to take him out. I'm not that delusional. He turned the file back to himself, flipping to another page. This one had a label on top, Immune Plus Protocol. He pressed a finger against the word. This, Norman said firmly. I want this. Fisk's eyes flicked to the document. He tilted his head. The serum. Norman didn't answer immediately. Fisk narrowed his eyes. Why do you want that, Norman? That's not your concern, Norman said coolly. I just want that formula, by any means necessary. Fisk studied him for a moment before chuckling. You tried to replicate it and failed, didn't you? Norman said nothing, but the subtle twitch of irritation on his face said it all. Fisk chuckled, the sound deep and slow. I see. You want to use that formula as a base for your own little projects. Not a bad idea, but the risk, well, the risk is colossal. Stealing a high-level biotech serum wasn't something Fisk would normally consider. Not because he feared the consequences, Fisk feared very little, but because he understood the weight of such an action. There was one time when Fisk had tried to steal from Aeon Biotech, acting on a request from someone else. His men had gone in to grab a supposedly simple fertilizer. They never returned the same. When they were found days later, they couldn't even walk or talk, reduced to a state worse than infants. They had no memory, no control, and no comprehension. It was like their minds had been wiped clean. Since then, Fisk had avoided all involvement with Ethan Carter or Aeon Biotech. It wasn't just about stealing from a powerful company. It was about stealing from Ethan Carter. And that name alone now carried weight, maybe even more than Fisk was comfortable admitting. No, this wasn't a job for blunt force or street thugs, it required precision, leverage, and an exit strategy most people didn't even know how to imagine. Fisk had resources. He had power. But going after Ethan's creation? That required more than muscle and money. It required a damn good reason. It was not out of fear of Ethan alone, but fear of whoever, or whatever, had done that to his man. At first, Fisk suspected the mutant girl. But even telepaths he hired couldn't penetrate the minds of the affected. Either she was extremely powerful, or someone else, even more dangerous, was protecting Ethan and Aeon Biotech from the shadows. Now, watching Ethan's rising influence and sheer power, Fisk was certain the man held far more abilities than he let on. And with two powerful mutant women and even the X-Men behind him, it just wasn't worth the risk. So, Fisk let it go. Fisk stood up before pacing slowly behind his desk as if walking through memories. Fisk currently had three names that occupied the back of his mind, three individuals he knew he needed to be cautious of. The first was Ethan Carter, the man who made headlines as if it were a daily routine. Power, influence, and unpredictability, Ethan had all three in spades, and that made him dangerous. Second, the red-dressed rat, someone new, someone bold, who had recently started interfering in Fisk's operations. Small hits at first, but they were getting bolder, smarter. It was only a matter of time before it escalated. And finally, the ghost from his past. Someone, or some organization had stolen a large sum of money from him nearly a decade ago. Not just stolen, vanished with it. No name. No face. No motive. Just gone. They didn't taunt him. They didn't make demands. And perhaps most unsettling of all, they suddenly stopped. Fisk had thrown every resource he had into uncovering the culprit. He tore through his own organization, interrogated allies and enemies alike, spent a fortune on cyber experts and intelligence networks, mercenaries, even mystics, but nothing. Not a single clue. At first, he was livid, furious beyond words. But as time dragged on and every lead turned cold, that anger began to curdle into something else. Dread. He never said it aloud, but in his gut, he knew, whoever had done it wasn't ordinary. He had the distinct feeling that digging too deep might bring consequences even he wasn't ready for. Eventually, with no trail to follow and instincts warning him to back off, he let it go. But he never forgot. And deep down, he knew that loose end wasn't finished with him yet. Norman didn't respond immediately. Then Fisk turned to face Norman, who folded his arms. I didn't say we go in blind. I'll provide the tech, the tools and the funding. I just need you to help get the formula. Fisk raised an eyebrow. You sound desperate. Norman met his gaze. Are you in or not? The Kingpin studied him for a long moment. A bitter thought crossed his mind. Was he chickening out? Was fear really dictating his next move? It wasn't like he had to confront Ethan Carter directly. No, this wasn't a head-on war. It was just about acquiring a formula, stealing it from a company. Granted, it wasn't just any company, but still. If fear was enough to stop him from doing business, from evolving, from staying ahead, then maybe he didn't deserve the empire he'd built. He couldn't afford to be ruled by caution. Not now. Not when others were making moves in his city. No more hesitation. Just like he had plans for that red-dressed rat crawling around Hell's Kitchen, it was time to deal with Ethan Carter, strategically, quietly, and without mercy. Then he sighed before sitting back. We'll need more people. Not quantity but quality. We need professionals. Norman smirked. I have some in mind. Fisk's fingers drummed against the table. Then let's talk more. The two powerful men leaned in, the night deepening as shadows thickened across the room. The next day, Ethan made his way to the Baxter building, accompanied by Dee. With Diana now overseeing the company and Jean and Anna busy with their wedding preparations, Ethan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Their wedding is still a month away, just how long do they think they need to shop? Thankfully, they hadn't invited him to join them. For reasons even he couldn't fully explain, Ethan had never been able to adapt to the dangerous and unpredictable thing known as shopping. So, he decided to spend the day catching up with friends. Maybe he'd even drop in on Victor. He had only seen Victor once since he became the ruler of Latveria years ago, and they hadn't had much contact lately. It felt like a good time to change that. Dee, arms looped through Ethan's, looked around the Baxter building with wide-eyed curiosity. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by an older man wearing dark glasses. Something about him sparked a memory in Ethan. He gave the man a polite nod, but his brows furrowed slightly as they followed him to the lift. Just as the doors slid shut, realization struck Ethan. His eyes widened in surprise. No way, that guy looked just like Stan Lee. He couldn't believe he hadn't recognized him sooner, especially with his photographic memory. Before he could get lost in thought, Dee noticed his expression. What's wrong? She asked, tilting her head. Ethan shook his head slightly, a playful grin forming on his lips. Nothing. Just thinking about how I ended up dating, well, literally death. Dee rolled her eyes before brushing her long hair behind one ear. You say that like it wasn't your choice. He smirked, clearly enjoying himself as he leaned in a little closer, his voice low and teasing. Come on. Admit it, you find me charming. She gave him a mock glare. Remember your punishment, Carter. No touching your girlfriends until the wedding. With a mischievous grin, she took a small step back, creating a bit of distance. That's just cruel, Ethan groaned. You girls get to touch me all you want, but I'm not allowed to touch you back. This is psychological warfare. Dee simply smiled, unfazed. Nah. You'll adapt. That's your whole thing, right? Ethan let out a dramatic groan just as the elevator doors opened, and standing there was Johnny Storm. With his usual blazing grin, Johnny spread his arms wide. Ethan Carter. You absolute wildman. He pulled him into a friendly hug. He pulled back few seconds later, damn, man. Look at you. You took out Sinister and didn't invite me. You should have called me. Even if the Fantastic Four is busy, I would have shown up. I can't forget the Harlem incident. I wanted to be there to roast those two green giants myself. Ethan chuckled. It got handled, mostly. But hey, next time, I'll save you a spot. Johnny's eyes then landed on Dee. He gave a charming smile and extended his hand. Johnny Storm. F4 Inc. Dee shook it with equal charm. Dee, just a woman trying to live a normal human life. And also, girlfriend of Ethan Carter. Johnny blinked. His smile faltered as he turned to Ethan with wide eyes. Dude, another one. That makes, what, 3 now? Ethan sighed. 4. And I'm marrying 2 of them next month. He walked forward casually, Dee following, leaving Johnny frozen in place with his mouth wide open. What the actual? Johnny muttered a string of expletives before scrambling to catch up. They entered a grand hall where Susan Storm stood, holding a tempad in one hand and frowning at a news report on the screen. Tony Stark had just been ambushed by a mysterious attacker, someone wielding twin electric whips powered by an arc reactor embedded in his chest. The news anchor was in full speculation mode. Tony Stark once claimed it would take decades to replicate his technology. But now, an unknown figure has not only matched it, but surpassed it. Who is this man? And what is his connection to Stark? Susan paused the video as she spotted the group and smiled warmly. Welcome. Everyone exchanged greetings, and Johnny wasted no time blurting out, did you know Ethan has another girlfriend? And he's marrying 2 next month. Susan smiled knowingly. I know. And please, don't compare yourself to him. It won't end well. Susan had met Dee before but still didn't fully understand what drew Ethan to her. He already had Anna and Jean, 2 strong, amazing women in his life. Now Diana and Dee. And somehow, all of them were okay with each other. She couldn't help but wonder how he managed it. Meanwhile, she struggled to maintain even a single relationship. She shook off the thought as Ben Grimm lumbered out from the kitchen, holding a comically large metal cup filled with juice. Spotting Ethan, Ben's face lit up. Hey, look who it is. He made his way over, careful not to shake the entire room with his heavy steps. Ethan laughed as Ben approached and shook his hand. Good to see you again, Ben. Still working on your protein intake? Ben held up the cup like a trophy. You bet. Some of us gotta maintain the boulder bod, you know. They'd all been briefed about Ethan's visit, so everyone was prepared. Everyone, except for one. Soon, members of the Fantastic Four settled into the plush seats. The room was modern and sleek, bathed in warm ambient lighting that subtly shifted hues, hinting at the advanced tech embedded in every wall and corner. Ethan leaned back comfortably on the couch, Dee seated beside him, her gaze wandering as she soaked in the atmosphere of the most famous scientific hub in New York. Once everyone had taken their places, Johnny lounging with casual flair, Ben stoic but welcoming, Ethan broke the silence with a glance around. Where's Reed? He asked while looking around. Susan let out a soft sigh, tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. He's in the lab upstairs, she said. He says he's been onto something lately. Ben, who had been resting his massive arms over the back of the couch, now straightened and turned serious. It ain't just something, Sue, he said in that gravelly tone of his. Some strange energy signatures have been appearing from space. Not local. Reed's trying to pinpoint where they're coming from, and at the same time, he's been messing with interdimensional portals. He paused, glancing at Sue with concern. He's been getting more obsessed with it. Barely eats. Barely sleeps. Susan didn't respond immediately. Her expression tightened, eyes flickering with a shadow of worry before she forced a composed smile. Ethan's brow furrowed slightly. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Did you hear about what happened to Stark? He asked, trying to shift the conversation. Susan nodded slowly. Yeah. I saw the footage. I don't like it, she added, her voice soft but firm. It feels like someone's pulling strings behind the scenes. Even though Ethan understood what was going on with Stark, he was still debating how to approach him. He couldn't just walk in and say, the solution to your problem is in your father's old videos, specifically the key to the future model. That would raise more questions than answers. He wanted to get involved with Tony, not just for strategy, but because deep down, Stark had always been his favorite hero. Even before the transmigration, and still now, that admiration hadn't changed. Ethan then gave a brief glance toward Dee, who tilted her head, catching the hint but staying quiet. I wanted today to be different, he smiled. Just wanted to enjoy a normal day with my famous F4 friends. If you guys still have time for me. Ben cracked a smile, one corner of his rocky mouth lifting. You ain't gotta worry about that. We always got time. Johnny, finally composed after snacking on whatever was nearby, raised a hand. Just let us know if you need backup for your future adventures, he said with a grin. Even if I still can't wrap my head around your poly-love situation. Ethan chuckled, the corners of his mouth twitching into a smirk. You'll live. Besides, you should focus on your own love life. Heard your last date ended in flames. Literally. Johnny groaned, throwing his head back as the others burst out laughing. Even Susan chuckled, and Ben slapped Johnny on the back with a solid thump. That's not even funny, Johnny grumbled, though a smile tugged at his lips. It was just one time. Third time this month, Ben muttered with mock seriousness. Johnny groaned dramatically. One time. Just one time, I lose control in a hot tub and suddenly I'm a cautionary tale. Ben chuckled. You mean a flamin' joke? Johnny turned to Ben with a smirk, eyes gleaming mischievously. And what about you, Rock for Brains? The only date you've had this year was with a vending machine. And even that rejected you. Ben's eyes widened, and Susan stifled a laugh as she nearly choked on her drink. Dee gasped in amusement, hiding her mouth behind her hand. Hey. Ben started. Nope. Don't even, Johnny raised a finger. You kicked the poor machine and it still didn't give you the chips. That's cold, man. That's heartbreak. Ethan burst out laughing, nearly doubling over. You win this round, Ben muttered with a grumble, though the corners of his mouth twitched upward in a reluctant smile. Johnny leaned back, arms behind his head, proud of his verbal victory. Still got it. Trying to steer the conversation back, Johnny stood up and stretched dramatically. I'll go drag Reed out of the lab before he builds another transdimensional microwave by accident. As he walked toward the elevator, Ethan leaned back with a quiet chuckle, eyes drifting upward, towards the lab, and towards the mysterious signatures Reed was tracking. Something was coming. Something big. Chapter 97, One More Heartbeat, Susan's silent stirring. A few moments later. The door creaked open as Johnny stormed in, slightly out of breath and with a triumphant grin on his face. Dragged him out. Barely, Johnny said, brushing imaginary dust off his jacket. Pretty sure he hasn't seen daylight in a week. Reed Richards stepped into the living room, looking exactly like someone who'd been married to science and neglecting sleep in the process. His lab coat hung loosely from his shoulders, sleeves rolled up and faint burn marks across his gloves. His eyes were bloodshot, but the moment they fell on Ethan, a tired but genuine smile curved his lips. Congratulations on the wedding, Reed said, sitting down on the couch opposite Ethan, who was comfortably flanked by Susan and Dee. Thanks, Reed, Ethan said warmly, offering his hand, which Reed shook firmly. It's been, 2 years since we actually sat down like this. It's good to see you again. Ethan nodded. We'd see each other more if you didn't treat your lab like a dragon horde. Johnny snorted. You need an appointment and a blood sacrifice to get him out of there. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Last time I came here, I left a pizza in the hallway and got a rejection message from his lab door. Hey, I ate that pizza, Johnny said. And this is? Reed looked at Dee, his scientific curiosity kicking in as he sensed something very different about her. Dee, Ethan said proudly before slipping his arm around her waist. My girlfriend. Reed blinked. Wait, girlfriend. As in, additional. But you're marrying 2 women already. That's not exactly ethical. Susan raised an eyebrow and shot Reed a sharp look that practically screamed, you're one to talk. Johnny coughed and leaned over. Hey, Ethan, trying to recreate the ancient king's harems or something? How come you've got more girls than me, man? Ben chuckled deeply, but Ethan only smiled. Hey, someone has to carry the torch for emotional efficiency. Maybe, Ben added, voice low and teasing, it's because you burn out too fast. Your love life's like your powers, flashy, chaotic, and leaves the poor girl looking for a fire extinguisher. Hey. Johnny barked before glaring at Ben. At least I don't look like a rock and scare em off at first sight. Ben narrowed his eyes, puffing out his chest. Yeah. Well, at least I don't spend more time in the mirror than a Kardashian. You got more hair gel than brain cells, matchstick. Johnny scoffed. Please, the only reason people don't run screaming when they see you is 'cause they think you're part of the landscaping. I've seen garden gnomes with more fashion sense. Ben jabbed a thick finger at him. And I've seen fire hydrants with more usefulness. You light up, throw a few fireballs, and suddenly you think you're God's gift to women. I don't think it, I know it, Johnny grinned, flashing his teeth. Unlike you, who probably got rejected by a blind date after she felt your face. Ben stepped forward. Keep talking, flame brain. One more word and I'll turn you into a campfire snack. Johnny smirked. Careful, thing. I hear marshmallows scream when roasted over radioactive rubble. Sue let out an exaggerated sigh from across the room. Here we go again. Dee blinked between the two with mild amusement. Do they always flirt like this, or is it just today? Johnny and Ben shouted in unison. We are not flirting. Dee just laughed. Could have fooled me. The room erupted with laughter, including a hearty chuckle from Ethan. Johnny then turned toward Dee, his tone only half joking as he pointed a thumb at Ethan. Okay, seriously, what's so special about this guy? You girls are all over him like he's some kinda human magnet. What gives? The room quieted instantly. All eyes shifted toward Dee, including Ethan's. Even he leaned in slightly, curious, almost anxious to hear her answer. He'd never really asked her that before. Maybe, part of him had been hesitant to. Dee didn't flinch under the attention. Her expression softened, her gaze steady, and when she spoke, her voice carried a calm strength that silenced any lingering jokes. I've come to know love in my life as a human, though I'm not sure I fully understand it yet. Love, she began, her voice gentle yet deliberate, isn't a limited resource. It's not something you own. It's not something that belongs to only one person or follows one format. It's not a race, or a title, or a game with only one winner. A brief silence followed her words. Everyone listened, fully. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes flicking from Johnny to Sue, then to Ethan. Anna, Jean, Diana, and I, we care about Ethan deeply. Each of us. And we've talked about this, openly. No secrets and resentments. We made a choice to be part of something that doesn't fit a perfect mold, but it's real to us. We chose to be with him, knowing we're not alone in his heart. It's not wrong, if there's honesty and choice. Ben raised an eyebrow. So you're all just cool with sharing? Dee smiled softly. We're not sharing him like a possession. We're choosing each other. Every day. No one's being forced, no one's in the dark. And that's what matters. Honesty, consent, and trust. Susan was silent, her gaze lingering on Ethan longer than necessary. Something shifted in her eyes, a subtle change, like she was seeing him differently for this time. The look in her eyes shifted, softened, replaced by something else. Reflection. Curiosity. A hint of longing. Reed looked genuinely intrigued now, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Statistically, that level of emotional harmony in a multi-partner relationship is extremely rare. The interpersonal dynamics alone. Reed, Sue interrupted gently, maybe not the time for data analysis. Right. Sorry, he muttered. Johnny let out a low whistle. Man. That's deep. I was expecting a he's hot and mysterious speech, not a whole TED talk on love and relationships. Dee gave him a playful smirk. Well, he is hot. And mysterious. But that's not the only reason why we stayed with him. I love him for the man he is, and for the men he's striving to become for the people in his life, Dee said softly. I haven't known him for long, but I'm learning. And the more I learn, the more I like him. It wasn't just about who Ethan was in the moment. It was about what they were building together, the quiet, complex beauty of choosing each other, day after day, in a world that didn't always leave space for something so unconventional. Ethan sat up a little straighter, his gaze fixed on her. He hadn't expected that answer. Hell, he didn't even know how to process it all in one go, but the fact that she said it so openly, and without a hint of hesitation, meant something. Meant everything. Ben whistled low. Damn, that's mature. Complicated, but mature. Dee smiled. Thanks. Death makes you think. Reed narrowed his eyes. Wait, what? Dee tilted her head in all innocence. Sue tilted her head, studying Ethan. That kind of balance doesn't happen often. You must be doing something right. Ethan scratched the back of his head, a bit sheepish. Honestly. Half the time, I think they're the ones holding everything together. I'm just lucky to have them in my life. Reed looking up and added, statistically speaking, the emotional bandwidth required to maintain multiple open romantic relationships, especially among highly independent individuals, is remarkably rare. But, impressive when achieved. Johnny stared at Ethan with squinted eyes, mock suspicion in his tone. So what is it, then? Some hidden pheromone. Alien cologne. Susan rolled her eyes, or maybe, Johnny, it's just that some people don't need to brag to be confident. Ethan doesn't pretend. He listens and understands. That's rarer than you think. Yeah, Johnny grumbled before slumping on the couch. Still think I need to check him for mutant charm glands. Dee leaned toward Ethan before nudging him playfully. You want me to start a fan club? Ethan chuckled, finally relaxing. Only if I get a badge and a theme song. Everyone chuckled, except Reed, who was still trying to comprehend the ethical math behind Ethan's relationship model. Then Ethan smiled softly and decided it was time to change the subject. The weight in Reed's eyes told him there was something bigger on his mind anyway. So, Reed, Ethan said before leaning forward with a grin. What's got you so locked away up there? What's been cooking in that overclocked brain of yours? Other than existential dread and caffeine fumes. Don't tell me you're trying to recreate the Big Bang again. Johnny chuckled. Or build another toaster that talks. Reed exhaled and reached into his lab coat, pulling out a compact device no bigger than a phone. Its interface shimmered with alien code and holographic readings. I've been working on this for a few days, he said, placing it on the table. It's a temporal particle tracker, a kind of multispectral energy radar. Ethan raised an eyebrow. That sounds like you named it to make it sound cool. Reed smiled faintly. Cool or not, it picked up something. A strong energy signature. Unfamiliar. Extraterrestrial. It's moving toward our solar system. Based on current speed, it'll arrive by tonight or tomorrow morning. The room stilled. Ben leaned forward, brow furrowed. And I assume you're calm because it's not dangerous. Reed shook his head. I ran every simulation, cross-checked all available data. There's no aggressive signal, no radiation spikes. As far as my readings go, it's harmless. Ethan narrowed his eyes slightly. So basically, there's a 200% chance it's not harmless. Johnny rubbed his chin. So what, it's like a weird alien Amazon package heading our way. I just want to be prepared, Reed replied calmly. I'm monitoring it around the clock. Ethan leaned back and made a mental note. If Reed says it's harmless, better treat it like a nuke with a smiley face sticker. But today wasn't the day to dive into cosmic problems. At least, not yet. Well then, Ethan said, stretching his arms over the back of the couch. Since Doomsday's been scheduled for tomorrow, what say we enjoy the rest of the day? Ben grinned. Sounds like a plan. I say pizza, pool, and kicking Johnny's flaming butt in video games. You wish, gravel face, Johnny shot back. I've been practicing. You mean burning the controllers again? Ben countered. Susan giggled while Reed just shook his head with a fond sigh. Dee Dee leaned her head lightly against Ethan's shoulder, eyes sparkling with amusement. And for a brief moment, despite the looming cosmic anomaly, things felt good. Like family. A few hours later. Night had draped the world in a soft blanket of stars and silence. The mansion that had buzzed with life during the day was now slowly winding down. Reed was already in his room, likely organizing his thoughts or rearranging atoms in his sleep. Ben trundled away with a groan that could pass for a small earthquake, muttering, if Johnny tries to prank me one more time, I'm turning him into a pile of toast. Johnny followed close behind, yawning dramatically. Good night, losers. And don't touch my hair products, and a casual, don't burn the place down remark to Ethan. Ethan had stepped away, claiming he needed to take a call from Chloe, his ever-efficient assistant from Aeon Biotech. That left just two souls at the wide balcony, Susan and Dee Dee, gazing at the night sky. The gentle breeze danced through their hair, and the quiet between them felt oddly comforting. Dee Dee broke the silence first, her voice soft but warm. Thanks for today, Susan. I had a great time. It was, weirdly normal. And it was fun. Susan smiled as she sipped her juice before turning slightly toward her. You're welcome. I'm glad you joined us. They both chuckled, remembering moments from earlier, Ben trying to do a handstand, Johnny flaming up to roast marshmallows midair, and nearly setting Reed's hair on fire, Ethan trying not to smirk through it all. As laughter faded into quiet again, Dee Dee's tone turned a bit more mischievous. So, how long have you had a thing for Ethan? Susan blinked in disbelief, choked on her drink, let out a half-cough, and nearly sent the glass flying. What? Dee Dee raised an eyebrow with mock innocence. Oh come on, girl. You were looking at him like a cartoon princess staring at a forbidden cinnamon roll. Susan turned away quickly. What? That's insane. He already has 4 girls in his life. You think I want to be girl number 5 on the Ethan Carter collectible set? No. I mean, it's not like that. Dee Dee swirled her drink thoughtfully. Maybe. Maybe not. But remember, Ethan's life is already chaos-flavored, and what's the difference when the guy's already building a multiversal harem? One more woman who actually cares about him won't break the universe. Probably. Susan tried to glare, but her face betrayed her, red cheeks, fidgety fingers, and the inability to maintain eye contact. She exhaled slowly, eyes still focused on the sky. I don't even know what I'm feeling, she muttered before folding her arms tightly across her chest. I mean, yeah, I'm attracted to him. Who wouldn't be? The man literally glows sometimes. I like being around him. There's this pull, like I'm drawn to his presence without even realizing it. But is that love? Or just admiration wrapped in awe? And what if I screw everything up? She exhaled shakily before glancing away. I'm working with someone I almost married. That's complicated enough. What if Ethan takes it the wrong way? He and we've built something strong, something based on trust. We've been working closely on that project, and I don't want to ruin that. I don't want to lose what we already have. Dee Dee nodded sagely, then immediately ruined the sage image by accidentally sipping from an empty glass. She blinked, then smiled. Truthfully, I'm still discovering what love means. My understanding may be more seedling than tree. If you're looking for clarity, Anna or Jean might offer deeper insight. They speak the heart's language with more fluency than I do. Susan let out a half laugh, half sigh, her fingers curling around the glass in her hand. You don't sound like someone new to love. Dee gave a gentle wink, the corners of her eyes crinkling like someone who had lived lifetimes and still found joy in moments like these. That's kind of you to say. But truly, love isn't a syllabus. There's no course credit for getting it right on the first try. Just listen. Not to logic, but to the quiet voice inside you. The one that speaks when the world goes still. From my observations, I believe logic reads territory. You're allowed to feel your way through. Susan bit her lip and looked away, her voice quiet but dry with self-aware sarcasm. So what? I just walk up to Anna and Jean and say, hey, I think I might have feelings for the guy you're marrying. Can we share custody of his heart? Dee chuckled, then placed a hand gently on Susan's shoulder, her touch light but grounding. Life is rarely neat, Susan. And feelings are messy still. Sometimes, the leap comes before the certainty. You trust that a net will appear, or that the fall teaches you how to fly. And maybe, just maybe, you land somewhere unexpected. Like in the orbit of an immortal man who glows when he's happy, is kind when he doesn't have to be, and happens to be loved by more than one heart at once. Susan stared at her for a long moment, blinking slowly. You really do talk like a goddess sometimes. Dee's smile widened, but her voice remained calm. Comes with the immortality clause. Before Susan could reply, a soft sound of footsteps approached. Ethan, looking perfectly casual and completely unreadable, walked over. Call's done. Chloe says the Japan branch is stable now and we got an offer from someone interesting, he said. You ready to head back? I'll wait in the car, Dee said, giving Susan a meaningful smile and a dramatic whisper. Remember, leap. And with that, she vanished down the hallway like a mischievous cat that just knocked over a priceless vase. Now it was just Susan and Ethan, standing in the moonlight. Congratulations again, on the wedding, Susan said softly. Ethan didn't respond right away. He just looked at her, really looked at her, his piercing blue eyes locking onto hers. It was intense. Susan suddenly became acutely aware of the pounding of her heart. And it was way too much for her emotionally exhausted state. What? She asked nervously. Why were you staring at me like that? He stepped closer. She instinctively stepped back, until her back lightly touched the cold steel balcony railing. His hands gently rose, not threatening, just, present, fingertips resting on her temples. Thank you, he said. For everything today. For all the time we've spent together. I wanted to give you something meaningful. His eyes began to glow a soft crimson, and faint flames danced along his fingers. But they didn't burn. Instead, a sudden warmth spread through Susan's mind, like a veil being lifted. Susan's eyes widened as she felt a rush of something flood her consciousness. She gasped, eyes wide, as her mental world expanded. It was like her mind was expanding, stretching beyond its limits. Her mental walls exploded outward, unlocking psychic chambers she never knew she had. Her powers, those invisible, mental constructs that had always been tied to her emotions and focus, were surging. It wasn't just psychic power, it was clarity, vision, a deeper connection to her abilities. Ethan had amplified her powers using a sliver of the Phoenix Force, knowing that her strength was deeply tied to her mental state. Ethan, what are you doing? She gasped. Helping, he said simply. Your powers come from your mind. Let's evolve it. It was too much and too fast. Susan staggered, then collapsed, not in pain, but in pure overwhelm. Ethan caught her easily in his arms, holding her close. She'll need time, he whispered to himself. Mind and body need to align. He carried her through the halls, the weight of her body no trouble for him. Reaching her room, he laid her gently on the bed before tucking her in with care. He brushed a strand of hair from her face and whispered, "Thanks for liking me, Susan, even if you don't know it yet." Then, quietly, he turned off the lights and left the room, the door closing softly behind him. Chapter 98, Shadows in Motion. The next day. May 27th. Ethan leaned back in the leather chair of his Aeon Biotech office, swirling a glass of cold brew in one hand. Across the room, Diana was gracefully wrapping up a call, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window in a sleek office suit that defined both power and elegance. The tailored suit hugged her form with just enough edge to draw his gaze. Purposefully or not, it did its job well. As she ended the last call, Diana turned toward him with an amused smirk on her lips. Like what you see. Ethan didn't bother to hide his appreciation. Very much. You should consider wearing that at home. Diana arched a brow. At home. It's far too uncomfortable for that. He flashed a sly grin. Not around the house, just in our private moments. She walked over and delivered a light punch to his shoulder. Light by her standards, which meant it would have completely crushed someone else's arm. You're lucky you're cute, Carter. Because if we weren't enforcing this punishment pact, I'd drag you back to the apartment and make you forget how to spell your name. Truthfully, the punishment extended to all of them. None of the girls were allowed to get too intimate with Ethan, not until they were sure he wouldn't pull off another idiotic stunt like last time. The decision had been unanimous, and as much as it frustrated them all, they agreed it was necessary. Ethan winced playfully before rubbing his shoulder. It's cruel. You punish me and yourselves at the same time. It's not even strategic warfare. We agreed, she said with a teasing smirk. No intimacy until the wedding. You pulled a god-tier prank and this is your divine penance. Before he could reply, Diana bent forward and kissed him, brief but electric. Consider that a reward, for mostly behaving. With that, she turned and walked away, hips swaying like she knew he'd be watching. And of course, he was. Yup, he muttered. Holding back just got 1,000 times harder. Ethan shook the days off and turned his attention to the file on his desk. It was stamped with high-priority clearance and bore a familiar name. Tony Stark. Immune Plus Special Usage Request. Submitted by Anthony Edward Stark. Request date, May 30th. Recipient, confidential. Stark's birthday was in 3 days. He wanted the injection immediately after, and he requested the entire process remain confidential. Not just the procedure, but the fact that he'd even asked for it. Ethan stared at the file, lips pressed together. The great Iron Man, the man who once told the world he'd solved every problem in his life with a wrench and a drink, was now requesting Immune Plus. This wasn't about a business deal. This was personal. Ethan understood exactly what this meant. Tony hadn't found a cure for his palladium poisoning. In the original timeline, Tony had failed to cure his palladium poisoning and chose to live recklessly in his final days. But in this world, Immune Plus, a breakthrough biotic enhancement developed by Aeon Biotech, could prolong life by drastically improving immunity and cellular regeneration. And yet, Stark hadn't asked directly. His pride hadn't let him approach Ethan directly. As a genius, he'd wanted to solve his problem on his own. And he'd failed. Ethan understood this the moment he got the call from Chloe last night, requesting it be handled with utmost secrecy. Stark didn't want panic. He didn't want pity. He wanted a chance. The man was under enough pressure as it was. Governments trying to steal his suits. Enemies watching his every move. Admitting weakness could trigger chaos. So Ethan decided, he'd visit Tony personally, in 3 days and give him more than just Immune Plus serum. Ethan sighed. 3 days, huh, he murmured. I'll be there. But even that felt like a side note now, because something else was clawing at the edges of his thoughts. Reed Richards' words echoed in his mind, a strange, powerful energy signature is heading toward Earth, harmless, I think. Ethan didn't trust, I think. A powerful energy signature approaching Earth. In the Marvel Universe, that was never a small matter. Before he could delve deeper, his phone buzzed. Dee Dee, Skull Blackheart calling. He smiled as he picked up. What's my favorite embodiment of death doing? A beat of silence. I just had to resist calling that cringe, Dee Dee replied in her soft, melodic tone. You're usually better than this, Ethan. He laughed. I know, even I cringed a little. But isn't that what couples do? Say cute, weird things and lose all self-respect. Maybe. But let's not pretend you're some teenage human from the suburbs, she said dryly. Fair. What's going on? Her voice dropped, just a bit. Something's coming toward Earth. It's nearly here. Minutes away. You should check it out. That made him sit up. You feel threatened. That's not a word he expected from Death herself. I wouldn't say threatened. But it's enough to pull at my senses. Ethan's brow furrowed. What kind of something makes you cautious? Then, teasing, why not come with me? We can tag team a cosmic threat, power couple style. She sighed softly. I'm with Anna and Jean right now. Girl stuff. Define girl stuff. The kind of stuff gentlemen don't ask about, she said, matter of fact. You do realize that just made me more curious. There was a shuffle on the other end of the line. A loud thump. What was that? He asked. Everything's fine. Dee Dee called quickly, then lowered her voice again. Focus on what's coming. It's better you check it out. Ethan paused. You sure you can't come? Not unless you want half the cosmic hierarchy noticing I'm on vacation. She sounded almost wistful. I'm already holding back 99% of my existence just being here. No powers unless absolutely necessary, remember? He sighed. Right. Last thing we need is the living tribunal showing up to ask what you're doing in a sundress. She chuckled. Exactly. I'll leave the flashy entrances to you, darling. Now go. The line disconnected. Ethan sighed. He knew Dee Dee was holding back her powers and presence. As an embodiment of death and an endless, revealing too much of her presence could trigger the attention of Marvel's cosmic entities, beings they didn't want sniffing around. She had to tread lightly in this universe. So while she could sense things far beyond mortal comprehension, she rarely interfered directly. He leaned back in his chair, stared at the ceiling for a second, imagining what the girls were really doing. Then shook his head. Focus, Carter. He raised his hand and opened a swirling red portal, a signature fold of Phoenix-born teleportation, targeting the rooftop of the Baxter building. The energy curled like fire around the edges of the circle, and with a step forward, Ethan vanished into it. Time to find out what was coming. And hopefully, it wasn't something that wanted to blow up the planet. As soon as Dee Dee ended the call, with the grace of a pop star hanging up on her manager, she turned, only to find Anna and Jean brushing off dust like action heroines who'd just wrapped a photo shoot. 4 mutants lay sprawled across the newly paved path, groaning but very much alive. Seriously? Dee Dee raised a brow, her hand still halfway from her earpiece. I was gone for like, what, 2 minutes? What did I miss? A dance battle? Armageddon? Both. Anna cracked her knuckles with a grin. They started it. We just helped them nap, Jean added, stepping over a particularly muscular mutant with metal-plated arms. No fatalities. Just a little humility. Dee Dee narrowed her eyes at the scene, taking in the unconscious Brotherhood members. One of them had snake-like eyes and a forked tongue. Another was a short but dense guy with concrete skin. A third mutant had porcupine quills jutting out from his back, twitching like he was dreaming about acupuncture. The fourth, some kind of sonic screamer, was still bubbling from the mouth. They hadn't killed them. Just knocked them out. Dee Dee exhaled, hands on her hips. You know, she muttered, I still don't know how to tell this to Ethan. Anna nudged her. Come on. We promised to keep Ethan in the dark. It's his surprise. Jean gave a tired sigh. I really didn't like where this was going, but we didn't have a choice. Their eyes turned toward the half-finished structures ahead, an island still under construction, its steel bones rising from the earth. Roads yet unpaved. Foundations yet to be filled. But even in this incomplete state, it radiated potential. A paradise for mutants. A haven being carved out by willpower, hope, and just a bit of authoritarian charisma. Suddenly, a voice cut through the wind from above. Quite the entrance, ladies. They turned sharply, eyes drawn skyward. An older man in a crimson-armored suit descended from the sky with slow, deliberate grace, his helmet gleaming, cape flowing like it had its own pride. The magnetic field around him distorted the air, and the metallic debris near his feet trembled with reverence. Eric Lenscher, aka Magneto. Jean instinctively nodded. Magneto. Anna offered a respectful nod. Dee Dee's curiosity flickered in her eyes. She had heard about him, of course. But seeing him in person, this so-called master of magnetism, was something else. Behind him, several mutants gathered, attracted by the earlier scuffle. Some of them looked wary, others irritated, most just curious. Eric glanced around at the downed bodies, then back to the trio. And here I thought we were building a paradise. You seem determined to decorate it with chaos. Jean stepped forward calmly. We didn't come here to fight. They attacked us. Anna added, deadpan, we just defended ourselves, apparently. Eric looked at them thoughtfully, eyes narrowing. What are Charles Xavier's students doing here? Is this another one of his metaphysical sermons, or is this about that little company of yours that's currently reshaping human civilization? Jean shot a glance at Anna, who nodded silently. They had already agreed, Jean would handle the conversation. Jean turned back to Magneto, speaking with clarity and purpose. We're not here on behalf of Professor Xavier. And this isn't about humanity. This is about making a deal between you and us, her voice diplomatic but firm. Eric raised an eyebrow at that. Interesting. Speaking of US. He gestured vaguely toward Dee Dee. Is she, like us? There was a beat of silence. Anna opened her mouth, then closed it again, then said, let's just say, she's not human. Eric studied Dee Dee for a moment longer, then nodded slightly. Not a mutant, but not human either. Fascinating. He paused, then extended his arms as the other mutants around him shifted to the sides, parting a path. Very well, he said. You've piqued my interest. Come, then. He gestured grandly as they approached. Welcome to Genosha, the future paradise we are building for our kind. Anna leaned toward Jean and whispered, he really should sell timeshares. That delivery was majestic. Jean sighed while Dee Dee followed with curiosity. Inside a luxury suite overlooking the city skyline, 2 powerful men sat in front of a massive monitor. The screen glowed ominously red, displaying only the letters RR in a pulsating pattern. A digitized voice emerged from the speakers, smooth, mechanical, and unnervingly calm. "Greetings, gentlemen. I take it your presence here means you've agreed to the terms I proposed." Norman Osborn leaned forward with a scowl. "Let's cut to the chase," he said bluntly. "Let's talk about the plan and how we're going to get this done." Seated comfortably on a velvet armchair, Wilson Fisk swirled a glass of red wine in his hand, his demeanor far more composed. "You're getting impatient, Norman." "That'll cost you," Fisk said coolly. "This isn't some street-level heist. We're not dealing with a normal man." The voice from the monitor responded with a note of grim amusement. "Exactly. Which is why caution is key. We're not dealing with an ordinary target. If you underestimate him, we all burn." Norman crossed his arms, lips curled in irritation. "So do you have a plan, or are we just here for dramatic lighting and cryptic warnings?" A brief pause followed. Then came the answer. "Of course. My plan is already in motion." The room fell silent. In that moment, the weight of what they were attempting truly settled in. Three of the most dangerous men in the world, scheming together, not for money, not for fame, but to steal something far more valuable. The formula for Immune Plus, locked deep within the vaults of Aeon Biotech. A miracle serum that could rewrite the rules of evolution itself. Inside the Baxter building, Ethan and Susan stood together, deep in conversation. There was a flirtatious energy between them, light and easy, until something shifted. Mid-sentence, Ethan's eyes suddenly flicked upwards, cutting off whatever charming words were on his lips. His expression changed, calm turned to sharp focus. Susan blinked in confusion. His normally blue eyes shimmered with red for a moment. Ever since Dee Dee warned him about the incoming energy, he had been using his telepathy to keep the entire Earth under constant surveillance. Something no ordinary telepath could achieve without Cerebro, yet the Phoenix Force, combined with his adaptive evolution, made it possible. Now, an unknown energy had entered that range, and breached Earth's atmosphere. The Phoenix Force stirred within him, it recognized the signature. It wasn't magic. It wasn't mystical. It was cosmic energy. Susan gently touched his arm, confused by his sudden silence. "Ethan," she asked. "What's wrong?" He didn't look at her as he spoke. "Sue, it seems Reed was wrong again with his calculations." He slowly lowered his gaze back to her, tension rising in his voice. "Something just breached Earth's atmosphere, and this isn't something we can afford to ignore." Author's note. Hey guys. How did you like the chapter? Any guesses on who that mysterious guy Norman and Fisk are talking to? Most of you probably figured it out already, but who do you think just entered Earth? As always, I'd love to hear your thoughts, theories, and ideas. Drop a review and let me know what you think. Chapter 99, When the Shiny Herald Arrives. Deep within the Amazon rainforest, one of the largest and famous forests in the world, the canopy trembled as a silver-white beam streaked through the air like a divine spear. It descended in an instant, slamming into the earth. A shockwave tore through the trees. Seconds later, a gaping crater yawned where it struck, only for the beam to burst upward again, darting away at incredible speed. Before it could vanish over the horizon, a man streaked through the sky to intercept it, halting its path. The beam slowed, and shimmered. The light bent, folding into the shape of a silver-skinned man standing atop a gleaming, curved surfboard that hovered without a sound. The Silver Surfer. Floating before him was Ethan Carter. Ethan eyed the shimmering figure up and down, lips quirking. "You're a shiny dude. Where do you go for that polished job?" "I've got a few things that could use the same treatment." For the first time, the surfer's expression shifted, an almost imperceptible flicker of confusion, as if he couldn't quite decide if Ethan was mocking him or genuinely curious. "I do not polish," he replied finally, his voice as calm and steady as the void. "The power cosmic maintains my form." Ethan chuckled. "Figures. Built in wax and buff mode. Must be nice." The surfer's expression remained cold, his silver eyes narrowing. He angled his board to move past, but a flaming streak blazed in beside Ethan. "Whoa ho ho." Johnny Storm grinned while circling the surfer like a curious kid. "And here I thought I was the hottest guy in the sky. Guess we've got Shiny McChrome-plated here to compete." The surfer ignored him. A sharp whoosh split the air as a large, sleek craft descended, bearing the bright blue 4 emblem. The hover vehicle's design was aerodynamic yet blocky in certain sections, with segmented thruster pods and transparent canopy, an unmistakable hallmark of Reed Richards' engineering. Inside sat Susan Storm, Reed Richards, and Ben Grimm. The surfer tilted his head, preparing to leave. Then Ethan's eyes ignited red, the air behind him warping as an immense flaming bird materialized, wings stretching wide, its cry echoing across the forest like a call from the dawn of creation. "The Phoenix." "Not wise to ignore me," Ethan said quietly, his voice threaded with raw power. The surfer halted. He could feel it. That presence. That infinite fire. The Phoenix Force. He murmured. So you are its avatar. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Glad we're skipping introductions. Now, talk. Your time is drawing to a close, the surfer said in his solemn, cherish whatever moments remain with those you love. Johnny snorted. Wow. Real comforting, Silver Google Translate. Got anything less cryptic? Don't feed us fortune cookie warnings, Ethan cut in. Say it straight. Ethan already knew exactly who the surfer was talking about, but masked it beneath a practiced look of uncertainty. A pause. Then, the surfer's eyes hardened. My master is coming, a being of hunger without end. Worlds are but morsels to him. He will strip the life from this planet until nothing remains but dust in the void. The surfer's silver gaze burned like molten metal as he uttered the final name, slowly, deliberately. His name is Galactus. The Fantastic Four exchanged uneasy glances. Galactus. Who the heck is that supposed to be? Johnny muttered. Ben crossed his arms. Sounds like a guy who'd skip dessert and eat the whole restaurant. But the surfer wasn't listening, his gaze had drifted to Susan, his expression softening almost imperceptibly, as if seeing someone else in her place. Reed cleared his throat and his voice crackling through the jet speakers. If this Galactus is real, I'd like to speak to him directly. We can't take your word alone. Susan leaned forward. If you can guide us, we'd like to meet him, and try to reason with him. The surfer's lips parted to refuse. But Ethan's voice cut in, calm yet carrying the weight of authority. I am the avatar of the Phoenix Force, and I seek an audience with Galactus. The silver figure froze mid-motion, eyes narrowing ever so slightly. Slowly, deliberately, he inclined his head. You have the right to request such an audience. I will inform him. Without another word, the surfer turned and ascended, his luminous trail fading into the sky until he vanished into the void beyond. Then slowly the jet settled onto the ground with a soft hiss as Reed, Susan, and Ben stepped out, while above Ethan and Johnny drifted down from the sky like falling stars. Minutes passed in tense silence. Then, far above, a faint ripple of cosmic energy rolled through the air, followed by the surfer's swift return. He landed with a smooth grace, his gaze fixed on Ethan. My master has agreed to meet with the avatar of the Phoenix. Ethan turned to the others with a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Looks like I'm going. And trust me, this is something I want to see with my own eyes. Susan crossed her arms, her gaze locking stubbornly on him. You're not leaving me behind, Dr. Carter. I'm coming with you. He opened his mouth to argue, but she cut him off before he could get a word in. You're more than just a friend to me, to us. Ben's brow lifted, and Johnny shot him a sidelong glance. Neither said anything, but the silent exchange spoke volumes. Then Johnny grinned. Well, if Sue's going, I'm not missing out on the cosmic road trip of a lifetime. Count me in. Reed adjusted his glasses, his tone calm and precise. Given the circumstances, having all of us there increases the chances of success and survival. I'll be joining as well. Ben cracked his knuckles, a gravelly chuckle rumbling from his chest. If you're all going, then so am I. Somebody's gotta keep the hothead and the egghead from getting themselves killed. Ethan exhaled slowly, didn't think you'd let me go alone anyway. He could have gone alone. But if they came with him, it might not be bad, it might actually help, for them to understand the dangers of this world. Then I shall wait for your departure, the surfer said calmly. Meet me when you are ready. Then he vanished into the upper atmosphere, while Ethan opened a red portal, instantly transporting the Fantastic Four back to the Baxter building to prepare. The surfer would wait in orbit, he had nothing to pack. Meanwhile, Ethan reached out through the quiet thread of telepathy that connected him to Jean Grey, Anna Marie, Dee Dee, and Diana. The sounds of the real world faded, the faint hum of the Fantastic Four's ship, the low whir of winds, and were replaced by the warm, sunlit calm of their shared mind space. A bedroom window stood open, a breeze carrying the scent of flowers, the light spilling in like liquid gold. Jean stood there first, poised yet concerned, her eyes searching his. What's happened? She asked, already sensing the tension in his stance. Before Ethan could answer, Anna's voice cut in from somewhere behind him. Hope this is important, sugar. I was in the middle of something. Dee Dee materialized next, sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking like she'd been waiting for him all along. What's wrong? Diana appeared last, tall and calm, her arms folded. Ethan exhaled slowly and met their eyes. He began explaining their encounter with the Silver Surfer. So, to sum it up, we've got a silver guy who rides a surfboard through space like it's California in the 80s. Looked like a Silver Surfer. Says his boss, a massive guy named Galactus, is on the way. Galactus. Anna repeated before raising an eyebrow. Sounds like a gladiator protein shake. Yeah, well, Ethan said, according to Surfer, the guy's a cosmic, food critic. And Earth is on the menu. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, one big all-you-can-eat buffet. Dee grinned like a cat. So, Planet Eater. That's not new. Jean's brow furrowed. You're saying this? Galactus intends to consume the planet. Yup, Ethan said, tone light but eyes serious. And before you ask, no, I've never met him, and no, I don't know why he's got a thing for Earth. Maybe we've got good seasoning. Maybe he just hates our reality shows. Point is, Surfer says I should spend my last days with loved ones. Anna leaned against the wall. And your reaction to that was? Ethan shrugged. Naturally, I told him I'd rather meet the guy myself. I mean, if someone's gonna eat my house, I at least want to see the menu. That got a snort from Anna, a sigh from Diana, and a half-smile from Jean that didn't quite hide her worry. Diana stepped forward. I want to go with you. Ethan shook his head. You need to be here. That's more important, while I go have a little chat with Galactus. You know, ask him why my home's on his menu, and if he's got some weird thing for it. That earned a round of chuckles from the girls. When the chuckles faded, Ethan's voice softened. But before I head out, there's something else. Stark's gonna need Immune Plus protocol. He doesn't want anyone to know it yet, and I'd rather keep it that way until the last possible second. Jean. Handle Stark while I'm gone. Her brow furrowed, lips pressing into a thin line. This sounds a lot like a goodbye, Ethan. It's not, he said quickly. He stepped forward, pulled her into an embrace, and let the quiet moment settle between them. Ethan then let go and looked at all of them. I'll be back in a few days. Don't burn the world down without me. Anna smirked. No promises. You know how boring it gets when you're gone. Dee tilted her head, smiling sweetly. You always find trouble, don't you, she said, voice light but threaded with emotion. She took a small step closer, her gaze never leaving his. She leaned up just enough to press a gentle kiss to his cheek before pulling back. Now go handle your giant space problem, and then come back to me. Diana gave a single, firm nod. We'll hold things together. Go do what you can do. Jean stepped closer, her eyes lingering on his face for a long moment before softening into a warm smile. You better come back in one piece, Ethan. I don't care if he's the size of a planet, don't go trying to play hero alone. We're all counting on you. She reached out, squeezing his arm with a firmness that carried more meaning than words. And, don't forget, no matter how far you fly, you've still got a home here. For a heartbeat, the mind space was quiet, 4 sets of eyes on him, each in their own way reluctant to let him go. Ethan took a mental snapshot of that moment, tucking it away. Then the scene dissolved like mist in the sun, leaving him back in the real world, alone, but carrying their faces with him as he prepared to face the stars, and maybe talk a giant out of eating breakfast. After coming out of the mind space, Anna, Jean, and Dee found themselves seated opposite Eric. He studied their faces for a moment, his voice low and probing. You all right? All three paused for a couple of seconds. His eyes narrowed. Is it? Jean cut him off before the suspicion could fully form. It's not the professor. It's our fiancé. Eric's expression shifted, the corner of his mouth curling into a knowing smirk. Ha. The one and only Ethan Carter. He touched his cheek almost fondly. I still can't forget that punch. Across from him, Anna's gaze hardened. She hadn't forgotten either, but for an entirely different reason. Eric was the man who had once manipulated her life like a chessboard, sending Mystique to impersonate Ethan and engineer a breakup, just so she'd end up on his side. She despised him. Every breath she took in his presence was an exercise in restraint. But for the sake of the moment, and for the sake of avoiding unnecessary violence, Anna swallowed her anger. For now, she would compromise. But her silence was a promise she had not forgiven. She was only calm because Ethan had already dealt with Mystique, and taught Eric a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. He then leaned forward, a calculating glint in his eyes. Now, he said, his voice low and deliberate, let's talk about that proposal you made. A few moments later. Ethan and the Fantastic Four were now strapped in inside their sleek spacecraft. The interior was a blend of cutting-edge design and functional precision, white and silver panels curved seamlessly along the walls, embedded with faint blue lights that pulsed softly like a heartbeat. Every surface gleamed with an almost sterile perfection, and the floor beneath them vibrated faintly from the hum of the systems coming online. Dominating the control console at the front was the iconic number 4 insignia, illuminated in a deep sapphire blue. The same emblem adorned the headrests of each seat, a silent reminder of the ship's owners and their legacy. The seats themselves were cushioned but firm, shaped to handle the forces of deep space travel, with retractable harnesses ready to lock down in emergencies. They were all in position, Reed at the helm, Ben beside him at co-pilot, Johnny and Sue strapped in behind. Ethan stood near the center of the cabin, one hand resting casually on the back of Sue's chair, his other hand glowing faintly with red energy. "Hold on to something," Ethan said calmly, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Without another word, he gestured downward. A swirling red portal blossomed beneath the ship, the floor beneath them becoming a yawning vortex of crimson light. With a sudden lurch, the entire craft dropped through the tear in reality. The stars changed instantly. They were no longer in Earth's orbit, they were far, far beyond. Reed and Ben instantly snapped into motion, fingers flying over controls. The engines roared to life, panels flickered with power, and the ship surged forward into the void. Outside, a silver streak hovered just ahead, the Silver Surfer, waiting patiently in the endless dark. His voice came through the comms, smooth and almost bored. "Your little ship isn't built for the distance we must travel." Johnny frowned. "Wait, how is he even talking to us? He's literally in space." Sue glanced over her shoulder, her tone light but curious. "Guess that's just another mystery for this trip." Ethan's eyes began to glow a deep, fiery red. His voice carried a faint echo as he replied, "You forget who he's talking to." He stepped forward slightly, his gaze locking onto the surfer. "Just give me the coordinates, and I'll open the path." The surfer hesitated, his expression unreadable. After a long moment, he inclined his head and allowed Ethan to access the memory containing the location, only the location. Ethan closed his eyes briefly, sifting through the alien's thoughts, before raising his hand and tracing a precise, circular motion in the air. A massive red portal bloomed ahead, its surface shimmering with unstable energy. On the other side, a colossal, circular structure loomed, its scale almost incomprehensible, slowly rotating in the endless black. "That's him," the surfer said, his tone dropping lower. "Follow me." Without another word, he shot through the portal. Reed and Ben exchanged a glance, then nodded. The ship banked forward and followed the streak of silver light. As soon as they crossed the threshold, the portal behind them sealed shut, leaving only the empty stars where they had been moments ago. Chapter 100, Audience with a World Eater. The airlock hissed open with a sharp metallic sigh, and the ramp of the ship extended with a low hum. The faint vibration under Ethan's boots faded as the engines wound down, leaving only the soft background thrum of the ship's core cooling. One by one, they stepped out. Ethan was first, adjusting his coat as the alien wind brushed past. The light here wasn't quite the same as Earth's, it was brighter, sharper, like every color had been dialed up a notch. Behind him came Reed Richards and already pulling out a compact scanner before his foot even hit the ground. "All right, team," Reed's voice crackled over the comms, the scientist's tone calm but serious. "Stay alert. The atmosphere here isn't suitable for human respiration, too thin in oxygen, and I'm detecting trace elements that could be toxic over prolonged exposure." Johnny followed next and glanced toward him, his voice full of sarcasm. "Thanks, Reed. Always a pleasure to know how I might die in slow motion." Ben Grimm clomped out and gave the alien horizon a quick glance before grunting, "This place feels like a bad vacation postcard." Susan Storm stepped out last, her blonde hair catching the strange sunlight. Everyone wore reinforced spacesuits, everyone except Ethan, who strolled casually in his usual clothes. He didn't need air, warmth, or even gravity. His body adapted to any atmosphere with ease. He had already taken precautions for them, the FF suits were enhanced for durability and layered with a teleportation spell, a silent insurance policy in case things got ugly. Reed immediately turned to Ethan and said, "You should wear these suits. I know you can handle space, but this atmosphere isn't exactly suitable for humans. Just to be safe, put it on." Ethan stretched his arms above his head like he'd just woken from a nap. "Yeah, good thing I'm not just human, huh?" He gave Reed a sideways smirk, then breathed in deeply, almost theatrically. Fresh alien air. Kinda smells like a mix between rain and burnt marshmallows." Susan's lips twitched into a small smile inside her helmet. "You know, one day that cocky attitude is going to get you killed." Ethan tilted his sunglasses down just enough to meet her eyes, a playful glint in his gaze. "Well, if I do, at least I'll have your face as the last beautiful thing I see." Johnny made a gagging sound immediately. "Oh, come on. We've been here 2 minutes and you're already." Reed's brows furrowed inside his helmet. "This isn't, wait, are those sunglasses? In space. Gotta protect the eyes from the blinding beauty of the cosmos, and from Johnny's ego glare." Johnny turned toward him in mock offense. "Hey. My ego's got style, pal." Ben chuckled through the comms. "Kid's gonna get himself killed just for the sake of looking cool." Reed raised his hand, "Please stop and focus on why we are here." "Oh, I am focused," Ethan said, hands in his pockets. "I'm just multitasking. Priorities, Richards, the mission and morale." Johnny turned serious. "Yeah, well, if you're gonna try flirting with my sister, you better hope morale's not the only thing keeping you alive." Noted, Ethan said, though he didn't sound remotely concerned. Ben gave a low chuckle. Kid's got nerve, I'll give him that. Susan then drifted toward him while Reed crouched beside the landing struts, scanning the hull with his instruments. From above, the Silver Surfer descended on his board, silent and smooth as moonlight on water. Follow me, he said before gliding toward the inner gates. Susan kept close to Ethan, her hand brushing his arm as they walked. Few seconds later, well, Ethan said before tilting his head slightly and with his lips curling into that easy, infuriating smile. If this whole, saving the world, thing doesn't pan out, at least I've confirmed something important. Susan arched a brow. Oh. And what's that? That the laws of physics clearly bend in your favor, Ethan said without missing a beat. Because you're somehow even more stunning under alien sunlight. Unfair advantage, really. Susan smirked, a faint blush rising in her cheeks despite her practiced composure. You're lucky I know you're joking. Mostly. Reed, who hadn't looked up from his scanner this whole time, finally muttered, please try to keep interpersonal distractions to a minimum. We're here for a reason. Ben muttered to Johnny as they followed behind. She's getting awful cozy with him. Johnny's eyes narrowed. Oh, she's falling for him. Trust me, I can tell. The guy's a walking romance hazard. Ben shot him a side eye. You're one to talk. Didn't you hook up with a married woman on her honeymoon? Johnny coughed into his fist. That was complicated. Inside Galactus's worldship, the scale didn't just defy logic here, it mocked it. Walls stretched upward until they vanished into a haze of violet and gold light, like the interior of a nebula. Titan arches of black and silver metal curled overhead, etched with shifting glyphs that pulsed like the heartbeat of something alive. The floor beneath their boots was smooth, metallic, and warm, humming faintly. Glowing veins of the strange energy flowed through it like rivers of light. In the distance, colossal machines rotated slowly, their size so vast they could have been moons in orbit. Far away, machines the size of moons turned with slow, deliberate grace. Some chambers weren't rooms at all, but entire ecosystems, alien forests frozen in time, oceans suspended in shimmering spheres, landscapes stolen from other worlds and preserved like exhibits in a god's private museum. Gravity here seemed optional. In one corridor they walked as normal, in the next, they floated, drifting through shimmering gates that twisted their perception until they were walking sideways or staring at infinite reflections of themselves. The air carried a deep, resonant hum, as if the ship itself were breathing. Far above, the blinding white glow of the central power core pulsed in rhythm with the presence of its master. It felt less like they were inside a vessel and more like they had stepped into the nervous system of a god. The surfer finally stopped at what appeared to be a towering purple wall. He knelt on his board in reverence. Johnny tilted his head. Ah, is he praying to a wall? Ethan's eyes narrowed. He could feel it. That wall was no wall at all, it was a small section of Galactus's finger. That's not a wall. That's part of a finger. As if to prove his suspicion, the wall shifted, or at least, that's how it seemed at first. In reality, they were the ones moving, carried away by some unseen force until they had enough distance to see the truth. Galactus. Even from afar, all they could see was his face, massive beyond comprehension. Standing before him made them feel smaller than an ant standing before a mountain. The sheer scale was humbling, the entire Earth could fit easily in the palm of his hand. Everyone instinctively took a step back. Everyone except Ethan. He was smiling. A big, almost boyish grin spread across his face, and he couldn't resist cracking a joke about how Galactus might make way big from Ben 10 look like an infant. To him, this wasn't fear, this was an opportunity. An opportunity to evolve even further. Then, Galactus's colossal form began to shrink. His size diminished until he stood like a towering giant rather than a cosmic god. Ethan sized him up and thought, if Ben were here, I could finally confirm whether this matches way big scale. But he kept that to himself. His armor gleamed like forged dusk, plates of violet and deep indigo, engraved with cosmic sigils that shimmered faintly. The helm rose high, flaring like the crown of a mythic king, framing a face of stern, inhuman symmetry. His eyes burned with a light that wasn't just bright, it was the glare of stars being born and dying all at once. The others stared in awe. Galactus's gaze swept over them, then halted, locking onto Ethan. Ethan slid one hand from his pocket, raised it lazily, and said, "Yo." In the exact cheeky tone of Meliodas from Seven Deadly Sins. Every head whipped toward him. Is he insane? Johnny muttered. Galactus's voice rolled through the chamber like tectonic plates grinding. You are not the avatar of the Phoenix Force. You carry only a fragment you have nurtured until it rivals the original in strength. The hum of the ship deepened, and the air between them shimmered with tension. Ethan raised a brow. Well. I do like to get creative with my gardening. Susan stifled a laugh. Johnny facebombed. Reed didn't even look up from his scanner. Ben's mouth fell open, but no words came out. He just stood there, staring up at the giant in stunned silence, his brain struggling to process what he was hearing. And Galactus simply stared. The void was silent, but the tension was deafening. Galactus, who sat upon a throne, his immense form looming like a living continent. His eyes, which are like two blazing suns, locked entirely on Ethan, ignoring the rest as if they were nothing more than drifting dust. Johnny squinted upward, his voice crackling over the comms. How the hell can he even hear us when we're this small? The kneeling Silver Surfer didn't turn his head. His voice was calm, but heavy with warning. He hears you perfectly. I advise caution, you've already angered him far more than you realize. Johnny leaned toward Ethan. And you? Why'd you go and say you're the Phoenix Avatar if you're not? Ethan tilted his sunglasses down just enough to reveal his eyes with a grin tugging at his lips. Because thanks to that, we're standing here, instead of getting prepped to be served as dinner. Johnny muttered something under his breath, but Reed stepped forward, his voice measured. We are from a planet named Earth. Galactus's head shifted slightly, his voice rolling like thunder across the cosmos. Are you here to beg? Reed's jaw tightened. We are here to negotiate. But the Titan ignored him, his gaze still locked on Ethan. If you wish to barter, then bring me something of equal value, and I will spare your world. Susan's brow furrowed. And what exactly would that be? The one who holds the fragment of the Phoenix, Galactus replied instantly. Give him to me, and your planet will be spared. The group froze. Susan stepped closer to Ethan, her gloved hand finding his. No. Galactus's eyes flared, burning even brighter. You wield more than the Phoenix, powers unlike any other in this universe. Something strange. Something unique. Surrender yourself to me as the sacrifice, and I shall sate my hunger. Your world will be spared. The group froze, stunned by the sheer weight of Galactus's words. Eyes widened and breaths caught in their throats. Johnny's hands curled into fists. Yeah, that's not happening. Ben growled low. Over my dead body. Reed said nothing, but his calculating gaze kept flicking between Ethan and the giant. Susan's voice wavered. No. This has to be some kind of sick joke. Ethan, please. Say something. Ethan turned to her with a warm smile. Thanks, Susan. Her brow knitted tighter. That's not. He looked to the others. Don't worry. Nothing's going to happen to Earth. Raising his right fist, he jabbed his thumb toward himself with a cocky grin spreading across his face. Because I am here. The light in Galactus's eyes flared, but Ethan's grin didn't fade. Now, let me give you my response. He took a slow, deliberate breath, then raised his middle finger without a hint of hesitation. $@ you. And then it came, a string of curses so venomous they felt like a spell. At $% and. Indian rupee #at. You and your whole N% #at, sized family tree. I wish you $at, comet anger symbol implode into A at $% whole black hole and get stuck in a face with symbols on mouth toilet cosmic toilet for all eternity and choke on your own $at. Stardust. Johnny's jaw dropped so far it was a wonder it didn't hit the floor. Ben blinked twice, as if trying to make sure he'd actually heard what he thought he heard. Susan stood frozen, utterly stunned, her mouth opening but no sound escaping. Reed's eyes widened, the faintest crease forming on his brow, as though he was questioning whether his hearing had just failed him. The Silver Surfer's gaze narrowed, but the corner of his lips twitched, betraying the faintest hint of amusement. A heavy silence settled over the vast chamber. For several long seconds, Galactus simply stared at Ethan. You have doomed your planet, and yourself, he rumbled. The surfer moved instantly, gliding forward on his board. Energy gathered in his hands, a swirling mass of blinding cosmic power. And then. A sudden pulse of emerald light burst from Ethan's body, flooding the void. The green shimmer of this energy spread like a living aurora around them, freezing every dust particle midair, bending light itself into a still painting. Time itself stopped. The surfer froze mid-motion, his board tilted in an eternal curve. The jagged energy blast he'd hurled toward Ethan hung in the air like a glowing crystal shard. Reed's scanner remained mid-blink. Even the slow flicker of Galactus's burning eyes became still. Only Susan moved, her voice trembling. Ethan, what the hell did you just do? Ethan's sunglasses gleamed faintly in the unnatural green hue, his dark hair shifting lazily in a breeze that didn't exist. He stepped toward her slowly, boots silent against the nothingness of frozen space. I hit pause, he said simply, thought we could talk without an audience. Ethan, what? He placed a hand gently on her shoulder. His voice was calm. Susan. Thanks for being my friend. She shook her head, panic flashing in her eyes. Don't, she whispered sharply, don't you dare say that like it's some kind of goodbye. But he continued. Thanks for loving me, even knowing I've had multiple relationships. And I will come back. To you. To all of you. Just have a little faith in me. He waved his hand, her helmet dissolved. The toxic space around them didn't harm her, since Ethan's spell which was prepared before this wrapped her in safety. He stepped closer, cupping her cheek with one hand, his other hand at her waist. He kissed her, slow, certain, deliberate. She stiffened, then kissed him back. When they broke apart, he waved his hand again, her helmet reforming. When I get back, we'll spend more time. Before Susan could respond, a flare of energy pulsed from Ethan's hand, rippling outward like a shockwave of emerald light. Her voice broke through the stillness, desperate and sharp. Ethan. Her voice cried his name as she and the others vanished in a blink, teleported away. Time resumed. The green glow faded from Ethan's eyes, and reality lurched back into motion. Immediately Silver Surfer's attack, a concentrated blast of the cosmic energy, slammed into him like the wrath of a collapsing star. The impact tore through the chamber, hurling Ethan across the room and into the far wall. A thunderous boom echoed as smoke and dust swallowed him from sight. Hovering in the air, the surfer drifted forward, his glowing eyes cold and certain. He descended slowly, every movement deliberate. In his long existence, no one had ever survived the full brunt of that strike. To him, this fight was already over. But the universe had other plans. A whistle cut through the air, sharp and sudden. From within the haze, a blazing arrow of living fire shot toward the surfer, crackling with veins of lightning. He had only a split second to react. Tilting his board, he twisted out of its path, but not far enough. The arrow struck the wall behind him. The resulting detonation ripped through the chamber like a cannon of storm and flame. A glowing hole the size of a starship door burned through solid metal, its edges still sizzling. When the smoke cleared, Ethan stepped forward. His upper clothes were gone, scorched away entirely, leaving only the black fabric of his pants. His skin glimmered faintly, as if still charged with cosmic energy. The faint burn marks across his chest were already fading, his flesh knitting itself whole in seconds. He had let that attack land. The protective spells woven into his clothing were gone, dismissed before impact, so that he could absorb and adapt to the raw force of the power cosmic. He rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck, the sound echoing in the quiet aftermath. A slow smirk spread across his face. Now that they're gone. His gaze locked on the surfer, eyes bright with challenge. Let's dance, shall we? He slid one foot back, his weight shifting as he dropped into a fighter's stance. One hand rose, curling into a slow, taunting "come here" gesture, while the other rested casually behind his back. A smirk tugged at his lips. And then, the real fight began. Or, more specifically, Ethan's adaptation began. Jean opened the driver's side door of her car and slid inside with a long, tired sigh. The leather seat creaked softly under her weight as she tossed the thick folder onto the passenger seat. It landed with a muted thud, pages spilling halfway out. She leaned back, letting her head rest against the headrest, eyes closing for just a moment. It had been 3 days. 3 long, heavy days since Ethan had gone to space, and not a single word from him. Her fingers drummed lightly against the steering wheel, the rhythmic tap-tap-tap filling the silence. The only comfort she had was the tracking spell Ethan had personally cast on her, and on Anna, Diana, and Dee Dee. With it, they could sense his location and monitor his status. If that green thread of life force ever wavered, they would know instantly. That small glow of reassurance was all that kept the anxiety from swallowing her whole. She'd just finished meeting Tony Stark, giving him his requested dose of Immune Plus. As usual, the men had been more interested in his own wit than in her explanation of dosage instructions. Still, business was business. Before she left Stark Tower, she'd also handed him something far more important, a piece of information Ethan had telepathically sent her. Something about Howard Stark's lost designs, a future model Tony could study to learn a lesson or two from his old men. Jean didn't understand how Ethan even knew about such things. But she knew one thing, she trusted him. Always. If he told her to deliver it, she would. No questions asked. She was just about to turn the key in the ignition when her phone began to ring, its sharp tone cutting through the quiet. The screen lit up. Susan Storm. Jean's brows furrowed. Susan. That didn't make sense. Susan had gone to space with Ethan. If she was calling from Earth, then. Her eyes darted to the magical tether Ethan had left inside her soul. It was still there, but too far. Something wasn't right. She swiped to answer. Susan. The voice that came through was hurried, almost breathless. Jean, it's bad news. Jean's stomach tightened instantly. What happened? There was a pause, a crackle of static, and then Susan's voice came again, rushed and filled with worry. It's Ethan. He's in danger. Author's note. How's the chapter? Sorry for the delay in updates, life's been doing its job a little too well lately. I know some of you aren't a big fan of Ethan's personality right now and have compared him to a Chinese MC, but come on, guys, the man can adapt to anything and literally can't die. Of course he's going to get a bit arrogant. I think I did alright with it, but if you have any suggestions, I'm always open to hearing them. The next chapter is going to be a surprise, so stay tuned. And as always, reviews and suggestions are welcome. Chapter 101, Welcome to the Family, Future Sister. Inside the Baxter building, deep within Reed's sprawling laboratory, the air hummed with the low whir of machinery. Reed Richards stood hunched over a workbench, tightening a panel on the ship's energy core, while Ben Grimm leaned against a console, his rocky arms crossed. Across the room, Johnny and Susan were hunched over a glowing monitor, fingers flying over controls as they tried to pinpoint Galactus's location. Previously, Ethan had opened a portal and teleported them straight onto Galactus's warship. But now, if they wanted to return, they'd have to find its location themselves, no small feat. The only clue they had came from a few small, discrete devices Reed had planted to monitor the warship's conditions. Unfortunately, they lacked the proper equipment to receive the signal and trace it back. They would have to work on that first. If they could boost the sensor range enough, they might find him. Might. Reed adjusted a dial on the ship's power regulator. I can't be certain this will work, he said quietly. Ben straightened. Don't tell me you're thinking of leaving Ethan out there alone, Reed. That's not right. Reed didn't look up. I'm not saying we abandon him. I'm saying, since we've seen what Galactus is capable of, we can't just charge in blindly. That thing could literally swat us to death. Ben's rocky brow furrowed. Sometimes your head's too stuck in logic, Reed. That's why you mess up when it matters. Hell, that's why you lost Susan before. Reed's hands froze on the panel, but he didn't answer. Suddenly, Susan's voice cut through the room. I got something. She and Johnny were rushing from the sofa toward the main console, still wearing parts of their space suits. The heavy gear, helmets, oxygen tanks, lay discarded on the floor, but the underlayers clung to their forms. We can boost the range, Susan explained breathlessly. But we need to replace at least 4 major components. That's weeks, maybe months, of work. Johnny frowned. 3 days have passed here, but in Galactus's warship, it's only been minutes. We've got some time. Susan shook her head. Johnny, Ethan's strong, I know that. But this isn't the Hulk. This isn't some overgrown science experiment. Johnny tried to keep his tone light. Come on. This is the same guy who tossed Hulk and Abomination around like toddlers. Her words cut him off. He's not fighting toddlers now, Johnny. He's fighting a giant who makes us look like ants. He blinked at her, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Susan, don't tell me. Yes, she blurted before her hands clenching into fists. Yes, I like him, okay. I know it's wrong, he's getting married to 2 women next month, but I can't help it. Johnny's mouth opened, but no words came. Susan kept going, her voice trembling but fierce. I like him because he makes me feel safe. Because every time he's around, I feel like I can breathe. We've laughed together, fought side by side, and every single moment, he's made me feel like I matter. I don't care if I can't have him. But I will not stand here and watch him die. The room fell silent. Reed's hands stilled. Ben looked between them, wide-eyed. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Well. I'm not surprised. Everyone turned toward the doorway, where a striking woman with flowing crimson hair stood and her presence commanding the room. It was Jean Grey. She stepped inside with quiet confidence, the tailored lines of her fitted business suit accentuating her graceful figure. Susan stiffened. Jean. Jean stepped inside, her gaze calm but impossible to read. Susan sounded urgent, so I came through the portal. And, well, I figured you'd fall for him sooner or later. She sighed inwardly. Ethan, you've already stolen 5 women's hearts. You shameless, infuriating thief. Ben muttered under his breath, here comes the drama. Everyone seemed to brace for the explosion. Jean was engaged to Ethan, after all. But instead, she simply crossed her arms and said, don't get so worked up. Ethan will be fine. Susan's voice cracked. How can you be so sure? Jean met her eyes, steady and unshaken. Because I know him better than you do. Trust me, that guy doesn't go down easy. And when he comes back, he'll be stronger than ever. The confidence in her voice made even Reed pause. Susan stood there with her shoulders stiff. There was something she wanted to say, but her lips pressed together, uncertain, hesitant. Jean broke the silence. Don't worry, she said softly, her tone both reassuring and oddly amused. Anna and I already expected this. Susan blinked. Expected, what? Jean's lips curved in amusement. Ethan's, well, let's just say women seem to orbit around him. It's not your fault you fell for him, I don't blame you. Anna, Diana, and Dee Dee all did the same. Susan finally relaxed a little, though Johnny still looked skeptical. So, you're okay with Susan liking, and maybe even dating, your soon-to-be husband, he asked. Jean's lips curved in a serene smile. He already has 4 women. One more, as long as she truly loves him, is welcome. Johnny blinked, then muttered under his breath, damn, that's basically my dream right there. Reed, leaning back in his chair with an air of forced calm, broke the silence first. Hold on. How can you be so sure Ethan will survive Galactus? You didn't even see him in action against that thing. His voice carried a hint of skepticism, but also the quiet undertone of a man who really wanted an answer. Jean's lips curved slightly, not smug, but confident. You're right. I didn't see the whole thing, she admitted, her tone light yet firm. But I know Ethan. And I know exactly what he's capable of. That earned her several curious looks from the room's occupants. Johnny tilted his head. Ben crossed his arms but didn't interrupt. Jean continued, her gaze steady on Reed. That guy. He spends most of his time messing around because he doesn't want to get bored. He holds back in fights so he doesn't end them too quickly. But if Ethan actually decides to put his mind to something, really puts his mind to it, he won't lose. Not against anyone. Her confidence was unsettling and infectious. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone processed her words. Susan, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, her tone tight, her eyes restless. I can't do nothing, Jean. He's out there, and I. Jean stepped closer, resting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. You can do something, she said softly. You can wait for him to come back. Susan's lips pressed together. Waiting and patience were her strong suit. Jean smiled faintly. Of course, she didn't mention Ethan's adaptive evolution powers, those weren't exactly public knowledge. In fact, only a handful knew, S.H.I.E.L.D., the X-Men, and, well, okay, maybe a lot of others if she was being honest. But still, not a detail she was going to casually throw into the conversation. Instead of explaining that, she simply asked, can I look into your mind? Get an idea of what exactly he was up against. Susan hesitated for a second before nodding. Fine. Jean's fingers touched her temples, and her consciousness slipped effortlessly into Susan's memories. Images, sensations, and emotions rushed into her, flashes of light, the cold emptiness of space, the overwhelming presence of Galactus, and then. Susan's eyes went wide the instant she realized what she'd done. She'd given Jean complete access to every emotion she'd felt, including the kiss. Oh no, she breathed. Jean froze. Oh. Well, that was not unexpected. She had seen it all, clear as day, Susan and Ethan, locked in a kiss beneath the stillness of frozen time. It was almost cinematic, the kind of moment that carved itself into memory. A pang of jealousy rippled through her, not because she begrudged Susan, but because she hadn't yet shared a moment like that with Ethan. Quietly, she made a mental note, she was going to try that someday. When Jean pulled her hands back, she wore a very particular kind of smile, the teasing, knowing one. Well, Jean said, her voice taking on a playful lilt, welcome to the family, future sister. Susan's eyes widened. What? Johnny blinked, confusion plastered across his face. Sister? Wait, what do you mean sister? Jean, enjoying this far too much, explained, if she starts dating Ethan, which, judging by what I just saw, is a definite possibility, then she'll be part of the family. Me and Anna are marrying him, so that would make her our sister. Just like Diana and Dee Dee. Susan opened her mouth, then closed it again. No words came out. Johnny just stared at her, utterly speechless. I don't get this at all, Reed said before shaking his head. Ben clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Stretch. Even normal folks don't get this stuff. You not getting it? Not surprising at all. Honestly, I'd be shocked if you did. Reed narrowed his eyes. Somehow, that feels like an insult, Ben. Johnny smirked. That's because it is. Jean turned back to Susan and clasped her hands. All right, enough worrying. Let's get you changed and then we'll go meet Anna. You need to relax a little. Wait, Susan began, but Jean was already opening a glowing portal behind her. Nope, Jean said cheerfully. This is happening. Before Susan could protest, Jean pulled her straight through the portal and it snapped shut, leaving the 3 men standing in stunned silence. Johnny was the first to speak. So, did we just lose Susan? Reed sighed. For now. Ben chuckled. If she's with Jean and Anna. Yeah, she's not coming back the same. Johnny crossed his arms. Well, at least if Ethan doesn't make it back, we'll only have to deal with one heartbroken superpowered woman instead of 3. Ben shook his head. Kid, you got no idea how much trouble you just invited by saying that. Inside the colossal, cathedral-like halls of Galactus worship, the air was thick with the hum of cosmic energy. Ethan grinned as he moved across the battlefield, his movements casual despite the storm raging around him. Silver Surfer darted in and out of view, a streak of shining silver against the starry void visible through the warship's transparent walls. Come on, Surfer, at this pace, I'm gonna get bored. Don't tell me this is all you've got. The Surfer's eyes narrowed. Behind Ethan, thousands of flaming arrows crackled with lightning, streaking through the air in an endless barrage. The Surfer weaved between them with almost insulting ease, his movements like water flowing through cracks in stone. When dodging wasn't enough, he'd flick his board and cause 2 arrows to collide mid-air, detonating in brilliant fire bursts. To Ethan's own admission, the Surfer's speed was something else. Even his eyes struggled to track him. This is the kind of speed I need, and I'm going to get it. Without warning, the Surfer struck. A surge of cosmic energy erupted from his board, lancing toward Ethan like a cannon shot. But that was only the distraction. The real attack came as the Surfer moved at speeds invisible to mortal sight, blitzing Ethan from every direction, slashes of cosmic force that sliced the air, each blow timed between the fiery arrow detonations. He blurred forward, vanishing from human sight, and began striking from every angle, head, ribs, spine, knees, shoulders. Ethan didn't dodge and didn't even raise a guard. Every hit made his muscles burn, and then harden. Every shockwave dug into his bones, and made them denser. His adaptive evolution was drinking in the punishment like fine wine. His upper body was already bare, skin scorched and torn, but his pants remained intact only because he had reinforced them with magic, because fighting naked would just be weird. Surfer's expression barely changed, but there was the faintest twitch of curiosity. How is he not even flinching? The answer became clearer when Ethan suddenly lunged, dropping all ranged attacks to focus purely on speed, his movements sharpening, closing the gap. Still, Surfer was just a fraction faster, narrowly avoiding Ethan's grasp. Still, speed was the gap. No matter how much he pushed, the Surfer stayed a step ahead, his years of combat experience keeping him untouchable. But the gap was shrinking fastly. Watching silently from his throne, Galactus slowly rose to his full, terrifying height. The ship seemed to bend beneath his weight. Ethan's speed began to climb more faster. He was almost catching the Surfer now, forcing the Herald to rely on instinct more than pure advantage. The next blow nearly landed, his fist passing just shy of the Surfer's jaw. But before the strike could connect. Wham! A massive hand swatted Ethan midair, the impact ringing like a war drum. He flew backward like a ragdoll, smashing through a wall of the warship and leaving a gaping hole in the structure. Galactus' voice rumbled through the chamber, low and resonant. Enough games. He is adapting to your speed, Herald. Nearly succeeded. His cosmic gaze turned to the hole. I can now sense it, his strength grows with every strike endured. This is meaningless. I will consume him now, and silence the hunger that gnaws at me. But before he could move, a flash of fire and lightning streaked through the breach. Ethan burst back into the chamber like a meteor, moving at blistering speed, his right fist ablaze with fire and wrapped in veins of lightning. His eyes burned crimson. The F at hashtag. You say, he snarled before driving his fist into Galactus' chest. Ethan was a bit frustrated that, despite enduring countless blows from the Surfer, his adaptation still hadn't granted him the power cosmic. Now, with Galactus trying to devour him like some overpriced gourmet dish, his annoyance reached a whole new level. The impact shook the warship. Armor shattered across the giant's torso, splintering like brittle glass. Beneath it, alien flesh tore open in a deep, ragged wound. Blood, thick and shimmering, spilled as Galactus leaned back into his throne, more surprised than pained. Ethan's own expression shifted. That hit should have cracked a dimension, and he's still standing. Even the Surfer faltered midair, shocked that anyone could push his master back. But hesitation didn't last, he dove in, channeling every ounce of cosmic energy from his board into a single strike aimed squarely at Ethan's back. The blast landed but Ethan didn't even try to move. From the back. Dick move, Surfer, he muttered just before the explosion bloomed. The detonation rattled the entire warship. For a moment, smoke and dust swallowed the scene. When it cleared, Galactus' gaze sharpened. Ethan was still there, but barely. His upper body was reduced to a grotesque skeletal frame, only scraps of muscle clinging to bone. Blood dripped in slow, heavy drops. His lower torso was half intact, muscles twitching violently as if trying to regrow themselves. And then, it began. The bones quivered, knitting themselves together. Shreds of muscle fiber crawled over them like vines reclaiming a ruin. Skin followed, pale and steaming, until his form was whole again. Only his pants remained, tattered but intact. By the time his body was whole again, Ethan stood taller, his frame charged with a predatory energy. Galactus' eyes widened slightly. That energy. For the first time in millennia, he recognized the sensation rising within his opponent. A power he had known and wielded. Even the surfer, who had been thrown back by the explosion, straightened and instinctively took half a step back, a faint shiver of unease creeping into his stance. Ethan slowly opened his eyes, the red glow burning brighter. His lips spread into a wide, wolfish grin. "Well," he said, "now we're getting somewhere." Meanwhile, a few hours later, Carter residence. Diana had just returned from a long day at Aeon Biotech, her mind still half on the reports she needed to finish tomorrow. She slipped off her heels, letting out a quiet sigh of relief, when an icy ripple of magic brushed against her senses. The connection, the intricate, invisible thread of spell work Ethan had bound between them, one she had always felt like a faint, reassuring heartbeat, was gone. Completely severed. "No," she whispered and her eyes widened in shock, the air seeming to grow heavier around her. She knew instantly what that meant. There was only one reason the spell would vanish so abruptly. Ethan was dead. Author's note. Well, that escalated quickly. Any guesses what just went down here? I have a feeling some of you might already be connecting the dots, but I'm curious, what do you think happened here? Chapter 102, Cosmic Evolution. A few moments earlier. Inside the towering warship of Galactus, silence lingered in the chamber for a rare heartbeat. Ethan hovered in the air, his eyes half-lidded, breath slow and steady as though he were lost between focus and calm. He exhaled slowly, as if releasing the last remnants of restraint. White light shimmered across his body, wrapping him from head to toe before dispersing like scattering petals. Then, flicker. His body shimmered, clothes dissolving into pure light before reforming into fresh attire. A black jacket, fitted pants, boots, the casual look he always preferred. A spell of his own design, one inspired by the requip magic of Urza Scarlet. Instant, seamless, and ridiculously convenient. He flexed his hands slowly, clenching and unclenching his fists, feeling the new energy coursing through his veins. It was different. Heavy, boundless, intoxicating. His smirk faded into something more thoughtful as he tilted his head, studying the white sparks dancing between his fingers. The power cosmic. He muttered. He could feel it. When the surfer's final, devastating blast struck him, it hadn't just failed to kill, it had been absorbed, consumed, adapted. His body had learned from the assault, evolved beyond it, and now pulsed with the very energy that fueled the surfer himself. For the moment, it was only a spark, a mere fragment of what the surfer or Galactus wielded. But Ethan knew how his evolution worked. That spark would grow. And fast. He compared it instinctively to the Phoenix Force that already burned inside him. The Phoenix Force was wild, infinite, a living concept of destruction and rebirth. The cosmic power was different, structured, universal, like wielding the rules of creation itself. One was fire, the other was the forge. And together, they thrummed inside him in dangerous harmony, making his blood feel like molten starlight. Ethan's grin returned. So this is what it feels like, to be endless. But Galactus did not allow more reflection. The devourer of worlds rose, his chest wound sealing as though it had never been, though his broken armor still revealed the memory of Ethan's strike. The gaping plates twisted and reformed with a gesture, until even the hole was gone. His gaze, however, betrayed irritation. Ethan lifted a hand and clenched his fist. The air shimmered as his telekinesis seized Galactus's enormous form. The Titan froze mid-step, halted by invisible hands. For an instant, the impossible seemed possible, Galactus, held still like a doll. His cosmic eyes narrowed, power rising as he began forcing the mental grip apart. Ethan's attention snapped elsewhere. The surfer still hovered nearby, weakened from pouring nearly everything into his earlier blast. Your turn. He vanished, reappearing an inch before the surfer. Too fast, he thought. The herald's eyes widened. His board twitched beneath him, but he was too slow. He had already exhausted nearly all of his strength in his earlier assault. Ethan's aura erupted in a blinding white glow, his fist moving before the surfer could even react. Crack! The first punch crashed against the surfer's chin, snapping his head back. The second slammed into his cheekbone, silver fragments sparking off. The third cracked across his nose. The fourth buried into his chest. And then it became a storm. Bang. 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 A punch across the right jaw. Then the left. Then the nose. The face. The chest. Blow after blow rained down like a storm. Ethan's arms became blurs, the sound of impact rolling like thunder through the chamber. 1,000 strikes in a tenth of a second, each blow wrapped in crimson flame, lightning crackles, and threads of newborn cosmic. The surfer's body twisted under the relentless barrage, his consciousness struggling to hold as the rhythm of destruction overwhelmed him. Boom. The final kick drove into his stomach like a meteor cannon. The board beneath him shattered away, and the surfer's body spiraled through the chamber like a comet stripped from orbit. The impact thundered through the warship, plating bursting apart as his silver frame was swallowed by debris. Ethan's chest heaved, his crimson-white aura dancing wild. His eyes snapped back toward Galactus. And Galactus had broken free. His massive hand swung downward, ready to crush Ethan like swatting a mosquito. Ethan's figure blurred. In a flash, he reappeared within the giant's shadow, looking like nothing more than an ant before a god. But his aura told another story. White radiance blazed from his body. Crimson fire roared, licking the air in wild tendrils. Blue lightning arced, snapping across his form like living veins. The cosmic thrummed beneath it all, steady and endless. The fusion of forces bent the air around him, gravity itself warping. Ethan clenched his fist and his eyes began glowing red. "Let's dance, big guy." Galactus drew in a deep breath, preparing to unleash a counterstrike. But Ethan struck first. Boom. The impact made Galactus stagger. The first punch caved part of the giant's chest inward. The second shattered a shoulder. The third tore through his defenses entirely. And then they became countless. In the span of a single second, thousands of strikes rattled through the warship, sparks and shockwaves exploding with every impact. The chamber shook with every collision. Sparks of cosmic energy burst like novas, painting the wreckage in shifting hues of violet and white. Galactus countered with blows of his own, fists descending like collapsing stars. But Ethan slipped between them, his smaller frame darting through openings no god-sized being could predict. Ethan's small frame darted across Galactus's body, every strike burning, every strike adapting, each impact heavier and more relentless than the one before. The devourer staggered. His wounds healed slower now, sluggish, his massive body struggling to repair itself under the endless barrage. For the first time in eons, Galactus felt it. Fatigue. The warship groaned. Whole sectors collapsed. Cracks spidered through reality itself, space buckling under the pressure of two cosmic titans colliding. Ethan's eyes narrowed. His fists ignited brighter, cosmic flames twining with phoenix fire. He poured most of his power into one final blow. Ka-boom. The punch connected with Galactus's chest. The explosion consumed half the warship, ripping it apart in molten fragments. Galactus's titanic body was thrown back, crashing through his throne, smashing through walls, until his bulk cratered deep into the ruins. And the devourer didn't rise immediately. Amid the drifting wreckage, Ethan hovered in silence, his gaze falling to his hand. Crimson fire coiled around his fist, entwined with silver-white cosmic light, blue arcs of lightning snapped across his knuckles. A low breath escaped him. "Damn." He muttered, "I'm getting scary strong." It wasn't surprising for him, after all, at his full strength he can shatter the mirror dimension itself. Now, with the power cosmic coursing through him, his limits were unknown, waiting only to be broken with a little training. He let the power fade slightly, crimson flames dwindling as his aura steadied. Turning, he flew downward, smoke trailing his form until he landed lightly on what remained of the ruined chamber floor. Before him, Galactus lay broken. His towering form had shrunk, no longer an incomprehensible colossus but merely a giant, his body cracked and battered. Blood seeped from his mouth, his breath shallow. The great devourer looked mortal. For the first time in eons, Galactus looked like he might die. But Ethan had other plans. He walked slowly forward, his eyes fixed on the fallen titan, every step echoing. Galactus's chest rose weakly. His healing was very, very slow. His reserves were nearly empty. Without consuming worlds, he would wither. "You don't get to die just yet, big guy." Ethan's voice was calm, but beneath it was iron. His crimson gold eyes glowed with authority as he stepped closer to the fallen titan. "I have plans for you." The warship groaned, trembling violently, sections collapsing into themselves like a dying beast. Sparks crackled in the air. Fractures split through steel walls and the deck beneath Ethan's boots. The entire structure shuddered as if it was about to break apart and fall into the void. Ethan turned his head slightly before extending a hand. A green magic circle flared to life in his palm, etched with ancient runes and shifting constellations. The glow expanded, and in the next heartbeat, a surge of emerald energy rippled across the shattered ship. The very air froze, thick and heavy with power. Ethan's aura surged, and a wave of green energy expanded outward like ripples through water. The moment the energy touched the walls of the ship, time reversed. Broken walls knitted back together with metallic groans, fractures sliding shut like wounds healing in reverse. Fallen debris floated up from the ground and slotted neatly back into place. Sparks zipped back into wires. Flames shrank, retreating until nothing remained. Even the shattered throne of Galactus reassembled itself with divine precision. It wasn't just repair, it was the undoing of destruction itself. Within moments, the warship stood whole again, pristine as though the cataclysmic battle had never touched it. It wasn't repair, it was reversal. Ethan was pulling the vessel backward through time itself, undoing every scar of battle. Thanks to his chronokinesis. Ethan lowered his hand. There. That's better. His gaze swept the chamber, locking onto a silver figure lying unconscious against the far wall. The Silver Surfer. His board was absent. The once proud herald now looked fragile, cracks lined his chrome-like body, cosmic light leaking weakly from the wounds. For a moment, Ethan frowned. If I leave him like this, he'll die. He extended his palm again, this time a warm light enveloping Norinrad. Surfer's wounds shimmered and slowly vanished, the cracked sealing as his silver form returned to its immaculate sheen. With a sharp gasp, the surfer jolted awake. His glowing eyes darted wildly, and in an instant, his hand snapped behind him, summoning his board. The board whistled through the chamber, slamming to his side as Surfer rose defensively. Ethan raised a hand casually. Relax. The fight's over. The surfer hesitated. His eyes shifted past Ethan and froze. Galactus. The devourer of worlds, his master, his god, lay crumpled like a beaten giant. His form, once a towering nightmare, had shrunk, his armor cracked, his presence weakened. He looked mortal. For the first time in centuries, Norinrad's chest tightened with something he thought long dead, confusion. The Silver Surfer's chest ached. He had pledged himself to Galactus for the sake of his people, his planet, and his beloved Shalabal. He had sacrificed his freedom to save them from destruction. To see Galactus, the cosmic constant, the one being who stood above eternity itself, brought to this. His lips parted, but no words came. His board vibrated under his feet, as if sensing his turmoil. Ethan watched silently. Didn't expect to see your god like that, huh? His tone wasn't mocking, just matter of fact. The surfer said nothing but his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Ethan turned back and stepped toward Galactus, weaving his hands together. A crimson glow blossomed between his palms, forming into a sigil of binding. The runes twisted unnaturally, glowing with threads of white and red as a collar of pure magic forged itself in the air. Without resistance, Ethan hurled it forward. Clang. The collar expanded mid-flight, wrapping cleanly around Galactus's neck. Light pulsed once, then twice, before settling into a faint crimson glow against the Titan's neck. The weakened Titan didn't resist, the spell latched on, embedding into his very essence with a flash of red and white. The surfer's eyes widened. What have you done? A little trick. Call it ownership. It was a binding spell. Not one Ethan had stumbled upon, but one he had created. Inspired by tricks from other worlds, like the enslavement magic from the Rising of the Shield hero, he had forged his own version, a binding spell that would strip away free will from dangerous individuals and make them obedient. He had never expected the first target of it to be Galactus himself. Not only that, his Phoenix Force and newly awakened power cosmic amplified the spell beyond its original design. The collar shone with such weight that even when Galactus returned to his peak, he would not be able to break free. You'll serve me now, Ethan said coldly. Galactus's massive form twitched. His glowing eyes dimmed, just slightly. The collar pulsed, and his body stiffened under its command. The surfer's expression tightened, shock and disbelief warring on his face. You bound him. His voice trembled, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ethan reached forward, hand glowing with green magic circle, attempting to rewind Galactus's time as he had done with the ship. The spell pulsed over the Devourer's body, but nothing. His wounds remained. His essence resisted. Surfer spoke up, quietly. Time has little hold on him. Cosmic beings exist outside its flow. Your spell cannot force what the universe itself does not impose. Ethan turned his head slightly, eyes narrowing. I see. Then placed his hand towards Galactus's chest. His own newly born cosmic energy flared, threads of silver weaving into crimson flame. The Titan's wounds began to close, his frame regaining stability. He was still weakened, far weaker than his prime, but his body no longer bled, no longer tore apart with each movement. The collar glowed brighter, ensuring his submission. Ethan nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Suddenly, an idea struck him, a theory he needed to test. The cosmic energy within his body was still in its infancy, his adaptation had given him the spark, but to truly nurture it into a blaze would take time. This test could also be used in accelerating that growth. Yet he hadn't forgotten the cost. Using this power would sever the bond he shared with his girls. The last thing he wanted was to cause them worry, or add another punishment to the list they were no doubt keeping for him. Without hesitation, Ethan reached inward, brushing against the bond of his mind. The fragment of the Phoenix Force within him flared softly, granting him a direct tether to Jean. With her, the connection was effortless, instantaneous, no matter the distance. He could reach the others as well, but that would take time. The vastness of space separated him from Earth, and locating them across such distance required effort he didn't want to spend right now. Jean, however, was the easy path, the bridge that held them all together. Jean. His voice echoed through the psychic link, steady but urgent. Her reply came immediately, tinged with surprise. Ethan. Listen, he cut in gently before her concern could rise further. The link I share with you, Anna, Diana, and Dee, it's going to vanish for a while. Don't panic. Tell them this. I'll be back shortly after. There was a pause, then the soft exhale of acceptance through the bond. All right. I'll tell them. I'm with Anna and Susan now. Ethan's lips curved into a faint smile. Good. And Jean. I'll make us something better when I return, a true psychic channel. Something permanent. A way to keep us connected, no matter where I am in the universe. Then Jean's soft chuckle rippled through the bond. That would be good to have, Ethan, but it sounds like you're planning something reckless again. A faint laugh escaped him, low and unbothered. You know me too well. Her answering laughter was light, though he felt the thread of worry beneath it. Just get back soon. Ethan's smile deepened. Count on it. He severed the link before exhaling deeply. Then his eyes snapped open, focused again on the two beings before him. Galactus stood weakened but bound. The Silver Surfer lingered silently on his board. Ethan raised his voice. I want both of you to use your power cosmic and attack me. With everything you've got. The chamber fell silent. The Surfer's eyes widened, disbelief written across his silver face. Even Galactus stirred faintly, his titanic brow furrowing. You. The Surfer whispered, voice breaking. You can't be serious. But Ethan's smile only widened, burning with reckless hunger. Oh, I'm dead serious. The Surfer's hands trembled. Galactus's vast eyes narrowed faintly. Both were united in the same thought. This man was insane. Carter residence, present time. The dim glow of the bedside lamp softened the shadows in the room, painting everything with a warm, intimate hue. Diana sat cross-legged on the bed, her long legs bare beneath the loose t-shirt that draped lazily over her shoulders, the fabric hanging just short enough to reveal her shorts underneath. Casual, comfortable, yet her natural elegance made her look stunning even in simplicity. Across from her sat Anna, Jean, and Susan. All three had chosen equally relaxed outfits, though each of them seemed to unknowingly make comfort look enticing. Anna wore a light tank top with thin straps and cotton shorts, her curves pressing gently against the fabric, the kind of casual sleepwear that made her look both fierce and feminine. Jean had chosen something different, Ethan's shirt. Oversized, unbuttoned at the top, it fell low on her thighs, the scent of him clinging faintly to the fabric. Every time she shifted, the collar slipped down one shoulder, teasing bare skin. She wore it proudly, as though announcing to everyone who it belonged to. Susan, on the other hand, looked almost shy in her loose nightgown. It was simple, flowing, yet it traced the shape of her figure when she moved, making her blush faintly whenever the other's eyes lingered too long. The atmosphere was strange but comforting. Almost like a slumber party. Diana exhaled and leaned back on her palms, her sharp blue eyes flickering with thought. So, that's why the link broke, huh? I thought something had happened to him. Jean, brushing back a strand of her fiery hair, gave a calm smile. Don't worry. He's fine. The link faltered because he was doing something reckless, not because he's gone. Anna, lounging comfortably with one leg tucked beneath her, scoffed lightly. Please. As if it were even possible to kill him. Death herself confirmed that, remember. The guy's too damn stubborn to stay down even if the universe tried. That drew a chuckle from Diana, though her gaze softened, her lips curving into something more thoughtful. Right. I almost forgot about Dee. Her expression grew serious as she turned toward Jean. You need to let her know about this. Jean shook her head lightly. Already done. She knows. And, she's watching him closely. Figures. Anna muttered, rolling her eyes with an amused smirk. One more person babysitting him. Like he doesn't already attract enough attention. Susan, who is quiet until now, tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. She looked around the room, at the casual intimacy of it all, and found herself smiling softly. This feels like a girl's night out. The sudden remark made all three women turn to her at once, and Susan froze under their collective gaze. Anna leaned forward with a mischievous grin. Well, it's about time we made it official, huh? She gave Susan a teasing wink. Welcome to the family, Susan. You admitted you liked him, after all. Susan's cheeks flamed, and she glanced instinctively toward Diana, as if seeking her approval. Diana, resting her chin on her palm, gave a slow, graceful shrug. I don't have a problem with it. If you like him, then you're one of us. Her voice was calm, but her eyes carried quiet acceptance. Susan's lips parted slightly, relief flooding through her chest. She hadn't realized how much that mattered until Diana said it. Jean stretched her arms above her head, Ethan's shirt sliding higher on her thighs. Well, that settles it then. No backing out now, Susan. Laughter broke out, the kind that carried warmth rather than mockery. Soon enough, the conversation shifted naturally. From serious matters to playful banter, to teasing comments about Ethan himself. Anna rolled her eyes with a grin. You know, for someone who acts all calm and collected, he panics like hell when you surprise him. Jean smirked. True. Remember when he walked in on me wearing this shirt for the first time? He practically choked on his own words. Diana chuckled, her laugh low and rich. He tries so hard to look composed, but one little thing, and he cracks. It's actually endearing. Susan bit her lip, smiling despite herself. I kind of like that about him. Anna grinned wider. Oh, don't worry. You'll see plenty of it soon enough. Their laughter filled the room again, warm and easy, echoing into the quiet night. Author's note. Sorry for the delay in posting. But I'm back now, and I'll try to update as much as I can. Also, a little heads up, the pacing will start picking up from here on out, since the MCU plot has been moving way too slowly. Time to speed things up. Chapter 103, A Date and the Final Plot begins. Carter residence, early morning. From the wide balcony of his home, the golden rays of dawn spilled across the city like liquid fire. Ethan Carter leaned against the balcony rail, the cool breeze brushing against his blonde hair. His sharp blue eyes followed the slow rhythm of life beneath, the honk of a car, the chatter of pedestrians, the smell of bread drifting faintly from a bakery down the street. He inhaled deeply, let his eyes fall shut, and whispered into the stillness. Another day begins. It had been 2 days since he returned from what many across the stars would call an impossible feat, subduing the devourer of worlds himself, Galactus. Not destroying him, not killing him, but something far more audacious. Ethan had turned him into his personal corporate worker. A cosmic god, rebranded as a cosmic employee, or perhaps more fittingly, a slave. The memory still made him smirk. He forced Galactus and the Silver Surfer to unleash their cosmic might upon him, yet every strike only hardened his body and fed him with even greater cosmic power. Exposure to Galactus's cosmic energy, even the direct blasts that would have obliterated lesser beings, had only made Ethan stronger. His adaptive evolution took it all in, integrating it, amplifying it. His cosmic power had multiplied several times over. After that, Ethan had wasted no time. He tested the power cosmic, experimenting with it in every way he could. The results were more than satisfactory, game-changing, in fact. And with that came new moves, techniques forged in the crucible of combat and experimentation. They weren't just flashy displays, no, Ethan crafted them with intention, preparing for the next villain who would dare to appear. But he was pragmatic enough to know that Galactus wasn't simply a monster to be caged. He was a cosmic constant. In Marvel's grand design, Galactus was more than a predator. He was balance incarnate. A being born from the previous universe, tasked by existence itself to consume worlds. His hunger, eternal and unquenchable, wasn't just destruction, it was renewal. He prevented the overpopulation of life-bearing worlds, maintaining equilibrium in the cosmos. Without him, unchecked growth would tip the universe toward collapse. In a strange, twisted way, the devourer of worlds was necessary. Ethan understood this. That's why he didn't chain Galactus but redirected him. He had given both Galactus and his herald, the Silver Surfer, a strict order: if a planet was vital, they were to relocate some of its inhabitants before consumption. Ethan's tone had left no room for negotiation. He knew it was cruel to let those people die, but he had no desire to involve himself with cosmic beings. It wasn't fear that held him back, but a kind of calculated laziness. The more lives he saved, the more population grew, and with it, more trouble. When Ethan finally came back to Earth, he discovered that 4 days had passed. He tilted his head at the thought back then. 4 days. For someone who could bend time itself, the concept of days was beginning to lose meaning. What were hours, days, or years to someone who could undo them with a gesture? Not only that, there had been other developments. Susan Storm was officially welcomed into what Jean jokingly called the harem council of Carter. Jean and Anna had teased him endlessly about it, laughing as though they were hosting some version of a bridal committee. But Ethan. He couldn't deny the warmth it brought him. Having Susan by his side felt right. In his previous world, most men would be crying on their knees, screaming, "It should have been me," if they saw the life he was living now. He chuckled to himself at the thought. His mind drifted to Tony Stark. Jean had already delivered the Immune Plus serum to him, as promised, right after Tony's birthday. The Iron Man 2 plotline was reaching its climax. Hammer Industries was hosting their expo tonight. Nothing had deviated much from the script. Rhodey had stolen one of Tony's suits, and Fury had already made contact. Natasha was now working as Pepper's secretary, which made him wonder how the new shield even functioned, especially considering it hadn't been long since the old one was wiped out, courtesy of none other than Ethan Carter himself. But anyway, everything was flowing exactly as it should. But Ethan had decided he would appear at the expo. Not just to observe. He wanted to test his new powers. To stretch his muscles against Whiplash. To farm some aura, as he jokingly thought to himself. The Hulk incident already felt like a lifetime ago, even though it hadn't been that long. Still, the expo wasn't the only thing on his mind. General Ross, the men had started making moves against Aeon Biotech, trying to leverage political pressure to weaken Ethan's company. A foolish move. If he had truly cared, Ross would already be nothing more than a memory on a tombstone. But Ross wasn't worth the effort. Yet Ross wasn't the only one. Other powerful interests were also eyeing Aeon Biotech, especially the Immune Plus protocol Ethan had developed. The shark circled, drawn in by the scent of blood in the water. Ethan exhaled before shaking his head. They have no idea what they're playing with. He slowly opened his eyes again, staring at the rising sun. The golden warmth brushed across his skin as he whispered, "It seems things are about to get busy." But his thoughts shifted when he recalled something else. Dee, in his absence, had gone on a trip around the world. Ethan had nearly choked when he heard about it, then called her immediately. "Don't get me wrong," he had told her, "I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about the poor fools who cross your path." After all, Dee was literally death in flesh, beautiful, terrifying, irresistible. She turned heads everywhere she went, and not just because she looked like sin wrapped in silk. Men drawn by her beauty often ended up chasing death, vanishing or dying in mysterious ways. Jean, anticipating this, had sent Kitty and Angelica to accompany her. That eased Ethan's nerves slightly, but only slightly. Sometimes the babysitters cause more trouble than the one they're protecting. In the end, Ethan simply shrugged. Worst case. He'd turn back time. Even within his home, change rippled through their lives. Jean had taught Diana requip magic to change her clothes at will. Ethan found himself pleasantly surprised by how much she liked it. Jean and Anna adored the spell too, changing outfits with just a thought became a little joy in their daily lives. Meanwhile, Anna had shown new levels of ambition. When Ethan told them about Galactus and the Silver Surfer, Anna's eyes had practically lit up. She wanted their power, not just wanted, hungered for it. Ethan saw right through her. His crazy proposal had changed her. She was leaving nothing to chance, seizing every opportunity to grow stronger. She had already taken Magneto's powers, striking a bargain to heal Mystique, Raven, in the process. Now, most would wonder, what exactly had happened to her? The truth lay in the past. After mastering the mystic arts, Ethan hunted Mystique down. When he found her, he tore open a portal to a hell dimension and cast her inside, stepping through after her to personally oversee her torment. He ensured she suffered, physically, relentlessly, but denied her the mercy of death. He punished not only Raven, but the very creatures of hell that dared to attack him. What followed was a massacre, a killing spree that cut down half of hell's population. In that infernal realm, he bore the name Aeon, a name the demons still whisper in fear to this very day. Weeks later, he dragged her back from that inferno. With his telepathy, he shackled her mind in an endless prison of nightmares, forcing her to relive her darkest fears without escape. To this day, she has yet to fully recover. All of this, because she had dared to harm Anna, disguising herself as Ethan to do it. That was the one sin he wouldn't forgive easily. In the end, Jean healed Raven's shattered mind, and Anna, in turn, gained Magneto's powers from the bargain. A strange, almost poetic ending, one that left both with their own kind of peace. He had been shocked, but impressed when he learned this. But Anna didn't even need to chase the Surfer or Galactus herself to gain that power. He now possessed the power cosmic and could transfer it directly, permanently, to her. Anna accepted, of course. She had been training hard with her new abilities, throwing herself into her work with fiery determination. Ethan leaned against the balcony rail, eyes tracing the horizon. Galactus, the devourer of worlds, now tamed. New powers had awakened within Ethan, reshaping him into something far greater than before. The Council, his ever-growing harem, tightened around him like a throne of loyalty and desire. Yet in the distance, enemies began to stir, shadows crawling restlessly against the light of his rise. He smirked, the morning sun catching in his eyes. "Yeah," he whispered, "things are about to get interesting." The day had passed without much incident. Jean had gone off to Aeon Biotech with Anna to oversee a new round of trials, while Ethan found himself at home, debating how to spend his hours. Eventually, his eyes settled on the tall, regal figure who had been quietly reading near the balcony. "Diana," he called with a soft grin, "how about a date?" She lowered her book, an amused glint in her eyes. "A date? And where exactly do you plan to take me, Carter?" Everywhere worth going, he replied smoothly, already planning the last stop in his head. And if you behave, there'll even be fireworks at the end. Her lips curved into the faintest smile. Very well. Let's see if you can surprise me. Across Los Angeles, Ethan wove subtle threads of the power cosmic around them, bending perception itself. CCTV cameras glanced past them as if they were shadows. Strangers on the street overlooked them without ever realizing it. To the world, they were little more than a passing couple. For Ethan, this was a quiet thrill, another creative way to bend the power cosmic to his will. Diana, however, had a different thrill in mind. At their first stop, a small ice cream shop along Venice Beach, she ordered a cone and then, deliberately, dragged her tongue over it with agonizing slowness, eyes never leaving Ethan's face. He groaned under his breath, adjusting his collar as though the heat had suddenly doubled. Later, she insisted on riding a mechanical toy horse at a small fairground. She wore a fitted white blouse tucked into black pants that hugged every curve, and as she bounced lightly on the saddle, the sight made Ethan swallow hard enough to hurt. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" he muttered when she hopped off gracefully. "Oh, immensely," Diana said with a serene smile, brushing past him close enough for his breath to hitch. Ethan made a silent vow. When this punishment is over, she won't be able to walk for days. The afternoon rolled by in a blur of stops, street food stalls where Diana sampled churros, an art gallery where she surprised him with sharp insights, and finally, a real estate office where Ethan, on a whim, purchased an entire pub near Santa Monica Pier, just to show off in front of a wealthy bystander who had been eyeing Diana a little too openly. "You didn't need to do that," she said afterward, shaking her head though her lips twitched with amusement. "Didn't I? What's the point of being rich if I can't flex once in a while?" Ethan replied smugly. By nightfall, they arrived at the Hammer Industries Expo. Floodlights painted the sky, music blared from speakers, and photographers clustered near the entrance like flies. Diana, with her hand looped through Ethan's arm, arched a brow. "This is where you promised fireworks." "A glorified weapons market." Ethan chuckled before flashing the sleek invitation card he'd been given. "Trust me. The fireworks here will be worth it." Inside, the atmosphere was charged. Investors, generals, and celebrities mingled across rows of polished chairs and stages draped in Hammer Industries branding. Ethan could already feel the waves of attention. Half the room wanted to shake his hand, the other half wanted his business card. He and Diana slipped into the fifth row, taking their seats. Ethan's sharp gaze swept the room and caught familiar faces. Pepper Potts sat 2 rows ahead, conversing with a sharply dressed man. And just beside her, Natasha Romanoff. A thought brushed out from his mind, a whisper of telepathy that carried straight into Natasha's head. "Agent Romanoff, missed me." She stiffened, though only for a heartbeat, eyes flicking casually across the room until she found him leaning comfortably in his seat. Ethan winked. Her lips curved in the barest smile, and she returned the gesture with a sly wink of her own before turning her attention forward as though nothing had happened. Diana tilted her head, her sharp eyes catching the subtle exchange. "So, is this the reason you came here? To charm Natasha on our date?" Ethan laughed softly before giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. "Would you be jealous if I said yes?" Her expression stayed composed but her tone carried a teasing lilt. "Depends. Should I prepare to welcome another sister?" That made him chuckle outright. "We'll see." Then the stage lit up with fanfare as Justin Hammer strutted out, dressed in a flashy suit, his grin wide and overconfident. "Ladies and gentlemen," he declared, arms wide as the audience applauded politely. "Tonight, Hammer Industries unveils the future of military defense." His speech went on, filled with awkward jokes and smug pauses that drew forced laughter from the audience. One by one, armored suits were rolled onto the stage, imitations of Stark's designs. The crowd applauded politely, though the comparison was painfully obvious. Diana leaned closer, her voice low enough for only Ethan to hear. "This man speaks like a jester in a court. Are people truly impressed by this?" Ethan laughs lightly. "That's Hammer for you. Always second-rate, always trying too hard." Hammer continued his speech, calling out one of his main attractions, Rhodey, clad in the freshly armed war machine armor. The crowd clapped louder this time, though Ethan simply leaned back. The presentation shifted, screens flashing statistics and weapon schematics. Diana was visibly bored, her chin resting against her hand. "I've seen children put on better plays." "Patience," Ethan murmured, lips curling. "The real show is about to begin." And then it happened. A sound split the air. Someone, was descending fast. The audience gasped, craning their necks upward as a streak of red and gold tore through the night sky. The roof lights caught red and gold plating, a familiar arc reactor glow. Boom. The figure landed hard on the stage, crouched in a pose that screamed heroism. The audience erupted in cheers at the sight of Iron Man. Ethan only leaned back in his chair, his smile sharp and knowing. "This," he whispered to Diana, is where the real show begins. Chapter 104, The Hero Who Arrives with a Smile. The night had only just begun, but inside the Hammer Expo arena, tension was already boiling beneath the surface. Tony Stark had landed in his gleaming red and gold armor, walking straight toward Justin Hammer with that usual mix of arrogance and charm. Rhodey, in the War Machine armor, stood on the stage, his cannons twitching with warning. Hammer tried to seize the moment, raising his arms like a conductor before an orchestra. "Ladies and gentlemen, you see it with your own eyes. Iron Man himself here too." His words were cut short as Iron Man stepped forward, confronting him about Vanko. Their voices clashed in heated argument, sparks of tension rising higher with every word. Then, without warning, War Machine's shoulder cannon swiveled with a mechanical snap, locking directly onto Tony. The audience gasped in unison. And as if answering some silent command, every single Hammer drone turned in perfect sync, weapons snapping into place, aimed squarely at the armored billionaire. Tony's voice hardened with disbelief. "Rhodey, is that you?" Inside the suit, Rhodey's face twisted with panic. "It's not me, I can't control it." The War Machine armor ignored its pilot's desperate commands. His servos locked, limbs jerking with unnatural stiffness. The robots around him moved in eerie synchronization, like puppets under the grip of an unseen master. The tension snapped like a string. "Let's take this outside," Tony muttered before his thrusters roared. He blasted upward, smashing through the glass dome above the arena. The ceiling exploded into a shower of glass shards as Iron Man streaked into the night sky. Robots and War Machine launched after him in a storm of fire and smoke, bullets hailing down on his retreating figure. Screams echoed as shards of glass rained down on the audience, only they didn't. Every shard froze midair. The crowd's panic turned into stunned silence. People blinked as the glittering fragments hovered like suspended stars above their heads. Diana, who had calmly raised her hand when the glass broke, lowered it slowly and turned to Ethan. "Is this that show you mentioned?" she asked dryly, one brow arched. Ethan stood with hands in his pockets, his eyes faintly glowing white. A lazy smile played on his lips. "Not yet. That was just the opening act." From the edge of the crowd, Natasha Romanoff had already whisked Pepper away toward safety. She turned her head just once, caught Ethan's glowing eyes, and gave a subtle nod. He returned it with one of his own. "Go on, Diana," Ethan murmured, his voice low but steady, carrying across the panicked silence. "Have some fun. End the date with a bang." Diana's lips curved upward. "Gladly." With a shimmer of golden light, her casual clothes dissolved, replaced by her iconic battle attire. Her crimson corset gleamed beneath the stage lights, etched with golden eagle motifs across the chest. A blue battle skirt flowed at her waist, trimmed with stars stitched into leather. The golden lasso hung coiled at her hip, pulsing faintly with truth's glow. Her bracers reflected the spotlights as she flexed her fists, and upon her back rested her shield, polished silver and etched with Amazonian runes. In her right hand, a long sword shimmered with a razor edge, eager for battle. The crowd gasped. Many murmured, "Wonder Woman," while others whispered nervously that she must be a cosplayer. Ethan stepped forward with hands casually in his pockets. The frozen glass above them shifted, glowing faintly pink before crumbling into drifting sakura petals that rained gently down upon the arena. The citizens, instead of fleeing, stood mesmerized as he made his way towards the stage with calm steps. With each stride, his clothes shifted, transforming into a pristine black suit with a white undershirt and long coat. Black boots gleamed beneath him. "Fear not, citizens," Ethan's voice rang clear, calm yet commanding. The Hammer robots unleashed their fury, missiles streaked across the air, guns roared in deafening bursts, and drones dove toward the panicked crowd on screaming thrusters. But Ethan, striding unhurriedly toward the stage, lifted one hand with almost lazy indifference. In an instant, every machine froze. Thrusters sputtered uselessly, rockets hung suspended midair, and bullets clattered harmlessly to the ground as if stripped of momentum. With a flick of his wrist, he dragged them upward, their limbs jerking violently, suspended like marionettes strung by invisible wires. His fist closed. Metal shrieked as every machine shattered, fragments raining harmlessly to the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers. Cameras, though no cameraman touched them, turned automatically to focus on him. The live broadcast surged across the world, all eyes fixed on the smiling men in black. He turned back toward the stunned crowd, lips curling into a slow, confident grin. His voice rang out like a promise, "Because I'm here." The roar of applause shook the building. Some voices rose in unison, chanting his name, "Aeon. Aeon." Others shouted, "Dr. Carter," while many simply cried his name with raw devotion, "Ethan." Inside, he couldn't help but feel a wave of satisfaction. The little imitation of All Might's flair had been cheesy, he knew that, but it worked. The people believed. And that was all that mattered. Backstage, Natasha shook her head with a smirk tugging her lips. "Show off." Pepper frowned, confused. "Wait. You know him personally. Natasha's eyes sparkled with amusement. Let's just say we're acquaintances, and that he has a talent for making an entrance. But the battle wasn't over. Several robots took to the air, ignoring Ethan, targeting civilians. Before Ethan could move, a blur of motion sliced through the area. SHRRKK. In less than a heartbeat, the robots fell in halves, sparking and broken. The blur slowed beside Ethan, revealing Diana standing tall, sword dripping with sparks of molten circuitry. The speakers, caught in some glitch, blasted triumphant music at the perfect moment. The audience froze again, stunned. She's real, whispered a young boy, clutching his father's sleeve. Wonder Woman is real. His father sighed nervously. Don't be ridiculous, Jimmy. That's just cosplay. But the boy's eyes shone with certainty. She even has the lasso of truth. Back on stage, Ethan snapped his fingers. The remaining robots were crushed into metallic spheres before he gestured to the ground. Roots burst from the earth. Enormous trees sprouted within seconds, weaving around the spheres and holding them like ornaments. The crowd gasped again. Diana raised a brow. Trees, Ethan. Really? He winked and his voice laced with showman's confidence. Gotta leave them with something beautiful to remember the night by. Besides, our company's signature is going green, and you know, what's important for a hero. Diana tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her eyes. And what's that? Ethan's grin widened as he swept his hands out with a flourish. Presentation. Diana rolled her eyes, but a small smile betrayed her amusement. He then turned to the audience, raised 2 fingers in a playful salute. Just in case I don't see ya, good night, folks. The crowd roared as he shot into the air, Diana flying at his side, sword gleaming in the moonlight. Backstage, technicians frantically pounded at their consoles, their brows beaded with sweat as robot after robot on the main floor flickered with red eyes and marched with mechanical precision, ignoring their intended programming. Pepper Potts moving stiffly near the doorway. This is a disaster, she muttered. Hammer swore his tech was safe, now look at this chaos. She was already marching toward Justin Hammer, her heels clicking like gunshots against the floor, when Natasha paused mid-step. A voice brushed across her mind, calm, teasing, and unmistakably Ethan's. So, what did you think of my little performance? Natasha's lips curved into the faintest smirk. Dramatic. Showy. You definitely enjoy an audience. I'll take that as a compliment. For you, I can try harder next time. Natasha's voice brushed through his head like silk. Try less hard, she teased. I'll give you my final review when you're done saving the city. Ethan chuckled inwardly, then I'll make sure to give you a performance worth grading, with flying colors. Her lips quirked, though she never looked his way. We'll see, Dr. Carter. Don't trip on stage before the curtain call. By the time the 2 women reached Hammer, he was hunched over his tablet, barking at his tech team. The men beside him frantically tapped at their devices, but nothing responded. This isn't possible, just reboot it. Why isn't anyone rebooting anything? Hammer's voice was cracking, sweat beading along his temple. Pepper planted herself in front of him, arms folded. Justin, your toys just tried to kill hundreds of people. Care to explain? They weren't supposed to, this wasn't me. Hammer snapped, his panic rising. While Pepper pressed him, Natasha's eyes flicked toward the screen monitors. Her mental voice edged with dry humor. Did you spend that time flirting with me, or actually taking down the problem? Ethan's laugh rippled in her head. Can't a man multitask? Relax. Diana and I will handle the machines. You just take care of Hammer. Her mouth twitched. That's an easy task, she murmured, not aloud, but to herself. Hammer's voice pitched with panic, one hand glued to his phone, the other gesturing wildly. Why aren't they responding? Try again. Connect to the servers, he barked, sweat staining the collar of his expensive suit. Pepper cornered Justin Hammer, her voice sharp as steel. This is your mess. Miss Potts, this is just a small malfunction. Nothing we can't fix, I promise you. He laughed nervously before snapping his fingers at one of his engineers. Right. We'll fix this, no problem. Pepper stepped closer, her sharp gaze cutting through him. This isn't a malfunction. This is a catastrophe. And it has your name written all over it. Hammer threw up his hands. No. No, don't pin this on me. I didn't. But his protests were drowned out as Natasha stepped forward with fluid precision. She didn't waste time with threats or drawn-out warnings. Her hand caught his arm, twisting it behind his back with one effortless move. With a swift pivot, she slammed him against the nearest table, his phone clattering to the ground. The technicians froze, staring in shock. Hammer yelped, face contorted in pain. Ah. Wait, what the hell, lady? Do you know who I am? Natasha leaned down, her voice a whisper of steel at his ear. Do you know what happens to people who waste my time? She pressed harder, enough to make him wince. If you don't want your arm useless for the rest of your life, you'll start talking. Pepper blinked, stunned by the casual brutality. The other engineers exchanged nervous glances, none daring to interfere. It was Vanko. Hammer shouted. Ivan Vanko. Explosions thundered as Iron Man fought against War Machine and the remaining robots. Ethan and Diana soared into the fray. Go, Ethan told her, eyes scanning the wreckage left by the robots' explosions. Handle the bots. I'll tidy things up. Diana tilted her head, a faint smile tugging at her lips. You're stalling on purpose, aren't you? Living and training with him had taught her more than enough. She knew exactly what he was capable of. If Ethan wanted, this fight would be over in an instant. But instead, he lingered, showing off just enough to give the public their picture-perfect hero. She frowned. Don't you think we should finish this quickly? It wasn't that she didn't enjoy combat, but needless prolonging, especially on their date night, wasn't her idea of fun. Ethan caught her meaning immediately, his grin softening. Relax. I'll wrap this up fast and make sure no one gets hurt. Meanwhile, you get to enjoy yourself, and build your name while you're at it. Diana sighed, shaking her head in mock exasperation before muttering something under her breath. She then leaned and kissed his cheek briefly before whispering, "Try to impress me, darling." A deafening sonic boom followed as she propelled forward, faster and fiercer than before. Ethan hovered in the air before muttering, "Oh, I'm getting revenge for all the teasing, Diana. Just you wait." He halted midair, hovering high above the wreckage. His eyes glowed with a pale, radiant white as he extended his hands, releasing rippling waves of cosmic power that surged outward like a living tide. Broken streets reknit themselves, glass stitched seamlessly back into windows, collapsed stalls rose upright as if time itself had reversed. The terrified murmurs of the crowd turned into gasps of awe as their city healed in mere seconds. But among the twisted scrap of defeated robots, Ethan did not lift a finger. Their shattered bodies remained scattered across the ground. Those he had plans for later. Satisfied, Ethan let the last flickers of power fade from his hands and tilted his head. His senses stretched outward, he could feel Diana's presence alongside two familiar signatures. The corner of Ethan's lips curled. Time to rejoin the play. With a thunderous sonic boom, he rocketed forward, the night sky tearing behind him until he descended gracefully over the park. He landed atop a jutting rock with effortless poise, coat fluttering behind him. Below, the scene was nearly resolved. Dozens of broken robots lay scattered like discarded toys, their metallic limbs twitching faintly. Diana stood among them, sword still gleaming as her lasso coiled tightly around the struggling War Machine armor. Rhodey cursed under his breath, while Stark frantically worked his HUD, trying to wrest control back from Vanko's override. "Need a hand?" Ethan asked as he slowly rose from the rock. Tony turned just as Ethan descended toward him, disbelief flashing across his face. "Ethan Carter. So the rumors were true, you've got some serious juice in you after all." Diana, watching their exchange, rolled her eyes. "Honestly. Are you two going to stand here trading lines, or are we actually finishing this fight?" Before Tony could retort, Ethan raised a hand and snapped his fingers. A faint pulse of white energy spread like a ripple of water. The War Machine suit went silent, the glow in its arc reactor fading instantly. Rhodey froze, blinking in disbelief inside. Tony's visor snapped toward Ethan. "What the hell did you just do?" Before Ethan could reply, the War Machine suit hummed back to life. The helmet retracted, revealing Rhodey's bewildered face. He exhaled heavily, muttering, "Whatever that was, thanks, man." Then he glanced at Tony, grinning weakly. "And Tony, you can take your toy back. I've had enough fun for one day." Diana, smiling faintly, loosened the lasso with a flick of her wrist. Rhodey looked around but said nothing further. Ethan approaching with unhurried calm. His eyes flicked toward Diana, lingering. "And you," his smile softened, admiration plain, "you handled yourself beautifully, as always." Diana tilted her head at him, lips curving upward. "Flattery won't earn you forgiveness, Ethan." "Oh, but it might earn me something else," he teased back, though her amused shake of the head silenced him for now. Tony cut in sharply, visor reflecting Ethan's calm expression. "All right, document enough theatrics. You shut down a Stark-designed suit with a snap of your fingers. And that Immune Plus protocol. You brought me back from the edge. So tell me, how the hell do you know about my father's secret research on New Element?" Ethan's smirk widened. "Another time, Mr. Stark. Tonight's not the stage for that story." Before Tony could argue, a shadow fell over the park. Wham! The ground trembled as a hulking armored suit landed nearby, its metallic frame radiating menace. The helmet hissed open, revealing the scarred, hate-filled face of Ivan Vanko. "I'll make sure you die by my hands, Stark," Vanko snarled, his accent thick with venom. Rhodey immediately raised his arm cannon, his face tight with fury. Not tonight, pal. I've got just the missile for your ass. The shoulder compartment clicked open, revealing Hammer Industries' ex-wife missile. It fired with a hiss, only to fall pathetically against Vanko's armor with a hollow plink, like a pebble tossed against steel. Rhodey stared in disbelief. That's embarrassing. Tony groaned, palm against his helmet. I told you Hammer Tech was garbage. Diana shifted forward, lowering her stance. Her shield angled, sword gleaming as she prepared to strike. But Ethan merely slid his hand back into his pockets, his voice calm, almost amused. Tell me, Vanko, is this thing yours? All eyes turned. Resting casually in Ethan's palm was a glowing arc reactor, the very core powering Vanko's massive suit. The Russian froze. His armor shuddered once before going completely still, power draining away like blood from a wound. Vanko's eyes widened with rage. How, when? Tony and Rhodey both gaped. Wait, what? They exclaimed in unison. Ethan twirled the arc reactor once between his fingers with an unbothered expression. I picked it up. Diana exhaled slowly while lowering her shield. Of course you did. She murmured before shaking her head in half-amused disbelief. But Vanko roared, spitting curses in Russian. His suit may have been dead, but the override he'd built into Hammer's machines remained alive. Across the city, the chest cores of every remaining robot flickered blood red. If I fall, Vanko bellowed, then everything burns with me. They will all explode. Son of a, Tony blasted him instantly, sending Vanko sprawling, armor sparking. Ethan, take him into custody. I've got to get Pepper away from the blast radius. Without hesitation, Stark launched skyward, streaking toward the expo where Pepper was still too close to the danger. Rhodey followed seconds later. Ethan, however, had other plans. He turned to Diana, taking her hand. Come. I promised you fireworks, didn't I? Before she could reply, he pulled her with him, rocketing high above the city. Below, every robot lifted into the air like puppets strung on invisible wires. Their glowing cores pulsed violently, then dimmed, muted by Ethan's power. He compressed their explosive energy into dozens of tiny, glowing orbs, each held in shimmering containment spheres. Each order drifted into the sky, glowing softly like a lantern released into the night. Watching the gentle lights rise, Diana's eyes widened as realization struck. She finally understood what he had done. Her eyes widened. You're turning them into fireworks, Ethan finished with a grin. And only for you. The spheres shot outward into the sky. Boom. Brilliant blossoms of light erupted across the heavens, bursting into dazzling colors. Red, gold, violet, and silver flames bloomed like flowers, each detonation choreographed into a masterpiece. The city below, still trembling from chaos, now looked upward in awe as the battlefield transformed into a festival of light. Wrapped safely in Ethan's arms, Diana leaned closer, her breath warm against his neck. It's beautiful. Ethan's smile softened. And for this little surprise, I expect a gift. Her lips brushed his cheek, then lingered against his mouth. Isn't someone still supposed to be under punishment? She teased. Ethan raised a brow. Maybe. But surely you can make some adjustments. Diana's laugh was low and melodic. Maybe. She leaned in, kissing him again, deeper this time. Ethan wrapped her in his arms, pulling her close as they drifted upward, slowly turning in midair. Above them, fireworks bloomed and died, their brilliance painting the outline of two entwined figures against the night sky. Ethan and Diana forgot the world below. As the final burst of lights rained across the night sky, the world below cheered at the spectacle, never knowing that the greatest fireworks were born not of machines, but of a hero who wanted a reward. Chapter 105, The Purple Visitor. The WHIH World News theme music played across millions of screens. The camera zoomed in on a poised anchorwoman seated behind a glass desk, her calm smile not quite hiding the undercurrent of excitement in her tone. Good evening, New York, and good evening to all our viewers across the nation and around the world, she began with her voice smooth and steady. I'm Karen Page, and this is WHIH World News. It's Monday night here in the city that never sleeps, and we have a lot to cover for you tonight. From politics in Washington to technology in Silicon Valley, we'll get to it all, but first, the story everyone's been talking about. She adjusted the papers in front of her with a practiced grace. It has been 4 days since the now infamous Hammer Expo, an event that escalated from a product showcase into what could have been a national tragedy. Behind her, the screen shifted to live footage of the chaotic night. War Machine and the robots turned their weapons on Iron Man, unleashing a storm of fire on Iron Man who then took to the skies, trailed by War Machine and several robots. Remaining Hammer robots gone rogue, their weapons trained on civilians, panic filling the stadium. Then, a familiar figure strode into view. Robots created by Hammer Industries turned on the people they were meant to protect, Karen narrated, her voice firm but steady. But in the midst of chaos, one man once again stood between disaster and humanity, Dr. Ethan Carter, also known to the world now as Aeon. The footage slowed, Ethan walking across the stage, his coat fluttering behind him, shards of glass frozen midair around terrified civilians. He turned back to the camera, his voice echoing through the speakers. "Because I'm here." The image cut to the moment he crushed Hammer's robots into compact spheres and drove them into the earth, only for mighty trees to bloom from the broken ground. The crowd's stunned silence had shifted to awe that night, and now the world was seeing it again in high definition. Karen leaned slightly forward. What could have ended in bloodshed was transformed into a message of hope. Dr. Carter didn't just neutralize the threat, he symbolized his company's pledge to a greener world by turning the machines of destruction into living trees. The screen transitioned again, showing another striking figure standing at his side. A woman clad in crimson and blue with a sword gleaming in hand. Ethan Carter wasn't alone, Karen continued. Many viewers recognized her at once. For those still wondering, her name is Diana Prince. Not a comic book character brought to life based on her outfit, but very real. Diana Prince, major shareholder of Aeon Biotech, and, as we've since confirmed, a relative of Dr. Carter. Rumors have circulated about her since her sudden appearance in Aeon Biotech and her background, but that night she proved her place in history by fighting alongside Iron Man. The feed cut again, showing Tony Stark and Diana battling side by side. Karen nodded at the screen as if speaking directly to the viewers at home. What was supposed to be a massacre became something else entirely. When the destroyed robots were seconds from detonating, Dr. Carter intervened once more. Rather than allowing their explosions to destroy the city, he lifted them into the sky, and turned devastation into beauty. The footage rolled again, this time in breathtaking slow motion. Broken robot shells levitated high above and turned into glowing orbs, glowing brighter and brighter, then bursting apart in brilliant fireworks that painted the night sky in radiant light. Gasps could be heard from the recording of the audience. Some cried. Some cheered. All were united in awe. Karen's voice softened, reverent now. In the end, not a single person was harmed. Every damaged building, every broken road, was restored in moments. A disaster became a memory of beauty, a story people will tell for generations. The image changed once more, crowds of people proudly rolling up their sleeves, a glowing of freshly inked on their skin. Ethan Carter, founder of Aeon Biotech and the mind behind innovations like the Immune Plus protocol and regenerative fertilizers, is being called by many the one true hero of our time. Across the world, a new trend has emerged, citizens tattooing the Aeon logo as a mark of hope and inspiration. On screen, images of people tattooing the stylized A logo onto their skin appeared. Arms, wrists, even across chests. Smiles on their faces with pride. It has become a trend, she continued. A mark of belief, of gratitude, of inspiration. This man, who has saved lives time and again, from the rampages of Hulk and Abomination, to the near-world domination attempt of Sinister, has once more proven that he stands for humanity, not above it. Karen hesitated for a beat, her expression shifting into something more serious. But while many hail him as a savior, questions remain. His powers are extraordinary. Terrifying, some might say. At the first press conference in the past, when Ms. Jean Grey and Ms. Anna Marie revealed Dr. Carter's abilities, they did not disclose anything of this magnitude. The powers we saw at the expo, restoration, something like energy manipulation, what some call miracles, are far beyond what was originally admitted. She leaned forward, her tone careful and measured. But perhaps they had a reason for their silence. Fear drives humanity to terrible actions, history has shown us that time and again. Dr. Carter does not owe us a catalogue of every power he possesses. After all, does our nation disclose the full extent of its nuclear arsenal? Secrets can protect just as much as they can endanger. The anchorwoman straightened, her final words carrying weight. What matters most is not what he can do, but what he chooses to do. Time and again, Dr. Ethan Carter has chosen to save lives. Chosen to heal, not destroy. Perhaps it is time for us to trust in that choice. For myself, and for the lives spared at the expo, we owe him a thank you. She smiled faintly at the camera. This is Karen Page, WHIH News. Stay safe. The screen cut to black. But not every channel sang praise. Ladies and gentlemen of New York. Have you seen what just happened? Because I have. And I'm telling you, this Ethan Carter fellow is dangerous. Do you hear me? Dangerous. Inside the cluttered newsroom of the Daily Bugle, J. Jonah Jameson leaned so far over his desk his mustache practically brushed the microphone. His voice bellowed through televisions across New York like cannon fire. On screen, footage rolled of people proudly etching the stylized A logo into their skin, on forearms, wrists, even boldly across their chests. Each face carried the same expression, pride, as if the mark wasn't just ink, but a declaration of loyalty. Are you people blind? He roared, slamming a fist on his desk. Papers flew everywhere. You're all lining up to worship this man like he's the second coming. Have you seen what he can do? One man with that kind of power, unimaginable power, and you're getting tattoos of his company logo. The screen behind him filled with clips, Ethan turning robots into trees and raising glowing orbs into the sky. Jameson jabbed a finger at the footage like it had insulted him personally. One man, with that much power. It's insane. He doesn't answer to the people, doesn't answer to the government, doesn't answer to me. He waves his hands and suddenly he's turning robots into fireworks. What's next? Turning you into a balloon animal if he doesn't like your haircut. The crowd behind the camera laughed nervously. Jameson didn't. He slammed his fist on the desk. He stabbed a finger at the camera, eyes wild. Wake up, New York. Today it's fireworks and magic tricks, tomorrow he decides he doesn't like the color of your car and turns it into a tree. Or worse. He grabbed a newspaper clipping of Diana mid-battle, shaking it at the camera. And don't get me started on her. A walking comic book knockoff. Wonder Woman. What's next? Odin crashing a party in Times Square. Zeus holding a press conference at the White House. Are we supposed to believe every bedtime story now just because Aeon snaps his fingers? You're being manipulated. Jameson leaned closer, voice dropping into a growl. Jean Grey and Anna Marie never told the full truth about his powers. And now? Now he's pulling rabbits out of hats, big cosmic rabbits. You think that's trust? You think that's safety? He exhaled sharply through his nose, muttering before snapping back up again. Don't get me wrong, the Immune Plus protocol is a good thing. Sure. But that's how the devil works, people. He gives you candy before he takes your soul. But you don't take candy from the devil just because it tastes sweet, people. Remember that. The clip ended with Jameson red-faced, jabbing his finger so hard at the camera it nearly went through the lens. Across the world, debates raged online. Supporters and skeptics clashed in forums, videos, and live streams. Some hailed Ethan Carter as a messiah of science and compassion. Others called him a ticking time bomb. But whether they adored him or feared him, one thing was clear, no one could ignore him. And as the world argued over Ethan Carter, some with awe, some with suspicion, his legend only grew larger, beyond the reach of either praise or criticism. The authorities continued to search for Ivan Vanko, who went missing after the incident. Police bulletins, international warrants, whispered theories, none came close to the truth. For in reality, Vanko had not escaped. He had been erased. Ethan had ended him swiftly, without leaving so much as a trace for anyone to find. To the world, Vanko was a fugitive. To Ethan, he was a problem already solved. If pressed, Ethan had a simple alibi. He had been too occupied disarming the fireworks, or rather, the bombs Vanko had planted, saving countless lives. No one would question a hero who had turned death into beauty. After the chaos, Ethan did meet Tony Stark in private. Their conversation was sharp, layered with tension and curiosity. Ethan offered answers to some questions, left others to dangle like riddles. If you've got time, he had told Stark with a sly smile, you'll find the rest yourself. Tony had glared, but Ethan knew the men loved puzzles too much to resist. Meanwhile, the press and news channels clamored for interviews, desperate to dig into the mind of the men who had turned disaster into fireworks. But Ethan Carter, lazy when he chose to be, and intelligent enough to play the long game, had no intention of being paraded like a showman. As always, he left the spotlight to the women at his side, Diana, Jean, and Anna. They bore the weight of the public while Ethan worked quietly in the background. The next day unfolded differently. Ethan was in the labs, walking beside Susan Storm. Together, they had just concluded work on one of the most delicate projects in mutant history, a serum that allowed mutants with visible physical mutations to adopt a fully human appearance, while retaining their powers. It will change lives, Susan said with quiet conviction as they strolled toward the Aeon canteen for a much-needed break. There are mutants out there who only want to walk through a crowd without being stared at. This gives them that chance. Ethan's gaze softened, but his words were pragmatic. It's not that simple, Sue. Anything involving mutants is complicated. Every advancement risks being twisted by politics, fear, or worse. We'll proceed cautiously. Susan sighed, then nodded. Then perhaps, it's wiser to wait. Launch it after some of your other projects at a good time. That's the plan, Ethan said with a faint smile. First, we roll out the regeneration cradle. Helen Cho's research is almost complete, and I promised her Aeon Biotech would carry it to the world. Once that's out, we'll move to the serum. He had recruited Helen Cho right after her graduation and personally funded her research. Now, her project was in its final stages, nearing completion. Ethan planned to unveil it alongside his own major initiative, timing both launches before his wedding. His goal was simple, tie up every loose end, ensure everything was in order, and then disappear on his honeymoon with his wives without a single worry left behind. Susan arched a brow. Before the wedding, I assume. Ethan smirked. Before the honeymoon, definitely. I like tying up loose ends before I disappear with my wives for a while. They both chuckled as they reached the canteen doors. But before they could step inside, Chloe intercepted them. Her expression was serious. Sir, you have an important visitor. From behind her emerged a man unlike the rest. His skin carried a faint, unnatural lavender tint, his smile wide, predatory. At his sides walked Yuriko and several mutants whose eyes burned with loyalty, or perhaps, compulsion. Ethan's eyes narrowed instantly. The man stopped just a few feet away, tilting his head with practiced arrogance. Dr. Carter, he purred. At last, we meet. I look forward to you working under me. Then his gaze slid past Ethan, locking onto Susan. His smile widened grotesquely, his tongue wetting his lips. And here she is. The invisible woman herself. What a delightful surprise. Ethan's expression hardened. In a blur, his hand shot out and clamped around the stranger's throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Kilgrave, because that was his name, choked, eyes bulging as Ethan's grip crushed the air from him. Stop him. Kilgrave croaked, voice breaking. The command was meant for the mutants flanking him. But they stood frozen, their wills untouched. Ethan's voice was cold, his eyes colder still. You thought your tricks would work on me. Kilgrave struggled, disbelief etched across his face. He had controlled generals, politicians, even mutants with iron wills. Yet before Ethan Carter, his influence was nothing. It was at that moment Kilgrave knew, he fucked up. Meanwhile, elsewhere in New York, Tony Stark sat across from Nick Fury in a dim, secure briefing room. A thick file rested on the table between them, the report Natasha had filed, detailing his performance and potential for something called the Avengers Initiative. Stark had skimmed it once, but now, under Fury's watchful eye, he read carefully. His brow furrowed. So let me get this straight. Iron Man, recommended. He flipped the page. Tony Stark, not recommended. He glanced up, incredulous. You recommended me but, not me. How the hell does that make sense? Fury leaned back, unimpressed. After much debate, we decided your talents were best suited as a consultant. Not as a soldier. Tony snapped the folder shut, pushing back his chair and stood up before brushing off his suit jacket. He shook Fury's hand briskly with a smile, then here's my recommendation, you can't afford me, turned on his heel, and strode toward the exit. He turned toward the door and hand already on the handle. But something made him pause. He turned back, one question before I go. Why is the Avengers logo the same as Aeon Biotech's? The silence that followed was heavy enough to choke on. Author's note. How's the chapter, guys? Yes, Ethan went ahead and used the Avengers logo as his company emblem. Also, I'd love to hear your thoughts, how do you think Ethan should deal with Kilgrave? Chapter 106, The Purple Man's Folly. Inside Aeon Biotech, just outside the canteen, the air grew heavy. Ethan Carter stood like a pillar of wrath, one hand clamped around the throat of a man with faintly purple skin. His grip was unrelenting, each second choking the air from Kilgrave's lungs. Susan, Yuriko, Chloe, and the other mutants who had arrived with the stranger remained frozen, their faces disturbingly blank, eyes unfocused. It was as though their will had been ripped from them. Ethan's eyes began to glow. A pulse of light, pale and shimmering like a wave of heat, rippled outward from his body. It washed over the still figures, and one by one, they gasped and blinked as though waking from a trance. Susan clutched her head, shaking it slightly before looking at Ethan in confusion. Ethan, what just happened? The moment this man spoke, I couldn't think. I couldn't move. It was like my mind wasn't mine anymore. Is he a telepath? Before Ethan could answer, Yuriko lowered her head, shame heavy in her voice. I'm sorry, boss. I was under his control. My body moved, my mind obeyed, and I couldn't fight it. Her fists trembled at her sides, metal claws itching to strike at something, anything. After Jean gave me another chance, after you trusted me, I swore I'd never be someone's puppet again. And yet, here I am. Ethan's gaze did not leave the struggling man in his grip. His voice was calm, but his glowing eyes betrayed his growing fury. It's not telepathy, so don't overthink it. This isn't your fault. Kilgrave's lips turned blue as he clawed weakly at Ethan's hand, but Ethan did not loosen his hold. Behind them, Chloe's eyes shimmered with tears. Her voice trembled, breaking as she forced the words out. I'm sorry, sir. I met him outside yesterday. He asked me to lead him into the company today and I couldn't resist. That night, he used me. He made me. Her voice shattered, the rest lost to choked sobs. Susan immediately stepped to her, wrapping her arms protectively around the younger woman. Chloe buried her face against Susan's shoulder and cried, the sound small but raw. Ethan's white, glowing eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He didn't need to hear the rest. From the corner, one of the mutants who had come with Kilgrave found the courage to speak, his voice hollow. He made us do terrible things. Things we didn't want. We couldn't stop him. Around them, Aeon Biotech employees had gathered, drawn by the noise. They stood at the edge of the corridor, whispering fearfully. To them, it was a reminder of how dangerous the world could be, how fragile freedom became when power was abused. Not everyone was like their boss, who wielded his gifts for the good of mankind. Ethan turned to Yuriko, his voice quiet but firm. Take the young ones somewhere safe. Let them breathe. Let them think. They need time after this. Yuriko bowed her head. Yes, boss. She guided the shaken mutants away and the employees stepping in to help. They moved with compassion, loyal, kind, and unshaken in their duty. Ethan had chosen them well. After hearing Chloe's broken confession, none of them felt the need to dwell on Kilgrave any longer. They trusted Ethan. After this, they knew he would deal with him. Only then did he finally shifted his gaze back to Kilgrave. His anger deepened as he brushed against the man's thoughts, reading the filth that lived inside him, the things he had done to Chloe, the unspeakable plans he had for Susan if his control had lasted on her and even his other women if he got the chance. Ethan's lip curled. His patience ended. With a flick of his hand, he tore open a jagged shard of shimmering glass, a doorway to the mirror dimension. Without a word, he hurled Kilgrave through it and stepped in after him. Mirror dimension. The world around them fractured into reflective panels, endless duplicates of reality stretching outward like broken crystal. Here, there was no escape. Kilgrave stumbled, coughing violently, finally able to drag in a breath. He looked around, panic flashing in his purpled features as he realized he was cut off from everything, and everyone, he could manipulate. You don't understand, he turned back and stammered, trying to mask fear with oily charm. We can work together. I can give you anything. Money. Influence. Women. The world. Think of it. You and me, control, power, everything you've ever wanted, I can give you. He began crawling backward on hands and knees as Ethan advanced, each step echoing like a hammer striking glass. Ethan's hand lifted lazily, and Kilgrave's body rose into the air, invisible force clamping around his throat. He gagged, feet kicking uselessly above the mirrored floor. You've got some nerve, Ethan said, voice low, each word vibrating with restrained fury. You come into my place. You touch the people I care about. And then you dare to bargain. Kilgrave tried to plead, but only a croak came out. Ethan's eyes flared. Silence. His voice cut like a commandment, and Kilgrave's words died in his throat. Ethan tilted his head slightly, studying the men like a scientist examining a failed experiment. I don't even want to kill trash like you. For a fleeting second, relief flickered across Kilgrave's face. Perhaps he could survive this after all. If he won't kill me, I can still escape. I can still. But then Ethan's eyes changed, white light deepening with a red iris forming at their centers. The mirrored dimension trembled with the surge of cosmic energy. But I can promise you this, Ethan continued, his voice now edged with something primal. By the time I'm finished with you, you'll beg me for death. You wanted power? You crave control. Then let's see how you enjoy being on the other end of it. Kilgrave's eyes widened in pure horror as Ethan pressed his palm against his head. Energy coursed through, stripping away the pheromone-born gift he had abused all his life. In its place, Ethan left a different ability, speed, blinding speed. But shackled to it was a curse, eternal servitude. Kilgrave collapsed, trembling, when Ethan finally released him. The villain's relief was short-lived. Ethan leaned closer, whispering something only Kilgrave could hear. Whatever the words were, they made him soil himself in terror. And that was only the beginning. For the next 10 years, the world would come to know Kilgrave not as a menace but as a global humiliation. Forced by Ethan's will, he became a living spectacle. He was seen streaking naked across busy intersections, dancing under news cameras, disrupting live broadcasts. At a mayor's press conference, he appeared in nothing but his underwear, urinating on the podium before vanishing in a purple blur. At a championship football game, he stopped the ball mid-kick with his most indecent part, wiggled his hips before thousands, and disappeared into the night. The madness grew worse. He ate filth, humiliated himself in the streets, degraded his every moment of existence, all under Ethan's command. Kilgrave's reign of horror wasn't confined to a single country, his shadow stretched across the globe, twisting lives in ways so vile they seemed beyond imagination. He had become the very embodiment of disgrace to the human race. Yet Ethan ensured that his punishment would be worse than death. He branded Kilgrave with a perfect, photographic memory, forcing him to relive every atrocity he committed in crystal clear detail, as if every moment of his life played back in merciless 8K clarity. The name Kilgrave echoed across nations, not with fear, but with disgust and ridicule. Eggs and tomatoes followed him wherever he went. He stank of filth, forbidden even the dignity of cleansing himself. His life became a prison of mockery, an endless nightmare from which death itself offered no escape. Kilgrave was broken, hollow-eyed, living in filth. He longed for death, begged for it, tried countless times to end himself. But fate, Ethan, would not allow it. Finally, one night, in the hushed stillness of an abandoned animal farm, Kilgrave held a sharp shard of metal to his chest. His hollow eyes glistened with desperate hope as he plunged it into himself. He finally managed it. Managed to take control of his body for a few seconds and hoped this nightmare would end. Darkness swallowed him. Only for his eyes to snap open. He blinked his eyes, only to find Ethan standing over him, calm, cold, and unshakable. "That was a nice dream," Ethan said softly. "A good test run." Kilgrave's blood ran cold. Ethan said with chilling finality, now, his eyes glowed once more, casting long shadows across the broken man's face, "Let's move on to the real deal." Unknown location. The chamber was cloaked in darkness, save for the faint golden glow of chandeliers swaying above a long oak table. The walls were lined with velvet curtains, muffling the sounds of the city beyond. Here, in this hidden place, three men spoke of secrets that could fracture the world. Wilson Fisk, better known as the Kingpin, sat with the poise of a monarch, his massive frame dwarfing the leather chair. A glass of red wine glistened in his hand, catching the dim light as he swirled it lazily. Across from him, Norman Osborn shifted impatiently, his sharp eyes betraying his unease. And between them, at the far end of the table, sat Dreykov, his presence quiet, his gaze cold, his voice measured. Fisk broke the silence. "So, Dreykov, how much progress have we made?" Osborn leaned forward sharply, fingers drumming on the table. "Progress." His voice cracked with irritation. "We've been waiting too long. After what Ethan Carter displayed at that damn expo, do you really think we have time to waste? If he finds out we're planning to rob him." Fisk chuckled, the sound low and cruel, as he lifted his wine glass. "You're such a hypocrite, Norman. All this was your idea, and now you sit here quivering like a child. Cold feet already." "I'm cautious," Norman snapped back, jaw tightening. "Caution is the difference between victory and a bullet in the head. You should have thought of that before dragging us into this," Fisk growled, slamming his glass down with a thud. "It's already in motion. There's no backing out now." Osborn bit his tongue, fury flickering in his eyes, but Dreykov's calm voice sliced through the tension. "Gentlemen, let us not waste energy fighting amongst ourselves. We share the same goal." Silence fell. Even Fisk leaned back in his chair, lips curling in reluctant amusement. Dreykov folded his hands. "Carter's power is concerning. What we've seen may not even be his full capacity. If he was holding back before, then he may still be holding back now." Norman's eyes narrowed. "You're suggesting we've only seen a fraction of him?" "I believe so." Dreykov's tone did not waver. "But every man has a weakness. My widows have been watching him carefully. He is planning his wedding soon." A thin smile crept across his face. "That is when we strike. We will take the formula for the immune protocol while his guard is lowered." He spread a set of documents across the table. Grainy photographs. Schematics. Handwritten notes. No one has been able to fully map Aeon Biotech. Something is strange about it. But we know this, the 18th floor is restricted solely to Carter. From all the data I've gathered, the formula must be there. Fisk studied the papers with interest. "And you plan to use your widows?" "Widows," Dreykov confirmed. "And mercenaries. Enough to extract what we need." Norman exhaled, tension in his shoulders easing slightly. "Good. Then we..." The words died in his throat. A sudden shimmer of light rippled above the table. In the blink of an eye, a figure collapsed onto the polished wood, naked, skin tinted purple, eyes wild. The three men shot to their feet, guns instantly drawn and aimed at the intruder. The man threw back his head and screamed, voice hoarse yet defiant, at $%. "I'm the $% and that will $$ at asterisk your wives, your daughters, hell, I already at $% your mothers till they begged me to be their daddy. Remember the name, Kilgrave." The chamber exploded in chaos. Bang. Bang. Gunfire tore through his legs and arms. Kilgrave shrieked, tumbling off the table, blood splattering the oak. He writhed on the ground, clutching his limbs as tears of pain streamed down his face. Kilgrave remained eerily calm at first. For 2 long years within his nightmare dream state, he had grown accustomed to one certainty: whenever real danger neared, his body would instinctively break free, propelled by the supernatural speed, courtesy of Carter. But now, nothing happened. No surge of power. No rush of speed. Instead, he felt hollow, fragile, his body weakened to the point where even standing seemed a burden. The realization struck like ice in his veins. This isn't right, he gasped between sobs. This isn't how it's supposed to happen. I should be able to run, escape. His voice cracked, horror dawning. Why do I feel weaker than a normal man? Fisk loomed over him, wiping blood from his face as he cracked his fist into his palm. His glare was murderous. Before I kill you, answer me this, how did you get in here? Who sent you? Kilgrave only spat blood, hurling more curses and broken gasps. @#. You fat pig, I'll @% *your. Crack. Fisk's fist collided with his jaw, sending blood spraying across the floor. He didn't stop. Again and again, his fists pounded the purple man, each blow fueled by rage and suspicion. Dreykov finally spoke, he says nothing. Perhaps he knows nothing. His cold gaze slid toward Norman. But didn't you want to volunteer for your little experiments, Osborn? Fate has delivered one. Norman's lips curled into a slow, malicious smile. Fisk's own grin wasn't far behind. On the floor, Kilgrave's wide, terrified eyes rolled back as he slipped into unconsciousness. Blood pooled beneath him. The three men shared a look, one of unspoken understanding. A gift had been delivered to their table, uninvited, unexplained. But they weren't the kind to let such mystery sit untouched. They would unwrap it, piece by piece, tear through the layers if they had to, until the sender was exposed. Even if it meant breaking the gift itself apart, the truth behind it would be revealed. The evening air was cool, carrying the faint hum of the city below. From the 17th floor balcony of Aeon Biotech, the world stretched out like a sea of lights, cars weaving through glowing streets, skyscrapers shimmering against the velvet sky. Ethan stood with Susan at his side, their fingers brushing the rail. Neither spoke at first. The silence between them wasn't heavy, but thoughtful, two hearts wrestling with truths they couldn't ignore. Ethan, she murmured, her voice softer than the wind, is Chloe going to be all right? He didn't answer immediately. His jaw tightened, eyes narrowing at some unseen memory. Finally, he exhaled, heavy with exhaustion. I wiped away what Kilgrave did to her. Used chronokinesis to reverse the damage on her, to undo his violation. She won't remember a thing. Not his voice. Not his touch. Not the terror. And I made sure no one else remembers what she said he did to her under his control. The nightmare is gone for her. Susan turned her face toward him, her lips parting as though to speak, but no words came. She only looked at him, long, searching, as if trying to see through him. Ethan finally met her gaze before exhaling. Don't look at me like that, Susan. I know I'm no saint. But I couldn't let Chloe carry that weight. She's too good, too kind-hearted. If she remembered, it would have broken her completely. So yes, I erased it. Even if that disappoints you. He stopped mid-sentence because Susan's arms wrapped around him in a sudden, fierce hug. His words fell away as her warmth pressed against him. For a moment, Ethan just stood there, caught off guard, before his arms found her waist and pulled her close. I wasn't expecting that, he murmured. She tilted her face up to his, kissed his cheek, and whispered with a soft smile. Sometimes your powers scare me, Ethan. But sometimes, they make me feel safe. Relieved. What you did for Chloe, it wasn't manipulation. It was mercy. If you hadn't erased that nightmare, she might never have recovered. And that's not a fate she deserved. Ethan's lips quirked faintly. I never thought I'd hear the Susan Storm say something like that. Her lips curved into a small, teasing smile. Well, maybe it's your fault. You're corrupting me. Guilty as charged, he replied with a laugh, lowering his forehead against hers. I'll take full responsibility. And with that, he kissed her. The world below them vanished. Susan melted into his arms, her lips parting under his. This was what she wanted. A man who burned with passion, who carried kindness in his heart but rage against those who harmed others. A man who loved her fiercely, and whom she could love without fear. His phone buzzed on his inside pocket but neither moved. Ethan's tongue slid against hers, claiming her with slow intensity. She gasped softly, her mind flashing with a reminder. Why you were still under punishment, she breathed between kisses. Not from you, he whispered back, his lips brushing hers. You weren't part of that deal. It doesn't apply to you. Her arms wrapped tighter around his neck, pulling him in as their mouths met again. Desire burned brighter. Well, someone's excited, Ethan teased, his hand slipping lower, cupping her as firmly. Susan let out a soft moan, her eyes half-lidded. And whose fault is that? The phone rang again, insistent, unwelcome. She reluctantly pulled back, breathing hard, her cheeks flushed. You should take that. Ethan groaned, forehead pressed against hers. Damn timing. I was this close to crossing the line with you. He reached for the phone, scowling as he saw an unknown number flash across the screen. He answered, his voice sharp. What? A familiar, sultry voice purred back. Doing something naughty with your girlfriends, Ethan. Took you long enough to pick up. His irritation faded into a smirk. He leaned against the balcony rail, letting his voice drop into a playful challenge. Why don't you come here and find out for yourself, Nat? You can even join the fun if you're brave enough. Susan raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms, though her lips curved with restrained amusement. Natasha chuckled through the line. Tempting. But duty calls. I'm on assignment. And since someone's been ghosting Fury, I'm the only one who can reach you right now. Ethan straightened, the humor fading from his expression. What does he want? Something unexpected happened on Coulson's mission, Natasha replied. Her tone was serious now. Fury wants your help. He thinks it's unusual. Possibly magic. And as far as we know, you're the best one we've got for handling mystical incidents. We don't want another Selene situation. Unlike in the MCU, the shield of this world had already come into contact with magic, ever since Selene's rampage a few years ago. That encounter had left its mark, and now they took precautions against beings capable of wielding such power. Location, he asked flatly. Puente Antiguo. New Mexico. He recalled the original timeline and realized the next great arc was Thor's. The thought made his eyes narrow with interest. This was one story he didn't want to simply observe, but actively take part in. Ethan hesitated only a breath before saying, I'll be there. He hung up without ceremony. Susan stepped closer and her eyes narrowing slightly. Who was that? And tell me honestly, will she be another one of your women? He turned, cupping her cheek with one hand, his eyes softer now. No woman could move my heart like you do, Susan. What about the others in your life? Don't you love them too? A faint smile curved his lips as he leaned closer, his tone like velvet. The stars never compete with one another, Sue. Each constellation has its place in the vast cosmos, bound by gravity and time to draw patterns only it was meant to shape. You are the same for me. In the galaxy of my heart, you are not brighter or dimmer than another, you are singular, irreplaceable, uniquely defined by your own orbit. A light so distinct, I could never confuse it with any other. She arched a brow, clearly impressed, then pulled him into a passionate kiss. When she finally drew back, her lips curved in a teasing smile. You always know exactly how to sweet-talk me, she whispered against his mouth. A smile tugged at his lips, and he leaned in close, whispering a quiet verse, a line of poetry about her being his North Star in a sky of fleeting lights, the only one he'd never lose his way without. Susan Storm was left speechless. She knew there were other women he liked and even going to marry two of them, yet here he was, shamelessly trying to woo her like this. But what could she do? She had already fallen into his wicked hands. Author's note. So, how did you guys like this chapter? Also, what are your thoughts on the punishment Kilgrave received? Do you think it was fair, too harsh, or not nearly enough for everything he's done? Chapter 107, The Hammer in the Desert. The sun dipped low over Latveria, its golden light spilling across the jagged mountains and quaint villages below. From the highest balcony of Castle Doom, a solitary figure stood, arms folded behind his back, his towering presence framed by stone battlements. Victor Von Doom, though the world knew him only by the name he had claimed and perfected, Dr. Doom. The emerald cloak swept along his armored shoulders, shifting with the faint mountain breeze. His mask, a fusion of polished steel and dreadful artistry, caught the fading light in sharp reflections. Beneath it, his eyes glowed with quiet power and relentless calculation. Every line of his posture radiated sovereign command, as though he were not merely observing his nation, but holding dominion over its every heartbeat. Latveria prospered under his hand. Where once it was a forgotten kingdom, ravaged by poverty and weak rulers, Doom had reforged it into a nation of pride. His marriage of arcane sorcery and unmatched technology lifted the land into a bastion of progress. No enemy army dared to set foot on Latverian soil, no citizen went hungry under Doom's reign. He created his Doombots, marvels forged from the union of sorcery and science, not merely as extensions of his will, but as guardians of his people. Under his rule, every citizen found purpose, every hand was given work, every home security. In Latveria, poverty was a word without meaning, and idleness a relic of other nations. Doom's nation stood as a paradox to the world, a land of iron rule, yet one where no child went hungry, and no youth wandered without a future. Men and women who loved him as a benevolent protector, and who feared him as the swiftest hand of justice. For the righteous, Doom was a guardian, for the corrupt, he was nightmare incarnate. And yet, even amidst triumph, Doom's thoughts were restless. He remembered the day the path of his fate twisted upon meeting one man, Ethan Carter. That first encounter lingered in Doom's mind like an unsolved equation, a paradox that defied reason. Years ago, while venturing into space to study cosmic rays alongside Reed, Susan, Ben, and Johnny, Doom had prepared for every conceivable anomaly. And yet, nothing prepared him for him. There he met him, a man floating in space. That man was Carter, unprotected, casual, almost mocking. He waved, smiling like a fool, as if the vacuum could not touch him. Doom's formidable intellect had faltered for the first time. In that absurd greeting, Doom saw both arrogance and terrifying power. Now, years later, they stood as allies. Doom would never cheapen the word friendship, not for him. But Carter was a valuable counselor, a check against Doom's wrath, a man whose counsel had stayed Doom's hand more than once. It irritated him deeply, but also commanded respect. If Doom wielded such power, he thought coldly, the world itself would kneel, and even the stars would know subjugation. And yet, that fool hides his flame, cloaks it in jest. A clown. An enigma. A man too merciful for the gifts he bears. But Carter's influence could not be denied. Even the battles with the Fantastic Four, once raging in endless hostility, had been tempered by Ethan's intervention before blood was truly spilled. Now Carter was to wed Anna Marie and Jean Grey. The invitation lay in Doom's chambers, sealed in Carter's own hand. It was a gesture of trust. Thinking deeply, my lord. The voice, soft yet edged with discipline, came from behind. Doom did not turn. He needed no eyes to know who approached. Lucia von Bardas, his political administrator, ever poised and exacting. Her steps were measured as she drew closer, and with them, another presence, lighter, warmer, familiar. Valeria, his confidante, bold enough to walk beside him when others kept distance. Valeria tilted her head before studying him closely. From the look in your eyes, she said softly, curiosity lacing her tone, I can tell you're thinking about someone or something from the past. The past is the key to the future, Doom intoned, his voice rolling like iron across stone. Only fools forget what was, and only kings carve what shall be. Valeria's lips curved in a knowing smile as she slipped her arm through his, leaning into his towering figure. And yet even kings pause to dwell on weddings, she teased lightly. Will you truly attend Carter's? After all your disdain for him. Doom turned his masked gaze to her, his tone absolute. Doom does not deny disdain. My disdain remains. Carter squanders what he has been given. A clown. A jester with the might of gods. But, his voice dropped, low and certain, Doom respects him. And if Ethan Carter summons Doom, then Doom shall answer. It benefits no sovereign to scorn the bond of an ally. Valeria smirked, eyes glittering. Respect, then. And here I thought you had none for him. Before Doom could reply, Lucia's voice cut in, careful but laced with boldness. My lord, forgive me, but what of your mother? What of your vow to free her soul from the devil's grasp? The air shifted. The warmth of teasing drained into silence. Valeria's eyes flashed with anger at Lucia's bluntness, but Doom raised a hand, silencing her. He stepped forward, his cloak trailing like a shadow, Valeria still at his side. His voice was quieter now, yet heavier, as though the stone walls themselves bore its weight. Doom has failed, yes, many times. That is a truth Doom bears without shame. Neither my power, nor my mother's grimoires, nor the symphony of sorcery and science I alone command, none have proven enough against the devil's dominion. Perhaps. Doom requires more time before he can truly free her. Lucia bowed her head. Forgive me, my lord. I meant no disrespect. Only, do you have a plan for the next attempt? Once, the old Doom of Marvel Universe have incinerated her for such insolence. But this Doom, he was changed. Hardened still, but tempered by scars of failure and counsel of unexpected allies. He turned, eyes fixed upon the horizon, the Latverian sun blazing in his mask's reflection. Doom has found a key. Valeria tilted her head, curiosity stirring. A key. His voice grew like a sermon, sharp and terrible. When Doom last walked the fires of hell, he found not triumph, but whispers. And those whispers told of a name. A name so terrible that even Mephisto, lord of that realm, recoiled. A name the demons dare not speak aloud. Aeon. Lucia's eyes widened. Valeria's breath caught. It cannot be. Doom turned, and though his mask betrayed no smile, there was satisfaction in his bearing. Yes. Ethan Carter. They call him Aeon. Even in hell, his shadow freezes them. Whatever he has done there, even the devil himself fears him. The two women exchanged a look of awe and disbelief. Valeria's voice trembled between curiosity and certainty. Then why not ask him? If he is your ally, he would aid you gladly. For the first time, Doom was silent. Then, slowly, he answered, voice low as iron cooled in water. Because this is not the hour. Carter has earned his peace. His joy. His marriage. Doom will not tear it from him, not yet. When the time comes, Doom shall ask. And he will answer. Valeria's lips curved into a smile, teasing despite the gravity of the moment. So Doom waits. Doom respects. Doom spares the happiness of another. Remarkable. Perhaps only Ethan Carter and I can tease the mighty Dr. Doom and live to tell of it. Lucia lowered her gaze but could not hide the faint curve of her lips. Only two men in all the world could bend the Iron Monarch's will, Doom himself and Ethan Carter. The next morning, the outskirts of Puente Antigua were unrecognizable. What had once been a sleepy patch of desert town was now home to an armored encampment. Rows of black SUVs, portable command centers, and hastily erected fencing surrounded the object at the center of it all. Armed agents patrolled in disciplined rotations, their radios crackling as they secured the perimeter. Floodlights towered above the makeshift base, though the dawn sun was already gilding the horizon in pale orange. At the heart of it, beneath reinforced scaffolding and layers of scanning equipment, rested the hammer. No ordinary hammer, that much was certain. Every attempt at analysis had failed. Metallic drills dulled against its surface, gamma radiation scans returned nonsense, and even the strongest cranes had failed to budge it an inch. The scientists in their white protective suits circled it with their instruments like priests at a temple, devout, but blind. Agent Phil Coulson stood a short distance away, hands clasped behind his back, the faint desert wind tugging at his tie. His calm eyes studied the hammer the way one might study a question that had no answer. Last night, the anomaly had drawn its first supplicant. A stranger, tall and broad-shouldered, hair like pale gold, strength like a tempest. The men had fought through trained agents, scattering them as though they were leaves in a storm. Yet when he reached the hammer, he too had failed. His hands had trembled with desperation, his cries echoing through the camp, but the hammer had not yielded. For a moment, Coulson recalled, I thought he almost had it. But the hammer remained where it was. Untouched and unyielding. Now the hammer simply waited, a silent riddle in the desert. And today, Coulson was not alone in contemplating it. Ethan Carter had arrived. Now, Coulson found himself in an entirely different kind of predicament, standing with Dr. Ethan Carter, the man who always seemed to arrive where trouble simmered, and Susan Storm, the woman known to the world as the Invisible Woman. As always, he carried himself as though the world were a stage and he an actor in a comedy no one else understood. His smiles careless with his hands shoved into his pockets as though he'd wandered into a festival rather than a restricted government site. Beside him stood Susan Storm. Her eyes were wide with curiosity, her posture a touch nervous as she glanced at the hammer and the busy scientists. Are you sure I'm even allowed to be here? She asked quietly, her gaze flicking to the layers of extra security. This place feels restricted. Coulson answered before Ethan could, technically. No. Protocol says unauthorized persons aren't permitted on site. His eyes flicked toward Ethan, who was too busy staring at the hammer with a boyish grin to notice. But someone didn't care much for protocols, and between you and me, I'm not in the habit of making rules he won't follow. Ethan ignored the remark entirely and Susan, caught in the crossfire of authority and mischief, offered Coulson an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. If you want me to leave, I can. It's fine, Coulson sighed. You're with Dr. Carter. I doubt he brought you for nothing. Before more could be said, a new presence approached. Guess I showed up just in time. The voice was cool, edged with humor. A man strode into view, bow slung casually over his shoulder, his steps quiet and precise even on the gravel. His eyes, sharp and calculating, assessed Ethan in a single glance. Clint Barton. Hawkeye. Ethan's grin widened. Ah, the Hawk himself. Clint raised a brow. We haven't met, but looks like introductions aren't necessary. He gave a curt nod to Susan and Coulson, then extended his hand to Ethan. They shook firmly, a silent test of strength passing between them. Orders just came through. Clint continued his eyes on Ethan though his words were meant for Coulson. I'm being reassigned. Guess someone up top figured if you're here, my bow isn't needed. His tone carried no bitterness, but a trace of irritation lingered. He remembered the stories. Carter turning glass into flower petals at the Stark Expo, conjuring trees from thin air, acts of grandeur when subtlety would have sufficed. To Clint, it was showmanship where precision mattered. Useful, yes. But unnecessary. Coulson paused, tilting his head slightly as a murmur crackled through his earpiece. His expression stayed unreadable, but after a brief nod he turned back to Clint. We'll catch up later. Do me a favor, Clint added dryly to Ethan. Try not to turn this hammer into a fountain or a birdcage or something, yeah. Ethan only smiled, leaning in slightly as if to share a secret. His voice dropped to a whisper. Convey my greetings to Laura. Clint froze. The words landed like an arrow straight to the chest. His hand clenched reflexively at his side. Laura. His wife. His secret. Known only to Fury, guarded closer than his own heartbeat. But Ethan Carter knew. Clint swallowed, jaw tight, and said nothing. He turned on his heel, leaving without another word. Susan frowned, whispering, "What was that about?" Ethan waved it off lightly. "Just saying goodbye." His eyes returned to the hammer. "Well then," he said before grinning at Coulson. "Mind if I give it a try?" Coulson hesitated. "This isn't exactly," he sighed again, resigned. "Fine. Follow me." They descended into the secured area, Susan trailing close behind as scanners and lights bathed the chamber in sterile glow. Scientists paused in their work to watch as Ethan approached the hammer. His excitement was unguarded, almost childlike. "I mean, who wouldn't want to try lifting this thing?" Ethan chuckled and placed his right hand on the handle. At first, nothing. The hammer was immovable, as though the earth itself had fused with its weight. He tightened his grip, straining, his arm muscles flexing. Susan smirked. "A guy who can slap the Hulk around, and now he can't lift a tiny hammer. Makes me wonder if you're all talk." Ethan glanced at her with mock offense. "Careful. I'll show you real strength when we're back in our bedroom." Susan's cheeks flushed, "Shut up," and Coulson cleared his throat loudly. "Let's focus, please." The hammer didn't so much as shiver. Then, ever so slightly, it shifted. The scientists' instruments crackled with interference. Monitors flickered. Coulson's eyes widened as the hammer lifted, slowly, deliberately, rising in Ethan's hand until it hovered inches above its resting place. The camp fell silent. Ethan held the hammer, weightless in his grip with surprised flickering across his face. Was it worthiness? Adaptation? Or something more? He didn't know. But in that moment, the hammer answered to him. And just as suddenly, he set it down. He stopped because he felt a presence brushed against his senses. The weight settled back with a dull thud. "Didn't you say someone tried to steal it?" Ethan asked calmly. "Take me to him." Coulson stiffened, his eyes narrowing just slightly. "I never said that, and frankly, I don't even want to know how you found out." Susan blinked. "Wait, what do you mean?" "Who?" But Ethan was already moving. They walked through the camp, agents giving way, until they reached the reinforced holding cells. Coulson swiped a keycard, the steel door groaning open. Inside sat the men. Broad shoulders, unkempt golden hair, eyes like storm clouds. His wrists were bound, but his pride was not. He looked up as they entered. His first word was low, final, heavy with meaning. "Goodbye." Coulson frowned. "Goodbye. I just got here." The prisoner said nothing more. Ethan stepped forward, Susan and Coulson holding back. His gaze met the stranger's with a knowing look. Slowly, he extended his hand in greeting. "Hello," he said evenly. "My name is Ethan Carter, son of John Carter." He paused and a knowing smile broke out of his face, "And it's an honor to meet you, Thor, son of Odin." The chamber seemed to hold its breath. Chapter 108, The Exiled Prince. June 2010, Sokovia, abandoned church. The ruined church creaked with every gust of wind. Its stained glass was shattered long ago, leaving fractured light to fall across broken pews and a cracked stone floor. Dust floated in the air like forgotten prayers. Dee stood in the middle of it all, arms folded across her chest. Her expression was unreadable, though her presence carried the weight of eternity. In front of her, two children, no older than 16, sat on rickety wooden chairs. The boy had a lean frame, restless energy radiating from him as though he might bolt at any second. His blonde hair was unkempt, his sharp blue eyes glaring with suspicion. His clothes were threadbare, his shoes worn through at the edges. Beside him sat his sister, pale but striking, her long reddish-brown hair tangled around her face. Her eyes were heavy with shadows that no child should carry. Their clothes were little more than rags, patched too many times to be whole. Hunger lingered in their gaunt cheeks. Behind Dee stood Angelica and Kitty, trying to mask their unease. Kitty glanced at the two siblings, then leaned toward Angelica. "This feels like we're interrogating criminals, except we're not cops." Her attempt at humor broke the heavy silence for a moment. Angelica gave a soft laugh, nodding in agreement. "Yeah. More like babysitters who walked into the wrong movie. But it feels wrong. They're just kids." She turned back toward the pair, her voice softening as she tried to bridge the gulf between them. "We're not here to scare you, okay? Just talk." But Pietro and Wanda only stared back, hollow-eyed, as if the strangers before them were thieves who had stolen their last scrap of bread. Dee finally moved. A gentle smile softened her otherwise inscrutable face. She stepped closer, her tone calm and patient, as though speaking to lost lambs. "Tell me," she asked softly, "why children your age are robbing tourists?" The question was not an accusation, only a statement laid bare. The silence stretched until Kitty filled it. We know you stole from us. And a few others too. We tracked you here. Maybe it was survival. Maybe it was something worse. That's what we're here to find out. If someone is forcing kids into this, we need to know and maybe we can help you guys out. Still, neither child spoke. Pietro sat rigid, jaw clenched, refusing even to blink. Wanda's gaze, however, flickered toward Didi. Something in her presence, something unexplainable, beyond words, made the girl's chest loosen. She didn't understand why, but she felt safe. Her brother noticed the shift and shook his head. Don't, he whispered sharply. They could be mutants. Or worse. Brainwashers. Kitty bristled instantly. Excuse me, she snapped. We're not your enemy. And for the record, we're friends with a hero. Maybe you've heard of him, Aeon. Ethan Carter. Angelica smirked before throwing her thumb toward Didi. And Didi here? She smirked. She's his girlfriend. Didi shot both women a deadpan stare. It was not the first time these two had managed to leave even Death herself speechless. She exhaled slowly, shaking her head. But the effect on Pietro and Wanda was immediate. Their eyes widened. They exchanged quick glances, because yes, they had heard of Ethan Carter. Whispers of his name reached even their broken corner of Sokovia. Kitty, pulling out her phone, swiped quickly to a picture and held it up. Ethan, standing between Kitty and Angelica, smiling in the sun. This time, Pietro's suspicion wavered. Wanda whispered, almost to herself, it's true. Her brother scowled. Don't trust them. But Wanda shook her head firmly. I do. She turned back to Didi, her voice trembling as words finally broke free. Our parents, they were killed. By a missile. It had Stark Industries' name on it. Her voice trembled, eyes glazing with memory she could not erase. We were trapped under the rubble of our home for days. Waiting to die. Until they pulled us out. Her hands trembled in her lap. Pietro's fists balled tight, his jaw rigid. She drew a breath and pressed on. After that, we were sent to an orphanage. We thought we would be safe in there. But it wasn't safe. The director sold us to men who promised power. Promised we could have revenge. Angelica's eyes narrowed, her fists flexing. He sold you. Her voice shook with anger. Kitty muttered, that bastard. I swear. Wanda continued, though her brother's hand tightened over hers in warning. We agreed. We didn't see another choice. They experimented on us. We struggled at first. But then, they burned. Her voice dropped to a whisper, haunted. Burned alive. All of them. And we ended up here. Angelica's breath hissed between her teeth. Kitty muttered under her breath, I swear, that orphanage director. Her eyes burned with fury. Didi, however, kept her focus on the children. She saw it, the flicker of something vast and untamed inside Wanda. Something raw, ancient, and dangerous. Power that might one day change the course of worlds. Power that even Death herself could not ignore. She let the silence linger before she knelt in front of the children and spoke in a gentle tone. You've been hurt more than anyone your age should ever know. But you don't have to stay alone. She held Wanda's gaze, then Pietro's. Come with me. I promise you that no one will use you again. Not while I live. Pietro's lips parted, then closed. He still looked doubtful. But Wanda, she felt it. That strange warmth, that safety that clung to Didi like a second skin. She placed her hand over Pietro's before whispering, we can trust her. He glared at her, then at Didi and asked if they could take revenge, but Didi only shook her head gently. I can't promise you that, she said before meeting his eyes. Wanda placed a hand on her brother's shoulder. But I can promise you this, she said softly. I'll make sure the both of you have a good life. As for revenge, we can talk about it later. After all, one has to live in order to do anything at all. Later, he didn't move when she reached out her hand. Behind them, Angelica and Kitty shared a look. Didi's gaze flicked toward them, silent but clear. The director of the orphanage. Take care of it. Both women nodded grimly, already planning their next move. As the group walked out into the fading Sokovian sun, Didi allowed herself a sigh. She had not expected this, children bound to futures of power and pain. Children who, if left unchecked, could fall into darkness. Wanda especially. Her gaze drifted skyward, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Ethan Carter's smile surfaced in her memory, stirring a warmth deep in her chest. Since meeting him, and falling for him, even Death of the Endless had begun to feel more human with each passing day. He had changed her, taught her to live like a human, to feel like a girl in love. And because of him, she would not let these children fall into shadows. Sliding into the back seat of the waiting car, she settled between Pietro and Wanda. The girl leaned unconsciously against her. Dee rested a hand gently on her shoulder, her eternal calm seeping into the broken child's heart. For the first time in a long while, the Maximoff twins felt they were not alone. Meanwhile, Kitty and Angelica made their way to the orphanage to confront the director. They couldn't sit still after learning the truth. First, they would beat him down, and then they would make sure he paid for what he had done to those children. The outskirts of Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. Inside a small room, Coulson and Susan stood in quiet anticipation, their eyes fixed on Ethan Carter. He stood calmly in the center of the room, one hand extended with a faint smile curling at his lips. "It's an honor to meet you. Thor, son of Odin." Silence followed. Thor's eyes narrowed slightly, surprise flashing across his face. His voice was deep, cautious. "How can you tell?" Coulson's head snapped toward Ethan, frowning. "Wait, you know him. How, and from where?" Ethan's smile only widened as he lowered his hand. "I'll get into that. But before we dive into introductions, let's make ourselves comfortable, shall we?" He snapped his fingers. The cracked walls and dusty chairs of the room shimmered away, reforming into a lavish meeting chamber. Rich carpets replaced the floor. Golden lamps flickered with soft light. Plush sofas arranged themselves in a neat circle. Ethan sat back with Susan at his side, calm as though nothing unusual had happened. Coulson blinked, his jaw slightly slack, while Thor stared in open surprise at the transformation. "By the Norns," Thor muttered before scanning the room in disbelief. Even Coulson, who had seen Ethan perform feats before, leaned back in shock. "I knew he was powerful, but this is a whole different level." Susan only sighed before shaking her head. The awe that Coulson and Thor shared was something she had already grown used to. She had reacted the same way the first few times, but eventually, she got used to Ethan bending reality like clay. In fact, he hadn't bent reality at all, it was merely a trick, a clever use of his matter manipulation. "You get over it eventually," she murmured under her breath. Ethan chuckled. "It's not that difficult. I'm a sorcerer, and I've studied many things. And among those things, the Asgardians are not strangers to me." Thor's eyes sharpened. He said nothing at first, jaw tightening. His mind was elsewhere, burdened by guilt, haunted by his brother's words, and the bitter weight of his father's death. The storm inside him dulled his voice when he asked, "So what now, sorcerer?" Coulson raised a hand, cautious but curious. "Hold on. Ethan, you know who he is. Can you tell me more about him? Because right now, this is all a little too much." "You'll learn soon enough," Ethan replied smoothly. Then he turned back to Thor, voice measured. "I saw Mjolnir earlier." He gestured toward Thor. "It seems you cannot lift it. Tell me, Odinson. Are you exiled from Asgard? And stripped of your power?" Coulson froze, trying to piece the words together. Something stirred in the back of his mind, scraps of old mythology. His eyes went wide. "Wait a minute. Thor. Odin. Are you saying he's the Thor? The one from Norse mythology?" Susan's eyes widened as well. She turned toward Thor, her disbelief clear. "So, you're saying you're that Thor? The god of thunder from bedtime stories?" The room fell silent. Thor didn't answer. His silence was its own admission. Coulson's face mirrored Susan's confusion. Both were caught between skepticism and shock. Coulson then turned to Ethan. "And that hammer, it's his, right? What was its name again?" "Mjolnir." "It's Mjolnir," Thor corrected firmly. "Yes, that's it," Coulson said before glancing back at Ethan. "The hammer no one can lift, unless they're worthy. And you lifted it." Thor's eyes widened, as though the very foundations of his world had cracked. "You lifted Mjolnir." Susan's breath caught, her voice barely a whisper as the weight of it sank in. "Ethan, just what kind of world are we living in now?" Ethan only smiled gently at Susan. "Sue, my darling, you have no idea how many absurd things are out there. Let me make it simple, every myth you've ever heard. It's real. Or at least, most of them are. Every god, every legend, they exist. Some are even walking around, kicking things over." His smile turned sly. "And really, why are you shocked? You've already met Galactus, the guy who eats planets for breakfast." Susan let out a disbelieving laugh. "That's not the same comparison, Ethan. A bedtime story god and a cosmic monster aren't on the same level." Her tone was playful, but her eyes betrayed the lingering disbelief. Coulson wasn't much better, his mind racing to reconcile everything he was hearing. Thor finally broke the silence, his tone restrained but edged with disbelief. How can you lift Mjolnir?" Ethan rolled his eyes. "Come on, man. It's not like the world's gonna end because I lifted a hammer. Man up, you're not the god of hammers that enchanted it so that only you could lift it, are you? No need to look so shocked. The word struck Thor, grounding him. He drew in a steady breath, his expression easing as realization set in. You are right, he admitted at last. But it seems you are worthy, that'll make you trustworthy too, and far too knowledgeable for one so young, wizard. Ethan inclined his head with a small smile. Thank you. Now, let's return to the matter at hand. You're exiled. That much I can sense. Odin must have stripped you of your power, left you unworthy of your hammer. Am I correct? Coulson sat forward, his mind spinning with the implications. Susan's brows furrowed, her mind piecing together questions she dared not voice aloud. Neither doubted Ethan's words, his track record, his certainty, made lying unnecessary. Thor clenched his jaw, guilt flickering across his features. He didn't want to admit it, didn't want to expose his weakness, but Ethan's insight cut too deep. Ethan rose from his seat, walking slowly until he stood before the Asgardian prince. His tone softened. No need to look so down, everyone makes mistakes, Mr. Odinson. Even gods. Especially gods. No one is perfect. What matters is what you do next, what you learn from those mistakes. That's how you live on. Thor's eyes lowered and his pride faltered. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open. A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent stood frozen in the doorway, eyes darting between the luxurious chamber and the bewildering sight of Ethan, Thor, and Susan seated together. Coulson straightened immediately. What happened? It took some time for the agent to come back to reality, seeing a 5-star room inside their tent was hard enough to process. But then he hesitated, swallowing hard, before pointing a trembling finger at Thor. Someone's here, for him. Coulson's blood ran cold. His instinct screamed danger. If this is Odin, or anyone like him, we're dead men standing. If the myths were true, they stood no chance. He shot Thor a wary glance before forcing a smile. Mr. Odinson, please, be comfortable here. I'll be right back. He practically ran out the door, urgency in his steps. Susan leaned back. So, you think it's Thor's family? Ethan's voice was calm, but sharp. Didn't you hear me? He was banished. Families don't come for the banished unless it's a matter of life and death. Thor glared at him before snapping, you don't have to repeat it every 5 seconds. Ethan raised his hands in mock surrender. My bad. No offense intended. Then, with a smile, he turned to both Thor and Susan. Now then, let's continue our little discussion, shall we? High above the clouds, cloaked in secrecy, a colossal structure drifted silently like a phantom of war. To the naked eye it was almost invisible, hidden behind layers of atmospheric distortion and technology, an empire in the sky. The Red Room. Its architecture was cold, militaristic, and merciless, like a scar upon the heavens themselves. Steel corridors stretched endlessly inside, lined with reinforced plating and screens pulsing with streams of red data. Control rooms were manned by women known as widows, elite operatives molded since childhood, trained to perfection in combat, espionage, and obedience. Every gesture of theirs was disciplined, every glance mechanical. The command center was alive with quiet efficiency. Holographic projections displayed global maps, tactical overlays, and coded transmissions. Rows of widows sat at their stations, their hands moving over sleek consoles, eyes sharp, ears tuned to every incoming alert. No anomalies detected. No threats approaching and no deviation from control. It was calm. Too calm. Then. A deafening boom ripped through the stillness. A splitting crack across the sky like a sonic boom tearing reality apart. Before alarms could blare, before sensors could recalibrate, something slammed into the floating fortress with the force of a meteor. The structure groaned as something streaking at sonic speed slammed into the fortress's hull. The impact sent a ripple through the chamber floors. Lights flickered. Smoke poured into the corridors as panels cracked and walls shuddered. Metal screamed. Walls buckled. Sirens began to shriek belatedly, their red light casting the room in a chaotic strobe. All units, breach detected, one widow barked into her comm, Sector 7 compromised. We didn't see it on radar, another cried, disbelief cutting through her usual discipline. Their voices overlapped, tension growing as the realization hit them, the Red Room sensors, flawless against jets, missiles, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites, had failed. Through the smoke, a female figure emerged from the wreckage. She stood tall, her presence radiating both danger and confidence. Green fabric clung to her athletic frame, trimmed in bold yellow accents, the costume unmistakable to anyone who knew the stories. A cropped green jacket rested over her shoulders, open to reveal the sharp A insignia stretched across her chest. Long auburn hair cascaded in waves, caught in the flickering glow of the fires. And her emerald eyes burned with challenge. It was Anna Marie aka Rogue. Her lips curved into a sly smirk as she brushed dust from her gloves. Her southern drawl carried easily over the crackle of flames and alarms. Magic sure is convenient, ain't it? Makes hidin' our presence real easy. That's why y'all couldn't detect me. Several widows appeared, their boots clattering against steel as they surrounded her with disciplined precision. They moved like shadows, silent, lethal, waiting for a command. Rogue tilted her head, her expression somewhere between playful and deadly. Now then. She flexed her gloved fingers, that infamous mix of danger and allure in her stance. As Ethan likes to say in moments like this. Her smirk deepened, emerald eyes flashing with the promise of chaos. Let's dance, babies. Chapter 109, The Floating Fortress. The red room drifted through the upper atmosphere like a steel leviathan cloaked in cloud. Its spires and hangars jutted out like teeth, turbines humming beneath the hull to keep the massive facility aloft. Inside, the corridors were lit a harsh red, their walls lined with surveillance panels and hidden weapons. Anna stood in the center of one of those corridors, the letter A emblazoned on the chest of her emerald and yellow suit. Around her, 24 armed widows in black combat gear formed a ring, rifles raised. The air smelled of oil and ozone. She flexed her fingers with a crooked smile touching her lips. All right, girls. Let's see if I can get that 5-star rating on my first solo mission. With a single step she blurred, vanishing, reappearing at the far end of the hall. Behind her, 20 widows crumpled to the floor, unconscious. She glanced back over her shoulder, white streaks of hair falling into her eyes. This is efficiency, she murmured. Just like I planned. The echo of heavy boots thundered up the corridor as another squad advanced at a sprint, rifles barking. Bullets cracked against the walls, screaming sparks across metal, but when they struck her body and armor, they ricocheted harmlessly like pebbles against stone. Anna only sighed and blurred forward, moving faster than mortal sight could track, and within 2 seconds they were down as well. The gunfire ceased and the squad lay sprawled where they fell, groaning faintly. One groaned. Anna crouched, pressed her palm to the woman's bare wrist. Information flooded her mind, the layout of the floating fortress, the quickest path to the command center. Got it, she thought. This castle's mine now. She blurred again, becoming a streak of green and yellow, knocking aside anyone who tried to intercept her. Doors whooshed open before she reached them. At last she arrived at the reinforced double doors of the command room. One kick sent them flying inward, shattering against the far wall. At a corner desk, an old man with steel-rimmed glasses sat perfectly still, swirling red wine in a crystal glass. He watched her calmly, no flicker of fear in his pale eyes. Such an unfriendly visit, Dreykov observed. The young people today, no manners at all. Anna raised one brow, her boots echoing on the metal floor as she walked past the holographic monitors opposite his chair. Her eyes flicked over the holographic monitors, then back to him. I'm not here for friendly chats. I'm here to make sure you know who you're messing with. He tipped his head. Do you even know who I am? Dreykov, she said coldly, and began to list his crimes: trafficking, indoctrination, assassination, the hypnotizing of girls and turning them into mindless killers. You've been at this for a long time. Anna paused on the other side of his desk, arms loose at her sides, her presence radiating danger. Funny thing is, she added, narrowing her eyes, I figured you'd have been running for your life by now. His lips quirked in ghostly amusement. I was prepared the moment you stepped aboard. She leaned closer, voice dropping like ice. Prepared for this. Her hand darted for his collar. But vents hissed open beneath her boots, spilling a faint blue gas. The ceiling irised apart and a figure in a black tactical suit and skull mask dropped from above, grappling her from behind. She didn't resist at first. Then she twisted, flinging him across the room. He crashed through a side wall with a metallic crunch. Dreykov chuckled. That blue chemical is what I use to control every widow. Soon, you two will join them. Anna stood silent, green eyes narrowing. Dreykov mistook her stillness for weakness. He stepped forward, voice rising. I'll tear Carter down, he hissed, his pale eyes feverish behind the glasses, with his own women. His lips curled into a jagged smile. I worried the plan would fail, but my ally, Alchemilla, provided me with a formula. A drug. One that, lets me temporarily hypnotize women. Do you understand, girl? Hypnotize. Control. Subvert. You will bring me the rest who surround your precious Ethan Carter. And when he sees his women bend to me. When he watches you destroy him by my design. Ethan Carter will finally collapse. He let out a low, cruel laugh. I can't wait to see his face on that day. She had heard enough. Her hand shot out, closing around his throat. His eyes went wide. You're obsessed with breaking girls, she snarled, spitting the words into his face. Drugging them and puppeteering them. You call this power? Pathetic. Only a weak man hides behind tricks like that. He choked out a sound, trying to call for the widows. Then the widows hidden behind his chair and in the corners, concealed by camouflage tech, shimmered into view, their stealth fields dropping as they surged forward toward Anna. She raised her hand, calling on the power she'd only recently acquired from Magneto, magnetic manipulation. The metal floor rippled and bent at her command, rising up to ensnare the widows like living chains. With a flick of her fingers, loose metal objects from around the room shot through the air, striking several of them and knocking them out cold. He stared at her in shock, lips trembling as he tried to bargain for his life even as her fingers closed around his throat. Wait, we can make a deal, he rasped. Money, information, anything you want. Her power surged. His memories poured into her like black water, his secrets and networks laid bare. He screamed for help. Behind him, more widows tried to move, but the metal under them pinned them in place. Anna's grip didn't loosen. You think I'm here for money? Her gaze bored into his. I've seen what you've done. You drugged them. Used them like puppets and broke them. He swallowed hard, sweat beading at his temple. It was just business. Her fingers tightened, cutting him off. Business, she echoed, voice like steel. These are lives of humans. You don't get to hide behind business. Her voice dropped even colder. You're not a visionary. You're not a kingpin. You're just a pathetic human. Breaking women because you could never match them. Now that she knew everything, and she despised what he had done and she would make sure he paid for it. Anna's eyes glinted. I know every name, every account, every shipment. You built your empire on their pain. I know everything now, she said softly. And I don't need you anymore. Power cosmic flared from her palm that is holding him. Dreykov's body and soul unraveled, turning to dust that drifted across his own desk. The trapped widows stared in shock. Anna then slipped a sling ring onto one hand and carved a glowing circle in the air with her other hand. A portal opened, spilling dozens of crimson vials into her grasp. She closed it with a flick, then hurled the vials among the immobilized women. The vials burst across the metal floor, shards spilling streams of chemical fog that writhed upward. Anna spread her hand above it. Power cosmic surged out in a pulsing flare, igniting the haze into a living, crimson storm. The mist swirled through the chamber, lashing across every widow, coils of fire-tinted fog searing deep into their lungs not with pain, but with release. She couldn't help but think that every relentless hour she'd poured into mastering the power cosmic was beginning to show. At last the training was bearing fruit. Time to clear your heads, she murmured. Her voice echoed off the walls as the fog settled. The glow thundered once, then faded. The last trails of fog sank away. Slowly, one after another, the widows blinked. Their glassy eyes softened. Confusion replaced the empty obedience. Memory began to return. The fortress creaked, caught in silence, as the spell Dreykov built over years began to crumble in a single moment. And for the first time in years, the widow's eyes began to clear. The makeshift shield compound on the edge of the desert buzzed with restless activity. Tents, trucks and humming generators sat under a bruised evening sky, the air full of static tension. Inside the largest tent, Coulson and his agents huddled over laptops and scanner rigs, trying to keep up with the day's surreal events. Thor's hammer still sat in its crater a few feet away, an unmovable mystery. And now a new visitor had arrived. An older man with a nervous smile stood opposite Coulson, holding out a passport. His name is Donald Blake, the man said crisply. He's with the team your people pulled research from. And he's very angry about it. Coulson accepted the document with a frown. Our men are running scans on this. You understand we've had unusual guests lately. The agent at the scanner glanced up before whispering. Sir, the ID's a fake. Coulson's eyes narrowed. If he's a scientist, Dr. Selvig, how did he get past my people? He took down several agents before anyone could blink. The man's smile twitched. He used to work out. A lot. His tone was half joke, half deflection. Coulson tilted his head. Really? Before the conversation could go further, the tent flaps parted. Ethan Carter stepped in along with Susan Storm at his side with a half-mask hiding her features. She didn't want people like Selvig to know she was with Ethan yet, and Thor looming behind them like a restless storm. The air shifted the moment Ethan walked in, agents straightened unconsciously. Ethan spoke first. Mr. Eric Selvig, you can take your companion. He's innocent of any wrongdoing. The scientist's eyes flicked to Ethan. You, oh my God, you are. Ethan Carter in the flesh. Ethan extended a hand. I've read your work, Dr. Selvig. Even funded some of it anonymously. And I've heard the story of you and Dr. Foster conducting your research. That's an interesting idea. Selvig tried to hide the flash of excitement behind his glasses as he reached out to shake his hand. I can't believe I'm meeting you here. You're Ethan Carter, the founder of Aeon Biotech, and the Superhero, Susan murmured dryly while glancing at Ethan. Ethan smiled. Let's just say we're giving your research back. And funding it the right way. No strings. No theft. You'll have what you need. Selvig exhaled, relief warring with disbelief. He cast a sharp look at Coulson. You're going to return Dr. Foster's materials you've taken, right? Coulson's jaw tightened. Borrowed, Dr. Selvig. But yes, it will be done. Selvig nodded once, a little too quickly. Then I'll take Donald back. We have a lot to discuss. Thor inclined his head, heavy eyes softening. I thank you, friend Selvig. Ethan stopped them briefly, holding out a book. Give this to Dr. Foster. It's her notes. The rest will be back by tomorrow morning. Selvig accepted it like a sacred text. Thank you, Dr. Carter. Truly. He glanced at Thor, then led him out of the tent, addressing him quietly as Donald Blake. Susan watched them go. What are you even doing, Ethan? He turned to her. He's a prince, exiled or not. He deserves to be treated with respect. And it's clear he's already bonded with people here. Selvig came to save him. He turned to Coulson. It's best not to get on his bad side. I'll personally watch him. Since they're basically gods, it's best to treat them with respect. And caution. Coulson listened, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Ethan continued, Dr. Foster's research is worth looking into. I plan to take them under my wing, Coulson. Coulson understood what this meant, exhaled and nodded. Their data and materials will be returned by morning. You have my word. He signaled to his men, who began making arrangements immediately. Ethan's gaze shifted to Coulson. That's good. But tell me one thing, how did S.H.I.E.L.D. get back together so fast after I wiped out nearly 80% of Hydra inside it? Coulson's mouth twitched in a half-smile. Because the world still has more people trying to save it than destroy it, Dr. Carter. Ethan recalled all the villains of the Marvel Universe, a shadow crossing his face. Not from what I've seen. Aloud he said with a wry smile, I'm not so sure about that. Susan raised an eyebrow, realizing there were people out there who would do anything to get power into their hands. Coulson then turned to Ethan. What about the hammer? Should we study it? Try to find out what makes it powerful. Susan shook her head sharply. Bad idea. That hammer's Odin's. If S.H.I.E.L.D. pokes it and Odin comes for it, it won't end well. She turned to Ethan. Why don't you take it and hide it somewhere safe? You're worthy, and you seem to be the only one able to move it. Ethan glanced toward the sealed chamber where Mjolnir lay. I plan to do so. It's best not to leave it here. We don't want unwanted attention from anyone interested in a magical Asgardian hammer. People would kill for something like that. I'll give it back to Thor after he becomes worthy again. Better not to crave what isn't ours. As much as he wanted to take the hammer for himself, he intended to keep the plot intact, as close to the original story as possible. He would keep it in town and make sure Thor regained his powers like in the original canon. His mind flicked back to the time he used his chronokinesis to find the Dark Branch in the DC universe. That memory still haunted him, the universe where the plot had deviated because someone had reincarnated in there and tried to seize too much power, almost ending the entire branch of DC universe. Marvel had its own version of fixed points, and incursions would erase entire universes if those points were broken. At first he hadn't cared about the larger plot at all, but watching an entire branch collapse into nothingness changed him. It was wiser, he realized, to keep events as close to the original path as possible while quietly steering them toward a better outcome for everyone. He was confident he could repair the damage already done, but he had no desire to trigger further incursions or draw the eyes of the cosmic powers just yet. Susan asked quietly, do you think Thor can become worthy again? Maybe this is Odin's punishment, stripping him of his powers and leaving him here with the hammer he can't lift. Ethan's eyes darkened. Odin is not a simple man. Don't forget he's the king of 9 realms. Coulson inclined his head. I still can't believe this. All the myths are real. Ethan murmured something as Coulson stepped outside for air, though they both knew he was really going to report to Fury. When the tent had quieted, Ethan lifted his hand. Susan's eyes widened with curiosity. What are you doing? He pushed her gently aside. 2 seconds later, Mjolnir flew into his hand with a heavy thunk. Ethan grinned, boyish delight lighting his face. Oh, I've always wanted to do this in my previous life. He swung the hammer experimentally, then, with a casual twist, sent it into the mirror dimension for safekeeping. Ethan looked at Susan. Come on. Let's get out of here. Her eyebrow arched as she removed the mask. Where to? He smiled. A date across town. We've earned it. Her eyes softened. You're impossible. Probably, he said, offering his hand. She took it, and together they stepped out into the desert morning, leaving the tent and drama behind them, for now. Inside the glass-walled executive office of Aeon Biotech, sunlight pooled across polished floors and chrome fixtures. Diana sat behind her desk in a tailored navy suit, the phone still warm in her hand from the call with Dee. She cut the connection, leaned back, and stared at the skyline. The conversation replayed in her head. Dee had taken in 2 homeless children. One of them, disturbingly, carried a power so intense that even Dee, who was rarely rattled, had been cautious. Diana's gaze slid to the panoramic window. Afternoon light glared off the glass, turning the city into a sea of white and gold. Her reflection stared back at her, and with it came a rush of memories from a different life, the comic versions of herself that existed in this universe. New DC issues had started to appear on newsstands again, each one was a twisted mirror. In some she was a diplomat, in others a mercenary. One particularly infamous run had her falling in love with Batman. She still snorted when she thought of it. Why would I fall for a man like that? Ethan had been in her heart long before she'd even seen that storyline. She'd nearly stormed the publisher's office to demand they pull the title, but Ethan had stopped her, buying the entire DC imprint outright and quietly shutting down the more lurid books. Most of them had painted her as little more than a pin-up in armor, all curves and poses, their popularity built on how sexy she looked. She'd never wanted to be a model or a symbol for someone else's fantasy. She wanted to be seen as what she actually was, a warrior, a protector, and a woman with strength and passion. She exhaled and forced her mind back to the present. Before Ethan had left with Susan, he'd parceled out assignments about guys who were trying to find trouble with their company. Anna was already dealing with the Red Room, as Ethan had asked. That conversation had taken place over their private telepathic link, a little trick Ethan had built so they could speak whenever they wished without anyone listening. Jean was immersed in another project entirely, collecting the world's refuse so Ethan could transmute it into usable material. A small smile touched Diana's lips. The men she'd chosen worked tirelessly for the good of mankind, even if he could be slippery at times. She shook her head. Silky, she called it. But she had her own mission. One name sat like a splinter in her thoughts, the Hand. In the underworld, the Hand was a secretive ninja cult, centuries old, steeped in black magic. They resurrected the dead, brokered assassins, and embedded themselves in corporations across the globe. Ethan's assignment for Diana was to keep the Hand and their allies from infiltrating Aeon Biotech. She would not allow it. She stared at the city again, a flicker of steel in her eyes. Diana straightened, smoothing a hand down her suit jacket. There was work to do, and she would see it done. None of them realized it, but Ethan's influence was quietly remaking his inner circle. The women around him were being drawn into an almost obsessive orbit, their minds sharpening, their instincts hardening until they were far more dangerous than their canonical selves, perhaps even more dangerous than Ethan himself, not in raw power but in mindset. Whether that was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. Chapter 110, The End of the Hand. Night still clung to the mountains of Japan, but the sky at the horizon had begun to pale. In the half-light the courtyard of the old compound looked like a battlefield from an ancient scroll, paper lanterns shattered, tiles cracked, and bodies everywhere. They lay in grotesque shapes across the flagstones and gardens, black-clad assassins, their masks soaked through with blood. Most were dead, a few still twitched, gasping their last. Shuriken and broken swords glittered under the rising dawn like teeth. The fight had been brief but absolute, a massacre more than a battle. Inside the main hall the carnage was quieter but no less final. For bodies lay sprawled amid splintered screens and overturned lacquered tables. Alexandra Reed, the centuries-old strategist who had guided the Hand's reach into governments. Murakami, the silent hunter who preferred to fight beasts in the dark. Sawand, the recruiter and trafficker of soldiers, who turned whole villages into killers. Bakuto, the teacher who cloaked indoctrination in the language of honor. For centuries they had called themselves the Fingers of the Hand, each one controlling an empire of crime, black magic, and death. Tonight their reign had ended. And at the center of the room the last of them still lived, Madame Gao. She was on her knees on the tatami floor, bound by a glowing rope looped around her neck. The lasso shimmered like sunlight caught in water, coiling up from the floor to her neck. Each time she tried to move it tightened, forcing another ragged gasp. The woman holding it stood tall and unmoving. Her hair was dark as midnight and whipped by the breeze coming through the broken doors. Over her shoulder rested a gleaming sword, a round shield, scarred by countless battles, rode her left arm. In her right hand the lasso burned bright. The Amazon's eyes were cold steel. Madame Gao hissed, her voice still sharp despite the noose at her throat. Why? Why destroy us? We do not even know you or your name. The warrior's expression didn't flicker. You don't deserve to know mine, she said, her voice a low bell in the ruined hall. Only a true warrior earns that honor. The lasso pulsed, and Gao shuddered as if secrets were being torn from her veins. Diana began to speak, each sentence a hammer blow. You trafficked children and called it recruitment. You resurrected killers to serve your greed. You poisoned cities, toppled leaders, and sold death as salvation. Your cult has murdered thousands and hidden behind myths for centuries. Gao's eyes widened, surprise breaking through her fury, at how much this stranger knew. The Amazon's hand tightened, the rope drawing Gao to her knees. But your greatest mistake, Diana said, voice like ice, was trying to touch the company of my men. A whisper of movement behind her, she didn't even look. With a flick of her arm she hurled the shield backward. It spun across the room, a silver blur, and sliced clean through a ninja trying to rise behind her. The assassin fell in two halves. The shield embedded itself in the far wall with a ringing thunk. Gao gasped for breath as the lasso constricted. We could work together. No. This is the end of the hand. Diana's tone was final. She reached over her shoulder, drew the sword, and in a single smooth motion cut through the last finger of the hand. Madame Gao's body collapsed soundlessly to the tatami. Silence fell. Diana surveyed the ruin. Blood and shattered masks. The end of a centuries-old cancer. Her eyes softened for a moment. May your souls find peace, she murmured. Then, colder, to the four fallen leaders, and may yours rot in hell for eternity. She crossed to the wall and pulled her shield free, strapping it to her arm. Around her, the black-clad bodies of the hand lay like shadows. She felt no guilt. They were brainwashed and murdered the innocent. This was mercy. The hand. The more she thought of it, the more it sickened her, an organization so ancient it believed itself untouchable. But she had found one finger, bound them with her lasso, and made them reveal the rest. One by one she had cut them down until tonight, the last base burned. The princess of Themyscira had ended what no hero had managed for centuries. She drew a long breath and rose from the floor, boots leaving the blood-stained tatami. The shield and sword slid into place across her back. Her bracelets began to glow, arcs of lightning crawling across the metal. She charged them until the air hummed, then slammed her wrists together and pointed down at the compound. A thunderous flash tore the night open. The shockwave rolled out across the mountains, and when it cleared the bodies and ruins of the hand were nothing but scorched dust. Training with Ethan and the others had pushed her powers to new heights. She could summon storms, channel lightning, level a city if she wished just by using her lightning powers. And she was still growing stronger. She hovered in the air above what had been the hand's stronghold and watched the first edge of the sun crest the horizon. Warm light touched her face. She smiled faintly. A new day, she said softly. Cleaning up the trash always feels best. A soft voice touched her mind, Jean's. Thanks to the psychic channel Ethan had created, they could speak across any distance. Work finished? Jean asked. All done, Diana replied. Trash taken out. Jean chuckled in her head. Ethan's rubbing off on you. You never used words like that before. I don't regret it though, Diana thought back. Red Room's finished too, Jean reported. Anna saved a lot of widows. I'll come collect the hand's artifacts before anyone misuses them. Diana nodded in the link. When will Ethan be back? Tomorrow, Jean's thought voice said. Good. Farewell, sister. She reached to her belt, drew a sling ring, slipped it over her fingers, and traced a glowing circle in the air. A portal opened, showing the marble halls of her home. Diana drifted forward, stepped through, and the circle snapped shut behind her, leaving only the empty sky and the ashes of the hand. A few hours later. The town of Puente Antiguo, New Mexico baked under the afternoon sun. Dust devils curled across the main street, carrying the smell of hot asphalt and mesquite. Inside a corner cafe, the hum of ceiling fans and the smell of roasted beans softened the clatter of the street outside. At a table near the window sat Ethan Carter and Susan Storm, mugs steaming between their hands. Ethan had quietly wrapped the cafe in a veil of psychic haze so no one noticed who they really were. Nobody could overhear them, nobody could recognize them, to the other customers they looked like just another young couple out for lunch. Susan laughed, eyes crinkling behind her sunglasses, as Ethan finished another dry joke. You're ridiculous, she said, nudging his arm. You should smile more, Ethan said warmly. You look good when you do. She tilted her head. Flattery. Or field tactic. A bit of both. Maybe you should tell me more terrible jokes then, she teased, blue eyes glinting over the rim of her cup. They lingered in that easy rhythm until her expression turned thoughtful. What are we going to do about Thor? Ethan arched a brow. About Thor. Don't tell me you're just leaving a prince of Asgard here to drink coffee and brood. From what I read last night on internet, he's strong, dangerous even. Leaving him loose in the town seems like a bad idea. Ethan raised an eyebrow over his mug. You've been doing homework. Of course. You never move without a plan. He smiled faintly. You're right. I don't intend to leave him here to sulk. I want to see him regain his worthiness, and maybe earn a favor from Odin himself. Susan tilted her head. I still don't get why Odin sent him here of all places. Ethan's smile turned mysterious. I wonder that too. They finished their coffee, left a tip on the table, and strolled out into the sunlight. A few blocks away stood a low adobe house surrounded by a scatter of moving boxes, Dr. Foster's temporary base. As Ethan approached, a pair of government men in suits were just climbing into their SUV, having finished unloading confiscated equipment. Through the open doorway he could see Jane Foster, Darcy Lewis, and Dr. Eric Selvig clustered around a kitchen table, mid-argument. I'm telling you what Thor said is believable, Jane insisted. What Thor told you might be poetic, Jane, Selvig was saying, but it's not believable. We should be realistic. And ready, Dr. Carter said he'd fund our research and will be here soon. Darcy snorted. Yeah, because that's totally normal. Space gods and billionaire superheroes, all in 1 week. She turned toward the door, caught sight of Ethan and Susan walking up, and froze. Oh my God. Speak of the devil. Jane turned and saw Ethan and Susan walking up the path. Thor, who had been sitting quietly on the porch, rose to his feet and brightened like a sunrise. Welcome, friends of Midgard, he boomed, striding toward them with his arms outstretched. Ethan waved back, amused at the thunder god's simplicity. Help him once and he'll call you friend forever, he thought. Jane straightened nervously while Selvig hustled forward, introducing them. Dr. Carter. Dr. Storm. An honor to see you again. Please, come in. Darcy stared shamelessly. Wow, you're even more handsome in person, she blurted at Ethan, then turned to Susan. An invisible woman. That's a good combo. Always been a fan. Ethan chuckled as Jane clapped a hand over Darcy's mouth and invited them inside. They settled around the living room table, Ethan and Susan on one side, Darcy and Selvig opposite, with Thor and Jane standing together near the counter. Jane handed out water. Did the agents return everything they took? Ethan asked. Selvig nodded. Everything's back. Thank you again. It's nothing, Ethan said. I want to fund your project properly. He turned to Thor. How's your stay so far? Thor gave a small, almost shy smile. I am well. These are good people. Darcy tilted her head between Thor and Ethan. Are you guys brothers or something? You look like you walked off the same royal TV show. Ethan only smiled while Jane smacked Darcy's shoulder. Don't mind her. Susan found herself thinking the same thing. If she hadn't known Thor's identity she might have mistaken them for siblings. Thor straightened. We are not brothers by blood, but I would gladly call Ethan friend, if he does not object. Ethan studied him. Yesterday the god had been grim and silent, now he seemed almost content. Perhaps we can get along over some beer, Ethan said. Thor's eyes lit. An excellent suggestion. Selvig cleared his throat, trying to steer the conversation back toward research funding. Ethan agreed easily, then glanced at Thor with a faint smile. It seems we have company from your old friends. A sharp knock rattled the glass window. Found you, a voice called. Everyone turned. 4 figures stood outside the house, silhouettes against the desert sun. They were clad in Asgardian armor, ornate leather and steel glinting with runes. The first was Lady Sif, tall and fierce, her long black hair falling over silver pauldrons, a sword as tall as she was strapped to her back. Her gaze was hawk-sharp, fixed on Thor through the glass with a huge smile. Beside her loomed Volstagg, a massive, bearded warrior with a crimson tunic and an axe like a battle standard resting on one shoulder. To his right stood Fandral, golden-haired and roguish, his emerald cloak billowing, twin sabers at his hips and a grin already forming. And just behind them Hogan, the quietest of the 3, dark-eyed and grim, clad in grey leather with a spiked mace in his hand. Thor's face lit with recognition. My friends. Ethan leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing with interest. And now the real plot begins, he thought. Chapter 111, The Wizard of Midgard. A few moments later, the air in the small house grew heavy. Jane, Darcy, and Selvig lingered near the table while Susan and Ethan quietly took seats in the corner. Opposite them, Sif and the warriors 3 stood tall, their armor gleaming in the pale sunlight spilling through the blinds. Volstagg's booming voice carried first. We came as fast as the Bifrost would allow. Loki sits on the throne of Asgard. Ethan leaned forward, his tone sharp. Let me get this straight. Thor's brother, Loki, plotted against him, stole the throne, and twisted things until Thor believed Odin's death was his fault. Fandral nodded gravely. That's right. He turned to Thor, his expression urgent. We need you to return. Asgard will fall to his lies unless you stop him. Selvig's jaw dropped. The king of, you mean this isn't some elaborate fairy tale? Ethan thought, even with everything happening, he still doesn't believe it. Man. What's with this guy? Jane's eyes flicked to Thor, full of quiet worry. Darcy muttered under her breath, so much for keeping things light. Thor stood silent, the weight of truth pressing on his shoulders. But before he could respond, a low vibration rumbled through the floorboards. The glass rattled. Everyone turned as a massive plume of fire and dust blossomed at the town's edge. A deep boom followed, shaking the windows. Outside, people shouted in alarm, stepping into the streets to see the rising column of smoke. Thor's expression darkened. We must move. Evacuate the townspeople. If Loki has sent what I fear, there will be nothing left standing unless we act. Jane's voice trembled. But what about you? Volstagg thumped his chest with his fist. He fights with us. Together we. No, Ethan said calmly. He rose from his seat, the corner of his coat brushing Susan's arm as she stood with him. All eyes turned. There's no need for you guys to involve here, Ethan continued. Loki won't destroy so much as a single stone in this town. I promise you that. Fandral frowned. With respect, stranger, this is Asgard's matter. No mortal of Midgard can stop. Ethan laughed suddenly, a sound sharp enough to cut the tension. Mortal of Midgard. He shook his head, smiling darkly. That's the funniest thing I've heard all week. His expression hardened, his eyes glinting with fire. If this truly were an Asgardian matter, it should have been handled on Asgard. But the moment Loki's schemes touched this town, my world, it became my concern. I don't look away. Susan sighed softly, here we go again. Ethan lifted his hands. Crimson circles of runes ignited in both palms, swirling with arcane power. He clapped them together, sending a ripple of scarlet energy bursting outward. The wave raced across the town in an instant. Outside, buildings shimmered faintly, glowing with etched runes of protection. Cars, lampposts, fences, even people themselves bore faint scarlet sigils that pulsed once before fading into invisibility. Gasps rose from the streets as neighbors looked at one another, realizing they were marked with something unearthly. Ethan stepped to the window. A small circle of light appeared before his mouth, amplifying his voice across the desert town. Hello, everyone. Ethan Carter here. His voice boomed through the air, echoing across Puente Antiguo as if the heavens themselves carried it. You've seen the explosion at the edge of town, right? Someone is about to attack this town. But fear not, because I am here. The townsfolk froze but continue listening. The spell you feel wrapping around you is my protection. No harm will touch you, Ethan went on. The town is under my protection. Walls, homes, cars, every living thing is safe. You need only do one thing, return home, and stay inside for 30 minutes. That's all I'll need to clean up some unwanted visitors. The circle winked out. A hush spread through the streets, then relief. Mothers ushered children back inside. Shopkeepers pulled shutters down, but with none of the fear that had first rippled through town. People began whispering Ethan's name, some in awe, others in outright excitement. Is it true? One man murmured. That's Ethan Carter. Finally, we get to see him fight, said another. Better than waiting for the army to show up, muttered a third. Inside, the Asgardians exchanged glances. Thor's lips curved with something between pride and wonder. He is a wizard of Midgard, he explained to his companions. A man I met yesterday, but one whose power I trust. Thor thought that since this man could lift Mjolnir and prove himself worthy, then surely he could take that thing down. He turned to Ethan, voice steady. If you can wield such magic and even Mjolnir, we could end this fight with ease. But tell me, can your sorcery truly shield these people? Sif's eyes widened and her sharp voice cut through. Are you mad, Thor? You trust a wizard you barely know. And what is this nonsense about letting him use your hammer? Her eyes narrowed at Ethan. What are you really? Ethan met Thor's gaze evenly. Your hammer isn't mine to use. It's yours and I don't need that to win this fight. And it will answer you again when you've earned it. Then his eyes shifted to Sif, cold and unwavering. As for trust, I don't need yours. You'll see with your own eyes soon enough. Darcy piped up quickly, sensing the tension. In case anyone forgot, this guy already stomped some villains and a few other big bads like they were dolls. If anyone can handle what's coming, it's him. Jane nodded, though worry lingered in her gaze. Selvig simply sat down heavily, muttering in disbelief, wizards. Gods. Kings. And now, explosions. What am I going to witness in the future? The room held its breath. Outside, smoke still curled into the sky. The enemy was coming. Moments later. The ground trembled as the destroyer marched into Puente Antiguo. Each heavy step cracked the pavement beneath its armored feet. Its eyeless helm glowed with building fury before unleashing a searing beam of destructive fire. The blast ripped across the street, cars, buildings, even the gas station should have been obliterated. But instead, the red glyphs glowing on every surface shimmered. Ethan's protection spell held firm. The flames dissipated harmlessly against the wards. Inside their homes, townsfolk gasped, and then cheered. Their savior's promise was true, nothing would fall while Ethan Carter stood. Ethan stood at the center of it all. Hands buried in his pockets, coat billowing faintly in the heat, his piercing blue eyes narrowed as the destroyer slowed its march toward him. "Showtime," he murmured. Behind him, Thor and his companions tensed. Jane, Selvig, and Darcy clutched each other nervously, while Susan Storm remained silent, studying Ethan with sharp eyes. After meeting Galactus, she had begun seeing the fragments of truths that seemed to stretch far beyond what any human should know. How does he know all of this? What else is he hiding, she wondered, before shaking her head. She knew better than to expect straight answers from him. He never gave them. Instead, she resolved herself to protect the people around them. Whatever Ethan was hiding, whatever he carried, she trusted him to handle the walking metal juggernaut striding toward them. The Asgardians exchanged uneasy glances. Sif broke the silence. Can this mortal truly handle it? Thor's expression was uncharacteristically firm. He can. I don't know why, but I want to believe in him. The destroyer continued its march, firing beam after beam. Each impact made Ethan's runes flare like veins of molten fire across the town. Cars rattled but remained untouched. Storefronts shook but stood firm. Even the gas station tanks glowed red, shielded from detonation. The crowd hidden behind curtains erupted in applause. Ethan Carter, the man who stands against anything to protect them. Ethan tilted his head, unimpressed. Then he raised his voice, his words carrying across the street. Come on, charcoal toy. Move faster. And you, reindeer helmet boy, I know you're watching. Make that thing move, will you? I've got other things to do. The words echoed, and for a moment, silence followed. Then Ethan cringed internally. God, that was awful. Trash talk is an art, and I'm painting with crayons. I need to spend more time with Stark. The men practically breathed sarcasm. Even Strange got better at it after hanging out with him in space. That Infinity War banter. Top tier. Behind him, Sif actually laughed, and even Fandral and Hagen cracked a grin. Volstagg guffawed loudly enough to shake his belly. Only Thor remained grim, his gaze fixed on Ethan with quiet intensity. Then Ethan glanced over his shoulder at the Thunder God, his tone shifting. Remember, Thor, with great power comes great responsibility. Thor froze. His eyes widened as if struck by lightning, not by Ethan's words alone, but by the truth behind them. Responsibility. His breath caught as memories of his father's lessons echoed in his mind. Susan, watching closely, arched a brow. Really, Ethan? Responsibility? That's rich coming from you. You always dumping yours onto Jean or others after stirring chaos. Hypocrite. She bit her tongue though, unwilling to shatter the image he was building in front of everyone. The destroyer loomed close now, its burning faceplate turning toward Ethan like a predator eyeing prey. And then Ethan moved. One instant he stood idle, hands in his pockets. The next, he vanished in a blur, reappearing beneath the towering machine. His fist shot upward with devastating force, an uppercut that cracked like thunder. A sonic boom cracked the air as his fist slammed into the destroyer's chin. The armored figure was lifted off the ground and hurled skyward, metal ringing like a bell struck by a hammer. Gasps echoed from inside homes. Jane clutched her chest. Darcy muttered, "Holy, did he just punch a robot into the sky?" Awesome. Ethan followed, rising into the air in a streak of crimson. His irises glowed blood red as power surged through him. Flames licked his right arm, lightning sparking along his veins until his entire fist was cloaked in storm fire. Let's test your durability, shall we? He growled, voice carrying across the battlefield. What do you say, Loki? With that, Ethan delivered another strike, an overhand blow that collided with the destroyer's chest. Boom. The impact birthed a massive shockwave, a thunderclap that rolled across the desert. The air itself roared as a massive explosion blossomed high above, painting the sky with fire. The town below shook, but the wards glowed brighter, keeping every brick and every soul safe. And in the sky above Puente Antiguo, the battle had ended before it even began. The massive explosion ripped through the street, flames erupting violently before dissolving into thin air within seconds. Everyone ducked instinctively, shielding themselves, then slowly rose to take in the aftermath. Hogan groaned, brushing soot from his armor. Are all wizards in Midgard like this? Everyone's eyes shifted to Susan, silently asking her to confirm the statement. Susan chuckled softly while glancing at Ethan as he hovered above the street, calm as if nothing had happened. Don't look at me. I'm not a wizard like him and don't know about that stuff, she said before shaking her head. The destroyer had fallen with a thunderous thud, its body is damaged a lot and smoke curling from its joints. Its limbs twitched, then lay still, seemingly incapacitated. Seconds later, Ethan descended smoothly, landing lightly before them, his blue eyes narrowing at the motionless machine. It's weaker than it looks. Took me just 2 blows to finish it, and I wasn't even serious, he said, as if commenting on some simple task. Darcy's jaw dropped. Oh my god. I think I just wet myself. And, new crush material. She trailed off, cheeks flushed. Selvig yanked a hand over her mouth. Darcy. Close your mouth. You're drooling. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in the air easing, for a moment. Laughter and relief rippled through the group. But suddenly, the destroyer's head twisted unnaturally. Its helmet opened, revealing the glowing flame inside. A searing beam shot out, aimed directly at Jane, who was walking toward Thor with a hopeful smile. Thor reacted instantly, lunging to push her out of the way. But Susan was faster. She cast an invisible shield around Jane, Thor's face slammed against the shield, his back recoiling from the impact before taking the blast full force. No. Jane cried, pressing against the shield, desperate to reach him. Everyone froze, horror and disbelief etching their faces. Ethan's voice cut through the panic, calm yet commanding. You're done for. He raised his hands, one igniting with phoenix fire, the other crackling with power cosmic. The energies collided and surged forward, obliterating the destroyer in a blinding flash. Molten metal rained down, leaving nothing but twisted scraps of metal. Ethan immediately turned to Thor, lying burned and motionless on the ground. He dropped to his knees beside him. Idiot. What were you thinking, jumping like that? I already cast spells on everyone, including Jane. Besides, Susan can protect them. Sif's voice cut through sharply, full of anger. Why didn't you cast your spell on him? Ethan's shoulders slumped, guilt flickering across his face. I didn't think he'd go into the battle. I also didn't cast it on all of you. I'm sorry. But secretly, he gestured his hand behind him, opening a portal to the mirror dimension. It shimmered briefly nearby, but everyone ignored it, their attention locked on Jane cradling Thor, tears streaming down her face. Susan's gaze pierced him. He's too calm, unrealistically calm, she thought. She could see the guilt on his face, but something told her that wasn't truly what he was feeling. Fandral and Volstagg called out in unison, panic lacing their voices. Can you heal him? Can you? Before Ethan could answer, a boom echoed through the town. All eyes turned skyward to see Mjolnir hurtling toward Thor. Ethan reacted instantly, telekinesis rippling through the air. Move. His force pushed everyone aside as the hammer landed perfectly on Thor's hand. Lightning arced violently across Thor's body. His muscles tensed, then relaxed, his burns and scorched flesh healed instantly. A lightning aura enveloped him, and his body began to transform. The transformation was nothing short of breathtaking. Thor's frame swelled, muscles coiling with the raw, unrestrained strength of Asgard. The scars and burns that had once marred his body vanished, leaving skin as flawless as polished marble. Golden strands of hair caught the morning light, glowing with an almost divine radiance. His eyes ignited with electricity, arcs of lightning dancing across his irises, alive with untamed power. Slowly, almost reverently, his armor reassembled around him, gleaming and fitting as though it had been made for this very moment. He stood renewed, a storm incarnate, every inch of him radiating the might of a god. The air around him hummed with the unmistakable energy of a god of thunder. Jane gasped, tears of relief spilling down her cheeks. Oh. My. God. Darcy clapped her hands, squealing. He looks like a prince from some epic TV show. Sif and the warriors of Asgard smiled with awe written across their faces. Thor rose, the storm of energy crackling across his shoulders. He smiled faintly at Jane. Ethan is observing this with a sly grin. Everything went according to plan, he thought. Ethan's eyes flicked to the remnants of the destroyer. With a subtle gesture, he gathered and sent the leftover metal fragments into his storage dimension, unnoticed by anyone who was focused entirely on Thor. Jane rushed to Thor, clutching his arm. You can't do that again. Thor laughed lightly, my body moved on its own, he said before nodding toward Ethan. Susan moved closer to Ethan and whispered to him before narrowing her eyes. You're way too calm for someone watching your friend nearly die. Ethan smiled before tilting his head. I don't know what gave you that feeling, but everything went well. He gave a subtle nod to himself. One step closer to the next part, everything went exactly as planned. Chapter 112, The Bridge Between Worlds. The desert wind howled across the barren stretch of land where the group had gathered. The air shimmered faintly around the circular patch of sand, scorched with intricate runes that pulsed with ancient energy. The strange symbols marked the very spot where the Bifrost had once struck, the bridge between realms, the path that had brought Sif, the Warriors 3, and the fearsome destroyer to Earth. Thor stood in the center of the circle, his face lit by the faint glow of the runes. His expression was a storm of hope and worry as he raised his voice toward the heavens. Heimdall. Do you hear me? He shouted, his tone echoing across the empty desert. Open the Bifrost. We need passage. There was no answer, only the whisper of wind over sand. He would never ignore you, Fandral said grimly. If he's not answering. Sif's brows furrowed, her warrior's instincts uneasy. Something must have happened to him, she said grimly. He risked much to send us here. If Loki discovered that betrayal. Volstagg grunted, gripping his axe. Then Asgard itself may be in peril. Ethan stood at the edge of the circle, his hands in his coat pockets, studying the runes with quiet intensity. Beside him, Susan watched the Asgardians with a mixture of curiosity and sympathy, while Jane, Darcy, and Selvig stood close together, shielding their eyes from the dry wind. Thor's voice broke the silence again, this time louder, desperate. Heimdall. I know you can hear me. Please. We need you now. For a moment, nothing. Then, the sky darkened. Clouds gathered with unnatural speed, swirling above them in a vortex of light and sound. Bolts of lightning split the heavens, arcing downward until they converged on the circle. The ground trembled, the runes flaring to life like molten gold. Darcy's jaw dropped. Okay, that's either a wormhole or God just upgraded his Wi-Fi. Selvig muttered, that's not scientifically possible, even as he stumbled back from the force of the energy. Jane, however, took a step forward. She knew this was it. Thor smiled faintly and turned toward her. Jane, he said softly before stepping close. I must take my leave now. But I swear to you, I will return. She nodded, her eyes misty. I'll hold you to that, Thor. They shared a brief, tender kiss as the storm raged around them. From behind them, a dry voice broke through the moment. Hello, is this the FBI? Everyone turned. Ethan was holding his phone to his ear, his expression perfectly serious. Yes, I'd like to file a complaint about a 1,500-year-old alien god kissing a 27-year-old woman. Name. Thor Odinson. Occupation, God of Hammers. There was a beat of silence, then Susan smacked him on the back of the head. Ow. What? Ethan protested while rubbing his skull. It's technically true. Darcy snorted. Oh my God, you're such a narc. Susan pinched the bridge of her nose. Why am I not surprised? Selvig looked bewildered, while Darcy tried not to laugh. Jane's face turned a shade of crimson, turned toward Thor. 1,500 years old. Thor chuckled softly. Give or take a few. Jane blinked, then smiled. Well. I've dated worse. Volstagg pointed upward. It's opening. A cascade of rainbow light descended upon them, the unmistakable brilliance of the Bifrost. The beam twisted and danced, its color shifting through the spectrum as it reached the ground, engulfing Thor and his companions. Thor turned one last time, his smile bright. I'll return soon, friends of Midgard. Then, in a flash of brilliance, the Bifrost engulfed Thor, Sif, and the Warriors 3, and they vanished, the rainbow light collapsing in on itself, leaving only the echo of thunder behind. Susan exhaled slowly, lowering her hand from her face. This is getting complicated, she murmured. Darcy blinked, then frowned. Where's Dr. Carter? The group turned, Ethan was nowhere in sight. Selvig's eyes widened. Don't tell me. Susan sighed before folding her arms as she glanced toward the empty sky. Yes. He went with them. To Asgard. Darcy let out a groan. Of course he did. Because staying on Earth and not breaking the laws of physics is boring. Jane said quietly, maybe he wants to help Thor. She looked at the group and added, he's pretty strong, right? He could help Thor with his brother's problem, and maybe bring him back soon. She hoped that was the case. Before they could discuss it further, a convoy of black vans approached, kicking up a storm of dust across the desert as a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents emerged, led by Agent Phil Coulson himself. He approached Susan, taking in the scorched earth and faintly glowing runes. Dr. Storm, he said evenly. Looks like you and Dr. Carter have had quite the adventure. Susan still had her arms crossed, half amused, half exasperated. You could say that. Coulson surveyed the area before nodding. Dr. Carter already briefed me through a message. Said he'd be back soon and asked me to make sure you were comfortable. Susan gave a small, knowing smile. Of course he did. Meanwhile, Asgard. The Bifrost roared to life atop the Golden Observatory, its energy fading as Thor, Sif, and the Warriors 3 materialized. But joy turned to alarm almost instantly. Heimdall. Thor shouted, rushing forward. The all-seeing gatekeeper lay collapsed beside the sword pedestal, his body half frozen in glittering shards of ice. Take him to the healers, now. Thor commanded. Sif and the others lifted Heimdall and hurried away, while Thor spun Mjolnir and launched himself toward the royal palace, lightning crackling in his wake. Unseen by any of them, a shimmer of distortion rippled through the air near the Bifrost. From it, Ethan Carter emerged, cloaked in invisibility, the faint hum of his cosmic-enhanced spell dissolving as he looked around. His blue eyes reflected the golden towers and cascading waterfalls of Asgard, a realm of impossible beauty and divine grandeur. It gleamed like a vision, towering spires of gold and crystal. The city's golden bridges and towering spires stood like jewels against the horizon. Ethan floated slowly upward, his eyes reflecting the city's brilliance. It truly is beautiful, he murmured. A small smile tugged at his lips as he looked toward the palace. Then, with a sigh, he looked toward the distant palace. Time to get to work. Then, with a flash, he vanished into the skies of Asgard. The golden halls of Asgard's great library stretched endlessly before Ethan Carter, an architectural marvel built in the age. The ceiling soared so high it vanished into misty light, supported by massive pillars engraved with runes that pulsed faintly with energy. Floating platforms drifted between the tiers of knowledge, each stacked with scrolls, books, and crystalline memory archives that shimmered in rainbow hues. This was not a library of books alone. It was a living archive, where knowledge breathed and whispered. Ethan stood at the massive entrance, his coat fluttering lightly in the etheric wind. His blue eyes glowed faintly as his telepathy extended outward. Let's make this quick. In moments, the minds of every scholar, scribe, and guard within the library flickered under his influence. They blinked once, confusion flashing in their eyes, and then, one by one, they dropped their quills, yawned, and walked dreamily toward the exit. He was still under the camouflage spell, which kept him completely hidden, none of them could see him. By the time they reached the outer gate, they were asleep, memories of this strange incident wiped clean. Rest well, Ethan murmured softly before stepping past them. I'll just read a few things. Thanks to his telepathy, and his earlier dive into Thor's mind when his powers were sealed, Ethan already knew enough about Asgard's layout to navigate without issue. It wasn't a full map, of course, Thor himself barely knew all its secrets. But it was enough to find what Ethan wanted. It might have seemed strange, even foolish, to come all the way to Asgard only to raid the library instead of the treasury or the weapons vault. Most would have gone straight to the weapons vault, to claim power, riches, or legendary artifacts. But Ethan had no interest in such toys. Gold. He could create it at will. Weapons. His body was already an indestructible weapon. No, what he sought here was something far greater. Knowledge. In Ethan's eyes, the great library of Asgard was the true treasure vault. Every scroll, every rune, every bound codex here held pieces of the universe's secrets, from ancient cosmic entities to the origin of realms themselves. Knowledge is power, the old saying went. But Ethan smiled faintly while running a hand along the ancient shelves. No, knowledge is the pathway to power. Without understanding how to use it, even wisdom is wasted. Just knowing something didn't grant power or control over that knowledge. You had to wield it, shape it, understand it, and use it with purpose. And Ethan fully intended to do exactly that. He didn't need this for himself, his goal was different. My women must grow stronger, he thought. Strong enough to stand as concepts themselves. He visualized each of them as he moved deeper into the library. There was Anna, one touch, and she could steal powers, memories, anything that made a person formidable. Jean came next in his mind, already fused with the Phoenix Force. She wasn't just powerful, she was nearly divine, her very presence radiating a force that could consume worlds. Then there was Diana, a demigoddess forged in battle. Strength, skill, and unyielding determination coursed through her veins like fire. She was a warrior in every sense, raw and honed to perfection. Susan stood out differently, brilliant and immensely powerful, her mind as sharp as any blade. Yet, beneath all that, she was still human, still bound by the fragility of mortality. And finally Dee, well, she was death itself. No need to worry about her mortality. Ethan chuckled softly at the thought, then sighed. They're strong, but not strong enough. Yet. He would change that. He'd make them stronger than gods, conceptual beings who could never be threatened again. And Asgard, with its cosmic archives, would give him the knowledge to do it. The Asgardians' understanding of magic, cosmic science, and interdimensional physics far surpassed any mortal comprehension. While Ethan was a fan of Marvel, he wasn't a hardcore follower. His knowledge of the universe was limited, mostly the basics from the movies and a few comic details he'd picked up along the way. He knew enough to recognize power when he saw it, but the depth and history of these beings were far beyond what he truly understood. Also, this place also held something important, knowledge about rune magic, the finest and most revered form of magic in all of Asgard, if he were to describe it himself. Rune magic was said to be immensely powerful when mastered completely. He had once read about Rune King Thor, who had unlocked its secrets and become the most powerful version of Thor to ever exist. If he could learn this knowledge, he could share it with his women as well, making them stronger, more formidable than ever. He moved deeper among the Golden Isles. They really should update their security, Ethan muttered dryly. They believed no intruder could ever reach Asgard without Odin's knowledge, so on special locks or anything was placed in here. And normally, they'd be right. But Odin sleep had changed everything. He reached out and placed a hand on an open tome. The pages shimmered, displaying ancient equations of runic geometry, celestial physics, and rune magic. Ethan smiled faintly, then raised his other hand. A green sigil appeared over his palm, circular, intricate, alive. It expanded rapidly, spreading out until the entire library was covered in a gentle emerald glow. He activated his chronokinesis, bending time around him so that it flowed far slower than the world outside. "All right," he whispered. "Let's begin." The books began to open themselves, their pages flipping at supernatural speed. Ethan stood in the center, absorbing, memorizing, processing, thousands of years of knowledge pouring into his mind like liquid fire. An hour passed in moments. Time itself seemed to slow as Ethan devoured the secrets of Asgard. Because it really slowed down inside. Meanwhile, at the Bifrost, the sky above Asgard crackled violently as Thor and Loki battled across the Rainbow Bridge. Blasts of energy erupted as lightning met ice, the bridge trembling beneath their might. With a roar, Thor swung Mjolnir, the hammer struck Loki's chest and sent him sprawling across the shimmering bridge. "Stay down, brother," Thor shouted. Loki, panting, sneered. "You never could see past your own strength." He tried to rise, but Thor slammed the hammer down on his chest, pinning him to the bridge. Then Thor turned, his eyes widening, the Bifrost was glowing brighter than ever. The energy beam, meant to bridge realms, was now focused on Jotunheim, pouring infinite power into the realm of frost. The stream was so intense it threatened to shatter the planet itself. Thor's voice trembled. "Loki, what have you done?" "To prove myself," Loki hissed. "To show Father I could be better than you." Thor looked toward the blazing beam, anguish on his face. "You'll destroy them all." He rushed to the control pedestal, but Loki had already frozen it solid. The ice sealed the mechanism, locking the Bifrost's path in place. The energy was so immense that Thor couldn't even step near it, the heat and radiation pushed him back. Behind him, Loki struggled against Mjolnir, sneering. "Look at you, mighty Thor. Even with all your strength, what can you do now? You are nothing." Thor stood at the edge, watching as the Bifrost's beam roared toward Jotunheim, tearing through the void. The energy was too much. It would annihilate the entire realm of the frost giants. The Bifrost's energy burned brighter, out of control. He couldn't even get close. He reached for the hammer. In an instant, it flew from atop Loki's chest straight into his hand. His eyes burned with unwavering determination, the weight of the weapon matching the resolve in his heart. With a heavy heart, he whispered, "Forgive me, Jane." He lifted Mjolnir, prepared to destroy the bridge itself, when a hand caught his wrist. "Easy there, hot-headed prince." Thor froze and turned, and his eyes widened. Standing beside him, gripping his arm, was Ethan Carter, smiling faintly. "Ethan." Thor blurted. "What are you doing here? How did you?" Ethan raised a finger. "We'll talk later. Let's handle this tiny problem first." Loki, seeing Ethan, snarled, "Then die with him." Thor barely had time to react before Loki screamed, summoning the casket of ancient winters. Frost exploded from his hands as he aimed it toward them. "Ethan, look out!" Thor shouted. Ethan sighed. "Really?" He didn't even glance back. With a snap of his fingers, time froze. The frost wave halted midair, suspended in a shimmering green field. Loki stood motionless, encased in temporal stasis. "You're about a few centuries too early to best me with time, Loki." Thor stared in disbelief. What did you just do?" Ethan smiled faintly and released his grip on Thor. He turned to the raging Bifrost, his right hand placed toward the Bifrost before summoning a vast emerald sigil. He rotated his wrist counterclockwise. The bridge began to pulse, reverse, and rewind. Energy twisted backward as the Bifrost's destructive surge returned to its dormant state, undoing Loki's sabotage. Under Thor's stunned gaze, the entire structure was restored. "All done," Ethan said casually, brushing invisible dust off his sleeve. He turned toward Loki, snapped his fingers again, and time rewound around him, pulling the trickster back to the moment before his attack. Loki blinked, disoriented. "Surprise, Motherf," Ethan's grin turned mischievous. "Frost giant." He slapped Loki across the face with a burst of power that sent him flying into the edge of the bridge. Thor couldn't help but laugh. "You're insane, Ethan Carter." Ethan smirked. Takes one to know one, Thunder Boy. But his grin faded as the air shimmered with divine light. Ethan straightened, his gaze lifting. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. From above, Odin Allfather descended, clad in gold armor, Gungnir in hand, his single eye gleaming with restrained fury and sorrow. Loki, seeing his father, froze. Horror and heartbreak mixing on his face. I could have done it, father, he said desperately. For you. For all of us. Odin's voice was calm, heavy with regret. No, Loki. This was never your path. Loki's gaze flickered between Odin, Thor, and Ethan. His voice cracked with hatred. I'll remember you, Wizard of Midgard. And before any of them could move, he turned and leapt from the edge into the abyss below. No. Thor roared, diving forward, but it was too late. Loki was gone. Odin lowered his head, whispering, it shouldn't have ended this way. Thor turned to Ethan, desperation in his eyes. You can turn back time. Please, bring him back. Ethan shook his head slowly. It doesn't work like that, Thor. I'm sorry. He wasn't really sorry, not entirely. Some moments were meant to happen. Even Odin, for all his power, had chosen not to stop Loki. It seemed the Allfather had his own plans, perhaps intending to exile Loki, or maybe just thinking the trickster needed some time away from Asgard. The Allfather had his reasons, and Ethan Carter had his own. To ensure that the canon events still unfolded, but shaped them in a way that achieved the best possible outcome. He watched silently as Thor's cries echoed beneath the bridge, the god of thunder's grief a stark reminder that some wounds even the strongest couldn't immediately heal. Odin stepped forward, his aura flaring with divine authority. You have courage, mortal, to walk into Asgard, to steal our knowledge, and stand before me. The air grew heavy with power as Odin's aura flared, shaking the bridge itself. But Ethan stood tall, meeting the gaze of a god without any fear. I believe I made a mistake, Ethan said calmly. And punishment is deserved. He took a slow breath. I'll accept it. Use your full power, I won't defend or dodge. Thor's eyes widened. Have you gone mad, Ethan? But Ethan's expression was steady, almost serene. Inside, however, he was smiling. Exactly as planned. Let's see how far I can push a god. Chapter 113, The Price of Passion. Ethan Carter. Do you know the mistake you've committed? The voice was cool, a predatory calm before the storm, and it cut through the morning silence of the opulent penthouse bedroom. Ethan stood fully naked, hands on his hips, his muscular form unapologetically displayed. His expression was one of unrepentant confidence. He met the narrowed gazes of the two powerful women facing him, Jean Grey and Anna Marie, with a resolute nod. No, I didn't make any mistake, Ethan declared, his tone utterly serious. A faint, proud smirk touched his lips. This, in fact, is one of the best things that has happened. Beside him, nestled deep beneath the silken sheets, Susan Storm muttered into a pillow. Her body, barely covered, shifted slightly. No more, Ethan. My body can't handle it, she sighed, clinging tightly to the pillow before sinking back into a deep, sated sleep. A heavy silence descended, thick with the unspoken threat of telekinetic power. Jean and Anna were coiled springs, ready to unleash the full force of their displeasure. Ethan sighed internally, contemplating how the situation had devolved so spectacularly. It had been 6 days since his return from Asgard. After successfully resolving the situation with Loki, and acquiring a vast trove of Asgardian knowledge in the process, Ethan made one final, audacious move. Whether it was a request or a punishment was up for debate, but it was his way of showing his atoning for learning that forbidden wisdom without anyone's consent. He'd asked Odin, the Allfather, to strike him with his full power, hoping the sheer, overwhelming force would trigger a power increase. But the ancient god had held back. Though he did strike Ethan, the energy wasn't sufficient to advance his power, nor did it grant him any new abilities or bonus knowledge. It was a disappointment. Ethan mused that perhaps Odin hadn't wanted to make him an outright enemy, or maybe the old man simply believed Ethan had already earned his reward. After all, he had guided Thor during his exile on Earth and helped him become worthy of wielding Mjolnir once more. But trying to unravel the depths of the Allfather's mind was an exercise in futility. So, he had returned to Earth alone, leaving Thor behind after Odin insisted they had important matters to discuss now that Loki was dealt with. Upon his arrival, he offered a full debriefing to Susan, Jane Foster, and the others who had been anxiously awaiting their return. Jane was visibly crestfallen that Thor hadn't accompanied him. He'll be back, Ethan had assured her with a confident grin. And if he dares to flake on you, I can always make a portal to Asgard so you can personally go kick his Asgardian ass for not showing up. He made good on his promise, immediately authorizing the promised funding for Jane and her colleagues' research, ensuring everyone was happy with the financial boost. He even gave Agent Coulson a necessary, if heavily sanitized, briefing on the celestial events. So, every fairy tale is true? Coulson had asked, his voice laced with professional skepticism. Ethan only offered him a mysterious, knowing smile, hinting at secrets far grander than mere stories, and said, let's just say, the universe is much stranger than S.H.I.E.L.D. gives it credit for. Later, he and Susan had returned to his home, where he received another surprising piece of news. The notorious criminal organization, The Hand, had been wiped clean, and the notorious Red Room facility was now under their complete control. He was slightly astonished that Diana Prince had single-handedly accomplished such a massive undertaking. He'd always known she was capable of feats beyond imagination, but he hadn't expected her to actually go through with it. It seemed that once Diana understood what they had been doing, something inside the Amazon princess had snapped, her righteous fury ignited, and she had acted with the unrelenting force of divine wrath. You managed to wipe out an entire criminal empire and take over their top facility by yourself, he'd praised, pulling her into a tight, proud hug. That's my Wonder Woman. You never cease to amaze me. The very next day, Anna had plunged into managing the Red Room, aided by Yelena Belova and Melina Vostokov. Anna was brilliant in the role, offering the surviving widows a simple choice. They could choose to leave the Red Room and pursue whatever normal life they desired, with Aeon Biotech providing the necessary support and resources to realize their dreams. Alternatively, they could stay and work for Ethan Carter, dedicating their skills to making the world a better place. By staying, Anna had explained clearly, her voice firm, you will no longer be required to kill anyone. Your mission will be to support Ethan in resolving minor global issues, protecting the innocent, and eliminating genuinely dangerous threats. After a period of intense discussion, only 80 widows out of 200 chose to remain, committing themselves to his cause. The rest, craving the experience of a normal life, chose to leave. Ethan was genuinely impressed by Anna's swift and decisive managerial prowess in taking control of the Red Room. Even though she already had experience running Aeon Biotech across both the Marvel and DC universes, this was nothing like managing a corporation. The Red Room was built on fear, control, and conditioning, not board meetings and profit margins. She still had a monumental task ahead of her, changing the mindset of the widows. Most of them were unstable, their thoughts fractured by years of manipulation and control. It would take patience, empathy, and unyielding resolve to lead them onto the right path. But if anyone could do it, it was Anna. She had the strength to command, the heart to heal, and the vision to rebuild something better from the ashes of what once was. She adapted to leadership effortlessly, her presence commanding both respect and order. With the unwavering support of Yelena and Melina, who had both chosen to stay behind, she reshaped the once infamous organization from a den of manipulation into something structured, disciplined, and far less cruel. When he tentatively asked if they might want to reunite with Natasha, they were only mildly surprised that he knew about their connection, responding only that they would think about it. Ethan didn't press, that choice, he knew, had to be entirely their own. Jean was equally industrious. She had taken charge on a global scale, coordinating the cleanup and collection of waste materials for Ethan to later transmute into usable resources, turning scraps into valuable metals, even rare elements when possible. At the same time, she was overseeing the organization and cataloging of the vast treasures, weapons, and resources confiscated from the Hand organization. Every artifact and item was carefully recorded under her watchful eyes. Ethan was already planning how to put these assets to good use later. Seeing everyone work so diligently, Ethan had planned a vacation as a reward. However, the three women, Jean, Anna, and Diana, had all unanimously refused. Our wedding date is getting close, Ethan, Jean had stated with clear purpose. We need to focus. We're planning a systematic purge of all the weeds growing around the company, and we're starting to lay the groundwork for Oscorp's final downfall. Ethan had sighed, but respected their focus. He, too, buckled down, dedicating his time to studying the profound knowledge he'd brought back from Asgard. He also began a new project, using the pieces of the shattered destroyer armor, one of the strongest metals in the universe, to build a unique, cheat-like armor for Diana. The look on the villains' faces when Diana shows up in this new suit will be priceless, he laughed internally, an evil little thought blooming in his mind. He planned to take his time, ensuring its perfection, and present it to Diana as a special gift on their wedding day. Finally, after all the intense work was done, Ethan and Susan had spent 2 blissful, distraction-free days together, going on private dates. Given his punishment for previous proposal, he had abstained from sleeping with his fiancées. But being with Susan, and having reached the end of their perfect date, he simply couldn't hold back any longer. They had crossed the line. A boundary he was now incredibly proud to have breached. Which brought him to this very moment. The next morning, Jean and Anna had walked into his room to see their groom-to-be, Ethan, sharing a bed with a completely naked Susan. Jean took a deep breath, her eyes blazing with psychic energy. We clearly told you you're having your punishment, Ethan. So why, she gestured sharply toward the bedroom, am I seeing Susan sleeping like she had the time of her life last night? Anna's eyes narrowed, her tone turning icy. You know the rules, Ethan. We agreed on this. So tell me, how exactly is this not a mistake? Ethan stepped closer to the edge of the bed, his naked form unperturbed by their hostility. He fixed them both with a challenging, yet utterly affectionate, gaze. First of all, he began with a faint smirk tugging at his lips. I didn't make a mistake, I created a legendary opportunity. He lifted a hand slightly, as if to preempt their protests. Secondly, Susan isn't part of the punishment you mentioned. We agreed it applied only to the four of you. Last night, she confessed her feelings, and I accepted them. She's part of the family now, your sister. His tone softened then, the confidence in his voice giving way to something more genuine. I missed you both. I missed all of you. It's been difficult, spending time apart. He let out a breath, then grinned mischievously, the glint returning to his eyes. And yes, I'll admit it. I was horny as hell these past few weeks. A chuckle escaped him. But if that's what it takes to remind you that these little punishments of yours only get in the way of our happiness, then I regret nothing. He looked at Anna, a confident smirk playing on his lips. And you, little rogue, are looking absolutely gorgeous when you're angry. It's a look I'd like to explore in much greater detail later. He then turned his full attention to Jean, his eyes bold and emotionally charged. And you, my Marvel queen. You radiate power when you're jealous. I want to spend the next few days showing you exactly how powerful you make me feel. But first, since you're clearly already dressed for a fight. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, teasing murmur. Who's going to spank me first? Ethan hadn't meant it in any double sense. He knew when to bow down. If your girlfriend, or in his case girlfriends, were angry over a mistake, sometimes the best course of action was to take a few hits and endure it like the men of the house, securing peace later. So when Jean and Anna unleashed their frustration, it wasn't out of malice. They knew it was pointless. Ethan didn't feel real pain, but they needed an outlet for the prank he'd pulled and the mess he'd left behind. Channeling the full extent of their powers, they bore down on him with everything they had, letting him absorb their fury. And Ethan, taking blow after blow with only the slightest grimace, couldn't help but wonder, have I become a masochist ever since gaining my powers? Inside the top-secret Oscorp research facility, the air was thick with tension. Flashing red lights painted the steel corridors in warning hues, and a handful of scientists stood frozen, terrified. Norman Osborn stood in front of an empty containment chamber, its reinforced glass shattered, the restraints dangling loosely from the bed. How the hell did this happen? Norman's furious roar echoed across the lab. How does a man like Kilgrave just vanish under 24-hour surveillance? Norman roared, his voice cracking with a terrifying mix of rage and desperation. He spun on his heel, his eyes, usually calculating and cold, now wide and bloodshot, skewering the two security guards standing stiffly near the blast door. You useless things. We are running highly sensitive experiments using the goblin serum, and the subject vanishes without a trace. Did you not search the entire tower? Did the CCTV simply forget how to record? Two guards flinched. One tried to stammer out an answer, "Yes sir, we checked every floor. Every security camera feed, every access log, there's nothing. It's like he just disappeared." Norman's jaw clenched. Useless. All of you. He slammed his fist against the metal console. You can't do anything right. The chief researcher hesitated. Sir, we're still analyzing. Analyze this, Norman snapped, whirling on him. You lost my only viable test subject. He began pacing. His mind was burning with fury and fear. The goblin serum, it was supposed to be my breakthrough. His reflection stared back at him from the glass, pale, sweating, haunted. The last hope to save himself slipping through his fingers. The goblin serum was his last, desperate hope. His initial, meticulous plan to steal the Immune Plus protocol, the key to mitigating his deadly, hereditary disease, had been thwarted. The operation had collapsed because the head of the Red Room, Dreykov, had vanished, and worse, Kingpin's crucial partner organization, the Hand, had been obliterated seemingly overnight. Norman knew something massive and alarming was unfolding in the underworld. He had contacted Wilson Fisk, who had coldly advised him to lie low and observe the shifting sands, assuring him he was investigating the situation. But Norman couldn't afford patience. His breath came heavy. Lay low, he muttered under his breath, eyes twitching. I'm dying, and he wants me to sit quietly. His condition was worsening rapidly. The Immune Plus protocol wouldn't cure him permanently, it would only reduce his debilitating symptoms and buy him a few precious months or years by boosting his body's immune response to his strange ailment. The Goblin Serum, his long-term project, was still years away from viable human application. Then, Kilgrave, the so-called Purple Man, had appeared out of nowhere, an unexpected opportunity. Norman had been using him as a test subject for days, injecting rudimentary iterations of the serum and awaiting the results. Now, his test subject, and his last immediate hope for progress, was gone. The pressure from his investors was also mounting. He could see them circling like vultures, their eyes fixed hungrily on his company. Norman Osborn would not back down without a fight, not while he still had a legacy to protect. He absolutely refused to let the generational curse that had doomed every Osborn fall upon his son, Harry. "We're moving to human trials now," Norman stated, his voice tight and final. His chief researcher, a nervous, balding man named Dr. Stom, rushed forward, frantically wiping sweat from his brow. "Sir, please. You must think twice. The serum is not ready, and without the Purple Man's recent data, we have no measurable data on its effect on human physiology." "I don't have time to think twice, Doctor." Norman interrupted, his stare glacial. He strode purposefully to a secret compartment disguised within the lab's wall. With a quick retinal scan, it hissed open, revealing a single vial of glowing green serum. He carefully placed the vial into a high-tech auto-injector. He stared at it in awe and desperation. "If the world won't save me," he whispered, "then I'll save myself." The chief researcher's voice trembled behind him. "Sir, please reconsider. The serum isn't ready. We don't know how it reacts to." "Silence." Norman barked, loading the vial into a high-tech injector. "You think I care about readiness? You think I care about safety?" He ripped his shirt open and lay on the cold steel table. His pulse quickened. "If I'm to die, it'll be on my terms." Just as the needle was about to pierce his skin, the door burst open. "Sir," a young scientist gasped, out of breath. "You need to see this. The Purple Man, he's live on TV." The words hit Norman like lightning. "What?" He jerked upright. "That's impossible." The chief researcher blinked. "But how?" Norman cursed under his breath, snatched his shirt from the table, and threw it on. "Get me to my office, now. Everyone," he barked, placing the loaded injector carefully on the table before storming out of the lab, followed by the two panicked doctors. In the ensuing chaos, seconds after the men disappeared through the steel door, a small, shimmering red circle portal materialized over the laboratory table. A hand shot out from the swirling circle, snatched the vial-loaded injector, and vanished back through the portal, leaving only the faintest scent of ozone and the rhythmic humming of the machinery. Moments later, in Norman's office, the massive screen flickered to life. The channel logo read, Marvel Times, exclusive broadcast. The poised female anchor adjusted her earpiece. "This is Mary Stevens, coming to you with breaking news. We have with us a man claiming to reveal the secrets of Oscorp Industries." The camera slowly shifted to reveal the guest. It was Kilgrave, his purple attire contrasting sharply with the news desk. He looked composed, yet there was a desperate, bitter edge to his smile. "My name is Kevin Thompson," he stated clearly to the camera, his voice carrying an unnatural weight. "And I want to share the secrets of Oscorp." "Shut it down. Get this broadcast off the air, damn it." Norman slammed his fist onto the polished mahogany desk, sending tremors through the room. "I don't care what you have to do, just stop the broadcast." On screen, Kilgrave leaned closer to the mic, and a deadly stream of confessions began. For years, Kilgrave declared, his eyes locked on the camera, Oscorp has been responsible for the criminal negligence that led to the creation of the Scorpion and numerous other powered criminals. They have consistently engaged in illegal human experimentation on vulnerable subjects, leading to countless deaths in pursuit of weaponry. They have conducted covert bioweaponry research using company resources, masquerading as advanced prosthetics and medical solutions. They are responsible for the massive toxic waste dumping in the outer boroughs, concealed through shell corporations. They have manipulated the stock market to crush smaller, ethical competitors, and most recently, they have attempted to manufacture a highly unstable serum derived from human tissue and rare chemical compounds. Kilgrave smiled bitterly at the camera. "I know this because I was one of the test subjects for that serum. They were pushing me toward madness. I survived, but I want everyone to know the truth. By the time this segment goes out, Norman Osborn will press the button to end my life. But I want everyone to know the truth that..." He didn't finish. The rest of the sentence was lost in a horrifying instant. A sudden, sickening, wet pop echoed through the broadcast feed. Kilgrave's body violently exploded. Blood, organs, and viscera sprayed across the news desk and the horrified anchor's body. The female anchor, now splattered crimson, let out a piercing, delayed shriek. The live feed instantly cut to a static graphic. The silence in Norman's office was suffocating. Everyone stared at the static screen, no one dared move or breathe. Norman stood there, frozen in shock, his expression unreadable. His mind went blank. For the first time in years, Norman Osborn, the man who prided himself on always having control, had absolutely none. He was stunned, not by the revelation, but by the absolute, gruesome finality of the act. "I didn't do that," he thought with his mind racing. "I didn't press anything." He looked at the shocked faces of his two researchers, the gravity of the unknown threat now hitting him with the force of a hammer. Someone else had just silenced the Purple Man, and in doing so, had just sent a very clear, very bloody message to Norman Osborn. They're coming for me. Author's note. Hi everyone. How's the chapter? Apologies for the delay in releasing it, I've been a bit short on time lately. Coming up in the next few chapters, Ethan and his girls will be going on a world-hopping honeymoon. I'd love to hear your suggestions. What worlds do you want to see them explore? I'm currently considering Demon Slayer or Naruto, but I'm open to any ideas you've got. What do you think about the harem aspect? Should I introduce a few more girls in the other worlds or keep it as is? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Chapter 114, Nightfall on Oscorp and Kingpin. The Daily Bugle's newsroom was a riot of righteous fury and red ink. J. Jonah Jameson's face dominated the broadcast, livid, veins pulsing, voice tearing through the airwaves like artillery fire. I'm telling you, folks. These organizations are worse than any costumed villain we face. Jameson's voice boomed across every screen in the city. The Purple Man's recent testimony and gruesome death said it all. Oscorp is far worse than anything we've ever suspected, he barked, slamming a fist on his desk for emphasis. We have obtained verified proof, anonymous at first, but verifiable, that Oscorp has been running illegal human experiments, creating bioweapons under the guise of prosthetics and medical research, and dumping toxic waste through shell companies to poison entire boroughs. They engineered monstrosities, Scorpion among them, and left a trail of dead and broken people to cover their tracks. Wall Street manipulation, intimidation, stolen patents, all of it. It wasn't just the Bugle. Every news outlet, every social media feed, was instantly saturated with the truth. The entire, meticulously catalogued history of Oscorp's illegal activities was revealed. By noon, the city had become a pressure cooker. Footage, documents, sworn testimony, somehow, impossibly, everything that should have been destroyed in locked vaults was back online and circulating. No one understood the source of the leak, but the evidence was undeniable, and the public was boiling with incandescent fury. Protesters filled the streets outside Oscorp, placards bobbing, chants building into a single, angry tide. Government investigators arrived with warrants in hand, forensic teams combed through labs, every server mirrored and logged under official eyes. Norman Osborn watched the collapse from the observation suite above his top-secret labs, the hiss of the building's air vents the only soundtrack to his unraveling, having already reeling from the broadcast, had desperately tried to delete files and destroy every last piece of incriminating data. He had burned files. He had pulled servers offline. He had crushed personnel who asked too many questions. But when the authorities arrived, every document, every email, every financial ledger reappeared, magically intact, as if time itself had reversed. It was enough to make Norman question his sanity, his life choices, and the very fabric of reality. Who did this to me? Norman thought, pacing with a predator's jitter. Who's taken everything? They hauled him away in cuffs that looked as ridiculous on his thin wrists as any crown would have. Now, hours later, the verdict was delivered. Stripped of his empire, his reputation, and his freedom, Osborn sat alone, locked away in a high-security prison room, his face twisted into a mask of pure, impotent fury. He could not, would not, accept the humiliation. He didn't understand. How could this happen? Who was powerful enough to target him and dismantle his entire life in a single, brutal day? He rose and began pacing slowly around the cell, his mind racing to find the identity of his executioner. Suddenly, a distinct crunch broke the sterile silence. Norman immediately spun around, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. A blond man sat in the single steel chair, relaxed, casual, chewing on a carrot as if he were in a country kitchen and not in the ruin of a corporate empire. He is lazily eating a carrot with a look of utterly bored, deadpan amusement. It was none other than Ethan Carter. Perched comfortably on Ethan's lap, her arms draped possessively around his neck, was Anna Marie, smiling with a dangerous sweetness. "What's up, Doc?" he asked lazily, attempting a familiar cartoon bunny impersonation, though his expression remained a perfect study in unbothered arrogance. Norman recognized him at once. He didn't need any further confirmation. The casual audacity, the impossible security breach, the flawless execution of his ruin, it could only be the work of the man who looked like he was waiting for a train. "It was you," Norman snarled, his voice raw. He surged forward, demanding answers. "Why? We had nothing against each other. Why did you do this? To my people? To my company?" Ethan chewed with deadpan. "Look at the audacity of this bitch," he said lightly, and gave Anna a small, teasing tug that made her hiss a soft, delighted sound. He didn't rise, he only nodded toward her. "Go on, rogue. Educate our guest." Anna slid from his lap and stood, the expression on her face shifting from amused to cold business in a heartbeat. She stepped toward Norman with the calm of someone about to deliver a merciless lecture. "You want to know your mistake, Norman?" Anna began, her voice ringing with authority. "Your biggest mistake was plotting against Aeon Biotech to steal the Immune Plus protocol. Norman opened his mouth to protest, but Anna's voice, now sharp as a whip, cracked through the air. Silence. The single word held such absolute command that Norman snapped his mouth shut, a flicker of genuine fear crossing his eyes. You didn't have to go this way, she said. Her voice was even, but underneath it was steel. We know your condition now, Osborn. We could have helped. All you had to do was ask for help. A simple request, and Aeon would have considered it. You could have come to us instead of plotting to steal the Immune Plus protocol. You chose this. She tapped the side of her cheek as if the next point annoyed her on a personal level. You turned people into experiments. You gambled with lives for profit. That's not science. That's cruelty. I don't need help from others. Norman shot back, the fight returning. He puffed out his chest, though his voice was strained. I have the capability. I have the capacity. If I just had the full formula for that protocol, I would have cured myself. Anna merely stared, her expression a mix of pity and disbelief. The men still hadn't grasped the situation. Ethan, meanwhile, silently munched on his carrot, maintaining his deadpan gaze, his utter lack of engagement only serving to infuriate Norman further. Norman tried to fight back, defiance, always. I don't need your pity. I have resources. His words were a scattershot of bravado. Anna cut him off, the authority in her voice immediate. You don't understand. We didn't expose Oscorp just for revenge. We seized what mattered, your data, the server nodes, the evidence. We handed it to the outlets, and the truth is out. The world will remember what you did, Mr. Osborn. Ethan watched, chewing his carrot in slow, exaggerated bites, eyes hard and amused at once. You could have made a network of ghosts and secrets, he said, but we decided the world should know. This doesn't break Oscorp. Norman vowed, shaking his fist. We will rise again. And I swear, I will make sure you both pay for this. Oh, Norman, Anna said, wiping a tear from her eye. That's adorable. She stepped closer. Everything that was Oscorp has already been bought by us. The moment your truth came out, we already held Oscorp in the palm of our hands. We can make your entire company disappear from the face of the earth with a snap of our fingers. Norman's face drained of color as Anna moved closer, producing a slim tablet and flipping it toward him. On the screen scrolled the files, transaction logs, hidden lab inventories, field notes, damning memos. The digital weight of it left no room for denial. Don't bother hoping for a takeover, Anna explained, her smile bright and terrifying. We made sure everyone who mattered, every major investor, every key board member, chose to stand with the winners instead of the loser. From tomorrow, Oscorp will be no more. But don't worry, she added, her smile widening. Ethan already has your research, and he'll take good care of your former employees. She smiled, not kindly. You could have asked to bargain. Instead, you tried to take what wasn't yours. Norman lunged, impulsive and desperate, but Anna was anything but a helpless girl. Before Norman could even lay a finger on her, she moved with lightning speed, driving a vicious, perfectly aimed kick straight into his groin. The crunch was sickening, a sound of ruin and finality. Woo, that looked like it hurt, Ethan observed casually, still munching. He crumpled, the fight leaving him in a single breath. She hauled him up by the collar until his face was level with hers, and for a terrifying second the cold, brilliant clarity in her eyes felt like a verdict. The moment you thought of harming my Ethan, she said quietly, you signed your death warrant. I will make sure the world remembers you as the disgrace of humanity. Everything you built will be destroyed by me and my sisters. The crazy, beautiful look in her eyes filled Norman with a profound, debilitating terror. She pushed him back hard enough to send him sprawling to the concrete. Norman's last coherent thought as everything dimmed was that he had underestimated them, underestimated how many people were watching, how quickly alliances could form, how utterly the tide could turn. Ethan slowly rose from the chair and wrapped his arms around Anna from behind, pulling her close. You looked so hot just then, my little rogue, he whispered in her ear. Anna leaned back into his embrace, her fierce grin softening slightly. Good. Because I'm just getting started. They laughed together then, an odd, bright sound in a vault that had been built for secrecy. A crimson portal spiraled open behind them, sleek, perfectly formed, and they stepped through hand in hand, the space folding back on itself the moment they passed into it. The room smelled faintly of ozone and carrot peels. When the prison guard staggered in minutes later, the only sign that anything had happened was Norman, unconscious and humiliated, and the smear mark where he'd fallen. Outside, the city was still roaring. The protests had not calmed, the courts were already lining up paperwork. Oscorp's chapter had been halted, but the repercussions were unspooling. For Norman Osborn, the day had ended with a televised massacre of his reputation and a personal defeat far worse than any experimental failure, exposure, shame, and the knowledge that his old certainty, control, had been taken from him. Later that night, the city lights of New York cast a cold, indifferent glow through the massive panoramic windows of the Fisk Industries chairman's room. Wilson Fisk sat in his leather chair and stared at a tablet displaying the dizzying, immediate implosion of Norman Osborn and Oscorp. The whole operation, a complex corporate behemoth reduced to rubble and criminal scandal, had taken less than 24 hours. Fisk reached for the wine glass on his desk, its crystal weight familiar and comforting in his colossal hand. "Care for a drink?" he asked, his voice low and rumbling, not bothering to lift his head. A soft, amused chuckle answered him from the edge of the room. Fisk slowly raised his head and turned, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took in the sight. Anna Marie, better known as Rogue, was seated on his plush, custom-made sofa, looking entirely too comfortable. "Didn't expect the big man himself to have such refined taste," she said, eyeing the glass. Fisk slowly began to move, his expensive suit barely rippling. "I thought Ethan Carter himself would come for me," he stated, a subtle threat laced into his composure. "Since he sent his little girlfriend, I must assume he didn't consider me a serious issue." Anna shook her head, a playful, yet utterly confident, smile touching her lips. "Exactly. You're not even an issue, Mr. Fisk." She leaned forward, her elbows on her knees, ready to engage the Kingpin in a conversation that was less a discussion and more an execution. "I mean, look at you," she started, her voice radiating the sharp wit Ethan had clearly encouraged. "You're a human mountain who hides behind lawsuits and expensive suits. You call yourself the Kingpin, but you let a nervous, screeching man in a corporate office steal my fiancé's tech, and then you stand here acting like the smartest man in the room after watching him get vaporized. Please. Even a low-level thug has better self-awareness." Fisk's jaw clenched, the veins in his neck bulging. It took every ounce of his massive self-control not to reach across the room and crush the insolent woman who was roasting him with such casual cruelty. "Let me make this clear, Mr. Kingpin," she continued, voice dripping with mock respect. "You're not even on the list of problems right now. You're just background noise. A leftover stain will clean up later." Fisk's jaw flexed, the muscle in his temple twitching. He set the glass down carefully, his patience thinning. "You have a sharp tongue for someone sitting alone in my office." Anna shrugged lightly. "Maybe. Or maybe you're too used to people being afraid of you." The tension thickened. For a moment, it seemed like the room itself held its breath. Finally, he regained control, his voice calm but strained. "Enough. How does Carter plan to deal with me? Because I know he is coming." Anna arched a brow. "How'd you figure that?" "It didn't take a genius, Ms. Marie," Fisk retorted. "Mine and Norman's old enemies lack the power to dismantle Oscorp in a single day. The only new and powerful enemy we've acquired recently is the one I plan to steal from alongside Osborn, Aeon Biotech. Norman was reckless, but he wasn't alone. You've made your message clear. Carter's next move is me." Anna gave a slow nod. "True. You are at least correct that you are not a genius." She continued, the amusement draining away to be replaced by cold seriousness. "Ethan wasn't going to deal with you immediately. He said you helped him out with some pocket change a few years back, and he's weirdly sentimental about that sort of thing. But I, personally, am not." She rose from the sofa, her hands dropping to her sides. "So, I took the liberty of giving you your gift early." Without another word, without a wind-up, and without even a change in her stance, Anna launched a blow of impossible speed and strength. She didn't strike with her fist, but drove the heel of her palm hard into the very center of Fisk's enormous chest. The sheer, concentrated force of the blow was cataclysmic. A dull, sickening thump echoed in the vast room, followed by the terrifying sound of shattering bone. The Kingpin's vast body lifted off the ground and flew backward across the room, smashing through the wall into the adjacent executive lounge. Anna calmly turned away from the gaping hole she'd created. "That's from me. A parting gift." A crimson-red portal instantly shimmered open behind her, and she stepped through it, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Fisk lay broken in the opulent wreckage of the adjacent room. He was in horrific condition. From that single, deceptively soft strike, most of the bones in his upper body were fractured, cracked ribs, likely a shattered sternum, perhaps even damage to his spine. Worse, his formidable will prevented him from losing consciousness. He knew his body. He knew physical power. That little girl was impossibly strong, far stronger than any human should be. "She, hit like a goddamn truck," he rasped, coughing. Just then, the outer door to his primary office burst open. Hammerhead and Fisk's personal secretary rushed in, having heard the earth-shattering thump. They gasped, seeing the gaping hole in the wall and the Kingpin lying broken amidst the debris on the other side. "Mr. Fisk. Are you all right?" the secretary cried before rushing toward the hole. Hammerhead cursed under his breath. "Boss, what the hell happened in here?" "Just a visitor," Fisk muttered, forcing himself upright with help. The pain was almost unbearable, but his glare remained ice-cold. They managed to slowly, painstakingly, move the broken mountain of a man back to the sofa. The secretary fumbled with her phone. "I'm calling an ambulance." "Do it," Fisk growled while clutching his ribs. "And close off this floor. Now." The secretary immediately called for an ambulance, rushing out of the room to coordinate the discreet arrival of emergency medical personnel. Hammerhead lingered, his metal skull twitching nervously. "Boss. I didn't know if I should tell you this in this situation." Fisk winced, a grunt of pure agony escaping him. "What happened?" he rasped, every breath a stab of fire. "It's the money, boss," Hammerhead whispered, his voice laced with dread. "All our money's gone." Fisk's eyes, already wide with pain, widened further in shock. "What?" "Every offshore account, every hidden stash, every backup fund. All drained, simultaneously, an hour ago. All of it. Every last dime, from every single location we hid it in. It's gone." Hammerhead continued, distraught. "We cross-checked everything. And found nothing. No digital trail, no forced entry, nothing. It seems, the ghost came back. He started his hunting again." Then Fisk's eyes widened, not in anger, but in recognition. He stared at the ceiling, ignoring the searing pain. The timing. The impossibility. The absolute vanishing act of his illicit, untraceable fortune. It all clicked into place, the truth a final, crushing weight. He knew now. He knew who it was that had bled him dry years ago, who had always been a ghost in his system, an impossibility he dismissed as a phantom. A wave of blackness finally claimed him. Wilson Fisk lost consciousness, his last coherent thought a name. Ethan Carter. Chapter 115, The Architect of Tomorrow. The air hung heavy and sulfuric, a constant pall of oppressive heat and the metallic tang of fear. Ethan Carter stood, surveying the landscape. Jagged, obsidian spires clawed at a perpetually crimson sky, which often rippled with ominous storms of green lightning and crackling, blood-red thunderheads. Rivers of molten rock flowed through desolate plains, illuminating grotesque, skeletal forests where the screams of the damned echoed eternally. This was Mephisto's domain, a dimension forged in torment and suffering. Such exquisite architecture for torture, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Kilgrave? Ethan's voice, calm and conversational, seemed chillingly out of place in the cacophony of damnation. He looked down at Kilgrave, who knelt before him, chained by wrists and ankles to the hellish ground. Kilgrave's eyes were hollow, vacant, devoid of any light. "Please, just kill me," he whispered, his voice raspy and broken. "End my pathetic life." Ethan had indeed planned for Kilgrave to die on live television. But that had been a diversion. Secretly, he had used his powers to resurrect the Purple Men, ensuring his return for a far more fitting, and protracted, punishment. Despite everything, Ethan's anger hadn't diminished, not for the atrocities Kilgrave had committed against Jessica Jones, Chloe, and countless others he had controlled, twisted, and violated. Ethan had decided to give Kilgrave a taste of the suffering he had inflicted. That, Ethan said with a cold smile playing on his lips, would be mercy. And you, Mr. Kilgrave, are not deserving of it. He turned his head, a slight frown creasing his brow. He sensed a demon nearby, drawn by the presence of a living human with high vitality. Without a moment's hesitation, Ethan dragged Kilgrave, chains and all, toward the approaching entity. The demon, a grotesque, horned creature with skin like dried lava, came hurtling forward, eager for fresh torment. But as its fiery eyes landed on Ethan, it froze mid-stride, a primordial terror seizing its form. Its eyes widened, a flicker of ancient, buried memory surfacing. Something it wished it could forget. On a day etched into the very fabric of hell, a lone blond man had stood atop a mountain of demon corpses. His blue eyes, usually calm, had burned with an infernal flame, radiating a terrifying, boundless power. Behind him, a dozen swords, forged of pure crimson fire, floated menacingly. At his feet, Mephisto, the undisputed king of this infernal dimension, lay crushed, whimpering, as the blond man's boot pressed firmly against his chest. Ethan's entire body had been wreathed in crackling blue lightning, each arc a miniature tempest. The perpetually red sky of hell itself had churned and roared, covered in chaotic storms and tornadoes, a reflection of the fury he commanded. In his left hand, held casually by the throat, was a terrified, blue-skinned, red-haired woman, her struggles futile against his iron grip. "This is what happens," he had roared, his voice amplified by cosmic power, echoing through every corner of the dimension, "when you underestimate a human." The demon, witnessing this impossible spectacle through its tormented memory, trembled uncontrollably, its limbs threatening to give out. It wished it was a nightmare, wished this vision of hellish destruction had remained buried. That nightmare had only subsided after the blond men, inexplicably, got bored and had proceeded to kill half of the demon population in hell before casually departing. Aeon. The demon whimpered, the nightmare name like a curse on its tongue. The Hellbreaker. It knew running was useless. There was no escape from him. Ethan chuckled at the demon's terrified reaction. It seems you guys haven't forgotten the past, he observed, his voice tinged with dark amusement. That actually makes things very easy. He then turned back to Kilgrave, grabbing the chains and roughly throwing him to the ground before the cowering demon. The demon's eyes widened further in dawning horror. The same pattern. It realized. He took a blue-skinned woman and destroyed half of us, now he has a purple man. He plans to finish the job. Kilgrave, battered and broken, had lost any will to live. Years of torture in Tsukuyomi, followed by days of Oscorp's grotesque experimentation, had left him an empty shell. Ethan had made sure Kilgrave felt every shred of agony he had inflicted upon others, and the pain continued to gnaw at him even now. Ethan slowly raised his hand over Kilgrave. Power crackled, a shimmering, vibrant energy fueled by cosmic might. He began to use the spell, a body modification spell he had recently created. Kilgrave's body began to contort and change, his screams tearing through the sulfuric air as he was forced to feel every cell, every molecule, reforming within him. Tone down, will you? Ethan murmured casually, observing the agonizing transformation. This is the first time I'm trying this spell on a human. Don't want any imperfections. Within seconds, the agonizing metamorphosis was complete. Kilgrave's grotesque, gaunt form was gone, replaced by the figure of a beautiful woman, perfectly proportioned, with skin as smooth as alabaster and eyes now wide with unspeakable horror. Ethan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the utterly shocked demon. Consider this my payment for nearly wiping out all of you lots, he said, waving a dismissive hand. Though it was your fault for attacking me in the first place, but anyway. Kilgrave, now a she, stared at her transformed body, a cold, dread certainty settling in. A terrible, crushing feeling of impending doom washed over her. Ethan's grin slowly widened, a predatory, chilling expression that promised far more than it revealed. Use this trash to rebuild the population in hell, now, he instructed the demon. Don't worry, I remade him, her to be very fertile. She can easily get pregnant with your babies. Both the demon's and Kilgrave's eyes widened, one in surprise, the other in absolute, soul-shattering horror. Ethan turned to the demon. Make sure your boss, Mephisto, gets the message, he ordered, his voice laced with venom. That guy doesn't get to die until at least half of the demons I killed are born from him, her. The horror on Kilgrave's face was a sight to behold, a masterpiece of pure, unadulterated terror. Ethan leaned in, his voice a cruel whisper meant only for the purple-man-turned woman. Get ready to get backshots, Kilgrave. Experience the same pain, the same violation, the same loss of control that you inflicted on so many women. Now, it's your turn to be a plaything. No. Kill me. Please, just kill me. Kilgrave screamed, tears streaming down her new face. But Ethan merely kicked her, mercilessly. Hope we don't see you soon. He waved a casual farewell to the still reeling demon and jumped into the red portal that shimmered open behind him, vanishing from the fiery landscape. The demon, its mind reeling with shock and a perverse sense of retribution, immediately grabbed the terrified Kilgrave by her new throat. A crazy, triumphant smile stretched across its grotesque face. Now, it cackled, its voice dripping with ancient malice, be ready, you'll get to avenge the demons, and you'll bear the wrath of Lord Mephisto. Kilgrave felt an icy dread crawl down her spine as realization struck, this place was no ordinary torment. This was going to be a different kind of hell, one that even he couldn't escape. Her voice broke through the suffocating air, raw and desperate. No. No, she screamed. Days turned into a blur of rapid-fire corporate restructuring and groundbreaking scientific advancements. Ethan Carter, though professing an addiction to a lazy life, was anything but. He was immensely proud of his fiancées, Anna, Jean, and Diana, for their swift, surgical takedown of Oscorp and the Kingpin's operations. Now, it was his turn to solidify the victory. Ethan had successfully acquired all of Oscorp's assets, immediately liquidating the corrupted research and transferring the ethical, gifted employees to new divisions dedicated to biogenetics under Aeon Biotech. Ethan stood inside the gleaming new headquarters of Aeon Biogenetics, a facility born from Oscorp's ashes. The air buzzed with sterile energy, filled with the low hum of machines, and minds that could rewrite biology itself. The Oscorp scientists who once danced on the edge of moral collapse were now given a new purpose. Crucially, he had managed to recruit key scientists before their infamous transformations. Dr. Richard Parker and his wife, Dr. Kurt Connors, and even Dr. Otto Octavius, found himself drawn into this new world where knowledge didn't come with corruption. Dr. Richard Parker and his wife Mary, the brilliant pair who once dreamed of merging genetics and hope, now had the freedom to finish what they began. Dr. Kurt Connors, still human and sane, was given access to regenerative biology again, under strict ethical guidance. Ethan's personal mission was now to ensure these brilliant minds worked under him, even after they inevitably gained their powers, thus averting their villainous destinies. He found himself reviewing the early-stage research on genetically modified spiders. Ashamed to let that go to waste, he mused. He knew that if he continued the work, he would eventually see the birth of his favorite childhood superhero, Spider-Man, the son of Richard and Mary Parker. Juggling administrative duties was exhausting for a man who preferred fighting elder gods. For a guy who got addicted to a lazy life, this really isn't cool, he muttered, adjusting to the relentless pace, yet driven by the knowledge that his fiancées had worked even harder to make this takeover possible. Ethan then authorized the immediate release of the regeneration cradle, a device perfected by Dr. Helen Cho, whom he had recruited after her graduation. The regeneration cradle functioned as a revolutionary medical device, utilizing a combination of advanced biological engineering and rapid cellular synthesis technology. It could quickly print viable, functional replacement tissues and organs based on a patient's own DNA, effectively healing catastrophic injuries in minutes or replacing failing organs without the risk of rejection. For instance, a collapsed lung could be regrown, or third-degree burns completely healed with new skin, all within a matter of hours. The timing of its release was masterful. With the public rightly doubting major industrial giants due to the Oscorp scandal, Aeon Biotech, run by the widely trusted Ethan Carter, presented a beacon of hope. Ethan reduced the price of the cradle significantly, making it accessible to major hospitals globally rather than restricting it to the elite. This move cemented Aeon's image as a philanthropic powerhouse focused on healing the world. But Ethan wasn't done. In hours, equally seismic announcement, Dr. Ethan Carter and Dr. Susan Storm unveiled the mutant stabilizer serum. This groundbreaking biogenetic solution provided a safe, temporary way for mutants whose powers had permanently altered their physical appearance, like the furry beast or the scaly angel Salvador, to return to their original human form. The serum worked for 24 hours, after which a new dose was required to maintain the shift. Crucially, it did not suppress the X gene. The mutants could still freely access and use their powers even while appearing human. It was similar to what Hank had created in his younger days, but this new serum was far more refined. It allowed the user to retain their full strength while maintaining a normal, human appearance. In cases like Angel, it even granted the ability to manifest or retract his wings at will, a seamless transformation between human and mutant forms. The effect, however, lasted only 24 hours, making it a powerful yet temporary gift. This generated a revolution in medical sciences and social acceptance. Ethan preemptively used his powerful telepathy to subtly influence global communication networks, ensuring no major backlash or fear-mongering took root, a crucial measure given how volatile any mutant-related topic could be in the Marvel Universe. The public response was overwhelmingly positive, a rare consensus of relief and gratitude. Aeon Biotech gives hope, not to one race or species, but to everyone. Daily Bugle, front page headline. For the first time, I looked into a mirror and saw me again. Anonymous mutant testimonial. A former government worker wrote, "I haven't held my granddaughter since I manifested. Now, thanks to Aeon, I can look human again and give her a hug without terrifying her." A major news anchor noted, "This is not a cure, but it is a bridge. It allows those who only want to feel normal for a day to do so, drastically reducing the psychological strain of forced isolation." As the world celebrated his brilliance, Ethan found himself buried under endless work, relocating teams, reviewing prototypes, fine-tuning projects. For someone who once embraced a lazy, free-flowing life, the corporate grind was its own brand of hell. But every time he saw Jean, Anna, Susan, or Diana working tirelessly beside him, he couldn't complain. The back-to-back work kept Ethan and his fiancées occupied, ticking away the calendar until the most important date of all, the wedding of Ethan Carter, Anna Marie, and Jean Grey, now just 2 days away. Despite the whirlwind of his corporate and humanitarian projects, Ethan had also dedicated vast swaths of time to his personal training. He practiced the Asgardian runes he had acquired, his intrinsic talent allowing him to master the complex, primal language of magic. Thanks to his chronokinesis, time manipulation was not an issue. He could spend what felt like years perfecting a single rune sequence while only a few minutes passed in the real world. Simultaneously, he was completing the ultimate wedding gift for Diana, the Godslayer armor set, forged from the remains of the Destroyer armor. Using the near-indestructible URU-level metal, he crafted a sword, a shield, and a full suit of armor. He laced every component with hundreds of Asgardian runes, cosmic spells, and powerful enchantments, creating one of the deadliest, most formidable armor sets in existence. His long-term project, however, remained his greatest challenge, the merging of the cosmic power inside him with the Phoenix Force fragment. The cosmic power he possessed was a pure, ambient energy source, the power of creation and the void, a boundless font of energy that allowed him to manipulate reality, time, and space. It was a tool, a reservoir, a fundamental piece of the universe. The Phoenix Force fragment was a piece of the universe's most primal, ruthless entity, the nexus of all psionic energy, the representation of life, death, and rebirth. It was sentient, aggressive, and often acted as a force of nature with its own fierce will. Ethan knew these powers, while immense, didn't truly belong to him. He wanted to forge a new force, completely unique to his very being. He wasn't seeking mere strength, he knew that would come with greater fights, but rather a unique, personal evolution. Yet, no matter his efforts, the two forces vehemently opposed each other. Inside the specially enhanced mirror dimension, where Ethan sat cross-legged, the Phoenix fragment felt like a wild, rebellious spirit, actively resisting the calm, pervasive energy of the cosmic power. He knew he couldn't force it. His strength increase could wait. He changed his approach, adding a new element to the equation, himself. He began using his own unique life energy, his very soul and consciousness, as a medium, a bridge, between the two opposing energies. It was then he saw the progress, slow but undeniable, finally began to appear. It was at that moment, sitting in his cosmic-enhanced meditative state, that the tranquil silence of the mirror dimension was violently shattered. A swirling red portal ripped open a few feet away, and two furious women stormed through. "Ethan Carter!" Anna shouted, her voice laced with outrage. "We find you sitting here, cross-legged, chasing cosmic butterflies while our wedding is in 2 days." Jean demanded, her psychic frustration vibrating in the air. Now is not the time to be focusing on strength. Ethan opened his eyes, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He was actually in a fantastic mood. He stood up, the cosmic energy and Phoenix fragments instantly settling within him. Anna's voice was sharp. "You promised to help pick the damn flowers, not blow yourself up." Ethan blinked, then smiled sheepishly. "Well, technically, I wasn't blowing myself up. I was testing theoretical energy harmonization." "Energy harmonization?" Jean echoed dryly. "You'll be harmonizing with the couch if you don't move." Anna cracked her knuckles. "You're not running off to another mirror dimension until the vows are said, understood?" "I got it," he admitted easily, walking toward them. "I'm sorry, my warrior brides. It was a terrible oversight." He closed the distance, his confident grin returning. He pulled them both into a tight, warm hug. "But I promise, you've got my undivided attention now. You will both get my attention for the entire 2 days, and for all the endless years coming." Anna leaned into his chest, her anger immediately dissolving into possessive affection. "You better mean that, or I'll put a hole in your chest even bigger than the one I left in Fisk's wall." Jean, though still frowning slightly, let a soft blush rise on her cheeks as his bold words resonated through her mind. "We'll hold you to it." She met his eyes, a mischievous glint replacing the fury. "And after the ceremony, we're going to put that legendary stamina of yours to a serious test." Ethan laughed, a warm, genuine sound of anticipation and love. "Now that sounds like a worthwhile challenge." The preparations were complete. The villains were defeated. The world was slowly being remade. His strength increase could absolutely wait. Ethan Carter smiled, turning his focus entirely to his magnificent, impending wedding. Chapter 116, The Wedding on the Isle of Serenity. September 18, 2010. 2 days rushed by in a blur, consumed by last-minute jitters, logistical triple checks, and the relentless tide of pre-wedding tasks. Ethan and his two brides-to-be, Anna and Jean, were meticulous, determined to ensure the day would be flawless. The atmosphere was a whirlwind of controlled chaos, only slightly calmed by the return of Kitty Pryde, Angelica Jones, and Dee Dee a week prior, ready to jump into the final preparations. Dee Dee hadn't come back alone. With her were two nervous, wide-eyed 16-year-olds, Wanda and Pietro. When Dee Dee had first mentioned them during a phone call a few days earlier, Ethan was genuinely surprised. Dee Dee had stumbled upon the Maximoffs purely by chance and, sensing their plight, had taken them under her wing. Ethan mentally filed them away as potential allies to be cultivated, though his immediate focus on the wedding meant the initial meet and greet was postponed. He accepted Dee Dee's temporary guardianship, allowing them to finish the pre-planned vacation tour before returning. Wanda and Pietro were typical teenagers, yet utterly cautious. Wanda's trust seemed to extend only to her twin brother and Dee Dee. Swept up in the wedding frenzy, they hadn't yet had the chance to interact much with the others, but Ethan knew that would soon change. The venue itself was a testament to Ethan's recent philosophy: money is meant to be spent. The location was a newly purchased, utterly private island, one of the most popular in the world for discreet, luxurious events, Mustique Cay, an exclusive gem hidden in the Caribbean. Why buy a private island? Ethan's answer had been simple: because I'm rich. Ethan had renamed it the Isle of Serenity for the occasion. He had initially wanted a small, simple affair focused only on their immediate circle, and Anna and Jean shared the sentiment. Unfortunately, their definition of immediate circle and the sheer weight of Ethan's 10 years of globe-shaking in the Marvel Universe had resulted in a guest list that was anything but small. The sheer volume of guests was why Ethan was so thankful he'd chosen an entire island. Mustique Cay, or the Isle of Serenity, was vast enough to accommodate the colossal influx, and he had poured his magical power into creating an event that would be unforgettable. From the X-Men side, the attendees were a who's who of mutant power and history. Professor Charles Xavier and Hank McCoy were present. Logan Ennis was Ethan's mentor, Storm. Scott stood beside Madeline, who cradled their child, a little boy no more than 6 years old, in her arms. His school friends, Bobby Drake, Iceman, Pyotr Rasputin, Colossus, Kurt Wagner, Nightcrawler, and, of course, Kitty and Angelica, and few others were all there. Hank McCoy adjusted his bow tie while Logan grumbled in the corner with a cigar already half-smoked. Storm stood tall and regal, her white hair glinting in the golden light. Bobby, Pyotr, Kurt, Kitty, and Angelica mingled with other students from the academy, whispering and laughing. Then came the magical guests. The Ancient One, accompanied by Wong, Mordo, and few others who are good friends with Ethan and his girls, arrived through shimmering portals. Ethan was genuinely shocked the Sorcerer Supreme had taken the time. Their presence ignited a frantic wave of hushed questions, but the sorcerers offered only cryptic words, urging secrecy, a near-impossible demand given the crowd. The Ancient One only smiled faintly. "Today is not a day for secrets," she said calmly, sipping tea that materialized from thin air. The existence of a wider magical world was now becoming impossible to hide from some of Ethan's allies. The industry titans were also well represented. Emma Frost and her associates made an appearance, her form glittering in the tropical sun. And no major event would be complete without the party god himself, Tony Stark, who flew in on a private jet alongside Pepper Potts, Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes, and Happy Hogan. "Carter, damn you." Tony grinned while slapping Ethan's shoulder. "Didn't think you'd actually go through with it. 2 brides. You're making the rest of us look bad." Ethan simply smirked. "You'll manage that all by yourself, Stark." He caught the subtle exchange that followed, Pepper shooting Tony a sharp, knowing look that clearly said, "We'll talk about this later." Ethan's employees, like Chloe and Barry from accounting, mingled with various influencer figures and CEOs. Then came the superhero contingent, the Fantastic Four, Reed, Sue, Ben, and Johnny, Thor, who got back after he finished his thing with his father and Dr. Jane Foster, exchanging greetings with the other guests. The most unnerving arrival, however, was the King of Latveria, Victor Von Doom, attending with his own retinue. "Try not to blow anything up, Victor," Ethan warned with a grin as Doom arrived. "I only destroy mediocrity," Doom replied flatly. Reed sighed. "Here we go again." Reed Richards, of course, was there too, and Ethan personally made sure the 2 men were seated on opposite sides of the venue, to ensure Doom wouldn't ignite another word war with Reed Richards over the canapes. One notable absence was the family of Jean and Anna. Both brides had politely but firmly declined to invite them. Even when Ethan attempted to send personal secretaries to extend an olive branch, the families refused to come, and Ethan finally conceded the point. Dee, Diana, and Susan stood off to the side, beside Wanda, who watched the process with a thoughtful gaze. Meanwhile, Pietro was entirely in his own world, already seated at the table, eating with the kind of focus that suggested food was the only thing that mattered right now. The time had arrived. Ethan stood there, tall and calm, in a black tuxedo lined with silver threads that caught the sun like starlight. His blonde hair was brushed back, and his blue eyes held a depth that made even Jean tease him earlier that morning. "You look like a prince out of a fairy tale." He only smiled. "Guess that makes you both my queens." Now, Ethan stood on a makeshift altar overlooking the crystalline ocean beside the pastor, an old man with a kindly face, a shock of white hair, and black-rimmed glasses. Ethan studied the old man closely, a faint sense of familiarity tugging at his mind. He was certain he'd seen him somewhere before, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't quite place where. A hush fell over the crowd as the 2 brides made their entrance. Jean Grey appeared first, radiant in a gown of crimson silk that flowed like living flame. Her hair glowed faintly, a reminder of the power that lived within her, but her eyes were soft and full of warmth. Anna Marie, stunning in an ivory dress that beautifully accentuated her figure, walked with a confident, joyful step, her emerald green highlights catching the sunlight. Ethan's heart did a strange, complex dance. Seeing them side by side, beautiful and utterly his, was an unprecedented feeling. Tony whispered to Pepper, "You sure this isn't the setup for a superhero power couple reality show?" Pepper elbowed him gently. "Show." "Well," Tony then turned back before murmured to Rhodey while adjusting his sunglasses. "He always did overachieve. Why settle for one when you can have a full house of powerhouses?" "At least Doom hasn't tried to correct the pastor's theology yet," Reed Richards whispered to Ben. At the altar, the elderly pastor, an old man with white hair and small round glasses, cleared his throat, adjusting his notes with shaking hands. "Ladies and gentlemen, and, well, I suspect, several beings who are neither, we gather here to witness something extraordinary." His voice warm and steady as Ethan stood between Jean and Anna. "We are gathered here today to witness and celebrate the union of 3 incredible souls, the union of hearts, souls, and perhaps a few superpowers." That earned laughter from the audience. The formalities were concise, yet profound. Ethan looked at his brides, Jean's eyes shimmering red with emotion, Anna trying, and failing, to hide the happy tear threatening to fall. The pastor continued, "Do you, Ethan Carter, take Jean Grey and Anna Marie to be your lawfully wedded wives, to love and cherish, through time, space, and whatever else your lives may encounter. Ethan chuckled softly. I do. Even if it's an alien invasion. That earned a loud snort from Logan. You're gonna regret saying that, bub. Then came the turn for the brides. Do you, Jean Grey and Anna Marie, take this man, Ethan Carter, to be your husband, to love him, support him, and maybe keep him from blowing up the planet? A ripple of laughter went through the crowd. Jean laughed, eyes sparkling. I do. Anna winked. You bet I do, sugar. Scott Summers, standing near Madeline, sighed dramatically. I swear, their vows were better than mine. The exchange of rings followed as the pastor nodded. Dee stepped forward, handing him 2 rings, one crimson, one emerald, both glowing faintly with enchantment. While Diana is doing the same for Anna and Jean. Jean took the red ring and slid it onto Ethan's left hand, whispering, for every time your fire warmed the darkness. Anna followed, placing the green one on the same finger. And for every time you made me feel safe to touch. Ethan slipped 2 identical rings, one red, one green, onto their fingers. For every life I live, every world I cross, I'll always find my way back to you both. Everyone gasped as tiny streaks of light burst above them, dancing in the sky like fireflies. The pastor smiled. Then by the power vested in me, and I suppose, tolerated by every cosmic entity watching, I now pronounce you bound in heart and soul. You may seal your vows, the pastor announced, smiling broadly. Ethan took Jean's face in his hands first, his gaze melting into hers. The kiss was deep, soulful, and charged with pure emotional energy, a connection that had always spanned time and space. Then he turned to Anna, pulling her close with a confident certainty. This kiss was fiery, bold, and unapologetically dominant, a testament to the powerful, electric connection they shared. He released her, his eyes twinkling. Took you long enough to become Mrs. Immortal, he quipped, earning a playful punch on the arm from his new wife. I pronounce you husband and wives, the pastor proclaimed, raising his hands. As the crowd erupted in cheers and applause, Thor finally boomed, a union worthy of Asgard. Let the mead flow. Dr. Doom, never one to miss a moment to inject himself, merely gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod. Doom approves of the efficiency. Now, where is the champagne? Ethan looked from his radiant Jean to his feisty Anna, a profound, easy smile gracing his features. He was surrounded by power and responsibility, and in this moment, nothing mattered more than the 2 women by his side. As the sun set and the party began, Ethan stood between his wives, arm around each of them, watching fireworks explode across the horizon. Music echoed across the shimmering coastline and laughter carried through the cool night breeze. The wedding had been beautiful, almost too perfect, and now, it was time for the part every guest had been waiting for. The party. At the center of it all stood Thor Odinson, god of thunder and, apparently, self-proclaimed master of the feast. His booming laughter rang through the night as he lifted a barrel-sized bottle of rum, something Ethan had imported from a forgotten island distillery known only by pirates and gods alike. Thor grinned broadly, raising the bottle high. Friends. Warriors. Lovers of good drink, he bellowed. Tonight, we celebrate not a battle won, but a love that defies worlds. The crowd cheered. Tony Stark raised his glass with a grin. Finally, a toast I can get behind. Thor didn't wait. He uncorked the massive bottle with his thumb, pop, and began chugging the rum straight from it. The crowd erupted in whistles and cheers as the Asgardian god drained the entire thing in seconds. When he slammed the empty bottle down on the table, it shattered into pieces. Another. Thor roared, voice echoing across the beach. Jane Foster covered her face in pure embarrassment. Oh my god, he's doing it again, she muttered. Thor grinned at Ethan, clapping him on the back with enough force to make normal superhuman stagger slightly. Ethan Carter. Husband of 2 mighty women. Come, share a drink worthy of your union. Ethan chuckled, straightening his jacket. Only if you promise not to challenge me to an arm wrestling contest after. Susan leaned toward Jean, whispering, $10 says he does anyway. Anna smirked. Make it 20. Thor's gonna flip the table first. The feast had turned into something that looked straight out of Asgard. Long tables loaded with food, barrels of ale and rum lining the beach, and guests from every corner of Earth, and beyond, mingling freely. Up until now, most of them had only heard of each other. Many didn't even know everyone personally, some had never heard of the Ancient One, Wong, or the others. But that was about to change. From this point forward, everyone would meet, mingle, and truly get to know one another. Nearby, Tony Stark had somehow turned the event into a red carpet-style media moment, complete with drones capturing interviews for posterity. Tony didn't know much about most of them yet, but he was eager to create good memories for the wedding. Deep down, he was just as curious, determined to uncover who they really were when the celebrations were over. Interview booth, set up by Stark Industries for fun. Tony Stark, grinning into the camera. So, tell us, how do you feel about Dr. Carter's big day? Logan leaned back in his chair, cigar between his teeth. Kid's got guts. 2 brides. Either he's brave or suicidal. Probably both. Tony leaned into the frame, grinning. Would you ever consider marriage again? Logan glared at him. Next question. Tony laughed and whispered to the camera, that's a no. Storm, elegant as always, smiled softly. He's matured beautifully. Seeing Jean happy again, it warms my heart. And Anna, she's come a long way. Ethan brought out the best in both of them. Charles Xavier nodded thoughtfully. Ethan has always walked between worlds, magic, science, and humanity. This union feels like the bridge he's always been building. The drone adjusted its focus as Wong stepped into frame, holding a cup of tea amidst a party of gods and heroes. Tony smiled. Ah, hello mister. Who are you, here to bless the ceremony? Tony didn't care, about the sorcerers as only X-Men and few others knew about them. Wong ignored him and turned to the camera, expression solemn. A word of advice to all watching this recording. He leaned closer, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Never, and I mean never, mess with Ethan Carter's wives. They are far, far crazier than he is. The camera caught Tony nearly spitting out his drink in laughter. Wait, crazier than Ethan? Wong didn't blink. You have no idea. He turned away dramatically. Doom even gave his rare opinion, standing in full armor and regal disdain. The mortal has power, intellect, and influence. A trifecta rarely achieved. However. Tony immediately interrupted, here we go. His taste in wine could use improvement. Doom finished flatly, then walked away as everyone burst out laughing. Thor then stood proudly before the camera, half-empty mug in hand. Ethan Carter, he boomed, cheeks flushed from drink. A fine warrior. A fine friend. A man of honor who drinks nearly as well as I do. He paused, thinking. Nearly. Jane groaned in the background. Please tell me this isn't live. Thor ignored her, lifting his mug to the lens. May his love be eternal, his battles glorious, and his hangover short. Then he downed the rest of his drink and yelled, another, before walking out of frame. Finally, Tony couldn't resist giving his own, professional commentary. He leaned back in his chair. So, Ethan Carter. The man, the myth, the multitasker. He gestured broadly. He saved the world 3 times, built a company from scratch, dated 2 of the most powerful women alive, and somehow convinced them both to marry him. If that's not overachieving, I don't know what is. Pepper's voice came from off-camera. You're jealous, aren't you? Tony turned to her with mock offense. What? No. Okay, maybe a little. He pointed at the camera. But if you're watching this in the future, Ethan, congrats, man. You've set the bar impossibly high. Thanks a lot. Pepper sighed off-camera. Tony. A few moments later, at the feast. Thor had moved from rum to mead, standing on the table with his hair flying wildly. Who among you mortals shall face me in the challenge of the bottle? Everyone looked at each other nervously until Logan stood up, cracking his knuckles. You're on, Blondie. The challenge began with Thor and Logan seated at a long, sturdy wooden table, barrels of rum being rolled up before them. The place buzzed with excitement, cheers, laughter, and the rhythmic pounding of mugs against tabletops filling the air. Thor threw back his head and laughed, the sound booming like thunder. This mortal has spirit. Let us drink to his impending defeat. Logan smirked, lighting a cigar with a flick of his thumb. Keep talking, golden boy. The contest was nothing short of legendary. Barrel after barrel vanished between the 2 titans. By the 50th, Thor's laughter had grown louder, rolling through the room like a storm. By the 70th, Logan's healing factor was the only thing keeping him from face-planting on the table. At the 100th, Thor was still laughing, his eyes bright and unfazed, while Logan paused just long enough to take a long drag from his cigar before reaching for another mug. From the sidelines, Ethan raised his glass, grinning. And that, my friends, is why you never challenge gods, or Canadians. The room erupted in roaring laughter and applause. For once, there was peace, no villains, no battles, no crises. Just laughter, music, and the feeling that, maybe, this was the beginning of something even more powerful than magic or heroism. Guess even gods need love and moments like this, Ethan thought with a quiet smile. And on the Isle of Serenity, love burned brighter than any star. Well, ladies, Ethan said before turning to Jean and Anna, giving each of them a possessive squeeze of the hand, his tone a mix of confident satisfaction and smooth flirtation. Looks like I finally finished building my ultimate power-up. And let me tell you, the synergy is going to be spectacular tonight. Chapter 117, A Hole, 3, Some Night, R18. Isle of Serenity, inside the mansion of Carter's. Inside their bedroom, Ethan felt his heart quicken as Jean Grey and Anna Marie guided him toward the luxurious bed. The soft light from the room's golden sconces reflected off their dresses, Jean radiant in deep crimson, Anna graceful in emerald green. Their asses sure look biteable in those dresses. You think you can handle us both, Ethan? Anna Marie's voice was a low, southern drawl that promised exquisite sin. Her hips, sheathed in virginal green silk, swayed as she backed toward the massive bed, pulling him along. All that pent-up frustration, weeks of nothing, we're gonna make you fucking pay for that. Jean Grey, a vision in deep crimson satin, matched her step for step. Her smile was a subtle, telepathic caress. His mind was already a glorious open book to her, every filthy thought about their biteable asses in those wedding dresses echoing between them. We have a lot of time to make up for, my love, she purred, her voice husky with intent. They guided him to sit on the edge of the bed, the plush comforter dipping under his weight. In a fluid, practiced motion, Anna Marie settled onto his lap, her weight a delicious pressure on his already straining erection. The slick satin of her dress was a maddening barrier. It was getting unbearable, wasn't it, sugar, she breathed against his lips. Ethan's hands found the lush curves of her hips, gripping the fabric. For all of us. So many fucking weeks without even a single kiss from you or Jean, it was torture. Before he could say more, Anna Marie's mouth crashed onto his. It wasn't a kiss, it was a claiming. Her tongue plunged past his lips, a hot, wet invasion that tasted of champagne and pure, unadulterated desire. He groaned into her, his fingers digging into the firm muscle of her ass, pulling her tighter against the hard length of him. Jean watched for a moment, her own need a palpable heat in the room. Then she moved, leaning in to trail her lips along the column of Ethan's throat, her teeth scraping his pulse point. A shudder ripped through him. He was surrounded, consumed by them, and he liked. No, loved it. As Jean continued to taste his skin, her hand found Anna's and guided it to the prominent bulge in his trousers. Anna needed no further encouragement. Her fingers, clever and strong, worked his belt buckle, then the button of his slacks. The zipper came down with a hushed, metallic sigh. She reached inside his boxers, her cool fingers wrapping around his hot, rigid cock. Fuck, he was thick and leaking already. She began to stroke him, her grip firm and perfect, her thumb smearing the bead of precum over his slick tip. Ethan broke from Anna's kiss with a gasp, his eyes locking with Jean's. He saw the raw hunger there, a mirror of his own. He pulled her to him, capturing her mouth with a ferocity that made her moan. He tasted of Anna and himself, a heady cocktail that sent a fresh wave of wetness between Jean's legs. His hands were everywhere. One moment they were tangled in Jean's fiery red hair, the next they were pulling down the strap of her red dress, then cupping Anna's breast through the green silk. He was a man starved, and they were his feast. With a growl, he yanked the top of Jean's dress down, exposing her perfect, pale breasts. Her red lace bra was a flimsy obstacle, he tore it away without a second thought. He bent his head, taking a taut, pink nipple into his mouth. He suckled hard, his tongue lashing the sensitive peak, drawing a sharp, ragged cry from her. Yes. Jean's back arched, pushing her breast deeper into his mouth. Don't you fucking stop. Her hips began a slow, involuntary grind against his thigh. Anna, meanwhile, had torn his shirt open, buttons pinging onto the floor. She lavished attention on his chest, her tongue tracing the lines of his abdomen, moving lower. She freed his cock completely from his pants, her eyes widening at the sight. It was magnificent, throbbing, veins standing out in relief. She licked her lips. Slurp. She leaned forward, her pink tongue darting out to swirl around the glistening head. You taste so fucking good, Ethan. Ethan fell back onto the bed, pulling Jean with him. In one smooth motion, he positioned her knees on either side of his head, lowering her dripping core onto his face. The scent of her arousal, musky and sweet, filled his senses. He didn't hesitate. His tongue plunged into her, a flat, firm stroke that made her shriek. He devoured her, his tongue fucking into her tight, wet heat, curling up to press insistently against that perfect, spongy spot inside her. Jean's hands fisted in the bedsheets. Oh, Ethan. Fuck. Her hips moved, meeting each thrust of his tongue, riding his face with a desperation that shattered her usual composure. Weeks without this, weeks without his mouth, his hands, his cock, it had been a special kind of hell. Now, she was going to drown in heaven. While Ethan feasted on Jean, Anna took his cock deep into her mouth. She took him to the root, her throat stretching to accommodate his girth. Her eyes slightly watered, but she pushed past the reflex, bobbing her head with a fierce intensity. Slurp. Foie. The filthy, wet sounds were a symphony. Her hand pumped the base of his shaft in time with her mouth, milking him. You're doing so good, Anna. Take all of me, you fucking gorgeous queen, Ethan groaned, his voice muffled against Jean's pussy. His right hand pushed Anna's head down further, while his left gripped Jean's ass, holding her in place as his tongue worked her over. Watching Anna's head move in his lap, seeing her lips stretched around his cock, sent a new jolt of need through Jean. She wanted that taste. She didn't pull herself off his face but turned, her body trembling, and leaned down, pulling his slick cock from Anna's waiting mouth and taking it into her own. Anna released him with a pop, smiling. Ah, the famous 69. We never tried this as a trio. She didn't mind. She'd had him all to herself for a blissful few minutes. A silent, telepathic command from Jean flashed into Anna's mind, his balls. Suck his fucking balls. Anna obediently shifted, her mouth closing over the heavy sack beneath his shaft. She sucked one, then the other, into her mouth, her tongue massaging them, coating them in her saliva. Jean took him deep, her throat relaxing to accept his entire length. The sounds she made were obscene, sloppy, and utterly unlike her. Gwa, mmhhhhwa-, it was their wedding night. Grace and propriety were abandoned at the altar. All that remained was this raw, animalistic need to pleasure and be pleasured. Their synergy was absolute, a perfect feedback loop of sensation. Ethan's tongue redoubled its efforts on Jean, his pace becoming frantic. He was close. She could feel it. Jean increased the suction on his cock, her hand stroking what she couldn't take, and mentally urged Anna to do the same. Ethan's hands locked onto Jean's ass, holding her prisoner as his tongue fucked her into a screaming, shuddering orgasm. Her climax triggered his. With a guttural roar into her core, he came, jets of hot cum flooding Jean's mouth. She took it all, her cheeks puffing out with the volume of it. When she finally pulled off, a satisfied smile on her cum-glazed lips, she saw Anna looking up at her with wide, pleading eyes. Jean leaned down and kissed her, sharing Ethan's essence between them, their tongues mingling it with their own taste. Ethan sat up, the sight of his two wives, his Marvel girl and his rogue, kissing over his spilled seed making his spent cock twitch with renewed interest. Jean was a masterpiece of debauchery, her red dress down around her waist, his cum dripping from her lips onto her exposed breasts. Anna, still mostly in her green dress, was licking her fingers clean with a look of pure ecstasy. I just made Jean come, he said, his voice rough. And you both just wrecked me. We can't have you left out, can we, Anna Marie? You can't be the only one still fucking hungry. He moved with a speed that belied his recent orgasm, pinning Anna's wrists above her head on the bed. She gasped, her chest heaving against the pristine white of her dress. Then please, Ethan. Fuck me. He grinned, a predatory flash of white. He shoved her dress up her thighs, hooked his fingers in the sides of her white lace panties, and tore them away. Her pink, glistening pussy was exposed, already swollen and ready. He positioned himself at her entrance, the broad head of his cock pressing against her slick folds. You want me to fill this tight little cunt, Anna, he growled. Yes. God, yes, Ethan, please. He slammed into her in one brutal, perfect thrust, burying himself to the hilt. She cried out, her back arching off the bed. He set a punishing rhythm immediately, his hips pistoning, the sound of their bodies colliding echoing through the room, a wet, rhythmic slapping that was the only music they needed. As he fucked into Anna, he reached for Jean, pulling her into a deep kiss. He was everywhere at once, one hand groping Anna's breast, the other squeezing Jean's ass. Anna's moans became shrill, punctuating each drive of his hips. Ethan, I'm Southwest fucking close. Hold on, he commanded, his pace becoming inhumanly fast. I'm gonna feel you come on my cock. It was too much. Her body seized, a sharp, silent scream on her lips as her orgasm ripped through her. Her inner muscles clenched around him like a fist, milking him, pulling another thick load from his balls. He came with a shout, pumping his release deep inside her, the hot rush prolonging her own convulsions. Without even pulling out, he turned his head to Jean, his eyes burning with a fire that promised this was just the beginning. Your turn, Mrs. Carter. He withdrew from Anna's quivering body and manhandled Jean onto her hands and knees, pushing her gorgeous, round ass high in the air. He positioned himself behind her, one hand on her hip, the other guiding his cock back to a wet, welcoming hole. He's going to use me like he owns me, Jean thought, a thrill of sheer submission coursing through her. He did. He drove into her from behind, each thrust a merciless claiming that stole the breath from her lungs. This was what she needed. What she had craved. To be taken, overwhelmed, conquered by the men she loved. The bed rocked with the force of his movements. He leaned over her, capturing a nipple in his mouth, biting and sucking as he continued to pound into her. Jean could only chant his name, a broken prayer into the rumpled sheets. Oh, Ethan. Ethan, Ethan dash. He felt her walls begin to flutter and clench around him, the telltale sign of her impending climax. It spurred him on, his thrusts becoming a frenzied blur. With a final, deep plunge, he sent her spiraling over the edge, her body convulsing around him. He followed her down, erupting inside her with a guttural moan, filling her just as completely as he had Anna. He collapsed on top of her for a moment to give a quick kiss, then rolled, pulling them both into his arms. His gaze found Anna, who was watching them, her eyes dark with renewed longing. He reached for her, pulling her close, and took a nipple into his mouth, his tongue circling the peak. As he suckled, Jean, now recovered, nuzzled his back, her hands roaming his chest. She met Anna's gaze over his shoulder. "But Jean," Anna whispered, her voice breathless, "doesn't it look like he's overpowering us both with too much fucking ease?" He was. He'd come 3 times and showed no sign of fatigue. His adaptive body was already craving more. A wicked, shared smile passed between the women. A silent, telepathic plan formed. Tonight, they would break him. Or die trying. Jean moved, hugging Ethan from behind, pressing his face into the soft valley of her breasts. Anna shifted in front, offering her own. Sandwiched between their softness, Ethan groaned in contentment, his hands coming up to knead their flesh. "All right, you magnificent bastard," Anna purred, her hand snaking down to stroke his once again hard cock. "Let's see how long that adaptation power really lasts." Jean's lips found his ear. "We're not done with you, husband." Their mouths descended on him, and the real games began. Their plan was a synchronized assault. Jean's mouth crashed down on his, her tongue plunging deep, tasting herself and Anna on him. At the same moment, Anna took the head of his cock into her mouth, her warm, wet suction so immediate and perfect. But this was no ordinary blowjob. A faint, familiar white aura shimmered around Anna's fingertips as they traced his balls, and a jolt of pure, unfiltered life shot through him. She wasn't just touching him, she was using cosmic power to increase his pleasure. He could feel his already staggering endurance multiplying, a fire igniting in every cell. "Feel that, Ethan?" Jean's thought was a smug caress. "We're not just taking tonight. We're building it." Her own power joined the fray, a telepathic wave that didn't just read his pleasure but amplified it. "Fuck," he gasped, breaking the kiss with Jean, his head falling back against the pillows. "You're fucking ganging up on me." "Damn right we are, sugar," Anna murmured, coming up for air, her lips glistening. "You think you can just have a wet dint night and not get properly broken in?" Drunk on the dual assault, Ethan let instinct take over. He didn't sit and used his own power, reflecting their own sensations back at them tenfold. And in one fluid, powerful motion, he surged forward, his arms hooking under Anna's thighs and Jean's waist. He stood from the bed, lifting both women as if they weighed nothing. They gasped in unison, a sound of pure shock and delight, wrapping their arms and legs around him for balance. He carried them like that, a god with his prize, to the nearest wall. He pinned Anna against it first, the cool surface a stark contrast to her feverish skin. He didn't even bother with finesse. He guided his cock to her soaked entrance and drove into her with a single, claiming thrust that knocked the air from her lungs. "Ethan," she cried out, her head thudding back against the wall. He fucked her like that, hard and deep, each slam of his hips echoing in the room. But he didn't forget Jean. He turned his head, capturing her mouth in a sloppy, desperate kiss, letting her taste his exertion. One hand remained on Anna's hip, holding her steady for his pounding, while the other found the warm, slick heart of Jean, his fingers circling her clit with a frantic rhythm. "I want to feel it all," Jean moaned into his mind, her own hips grinding against his hand. "Give me everything." The room shimmered. The air grew thick and heavy, the light from the lamp stretching into long, lazy beams. Time itself groaned under the weight of his concentration. Outside their door, the world might have been moving at a normal pace, but inside their room, seconds stretched into few hours. He was giving them all the time in the world. "You feel that, Anna?" "Jean," he grunted, his voice raw. "That's all for you. Hours of this. I'm gonna fuck you until you forget your own name." His thrusts became a relentless, punishing rhythm. Anna could only moan, her eyes rolling back, her powerful legs locked around him like a vice. She was close, so close, her inner muscles fluttering around his invading length. Then he felt Jean's climax approaching through their psychic link, a brilliant, rising star. He pushed 2 fingers deep inside her, curling them, and bit down on her bottom lip. That was all it took. Jean screamed, a raw, telepathic wave of pleasure that crashed over all 3 of them. Her orgasm triggered Anna's. Anna's body seized, her back arching violently off the wall as a guttural, broken cry was torn from her throat. Her pussy clamped down on him like a fist, milking him, demanding his release. The pressure was too much. With a roar that was part triumph, part surrender, Ethan came, pumping his seed into Anna in hot, endless waves. The orgasm seemed to go on and on, stretched by the slowed time, a seemingly infinite moment of pure, unadulterated connection. He stayed buried inside her, his forehead resting against her shoulder as the last shudders racked their bodies. Ethan gently lowered Anna's trembling legs, his cock slipping from her with a wet, soft sound. He turned, still pinning Jean against the wall with his body, and kissed her, deep and slow, letting her taste the sweat on his lips. He looked from Jean's blissed-out, satisfied face to Anna's, who was still gasping, her green eyes wide with the aftershocks. A wicked grin spread across his face. The faintest crackle of electricity sparked around his fingertips and his dick as he trailed them down Jean's side. "My turn to gang up on you," he murmured, his voice dropping to a low, promising growl. "Who's first?" Author's note. Next chapter will kick off the omniversal honeymoon trip. Party popper. Ethan and his wives are finally heading out to explore different worlds together. I've already chosen the first universe they'll visit, can you guess which one it is? Drop your guesses in the comments below. Backhand index pointing down. Chapter 118, Birth of the Honored One. The sun had barely touched the horizon when time itself seemed to still within the Carter residence on the island, Isle of Serenity. The wedding night was an experience stretched beyond the constraints of a single rotation. Thanks to Ethan's chronokinesis, what appeared to be a single night to the outside world stretched into several blissful days within their bedroom. Time bent around them gently, seconds unfurling into hours, hours into days, as Ethan, Jean, and Anna made every heartbeat of their new beginning count. The guests, meanwhile, enjoyed a day of luxurious celebration. Many returned home that afternoon, but the core group of friends and allies lingered, soaking up the atmosphere until nightfall. By the following day, everyone had departed, respecting the newlyweds' need for solitude. The trio spent the next 3 days in blissful, unrestrained fun on their private island and few of their favorite places in this world. They didn't immediately depart for their planned omniversal honeymoon because 2 critical tasks demanded Ethan's attention first. The first priority was corporate stability. Ethan needed to stabilize the revolutionary products from his company, namely, the Regeneration Cradle and the Mutant Stabilizer Serum, which were launched recently before stepping away for an extended trip. This was essential for the company's integrity and for the overall peace of the mutant community. The Regeneration Cradle and the Mutant Stabilizer Serum had to be steady in the public eye before he could leave everything in other hands and vanish for months across the omniverse. Moreover, to celebrate their wedding, Ethan also announced something that stunned every employee at Aeon Biotech, a full year of paid bonuses for all staff. The announcement sent shockwaves through the corporate world and tears through the employee lounge. As a former corporateman, he understood how far a single year of security stretches. He liked that his second life could be kinder than his first. He knew the grind, the exhaustion, and the feeling of being unseen. This time, he made sure no one under him ever felt that way again. The second, and far more significant, task was the long-anticipated merger of the cosmic power and the Phoenix Force fragment. The Phoenix fragment inside him and the raw power cosmic had resisted each other in previous attempts, spitting and snapping like 2 ancient beasts unwilling to share a roof. The answer had come slowly that his own life force could be the bridge, the medium neither power would refuse. He realized that his unique life force had, over successive attempts, adapted into a suitable substitute catalyst, capable of mediating and connecting the incompatible energies to facilitate their merger. By channeling his vitality between them, he could stabilize their frequencies and power, merging what was never meant to be united. This crucial process had been delayed by a month due to the wedding festivities and the subsequent local honeymoon, a delay Ethan genuinely did not regret, having enjoyed every second spent with his wives and even fitting in a few dates with his other interests, Diana, Dee Dee, and Susan. Now that a month slipped by before Ethan could carve out the ritual space, he is ready to start the merger. He explained everything to his women, telling them through the named psychic link they used for long-distance communication, the Nexus Mind Lattice. He warned that during the procedure, the channel might glow and distort or even cut off their connection completely. It's a sign of the immense energy it would channel. They all agreed without hesitation, their confidence in him unwavering, and even felt a quiet happiness knowing his strength was about to grow further. Ethan wanted to finish this before their honeymoon trip, not wishing to cause any more delays. Inside the mirror dimension, a fractured plane of glass-like space. Ethan stood in the center, his breathing slowed as cosmic energy rippled beneath his skin. As the Phoenix Force fragment and the cosmic power were drawn together, mediated by the pulsing energy of his own life essence, Ethan's body began to glow a deep, internal red, while a fierce white aura leaked out and enveloped him. The raw energy of the merger was instantly initiating an unprecedented upgrade to his body, soul, and very essence. The intensity of the influx instantly shredded his custom-tailored clothing, earning a sigh of resignation from Ethan. Even the strongest enchantments can't handle a cosmic divorce, he muttered, before his focus snapped back to the merging power. Ethan's life force flared, threads of blue energy weaving between the red and white lights. An hour later, the convergence reached its chaotic peak. Boom. The completed, singular force ripped through Ethan's entire being. The sheer, concentrated power blasted his soul and body across the mirror dimension. The energy was so immense and instantaneous that the very fabric of the dimension cracked and warped, shimmering violently as if about to shatter completely. But suddenly seconds later, the process halted at the brink, and the dimension slowly, painstakingly, began to stabilize and return to its original state. The explosion had torn everything apart, body, soul, and essence scattered through the mirror dimension like fragments of light. For a fleeting moment, Ethan was nothing. No form, no sound, no thought, just existence suspended in a sea of blinding energy. Then, from the silence, something stirred. A faint pulse of light began to gather, a spark forming at the heart of the chaos. It drew in the remnants of energy that had once been him, threads of radiant power weaving together in intricate patterns. The light condensed, swirling and twisting, shaping the outline of a figure. First came the bone. With a sound like grinding tectonic plates, the pure energy around his soul solidified into an internal scaffold. The spine thrummed into place, followed by the perfect, powerful geometry of his skull and ribcage, all materializing instantly and seamlessly. Every joint locked with a deafening, percussive click. He was a skeleton of pure, white gold power, the unyielding frame of an immortal forged anew. Before the power could fade, the nerves flared to life. Blue-white energy streamed from the base of the skull, spooling the complex architecture of his brain and spinal cord. The peripheral nerves snaked out like liquid light, trailing over the adamantine bones. This was the return of feeling, a torrent of electric sensation. Finally, the muscle, sinew, and blood erupted across the framework. Tendons snapped taut, anchoring thick, dark red muscle fibers that pulsed with raw, undeniable power. The vascular system simultaneously flooded with a river of concentrated vitality, a humming, golden ichor that instantly warmed the cold structure. In a single, final breath, the perfect layer of flesh and skin sheathed the entire structure. Energy flowed through him like rivers of lightning, tracing the paths where power and will intertwined. The air trembled as the form grew clearer, substance layering over light until energy became matter, and matter became Ethan once more. When the final flare subsided, he stood at the center of the mirror dimension, new, radiant, and whole. Ethan hovered at its center, suspended in an ethereal glow. When he finally opened his eyes, blue fire and white lightning danced in them together in each pupil. He looked down at himself and looked exactly as he had. There were no unnecessary physical flourishes, but his body is now at its absolute, optimized peak. Only facing a truly superior conceptual entity would force further physical evolution. But the change in his aura was terrifying and magnificent. His skin radiated a subtle, deep warmth. He flexed his fingers and felt a new taste on the world, the echo of lives, the possible arcs of destruction and healing, the slow, compassionate geometry of birth and of ending. He looked down, and a self-satisfied smirk curled his lips. His physical reconstruction hadn't missed a beat. His little brother had certainly benefited from the total life force refinement. But the main prize was the power itself. It was no longer a fragment and a pool of energy, it was a cohesive, unified force of his own making. It effortlessly merged the Phoenix Force's mastery over creation, destruction, and conceptual rebirth, the cosmic power's ability to manipulate matter, energy of existence. He didn't need a manual or a voice to tell him its nature. He simply knew. This was the ultimate expression of creation and order. It worked perfectly, he thought. The fusion of the Phoenix Force fragment and the cosmic energy reached its final crescendo, birthing something new, something absolute. A power that was neither life nor death, yet commanded both. A force that could end existence or begin it anew. The absolute authority over creation, destruction, and rebirth. He exhaled softly, his voice resonating with power that bent the air around him. So, this is it. He whispered to himself, tasting the phrase as if it had been written in the stars for this very moment. Authority of Genesis. That was the name given to his new power. The title echoed across the mirror dimension, carried by the hum of creation itself, the birth of a power that transcended gods and the laws of the universe. Powers obtained from Authority of Genesis. 1. Genesis telepathy. Can read, influence, and communicate mentally with others across infinite distances. Can rewrite memories, awaken latent powers, or silence minds across galaxies. Can synchronize thoughts of thousands into a unified network of consciousness. Can defend against or overpower even divine and cosmic-level telepaths. 2. Genesis telekinesis. Can move planets, shift orbits, or delicately control microscopic structures. Can collapse stars or shape gravitational and atomic fields. 3. Primordial empathy. Can sense and understand the emotions of all living beings across worlds. Can project emotions on a global scale, inducing serenity, courage, despair, or unity. Can link with collective consciousness and share emotions among entire populations. Can balance the emotional harmony of planets or extinguish all hostility with a single pulse. 4. Matter manipulation, reality reconstruction. Can alter and rebuild the molecular or atomic structure of any object. Can manipulate ecosystems, life forms, or planetary terrain through conscious will. Can reconstruct destroyed matter or revive decayed worlds from pure energy. 5. Eternal Phoenix Flames, Genesis Fire. Can summon immortal cosmic fire that purifies both body and soul. Can heal, resurrect, or completely erase existence depending on intent. Can burn through time, space, and spirit, transcending physical limits. Cannot be extinguished by any natural or supernatural. Can only be extinguished by the Creator's will. 6. The Power Genesis, Ascended Power Cosmic. Can channel almost infinite cosmic energy for both creation and destruction. Can manipulate, absorb, and project energy across planetary to galaxy levels. Can heal, rejuvenate, or resurrect others using life energy directly. 7. Genesis awareness. Can perceive all forms of existence, physical, spiritual, and dimensional. Can perceive universal truths, energy flows simultaneously. Can see the threads of fate, life, and time that connect all things. Can detect illusions, lies, or concealment across the galaxy level. The mirror dimension bowed to the force now anchored within it. Ethan stood in the epicenter of his own personal genesis, the raw, unbound energy of Genesis power churning just beneath his skin. He slowly clenched his fist. As the countless particles of energy obeyed his mental command, a vibrant, crystalline bluish-white aura flared around him, crackling with the fusion of cosmic might and phoenix fire. The internal explosion that had destroyed him moments ago was merely the agonizing prerequisite for this rebirth, his very essence shattered, cleansed, and reforged at a completely different conceptual level. He was no longer just a wielder of powerful abilities, he had gained true authority. Every one of his innate abilities, telepathy, chronokinesis, magic, and speed, was not merely amplified, they were elevated to a state of sublime perfection, operating with the precision of a universal constant. He could now perceive the complex energetic lattices of beings and objects he couldn't even sense before. Ethan slowly lifted his arms and legs, spreading his stance wide as he floated effortlessly in the air. A euphoric, magnetic grin stretched across his face, his blue eyes blazing with that same ethereal blue light. The infinite power of Genesis flowed through him, intoxicating and utterly perfect. Ethan now had a close idea of how Gojo Satoru must have felt after awakening in his fight with Toji Zenin. He must have experienced something like this overwhelming surge, this impossible clarity. Man, this feeling was intoxicating. This is what pure authority feels like, he mused internally, the feeling of absolute supremacy washing over his soul. I finally understand the sentiment. This is the ultimate peak, second only to the moments I spend tangled up with my girls. He allowed the feeling to settle for a few glorious minutes, letting the power carve its new boundaries into his consciousness. Then, with the practiced discipline of a veteran immortal, he calmed the surging torrent and began to experiment. Thanks to his reactive adaptation, the mastering process was startlingly swift. The initial, innate understanding of the power transformed into seamless, flawless control. He tested its limits. He couldn't manifest matter from absolute nothingness, a true creation ex nihilo remained the domain of the truly omnipotent. But the limitations were negligible compared to the sheer scope of his new capabilities. He could create and destroy galaxies with effortless ease, making him a true contender against any universal-level threat. More importantly, the authority over creation, destruction, and rebirth was absolute on a fundamental level. He could manipulate the life force, spiritual essence, and conceptual structure of living beings, healing them, transforming them, or extinguishing their very concept from existence. As the Chinese protagonists would say, the difference between his pre-awakening and post-awakening power was no less than the difference between heaven and earth. Having flexed his newfound authority, reconfiguring a few animals he kidnapped recently for practice, Ethan stepped silently out of the mirror dimension. Carter Residence, New York. He reappeared instantly in the plush, expansive living room of the Carter residence. A flurry of movement greeted him. Anna, Jean, Diana, and Susan immediately shot up from the sectional sofa. Before he could take a proper breath, he was engulfed. Jean reached him first, her arms wrapping around his waist. Ethan. You're back, she exclaimed, a profound relief and a surge of pride flooding him through the Nexus mind lattice. Anna pulled him into a powerful side hug, her emerald eyes sparkling. Well. Did you finally break the universe, or just rearrange the furniture? You look ridiculously smug, even for you. Diana stepped back slightly, her gaze assessing, a deep respect in her eyes. Your aura, it has changed. It is monumental, beloved. Susan, always supportive, just smiled brightly. Congratulations, darling. You're glowing. Dee, seated nearby, merely smiled a lovely, knowing smile, crossing her legs and taking a slow sip of her coffee. She probability sensed his powers. Ethan laughed, a deep, resonant sound of pure satisfaction. He held his 4 girls close and looked at Dee. Sorry, Dee, you missed the chaotic hug. I calculated the trajectory of the initial impact, Dee replied smoothly, a hint of mischief in her voice. I decided a preemptive strike wasn't worth the coffee spill. Ethan gave Jean, Diana, Susan, and Anna a quick peck on the forehead before releasing them, turning to face the group. So, the good news, I succeeded. The bad news, my tailor will hate me again. He sat down, beckoning them closer, and began to explain the fusion, simplifying them into manageable concepts. The cosmic power and the phoenix fragment were too volatile. My life force became the perfect container, the Genesis bridge, he explained, his eyes glowing faintly. The result isn't a combination, it's an entirely new conceptual force. It has the Phoenix's complete control over creation, destruction, and rebirth, fused with the cosmic power's mastery of the physical universe, and even tossed in a dash of my own weather abilities for flavor. He chuckled, flashing Anna a cocky smirk. I can now destroy or rewrite living beings and can level entire galaxies. The authority over creation, destruction, and rebirth is essentially a dial I can turn. The process was messy, but now I'm the proud owner of a new power. And what is the name of that power? Diana asked, leaning forward, her tone serious. The authority of Genesis, Ethan stated, the name sounding like a decree. Anna rolled her eyes playfully. So, big guy, you're basically a walking, talking reset button for living things now, huh? Essentially, Ethan confirmed, taking her hand. But a very charming and devoted reset button. Jean reached out, touching his cheek with profound tenderness. I see it, Ethan. A limitless future. You have reached a new conceptual zenith. We are so proud. Dee Dee finally set her coffee cup down. Congratulations, Ethan. You didn't just gain power, you gained an authority that changes the stakes for everything. Exactly, Ethan agreed, his gaze softening as he looked at all 5 women, his universe contained in this room. And I think that authority needs a little road testing. I promised a certain Amazon a gift before we start building sandcastles in other universes. Chapter 119, Gifts of Power and the Omniversal Departure. The Carter residence living room, still humming with the afterglow of Ethan's Genesis power, quickly transitioned into a place of purposeful activity. Ethan turned his attention to Diana, his gaze full of pride and affection. I have a gift for my beautiful Amazonian princess, a demigod always needs better tools. With a mental command, a vortex of energy coalesced nearby, solidifying into a masterpiece of divine metallurgy, the God Slayer armor set. It was forged from pure URU metal, enhanced by concentrated cosmic and runic enchantments. The dark metal armor, the razor-sharp sword, and the defensive Aegis shield didn't just look powerful, they radiated power. God Slayer armor set. The armor hovered before Diana, its intricate design glowing with faint Norse inscriptions. Ethan took a slow step forward and said, Diana, this is for you. I call it the God Slayer armor set. Diana blinked, Ethan, this. He interrupted her softly, no need to ask. You'll understand. Instead of speaking its full functions aloud, Ethan reached out, connecting their minds, and poured the encyclopedic knowledge of the armor's true capabilities directly into Diana's consciousness via the Nexus Mind Lattice. The armor wasn't just durable, it was attuned to her spirit. Forged from URU metal, enhanced with runes and phoenix flame essence, it could channel her divine might, adapt to her combat style, and even regenerate itself mid-battle. It came with a sword, the Divine Reaver, capable of cutting through almost any energy, and a shield, the Aegis of Dawn, that could reflect any attack with more than double its original power using a spell called Full Counter, and amplify her own strikes when used offensively. Moreover, the sword and shield could return to her if lost or thrown, responding instantly to her will. Not only that, the entire armor could be stored within a necklace, allowing her to summon it at will with a mere thought. Not to mention the armor's reinforced defenses, enhanced spells, and powerful runes, each designed to amplify her strength and resilience in battle. Diana's eyes widened, a rare flash of stunned disbelief crossing her warrior's face. This is beyond anything crafted by Hephaestus, she thought, the sheer destructive and defensive potential overwhelming her. When she fully grasped its nature, Diana gasped softly. Ethan, this isn't armor. It's a weapon of gods. He smiled. That's why it's called God Slayer armor. It truly has the power to slay gods. My beloved, this is magnificent. She stepped forward and embraced him, the URU set dissolving and reforming instantly around her in a blinding flash of light. The armor was sleek, powerful, and utterly perfect for her form. Thank you, Ethan, she murmured, her voice husky with genuine emotion. This is the greatest gift. I will honor its power. Dee Dee watched the exchange, a faint, contented smile playing on her lips. Next, Ethan turned to Susan. My brilliant scientist, he began before pulling her into a gentle hug. You are the one who binds our world together with logic and love, and now, you will have a new dimension of knowledge. He then transmitted the dense, complex architecture of advanced runes and profound mystic arts knowledge straight into her mind. Susan staggered back slightly, her hand flying to her temple. My brain. It feels like it just downloaded the Library of Alexandria, she whispered, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement. Ethan, I don't know if I can master this. You absolutely can, Ethan reassured her, gently tracing the line of her jaw. The knowledge is the foundation. Now, the power is yours to build. She hesitated, her voice gentle. You know I'm not a fighter like Diana or Jean. I know, Ethan said, touching her cheek softly. But you'll grow stronger. Not because I want you to fight, but because I want you to feel safe, always. Susan's lips curved into a small, touched smile. Deep down, she knew she was the least powerful among the group, but she also knew this gift came from his heart. You feel you are the weakness of this group, but that's only because you value the wrong metrics. With this, you can ascend to a new level. You are already brilliant, this just gives you new tools. Susan looked at him, her commitment firming. She knew her physical strength paled next to that of an Amazon, or 2 Omega-level mutants. For his sake, and her own peace of mind, she would master this. She planned to throw herself into the practice of the runes, not out of pride, but out of love. Jean and Anna, despite their profound love for Ethan, exchanged a subtle look of good-natured jealousy. They didn't say it aloud, but they both knew Ethan wasn't playing favorites. He was strengthening the ones who needed it most. Ethan hadn't shared the runes with everyone for a reason. Mastering them took intense, time-consuming dedication, even with implanted knowledge. His other girls, including his wives, had their own paths of power they were focusing on. He knew he could personally guide Susan and others later in fully mastering them. But currently it's best for everyone to go forward in their own path. As for using the Genesis power on his own loved ones, he was exercising extreme caution. He needed test subjects preferably, in the omniverse before risking fundamental biological rewriting on Susan. For Diana, he had entirely different, more direct plans to increase her inherent divine strength. Finally, he walked over to Didi, pulling her into a deep, loving kiss. My lucky charm, my lovely death, he murmured against her lips. I have no gift for you. You're already more powerful than me in all the ways that count. My heart is all I have left to give you. Didi smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Your heart is already a beautiful gift, my love. And unlike the others, I like having someone to love and tease occasionally. Ethan then chuckled and reassured her, sorry, that's a joke, before handing Didi a necklace he had crafted using his new Genesis power during the experiments he did before in the mirror dimension. The necklace created by his matter manipulation power contained a portion of his life energy and several other intricate features, all of which he had implanted directly into Didi's mind through telepathy. She simply smiled, her eyes gleaming, and kissed him once more, softly, warmly, with a quiet affirmation of their bond. The group spent the rest of the day in quiet companionship, a focused moment before the impending trip. Ethan wanted this final evening to be entirely their own. He was eager to test his Genesis authority against the people he will face in the new realities. Later that night, the moment of departure arrived. Ethan, Jean, and Anna stood in the center of the living room. Diana, Didi, and Susan clustered around, giving their goodbyes. There were final hugs and lingering kisses for Ethan, wishing him well. Be safe, darling, Susan said, giving him one last, tight squeeze. Just a peaceful, happy, romantic trip, okay? No planetary warfare. Ethan grimaced dramatically. She just raised the red flag, he groaned to Anna. I know, Anna replied, a wicked, anticipating grin flashing across her face. But that's exactly what I wanted. Don't worry, Susan. We'll send back pictures of the collateral damage. Romance is fine, but a honeymoon needs a little action. Diana crossed her arms. We'll have our own trip later, she said, her tone playful but determined. Didi smirked. Just don't get lost in some ancient galaxy, before giving him a serene, meaningful kiss. Jean and Anna merely nodded. Ethan pulled the silvery omni-watch from its chain around his neck. All right, ladies. The company is set, the friends are warned, and the new universe is waiting. He activated the watch. A blinding, pure white light enveloped the three figures, a light that contained the full spectrum of time and space. When the light faded a moment later, the center of the living room was empty. Diana sighed, touching the necklace around her neck. Well, she said to Didi and Susan, a thoughtful, determined glint in her eyes. I suppose I have the hell dimension to myself now. I should test the God Slayer against a few demons. Susan, already feeling the mental pressure of the mystic arts knowledge, nodded firmly. I will start my runic practice tomorrow. I won't be the weakest link for long. Didi picked up her red wine once more, I have 2 anxious twins to stabilize. Let's hope those 3 leave the omniverse in one piece. With shared hope for a new dawn and their own respective goals, the 3 women retired, leaving the massive residence silent, awaiting the distant return of their beloved. Miles away from the shimmering residue of the Omni-Watch's jump point, the world remained utterly mundane. Inside a brightly lit, slightly worn convenience store, the kind that smelled of old coffee and fresh plastic, an old man with a shock of thick white hair and a neatly trimmed mustache stood near the counter. He was wearing a pair of dark, expensive-looking sunglasses despite the late hour. His gaze wasn't fixed on the racks of chewing gum or lottery tickets, but outward, through the glass door, toward the distant, affluent neighborhood that housed the Carter residence. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face, a silent acknowledgement of the energy that had just vanished from the universe. Well now, the old man murmured to the empty aisle, a hint of theatrical wonder in his voice. It seems the boy finally got the recipe right. That's something extraordinary, even for him. He didn't just get an upgrade, he built a whole new platform this time. He chuckled, adjusting the sunglasses that hid the cosmic sparkle in his eyes. I truly enjoy seeing his growth. Always overachieving, that one. I wonder which shiny new toys he'll manage to pick up on this trip. The omniverse is vast, and he certainly packs an appetite for the spectacular. A gruff voice broke the silence. Hey, Stan. The old man, Stan, turned with an easy grin to face the store owner, a weary man who was already stacking milk crates. Why the heck are you still wearing those sunglasses, Stan? It's after midnight, the lights are on, and you're indoors and you look like you're in some old spy movie, the owner complained before moving to wipe down the counter. Is there a rule saying a man can't wear stylish eyewear when he feels the mood strike him? Stan countered smoothly, his smile widening. Besides, the future is looking incredibly bright. A man's got to protect his retinas. The owner scoffed. Not a rule, just weird. Stan shrugged before adjusting his shades. Weird is just another word for interesting. You'll understand when you've seen enough worlds. The man blinked. Worlds? You mean countries, right? Stan only smiled wider while muttering under his breath, sure, let's go with that. The owner just shook his head. You and your philosophies. Look, there haven't been any customers for an hour. It's time to close up shop, Stan. I need to get home. Stan's grin softened into something genuinely profound. He clapped the owner lightly on the shoulder. You're right, my friend, he agreed, his eyes gleaming behind the dark lenses. It is indeed time to close the shop. So that we can open it tomorrow, for a brand new day, and a new future. The owner rolled his eyes. You always talk like you're in some movie, old man. Stan chuckled. Maybe I am. With a final wink, Stan turned and walked out the door, vanishing into the quiet, starlit night, leaving the owner to lock up the store and marvel at the old man's uncanny, persistent optimism. Unknown universe, unknown location. The brilliant white light of the OmniWatch snapped shut, replaced instantly by oppressive darkness, cold humidity, and the pervasive scent of damp rock and ancient earth. Ethan, Jean, and Anna materialized with a soft, echoing thud onto the coarse stone floor of what was clearly a cave. But this was no ordinary cavern. It was massive, a titanic vault carved deep beneath the earth. Only slivers of light filtered in from a distant, unknown source, casting unsettling shadows. Well, darling, did the watch decide we needed a rustic theme for the honeymoon? Anna quipped, already using her enhanced senses to skin the gloom. Because this is heavy on the rustic and low on the champagne. Jean placed a hand on Ethan's arm, her telepathic presence steady yet cautious. The atmospheric pressure feels different. And the energy here? Ethan nodded, already seeing what they couldn't. Thanks to his Genesis authority, he didn't just sense energy, he perceived nature of this reality. The entire cavern was saturated with mana, a raw, magical essence that vibrated with a unique resonance, similar to the mystic arts energy he channeled, but more denser and localized. He could also feel it, a massive life energy, impossibly dense, unlike anything he had sensed before, not powerful but different. It wasn't just power, it was a living being, ancient, and aware. Relax, ladies. We landed exactly where the watch decided we needed to be, Ethan said, his voice low and tingling with restrained excitement. Just then, his senses flared. A localized, enormous concentration of life energy was approaching them with impossible speed. It was not the structured power of a god, nor the chaotic magic of a demon, but something primal and human, yet utterly immense. Jean and Anna noticed it as well, tensing in anticipation. But Ethan saw something more. A faint, chilling trace of death energy lingered around the individual. It was small, almost imperceptible, yet unmistakable, a sign of power that could snuff out life in a moment. Seems like we have company. Jean murmured, her eyes narrowing as the movement became audibly distinct. And it's moving fast. A second later, the figure burst into their limited sphere of vision. He was tall, powerfully built, and dressed in heavy, dusty miner's attire, his shirt notably absent, revealing impressive musculature. His black hair and sharp black eyes framed an intensely focused Asian face, likely Korean. He stopped abruptly, his posture instantly defensive, and spoke in sharp, fast Korean, Nugusio. Yogi Seo Mwo Haseo. Who are you people, and what are you doing here? Ethan smiled inwardly, satisfied that his global corporate requirement for language lessons hadn't gone to waste. Jean took point, speaking in clear, measured Korean. Annyeonghaseyo. My name is Jean Grey, this is Anna Marie, and our husband is Ethan Carter. We apologize, we arrived here accidentally. Could you please show us the way out? The man's guard only intensified. His dark eyes scanned their spotless attire, Ethan's suit, the elegant gowns, and the obvious power radiating from them. This isn't a place for normal people to walk around accidentally, he said. You. Who are you people? No, what are you? Anna and Jean exchanged a brief, concerned glance before turning back to Ethan. His face was turned slightly away, and his powerful shoulders were subtly trembling. Ethan, are you okay? Anna asked, concern overriding her usual combat readiness. She moved toward him, while Jean kept a vigilant eye on the suspicious Korean man. Ethan slowly lifted his head. The excitement on his face was nearly overwhelming, his eyes glowing with that telltale blue. He was more than fine, he was ecstatic. The trembling was not fear, but the joyous surge of a fanboy's ultimate destiny being fulfilled. His eyes locked onto the small, rectangular name tag hanging around the man's neck, a standard precaution for dungeon teams. It was enough. This is it, Ethan thought, his heart racing. The world I've always wanted to visit since I got the Omni Watch. And he's him. He controlled the tremor, replacing it with a grin of supreme confidence, the kind of look that said, I just won the lottery of destiny. Ethan took a deliberate step toward the startled Korean, his hand extending in a gesture of simple, disarming respect. I'm perfectly all right, Anna. Better than all right, in fact, Ethan announced, speaking clearly in perfect, fluent Korean now. My name is Ethan Carter. It is a genuine pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Sung Jin-woo. The name landed like a hammer blow. Jin-woo's eyes widened slightly in surprise that this strangely dressed foreigner knew his name. But when he noticed Ethan glancing at his name tag, it all clicked. He understood why this guy already knew his name. Before he could react, another figure arrived in a blur of motion, stopping just behind him. She was a breathtaking beauty, radiating an intense, controlled power. Dressed in specialized red armor with a sword hilt visible at her waist, she instantly raised the tension in the cave to a breaking point. Nuguya, she demanded, her hand resting firmly on her sword grip, her gaze sharp and cold. Who are you people? Jean and Anna stiffened slightly, their eyes tracking every movement. Ethan's internal joy reached critical mass. Cha Hae-in, the female lead of this world. The one who's as deadly as she is beautiful. He knew the men beside her as well, the male protagonist destined to become the Shadow Monarch, the strongest of all monarchs, Sung Jin-woo. The men who would become the Shadow Monarch. The woman who was an S-rank hunter. The sheer perfection of their accidental arrival in the heart of the dungeon. He looked from the future monarch to the formidable hunter, his grin turning into a confident, dangerous smirk. Jackpot, Ethan thought, mentally doing a victory dance while maintaining an impossibly calm exterior. The world they had entered was none other than Solo Leveling, the most popular and trending manhwa of all time. This omniversal honeymoon was going to be an absolute legend. Author's note. How's the chapter, guys? I hadn't planned to upload any today, but I ended up posting 2 chapters instead. Hope you enjoy them. Chapter 120, Into the World of Solo Leveling. The sudden declaration of his name, spoken in fluid Korean by a mysterious, impeccably dressed foreigner, had instantly ramped up Sung Jin-woo's caution. The arrival of the beautiful, red-armored Cha Hae-in only amplified the tension, her hand hovering over her blade. Let me properly introduce ourselves again, Ethan said, his voice measured and friendly, yet carrying a profound confidence that seemed to settle in the massive cavern. I am Ethan Carter, and these beautiful ladies are my 2 wives, Jean Grey Carter and Anna Marie Carter. We are, believe it or not, on our honeymoon and appeared here entirely by accident. He offered a brief with a charming smile. I'd love to get into the intricate details of our travel, but this is hardly the appropriate venue for a casual chat. We'd prefer to go outside and discuss our rather unique situation. We can, of course, contact your local Hunters Association for complete verification of our identities. Jin-woo, despite the shock of hearing his own name from a stranger, kept his expression neutral. He knew the golden rule of the gates, expect the unexpected. Humans appearing out of nowhere inside a high-level dungeon was the epitome of the unexpected. He scanned the trio again. He could sense no mana, the lifeblood of hunters in this world, from any of them, which only deepened his suspicion. They were either the most bizarrely disguised magic beasts he had ever encountered, or something else entirely. Jin-woo's focus narrowed on Ethan. He could gauge the strength of Jean and Anna, their auras, though strange, suggested they were powerful enough to be A-rank hunters, perhaps even S-rank. He was confident he could handle the 2 women if a fight broke out. But Ethan was an entirely different story. Jin-woo's unique perception stat, a gift of the system, screamed a terrifying warning. He felt virtually no outward energy, yet his gut reaction was raw, primal fear. This man, with his bright eyes and easy smile, reminded Jin-woo of the monstrous god statue from the double dungeon. He suppressed a shiver. No. This man might be stronger. If we fought, Jin-woo thought, his jaw tightening, I would be dead before I could even draw my dagger. He is on a whole other level. He glanced at Hae-in, realizing that since he was merely a E-rank mining team member in this A-rank raid, the final decision belonged to her, the primary S-rank hunter. Hae-in was equally unsettled. Her hunter instincts were screaming that the blonde man was immensely powerful, yet she too sensed zero conventional mana. She kept her guard up, observing Ethan's calm, friendly demeanor. Unbeknownst to the two hunters, Ethan had initiated his own strategy. Jean, Anna, a quick mental briefing, he projected clearly through the Nexus Mind bridge. Jean read her surface memories, just the basics of this world structure. Mana, hunters, gates, and the association. Share the data instantly with Anna. We need to be on the same page. But don't touch this guy's mind. Jean hesitated for a heartbeat. You sure? Yes. Knowledge is survival. We're not in danger, but ignorance is for the weak. I've already got the basic idea of this world. Normally, they wouldn't read other people's minds, they valued privacy too much for that. The only exceptions were practical ones, like using telepathy to speed up company product approvals or negotiations. But this was different. Unlike their previous worlds, this one was far more dangerous. Not dangerous to them, they were strong enough to handle almost anything, but knowledge was vital here. And as Ethan had reminded them, information was key on their journey. Jean nodded slightly and reached out with her telepathy. Her consciousness brushed against Heian's surface thoughts, flashes of mana beasts, hunters, dungeons, and the modern world beyond this gate. She quickly shared the imagery through the mind lattice to Anna. So, gates, mana, hunters, association, monsters, this world structured differently, Anna thought, quietly impressed. Ethan had strictly cautioned them against probing Jinwoo, not wanting to disturb the delicate balance of the Shadow Monarch's future. For now, they needed to respect the protagonist's privacy. While his wives worked, Ethan used his empathy and the new authority to project a wave of pure, benign intent. This was not the invasive coercion of telepathy, but an atmospheric release of his genuine feelings. We mean no harm. We are simply lost travelers. Jinwoo felt the surge, a soothing, irrational sense of safety that ran contrary to all his instincts. He instantly recoiled, his experience in the double dungeon teaching him that trust was a death sentence. Heian, however, felt the sensation deeply. Her intense physical tension eased slightly, the primal fear in her stomach giving way to a perplexing sense of calm. We really should make a decision quickly, Ethan advised, his voice snapping both hunters back to the present. I sense the primary life form, the boss, is quite agitated nearby. I imagine it doesn't appreciate unannounced guests. Heian knew he was right, the proximity to the boss room was too dangerous for prolonged discussion. She cautiously lowered her hand from her sword. All right, we will escort you out, she agreed, though her voice remained firm. But remember, do not make any move that forces us to react. There's a miner behind us who needs to remain safe. Just as Ethan took a step to follow, Heian's eyes widened. She moved toward him with sudden, bewildering speed, halting right in front of his chest. Then, she closed her eyes and began to sniff him intensely, like a bloodhound. Jean and Anna exchanged bewildered glances, while Jinwoo watched with surprise. Ethan, however, remained perfectly calm, a knowing smile touching his lips. He was aware of Cha Heian's unique condition, her rare, highly sensitive nose that could smell mana. To her, the mana emitted by all hunters and monsters had a repulsive, nauseating odor. Heian's confusion was genuine. Hunters reeked. Monsters reeked. This man, who should smell like a collapsing supernova given the invisible power around him, had no scent of mana whatsoever. In fact, he smelled very nice, like clear air and warm earth. She instinctively turned to Jean and Anna, sniffing them just as intently. The result was the same, clean, sweet air. Her eyes widened. Are my senses finally cured? Or are these people truly not of this world? She backed away, curious about the blonde men who didn't smell sticky. Jean, through the lattice, whispered mentally to Anna, she has a mana sensitivity condition. That's why she wears the handkerchief earlier. Anna's eyes softened. No wonder she looked so wary. Heian looked at the trio again, more puzzled than before. The more she tried to sense them, the stranger they seemed. No mana, no foul odor, no monster scent, just very nice smell. And it intrigued her. Especially the man who called himself Ethan Carter. Ethan, meanwhile, was inwardly exasperated. Wait, why is she looking at me like that? Isn't she supposed to be into Jinwoo? I'm not trying to be that guy who steals the main character's girl. But he kept his polite smile intact. A few minutes later, the group was outside the massive A-rank gate. They were now inside a temporary command tent, the atmosphere significantly more strained than in the cavern. Sitting across from Ethan, Jean, and Anna was Choi Jong-in, the master of the Hunters Guild and a powerful S-rank hunter known as the Ultimate Hunter. Heian stood dutifully behind her guild master. Jong-in, despite his famed composure, was internally unnerved. He leaned forward, his professional smile hiding his unease. He couldn't sense mana from them either, yet their presence was overwhelming. Especially the blonde men. Sitting across from him, Ethan felt like a calm ocean, vast, endless, and unfathomably deep. Zhang enforced a polite, professional smile. Mr. Carter, Mrs. Carter. Mrs. Carter's. My name is Choi Jong-in. This is certainly a unique situation. The association is dispatching personnel, but in the meantime, could you perhaps indulge me with a summary of your background? Where exactly were you traveling from before your, accidental arrival? He found the marriage arrangement unusual. His curiosity flickered between them, wondering how anyone could manage such an arrangement. Even Heian couldn't help but glance at the two women, curiosity flickering in her eyes. They seem fine with it, she thought. Ethan leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, his eyes twinkling. He kept his explanation intentionally vague, offering only a few tantalizing scraps of truth. Well, that's a long story. Let's just say, we were traveling, and things went a little sideways. Wrong turn, wrong world, maybe. Jong-in tried to draw Jean and Anna into the conversation, but Jean's responses were carefully minimal, veiled by the telepathic wall they constructed, and Anna merely offered dry, witty comments that gave Jong-in no actionable intelligence. The ultimate hunter knew he was dealing with three entities who were playing entirely by their own rules. He just needed to know if those rules included mass destruction. He frowned slightly, but didn't push further. They're definitely not lying, he thought, but they're not telling everything either. Across from him, Ethan smiled again, the kind of smile that hid more than it revealed. Meanwhile, Heian was staring intently at Ethan, like a predator eyeing a long-lost delicacy. To her heightened nose, the air around him was different. Everyone else carried the unpleasant scent. But Ethan smelled clean. Not just physically, but something deeper, like fresh rain after a storm mixed with a trace of warm lightning and life itself. It was intoxicating. It made her throat tighten, her instincts whispering that whatever he was, he smelled far too good to ignore. Meanwhile, Ethan, sensing Heian's emotions through his empathy, began to sweat inwardly. If this kept going the way it was, he might just end up putting a green hat on Jinwoo. He'd always liked Heian back when he read Solo Leveling in his previous life, her strength, her quiet beauty, her loyalty. But that didn't mean he wanted to steal her. Jinwoo was one of his favorite protagonists, a man he deeply respected. Yet here he was, accidentally derailing their fated meeting. Ethan sighed inwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Great, he thought. What was supposed to be a romantic omniversal honeymoon might end up being called, is it wrong to pick up girls across the omniverse during your honeymoon? It wasn't long before the situation escalated from an internal guild matter to a national security incident. Several black sedans, their windows tinted to an absolute black, tore across the dirt path leading to the encampment. Out spilled men in crisp black suits and the unmistakable earpieces of the Hunters Association Monitoring Division. At their head was a broad-shouldered man with a commanding presence, Woo Jin-chul, Korea's strongest A-rank hunter and the current head of surveillance for the Korean Hunters Association. His expression was unreadable, but his sharp eyes took in every detail, the lingering mana distortions, the large tent set up by the Hunters Guild, and the faint ripple of unknown energy that hung in the air like static. This wasn't a standard gate incident. 3 people had appeared inside an A-rank gate, humans with no trace of mana, yet radiating some strange force that felt almost like it. The association couldn't afford to treat it lightly. The Hunters Association in this world functioned as the bulwark of humanity, a governmental body responsible for managing the proliferation of gates, authorizing and overseeing dungeon raids, and maintaining the vital hunter registry. An anomaly like 3 mana-less, yet powerful, individuals appearing inside an A-rank gate was a code red alert. It suggested a new type of magic beast or an unprecedented international breach. Jin-chul, relying on years of intuition that had kept him alive, was deeply unsettled. He suspected the trio might be shape-shifting beasts, but his concern wasn't fear, it was cold calculation. He knew that with 3 S-ranks present, Choi Jong-in, Cha Heian, and Sung Jinwoo, they had the best odds of neutralizing a threat here, rather than moving them to headquarters where their movements would be less restricted. He lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. At the table sat Choi Jong-in, calm and composed as always, with Heian standing silently behind him. Across from them were 3 strangers, a man with sharp blue eyes and golden hair, seated casually with an easy smile, and 2 women beside him, one red-haired with a composed demeanor, and another with auburn hair and a mischievous glint in her eyes. The moment Jin-chul entered, the air seemed to shift. The stranger's presence wasn't oppressive, but it was dense, heavy with something he couldn't name. Every instinct honed by years in the field screamed that these weren't ordinary people. Choi Jong-in rose and greeted him. Jin-chul, he said with a polite smile. Thank you for coming so quickly. Of course, Jin-chul replied before nodding curtly. His gaze flicked briefly to Heian, who bowed in greeting. Then his eyes settled on the trio seated before him. Ethan and his wives rose fluidly. Ethan extended a hand, the confidence in the gesture utterly disarming. Mr. Jin-chul, I presume. Ethan Carter, he said warmly. A pleasure to meet you. And these, he gestured with pride, are my wives, Jean Grey Carter and Anna Marie Carter. A few of the association agents exchanged looks. 2 wives. Jean Chul accepted the handshake after a slight hesitation, noting the firmness in Ethan's grip. Wu Jean Chul, he introduced himself. Head of surveillance. Please, have a seat. Once everyone was settled, he bypassed formalities and went straight to the core of the matter. From your names, I'm guessing you're from America, or somewhere in the Western countries, right? I have already contacted the American Hunters Association to verify your identities. According to them, no such individuals exist in any record. Mr. Carter, I must insist. Who exactly are you? The tent fell quiet. Jean Chul was prepared to use force if necessary. After all, this is a national security issue, but his gut screamed that fighting these people here, even with S ranks, would be catastrophic. He hadn't planned to confront them so directly. Originally, the idea was to escort them to association headquarters for questioning. But the moment he'd stepped into the tent, he'd felt it, a quiet, coiled power. These weren't ordinary beings. Even without mana, something inside him knew he wouldn't win if they fought. His gut told him they were dangerous. But also, calm and controlled. With 3 S-rank hunters on site, this was the safest place to test the waters. Moving them elsewhere might trigger something worse. Zhang Yin and Heian seemed to have come to the same conclusion. They were alert, yet ready, their guild hunters outside already on standby, just in case. You guys are clearly on edge, and I can't blame you, Ethan said, his smile turning slightly sympathetic. Finding 3 tourists inside an A-rank dungeon doesn't happen every day. But trust me, we mean no harm. We are travelers who hit the wrong cosmic detour on our honeymoon. Jean and Anna nodded in calm agreement, but Jean Chul's scrutiny intensified. As for our identities, Ethan continued, allowing his smile to fade to a look of seriousness, that is a matter of such extreme sensitivity that it requires the presence of Chairman Go Gunhee, the president of the Hunters Association, to discuss. Zhang Yin and Heian exchanged a tense glance. Jean Chul's eyes narrowed at the name of the chairman, but he didn't respond. Jean and Anna both leaned forward slightly, their voices calm and diplomatic. We understand your caution, Jean said gently. But please believe us, we have no intention of causing trouble. Anna added with a faint smile, we're tourists, not terrorists. Ethan, they are ready to strike. We need to de-escalate, not demand meetings, Jean warned him through the Nexus Mind lattice. I agree, Ethan. Time to stop messing with them. Try something, love. Something that helps them believe us. Anna added. Ethan gave a subtle mental nod to his wives. I understand. But humanity fears the unknown. We're going to make ourselves known, quickly and thoroughly. He slowly stood, his casual movement instantly bringing Zhang Yin and Heian to a heightened state of alert. Jean Chul tensed, his hand dipping toward the weapon concealed beneath his suit. Ethan ignored them all. He looked past the canvas walls of the tent, toward the looming silhouette of the A-rank gate. His blue eyes began to pulse with the luminous, oceanic glow of the authority of Genesis power. Gentlemen and ladies, it's in human nature to fear the unknown. So, let me give you a small demonstration, Ethan announced before raising a single hand toward the gate. A taste of my power, so you don't fear me. Because fear leads to mistakes, and mistakes are messy. Ethan, don't, Jean started, but it was too late. Anna mentally groaned, knowing small with Ethan was a relative term, but she relaxed, accepting his decision. A wave of energy pulsed outward, invisible yet immense. Outside, the entire camp jolted as the A-rank gate flared violently. Hunters nearby shouted as instruments spiked off the charts. Mana fluctuations. What's happening to the gate? Then, the unimaginable happened. A torrent of crystalline objects, the mana stones, the very core energy resource of the dungeon, began to pour out of the gate as if rejected by a faulty valve. They shot through the opening in a glittering, metallic stream, flying past the startled hunters and landing in a massive, shimmering pile near the camp. Association members rushed toward the tent, shouting for Director Wu. Before the hunters could even process the loss of their resources, a terrified, bestial roar ripped through the air. What in the, one began, before his words caught in his throat. The A-rank boss, a massive, 2-legged, armored giant ogre that should have required a coordinated A-rank raid, was suddenly dragged out of the gate. It hung suspended 20 feet above the ground, thrashing and screaming as it was held in place by an invisible, suffocating force. Hunters scrambled for their weapons. Boss monster. Defensive positions. Some shouting commands to call for aid and evacuate the area. They raised shields and prepared to engage the boss. But before a single hunter could move, the giant ogre's massive, rocky head ripped free from its body. The telekinesis power, invisible to the naked eye but overwhelming in its effect, had conceptually dismantled the ogre's life force from its physical form. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a thunderous thud, instantly lifeless and still. Silence descended, absolute and profound. Outside the tent, Sung Jin-woo, who had been watching the scene unfold from a distance, felt the surge of power that accompanied the impossible event. His eyes widened into shocked saucers as he stared at the headless corpse in the mountain of mana stones. Then he turned toward the tent. His heart hammered in his chest, and his earlier suspicion transformed into absolute certainty. This power. Jin-woo thought, trembling not from fear, but from the dizzying reality of unimaginable strength. He didn't just kill it, he commanded the entire dungeon to expel its resources. What in the world is that guy? Inside the tent, Jin-chul, Jong-in, and Hae-in stared at Ethan while an association agent and a few guild hunters explained what had happened outside. Their faces were masks of stunned disbelief. Ethan simply lowered his hand, the blue light fading from his eyes, and offered a polite, casual shrug. "See," he said, his voice light and utterly relaxed. "No muss, no fuss. Now that we've established our, shall we say, non-hostile capabilities, can we please call your chairman so we can get back to our trip?" Jin-chul stared at the men in front of him, unable to hide the chill running down his spine. Even Jong-in, who had faced countless monsters, felt his flames flicker uncertainly. Cha Hae-in didn't know what to feel after witnessing such overwhelming power. A part of her was in awe, another part unsettled. She had fought and seen countless hunters, but nothing she'd ever encountered came close to what Ethan had just displayed. Jean facepalmed herself as Anna let out a dry chuckle. They both shared the same thought, this idiot did something stupid again. Through their psychic link, Jean asked Anna, does gaining power always make them lose common sense? Anna, too, was beginning to have her doubts. Chapter 121, An Audience with the Chairman. The aftermath of the ogre's instantaneous demise left the three Korean hunters in a state of suspended disbelief. Woo Jin-chul, Choi Jong-in, and Cha Hae-in exchanged looks of deep disquiet. This level of power, the effortless manipulation of a dungeon's core functions and the conceptual destruction of a high-level boss, was beyond anything recorded, defying the established limits of S-rank hunters and even the national-level hunters. Jong-in slowly exhaled, rubbing his temples as he muttered, that wasn't just strength. That was control beyond normal. Cha Hae-in, usually calm even in the most terrifying dungeons, couldn't tear her eyes from Ethan. Is he even human? Jong-in and Hae-in both glanced at Jean and Anna, silently assessing the terrifying possibility that all three Carters possessed this overwhelming strength. The thought alone was enough to make them abandon any notion of resistance. Jin-chul, relying on his extensive experience in crisis management, forced himself to breathe slowly, grounding his focus. He concluded, if they meant harm, he thought grimly, we'd all already be dead. Mr. Carter, Jin-chul began, his tone respectful yet firm. While your demonstration was effective, I must ask that you restrain your power and refrain from causing incidents like this in the future. It creates unnecessary panic among hunters and civilians. Ethan, still wearing his usual calm smile, nodded. That's fair. Jin-chul continued, for now, I'll escort you to Chairman Go Gun-hee, at the association headquarters immediately. This situation exceeds normal protocol, and only he can authorize what happens next. Jean and Anna were surprised by how quickly the tables had turned. They had expected hours of tedious interrogation. Well, that was certainly faster than filling out a stack of government forms, Anna mused through the Nexus Mind lattice. Jean leaned slightly toward Ethan, you really think that was the best way to earn trust? Ethan flashed them a smug, confident look. Why use delicate tricks when you can just flex? The only language the world truly understands, especially this one, is brute strength, beautifully applied. We are a walking disaster, and everyone knows you don't pick a fight with a disaster on its honeymoon. Anna couldn't help but grin. You know, he's got a point, she said, already taking mental notes. Maybe next time I'll make an entrance like that. Jean simply sighed before closing her eyes for a brief moment. I am not even going to argue the ethics of that right now. Let's just get the meeting done and move on to a peaceful few days. Across from them, Jong-in and Hae-in exchanged looks of silent understanding. Whatever these people were, gods, aliens, or something in between, they were far beyond Korea's strongest hunters. Even with every Korean S-rank united, victory wasn't guaranteed. Jin-chul spoke into his comms, scheduling the urgent meeting with the chairman in an hour. He turned to Ethan. Chairman Go will see you within the hour. Please, follow us to the association headquarters. He then turned back. Mr. Choi and Miss Cha, you will accompany us. Ethan nodded, rising from his chair. Lead the way. As they exited the tent, Hae-in's sharp eyes lingered on Ethan. Even without mana, the air around him felt alive. Her heartbeat quickened for reasons she couldn't name, and for the first time in a long while, Cha Hae-in felt something unfamiliar, an ache that wasn't fear or awe, but quiet, unshakable fascination. As they prepared to leave the encampment, Jin-chul started to call out for the E-rank miner, Sung Jin-woo, intending to bring him along as a potential witness and, covertly, a third S-rank defense in case of trouble. At the vehicles, Jean Chul began making arrangements. Hunter Sung Jin Woo will also accompany. Ethan, walking closely beside Jean Chul, lowered his voice. Mr. Wu, he said softly, I think we have enough S-ranks for a simple conversation. Let's keep the numbers small. I promise, we won't cause any more trouble. Jean Chul studied him for a long moment before giving a small, understanding nod. He caught the deliberate subtext in Ethan's words, a quiet warning wrapped in casual tone. Keep the numbers small. Don't call for more hunters. Jean Chul understood perfectly. For now, he'd play along, trust the stranger's judgment. But even as he agreed, a part of him made a silent note to keep backup ready, just in case things went sideways. Ethan then broke away, walking directly toward Jin Woo, who was standing with the mining chief, still processing the impossible event. Heian immediately followed, on high alert. Jin Woo snapped to attention as Ethan approached, his guard instantly spiking. With a warm, friendly smile, Ethan offered his hand. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Sung, he said. I have a feeling we'll cross paths again soon. Jin Woo, surprised but instinctively polite, shook the man's hand. Before anyone could speak, Heian stepped past Ethan and, in an utterly bizarre repeat performance, closed the distance to Jin Woo and sniffed him intently, her nose close to his chest. Jin Woo's confusion was absolute. Seriously? What is with this woman and smelling everyone? Is this some high-level hunter habit I don't know about? Or, does she have a thing for sniffing people? Heian's eyes widened again. Just like with the Carters, there was no foul, nauseating manna smell. He smelled clean. Nice. Another one. First Ethan and his wives, and now this mysterious miner, just what on earth was going on today? She took a mental note, the curiosity about this miner now rivaling her concern over the three mysterious visitors. Meanwhile, Ethan rejoined Jean and Anna at the car. She quickly backed away before joining the others. But Ethan just smiled inwardly, mission successful. He didn't want Heian and Jin Woo to miss their destined meeting because of him. He wanted Jin Woo to be happy, with the girl meant for him. From what Ethan remembered of the manhwa, it was Heian who pursued Jin Woo with quiet determination until she won his heart. If fate got derailed here, Ethan was pretty sure Jin Woo would end up single for life, and that just didn't sit right with him. He even planned to make sure Jin Woo met that healer girl, the one who'd liked him and helped him from the very beginning. Ethan couldn't quite recall her name, but she'd always been kind-hearted and loyal. Maybe I can even set him up with both, he thought with a sly grin. A little harem for our shadow monarch, guy deserves some happiness after all that suffering. Jean and Anna watched the exchange with amusement. Anna asked curiously, you seem interested in that guy. Why? Ethan winked at them both. He looked interesting. I almost asked for a selfie, or maybe some aura farming tips. But yeah, probably best to save the fanboy moment for later. The Hunter Association headquarters. Moments later, the group was whisked away in the black, armored cars, arriving swiftly at the imposing sole headquarters of the Hunters Association. Ethan, Jean, and Anna were seated across a large, polished conference table. Across from them sat the man himself, Go Gun-hee, the chairman of the association, an imposing older gentleman with a gentle smile and eyes that held the wisdom of decades. Standing behind him was Jean Chul. On the sides of the table sat Choi Jong-in and Cha Hae-in, maintaining their surveillance. Go Gun-hee looked at the three visitors, the stunning women and the charismatic men, all perfectly calm. The chairman's calm smile carried the weight of decades of leadership. Mr. and Mrs. Carter, welcome. I'm Go Gun-hee, chairman of the Korean Hunters Association. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard quite a bit about your unique arrival. Jean Chul had already given him a concise, terrifying report, 3 non-mana users. 1 casual A-rank boss kill. Possible threat to global stability. The pleasure is ours, Chairman, Ethan replied, returning the friendly smile. I believe it's time we properly introduce ourselves. Go Gun-hee nodded. Mr. Wu has explained the nature of your sudden appearance, and the demonstration of your unique abilities. We have 0 records of you. Before we discuss logistics, or diplomacy, I must ask for the simple truth. Who are you, and what is your purpose for traveling here? The tension in the association conference room was palpable. Go Gun-hee, the man who commanded the respect of every hunter in the nation, leaned forward in his chair, his expression calm but expectant. Ethan met the chairman's gaze, his friendly smile never wavering. Before I answer your rather weighty questions, Chairman Go, please tell me, how much do you know about the multiverse theory? The question hung in the air, ridiculous in its context yet somehow entirely serious given the power they had just witnessed. Jean Chul, Jong-in, and Hae-in exchanged glances. I do have some idea, Gun-hee said slowly. But what does that have to do with you? Ethan chuckled. Sure, I could lie, he thought. But is there even a need? With my strength I could crush every hunter here, even those bearing fragments of the ruler's power. But why would I? I didn't come to rule or pull some Eisen-level mastermind move. I just want to enjoy this honeymoon with my wives. And of course, increase our strength with the help of the monarchs. Besides, with the monarchy war on the horizon, it was beneficial for these powerful humans to realize the scale of cosmic power that existed beyond their gates. It matters because we aren't from here, Chairman Go, Ethan stated, his voice dropping to a serious, resonating tone. We are not from this world, or even this universe. We are from a different reality entirely. He paused, letting the truth sink in before continuing with his formal, theatrical introduction. Allow me to properly introduce myself again. My name is Ethan Carter, or as I'm known back home, Aeon, the founder of Aeon Biotech, the guy who married two of the most beautiful women in the world, and your friendly neighborhood superhero for fun from a neighboring universe. A profound, suffocating silence descended on the room. Jean sighed softly, though a fond smile touched her lips. He just couldn't resist the dramatic speech, could he? She sent to Anna. Anna simply nodded, a slight smirk on her face. He always was a showman. But he's right, we're here to have fun. If they don't believe him, we'll just show them more. The others looked at Ethan. Was this a joke? Was this powerful being mentally unstable? But they couldn't simply ignore the power he had displayed earlier. Go Gun-hee, however, didn't laugh or scoff. He leaned forward with his hands folded. His wisdom told him that a being capable of the ogre's instantaneous execution would not bother with a childish lie. Mr. Carter, the chairman said gravely, please, give me more details. With pleasure. Ethan began to speak, carefully threading truth with necessary omission. He spoke of the multiverse, the endless parallel Earths, and the technology that had brought them here. He described their Earth as a lush, thriving planet, healed and made green by the efforts of his company, Aeon Biotech. He painted a picture of a world where they served as protectors, occasionally engaging in heroics between corporate meetings. He downplayed the extent of his authority of Genesis power and the Omni Watch, describing himself only as a highly skilled sorcerer and healer who possessed unique methods of energy manipulation. To drive the point home, Ethan snapped his fingers. Instantly, the air above the conference table shimmered. Using a magic spell, he projected holographic images, a cinematic montage of their life. The Korean hunters stared, mesmerized by the indisputable evidence of another, grander reality. Choi Jong-in rubbed his chin. You said Aeon Biotech. A company that makes the Earth green again. That's quite the claim. Ethan shrugged casually. We do our part. The environment's too important to mess with. Cha Hae-in, meanwhile, watched silently. He's not lying, she thought, but he's definitely hiding something. Go Gun-hee simply absorbed the information, his decades of political maneuvering and strategic thinking kicking into overdrive. Assuming your story is true, he said, and based on the evidence, I have little choice but to believe it. What do you want from us? A being of your caliber does not simply ask for directions. Ethan smiled, taking a hand of both Jean and Anna, his confident gaze sweeping over the table. A fair question, Chairman. How about a deal? Gun-hee raised a brow. A deal? Yes, a deal, he proposed simply. I will use my abilities to help your association in any emergency. I can heal your most grievously injured hunters, teach specialized tricks to those who have the potential to grow stronger, and ensure the stability of your nation while we are here. Jong-in immediately interjected, his voice tight. And what, precisely, do you want in return, beyond simple hospitality? Ethan squeezed his wife's hands with his eyes sparkling with genuine emotion. We want to enjoy our honeymoon in peace. That's all. No paparazzi, no government interference, and no annoying armed escorts. Maybe your help identifying things in this world or handling any formalities. That's all. Hae-in blinked, surprised. Woo Jin-chul's expression softened slightly. Choi looked between them, unsure if they were joking. Such immense power for such a mundane demand. Go Gun-hee paused, his keen eyes trying to find the hidden cost. And if we refuse this deal, Mr. Carter? Ethan's shoulders rose in a casual shrug. Then we simply move to another country, Chairman. I imagine there are plenty of nations that would welcome a few hours of free, world-class magical healing and gate-clearing expertise. And if that falls into the wrong hands, well, that's not our problem, is it? The thinly veiled threat, the knowledge that Ethan could shift the global power balance by simply moving his location, hit them hard. I will need time to consider this, the chairman said, his face etched with the weight of the decision. This is no small issue, Mr. Carter. We need to verify these claims before granting you free rein. I understand, Chairman Go. Take your time, Ethan said congenially. But since you are still hesitant to trust my word alone, and since I need to prove my healing is as potent as my destroying. Jean closed her eyes and tilted her head back slightly. Here we go again, she sighed mentally. Jean Chul, Zhang Yin, and Heian tensed, their hands subtly moving toward their weapons, but they were far too late. Ethan snapped his fingers. The sound was sharp, definitive, and immediately followed by a soft, bright green glow of intense energy, enveloping Chairman Go Gun-hee. Jean Chul, in a flash of movement, stepped forward, but the chairman raised a hand, stopping him. Go Gun-hee closed his eyes, clenching his fists. He felt it, a warm, rushing tide of vitality flooding his old, weary body. The decades of fatigue, the years of silent internal injury from his S-rank days, and the persistent heart failure, all vanished. When the green light faded, the visible change was profound. Go Gun-hee's tired features smoothed, his posture straightened, and he looked like a man who had shed 20 years of his life. His exterior reflected a man in his powerful late 40s. "I am more than all right," Go Gun-hee said, his voice ringing with newfound strength. He rose from his seat, moving with the fluid power of his prime, before bowing his head slightly to Ethan. "Thank you for the gift, Mr. Carter. Now, I believe we have a deal to discuss." Zhang Yin and Heian stared, not just at the chairman's transformation, but at the dawning realization that Ethan could heal people on a biological level. They didn't realize it was a combination of time manipulation and a touch of life energy, but pure healing in its essence. After all, who in the world could turn back time with a snap of their fingers? According to them, no one. Author's note. Hi guys, how's the chapter? The next 2 or 3 chapters will be a bit slower, but the story will pick up pace soon. I have an important question for you all: should I add Cha Heian to the harem or not? I didn't originally plan to include any others, but I want to hear your opinions. Honestly, I'm about 70% against adding her. What do you think? Please share your thoughts. Chapter 122, The Chairman's Decision. Normally, Go Gun-hee would have needed time to analyze, discuss, and hold meetings before agreeing to something of this scale. But as he flexed his hands and felt raw vitality surge through his body, he knew there was no need for second thoughts. His body wasn't just healed, it was restored. His muscles felt alive again, his mana flowed freely, and for the first time in decades, he felt like the man he was 20 years ago. A man capable of pulling an A-rank dungeon boss outside and killing it effortlessly, and now this, he thought, still amazed. And he did it like it was nothing. Go Gun-hee's sharp mind raced. If they rejected Ethan Carter's offer, another country could seize the chance, politicians would swarm like vultures, trying to control him. The consequences would be catastrophic. And if they somehow offended Ethan? Gun-hee didn't even want to imagine what that would mean. No, this wasn't a man you pushed away. This was someone you kept close. He looked at Ethan, who sat calmly beside his wives, relaxed as if he were on a casual vacation rather than in a high-stakes negotiation. Go Gun-hee decided to bet on his gut feeling. Ethan Carter, for all his terrifying strength, seemed genuinely interested only in his wives and his honeymoon. He doesn't seem like someone hiding malicious intent, Gun-hee mused. But no sane man reveals all his cards in a foreign world. That display of power, that was just the tip of the iceberg. From the reports Wu Jean Chul and others gave, Ethan's strength was terrifying, to drag an A-rank boss out of its dungeon and kill it without even entering. That was national-level hunter territory, maybe beyond. After nearly 30 minutes of discussion, the decision was made. The deal was formalized quickly. The Hunters Association would provide a comfortable, private temporary residence and work diligently to establish an untraceable, secure identity for the trio. In return, Ethan would offer his support to South Korea in times of existential need, including healing the most critical injuries and assisting hunters with significant power growth. Excellent. Transparency and cooperation. That's what I like to see, Ethan said, standing up and offering the chairman another confident handshake. Jean and Anna both offered genuine, thankful smiles. We plan to stay for around 2 or 3 months. We look forward to being in your care until it's time to leave. Gun-hee raised an eyebrow. A short stay. Ethan smiled slightly. Just long enough to enjoy our honeymoon and finish some business matters. Jean silently watched Ethan, a wave of dread washing over her. Please, don't tell me he plans to open an Aeon biotech branch here, too. We're on our honeymoon, for God's sake, not scouting the omniverse for new business locations. Anna caught the strained look on Jean's face and instantly knew what she was thinking. She sighed internally. If Ethan sets up shop here, we'll be worked to death. Wait, no, Anna corrected herself with a sharp, internal jab. He loves us too much to let us die. Damn it, that's worse. We'll be stuck working for eternity. They exchanged a charged, knowing glance and a silent nod. This ambitious plan of Ethan's needed to be revised immediately, using the special, and highly effective, negotiation tactics reserved for later that night. Ethan, unknown to all this, estimated their stay would be approximately 2 to 3 months, a timeframe he secretly calculated would be sufficient to shepherd the solo leveling plot along, enjoy some sightseeing with his wives, and, most importantly, secure some powerful monarch's abilities for Jean and Anna. They all agreed that having Ethan as an ally was far better than the alternative. His healing alone could save countless lives. Wu Jinchul, Choi Jong-in, and Cha Hae-in silently came to the same conclusion. This man wasn't just powerful, he was strategic, composed, and surprisingly diplomatic. Chairman Go turned toward Jinchul. Arrange suitable accommodations for them. I'll handle their identification papers. Understood, Jinchul said with a bow. Ethan rose from his seat. Thank you, Chairman Go. We appreciate your hospitality. Jean and Anna echoed, yes, thank you. Sensing it is the correct time, Choi Jong-in was quick to seize the opportunity. He flashed a brilliant, professional smile. Mr. and Mrs. Carters, please feel free to reach out to the Hunters Guild for any personal needs or local recommendations during your stay. We'd be happy to assist in any way. The offer was clearly less about hospitality and more about establishing a crucial relationship with a potential national-level ally. Jean leaned slightly toward Ethan. He's already trying to recruit you. Ethan chuckled softly. He's smart, I'll give him that. Everyone noticed Jong-in's attempt to form a connection, but no one said anything. Having Ethan Carter as an ally was a prize any guild would kill for. Then Ethan asked curiously, actually, Guild Master Choi, I do have a request. Since we've established that our universe doesn't have these neat gates and magic beasts, my wives and I are quite curious. We'd love to observe a proper dungeon raid. And see how exactly do you guys handle a high-level gate. Are there any dungeon raids scheduled soon? Jong-in's smile broadened. This was the perfect opportunity to showcase his guild's power. That is an excellent idea. Our second raid team is scheduled to enter a high-difficulty B-rank gate tomorrow morning. I can certainly arrange for you to observe the entire process. No risk involved for you, and it will give you a perfect idea of our hunter's capabilities. Ethan's eyes glimmered with interest. That sounds perfect. He turned to Jean and Anna. What do you two think? Jean smiled. Sounds fun. I want to see how these hunters fight. Anna grinned. As long as we get popcorn. Wu Jinchul interjected carefully. However, Mr. Carter, since your identities aren't registered yet, we can't risk public exposure. I've already ordered everyone at the site earlier to keep silent about what they saw. But until we confirm your documents, I advise caution. Chairman Go nodded in agreement. Mr. Wu is right. The fewer who know about your presence, the better. Ethan nodded thoughtfully. That just means I shouldn't be seen, then. Before anyone could ask what he meant, Ethan snapped his fingers. In an instant, he, Jean, and Anna vanished from sight, completely gone, without a trace of mana or sound. Wu Jinchul's instincts kicked in immediately as he reached for his comms. All units. Before he could even finish, Choi Jong-in's eyes widened. They're gone. Cha Hae-in, who had been quiet until now, straightened in her seat. Her sharp senses scoured the room, her aura extending out like a radar, but there was nothing. No trace. No sound. No scent. Just empty space. Go Gun-hee also stood up while scanning the area as his brows furrowed. Then, from the same spot where Ethan had been sitting moments ago, a familiar voice rang out, calm, amused, and slightly teasing. Relax, everyone. No need for panic, Ethan's voice echoed from thin air. I just used one of my little tricks. Everyone turned toward the sofa, and in the blink of an eye, the trio faded back into view as if reality itself rewound. Jean immediately reached out and twisted Ethan's side with an irritated smile. Don't scare them like that. I'm sorry, Chairman Go, my husband's just showing off. He wanted to demonstrate that he can make us completely undetectable with magic. Anna sighed and added with a grin, yeah, sorry about that. He likes dramatic entrances and exits. Ethan rubbed his side with an exaggerated wince. Betrayed by my own wives, and it's not even 6 months since we got married. That earned a few chuckles. For the first time, Wu Jinchul's lips twitched upward, barely. Jong-in shook his head, still half-stunned, while Cha Hae-in silently observed, her golden eyes narrowing. Undetectable to even S-rank perception. That's not just stealth. That's absolute concealment, she thought, her instincts both wary and impressed. Go Gun-hee chuckled warmly, breaking the tension. It's good to be young, he said with a grandfatherly smile. But perhaps you need some advice on married life, young man. Ethan's eyes lit up. Chairman, that sounds like a great idea. We should definitely have a private meeting about that. Jean and Anna both deadpanned at him in perfect sync. Don't push your luck, Jean muttered. Anna sighed. You're hopeless. Jong-in chuckled, seizing the chance to redirect the conversation. Since Mr. Carter and his wives might be exploring soon, perhaps it would be good to assign a guide, someone experienced, trustworthy, and capable of keeping up with them. His gaze shifted toward Hae-in. I think Miss Cha Hae-in would be perfect for that. Hayen blinked, caught off guard. Me. Ethan's face instantly brightened. That's an excellent idea. Jean's eyebrow twitched. You seem very happy about that, dear. Anna gave him a knowing smirk. Then Jean met Anna's gaze, both sharing the same unspoken thought. The faint hum of psychic energy between them carried more than words ever could. Looks like tonight's going to be a long one, Jean's tone half resigned, half amused. Anna crossed her arms. Yeah, sugar. We definitely need to have a little chat with our dear Ethan. Jean sighed softly but smiled. An in-depth discussion, then. Anna chuckled, the mischief glinting in her eyes. Oh, it's gonna be real in-depth, all right. They both glanced toward where Ethan was sitting, blissfully unaware of the storm and teasing that awaited him later that night. Ethan coughed lightly, trying to hide his grin. Perfect. With Hayen guiding us, she'll meet Jinwoo tomorrow at the raid, and fate can take it from there. Jonghyun adjusted his glasses, observing the playful energy in the room. It seems things will be interesting from now on. Go Gun-hee chuckled again, his laughter filling the meeting room. Young people these days. The meeting soon concluded. Ethan, Jean, and Anna left to settle into their new accommodations. Choi Jong-in and Cha Hayen also left, while Jean Chol lingered behind. He looked at the chairman with concern. Chairman, are we sure it's wise to let them stay? A being like that, if his intentions change. Go Gun-hee raised a hand, silencing him. I know, Jean Chol. He looked at his rejuvenated hand, strong, steady, young again, before his gaze shifted to the door where Ethan had disappeared moments ago. Let's just hope, he said softly, that he really is here for his honeymoon. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully, the faintest smile curving his lips. The warmth of life from beneath his skin, a reminder of Ethan's gift, and his power. Keep your friends close, Go Gun-hee thought, and your enemies closer. He exhaled slowly, looking out the window toward the city skyline. I think, he mused, I just acquired the most powerful ally in this entire universe. Thanks to Woo Jin Chol's efficiency, Ethan and his wives were escorted to a luxurious suite within the Hunter Association's guest quarters. The room was elegant, soft lighting, polished marble floors, and a spacious balcony overlooking the city skyline. Ethan whistled softly. Not bad. Guess showing off does come with benefits. He waved his hand, a shimmer of faint blue energy washing over the walls, ventilation, and fixtures. Clean. Not a single wiretap or surveillance spell, he announced, satisfied. Seems my dramatic display of strength has earned us a modicum of privacy. Jean dropped onto the king-sized bed, groaning softly as the tension finally eased from her shoulders. Good. I'm mentally exhausted. Dealing with high-level military personnel while trying to convince them you're an interdimensional tourist is surprisingly draining. Ethan raised a hand with a tired grin. For the record, I did most of the explaining part. Jean, lying on the bed with one arm draped over her forehead, didn't even bother to look at him. Good job scaring them half to death with your little power show, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Anna snorted from the corner while trying to hold back a laugh. Yeah, sugar, real diplomatic of ya. Nothing says, friendly visitor, like making everyone think you're some kind of god. Ethan sighed while rubbing the back of his neck. Great. I saved the day, and I'm still the bad guy at home. Some honeymoon this turned out to be. Then Anna snapped her fingers to change her tailored suit into a silk bath wrap, walked toward the master bath, pausing at the doorway. She tossed her hair back, her emerald eyes glittering. Well, you know what fixes mental exhaustion, darling, she purred while leaning against the frame. A long, hot soak. Care to join me, Mr. Carter? Ethan smiled, but shook his head. As tempting as that is, Mrs. Carter, I have an important chore. We're only here for a limited time, and if we want a comfortable exit, the OmniWatch needs fuel. He reached up, pulling the antique silver pocket watch from his neck chain. The dial glowed faintly, showing a small energy bar hovering at 50%. Jean lifted her head from the pillows. 50%. That's still better than I expected after the jump. How do you plan to charge it here? Ethan's smile turned mischievous. He reached into the void of his spatial inventory and pulled out a fist-sized, crystalline blue object. Anna's eyes widened slightly. Is that? Yes, my dears. A mana stone, Ethan confirmed before twirling the crystal. This is the reward for all my hard work, making sure those stones were accidentally expelled from the dungeon. Think of it as a severance package for that poor, headless ogre. Is it really a severance package if the former owner wasn't aware they were contributing? Anna teased, walking back toward him. You've been here less than a day, and you're already a thief, Ethan. Jean sighed while massaging her temples. We've been here less than a day, and we're already committing interdimensional theft. Wonderful start to our honeymoon, Mr. Carter. You need to wait for more surprises, Mrs. Carter's, Ethan countered, kissing her and Anna quickly. Before either woman could reply, he added with a playful salute, "Farewell for now, ladies." He vanished into thin air, the air around him rippling like water before settling again. A second later, Ethan stood in a mirrored space, an infinite reflection of the outside world stretching endlessly in every direction. "All right," he muttered, stepping forward. The space twisted, forming a narrow path marked by glowing red runes. He approached one of them and pressed his palm against it. The rune pulsed brightly, then unfolded into a swirling portal. Without hesitation, Ethan stepped through. He emerged into a metallic chamber, filled with the hum of dormant machinery. In the center stood a figure, part man, part machine, slumped against a reinforced stasis frame. A large, gaping hole was visible in its chest, and two antenna-like structures, resembling focused laser emitters, extended from its back. "Long time no see, Rudy Jones," Ethan greeted, his voice taking on little sorrow. The creature, the transformed, mutated janitor from DC Universe, slowly lifted its head, its voice a weak, mechanical whisper. "Please, let me out of here." "I will, Rudy, I promise," Ethan said. He hated this part. "In 2 months, I'll find your replacement and make you human again. Then I'll send you home." He paused, his resolve firming. "I'm thinking one of the monarchs will serve nicely as a personal, perpetual battery." The parasite's eyes didn't register the horror of that statement, its nervous system was too altered to process complex emotion. Ethan exhaled softly. "Yeah, I don't like it either. But you know how it is, this watch refuses to charge with my own energy in another universe. Tried feeding it nuclear energy once, it barely ticked up by 2% over a few days. Humanity's best tech isn't worth squat for this thing." He slowly took the mana stone back from his inventory, approaching the suspended creature. He used his medical knowledge and magic spells to analyze the parasite's physiology, the result of a LexCorp accident that had given the man the ability to absorb and mimic energy, a power Ethan had refined into a battery. Then after gaining the Genesis authority, Ethan had refined the parasite's physiology again, evolving it into a perfect internal generator that could convert absorbed energy into usable power. The output wasn't particularly high, but that hardly mattered anymore. With the vast reserves of energy coursing within him now, even a small conversion rate was more than enough to sustain what he needed. He gently pressed the mana stone into the hole in the parasite's chest. The mana stone dissolved instantly, absorbed into the creature's core. The parasite's eyes glowed a vibrant, pulsing blue. "Now, mimic the frequency," Ethan commanded. He placed his hand firmly on the parasite's abdomen, pouring his own life energy and Genesis power into the creature. This wasn't just charging, this was frequency calibration. The Omni Watch required energy that matched the signature of the current universe to anchor the location and save its coordinates in spacetime. By feeding the parasite the mana stone, the local energy source, and his own power, Ethan was instructing the creature to convert his pure energy into the solo-leveling universe's specific cosmic frequency. Once synchronized, the watch would not only recharge but also record the universe's exact frequency pattern, ensuring that he could return here whenever he wished. He pulled his hand back, and the parasite, now surging with calibrated power, aimed the two metallic antennae on its back upward, toward the waiting Omni Watch on Ethan's hand. The antennae fired two parallel beams of light directly onto the watch's silver casing. The watch readout climbed swiftly, 51%. 55%. 60%. Ethan watched silently as the charging progressed, the silence broken only by the hum of energy. "Just a little while longer, old friend," Ethan murmured to the parasite. "Then you get to be human again." Once the dial hit 100%, Ethan cut the connection, satisfied. He slipped it back around his neck, and vanished again, leaving the parasite in stasis to await its freedom. He reappeared instantly in the luxurious suite. Jean and Anna were gone, the sound of running water echoing from the bathroom. Ethan stripped off his clothes. Now, for the other half of this honeymoon, he thought while moving toward the sound of the shower. Chapter 123, The Dungeon of the High Orc Shaman. The morning sun cast long shadows over the barren landscape outside the designated B-rank gate. The air, usually thick with the scent of ozone and anticipation, felt oddly still. Cha Hae-in, dressed in her pristine raiding gear, stood rigidly at the gate's entrance. Beside her were Ethan, Jean, and Anna. Ethan wore a simple black shirt and designer jeans, Jean in a soft, elegant sundress that flowed with every breeze, and Anna in a fitted maroon top paired with a stylish skirt that framed her curves perfectly. Each of them looking completely out of place among hunters. Yet not a single hunter noticed them. The camouflage spell casted by Ethan cloaked all three in a high-tier invisibility veil, leaving them perfectly undetectable to eyes, senses, and mana alike. "I still think dressing up was unnecessary, even if we're going to be specters," Anna muttered as she adjusted her collar. "I could have just worn some hunter gear." Her eyes drifted to Hayen's raiding outfit, sparkling a little. "I'd actually love to try something like that." "Relax, darling," Ethan murmured, His voice a low playful whisper carried only to his wives and Heian through the camouflage spell. If we're going to observe the natives, we must do so in style. Besides, we're only here to watch, not participate. We can raid a dungeon later. For now. He tapped the camera now hanging around his neck. I need you two looking breathtaking for the photos I'm planning to take. It's our first dungeon raid in this world, something worth commemorating. He grinned to himself at the thought. Real-time pictures of Jean Wu fighting the boss orc. Damn, this is peak fanboy life. Jean chuckled, already resigned to Ethan's enthusiasm. Anna sighed, but a fond smile curved her lips before she leaned in and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Heian watched the three with a soft laugh. Only your group would treat a dungeon raid like a picnic. But, sure. We can try hunter equipment later and find something suitable for you, Anna SSI. Anna's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Thanks, Miss Cha. Heian smiled softly before turning her attention back to the gate. All right, Mr. Carter, Mrs. Carters, please focus. We're going to maintain a critical distance so the second strike team can settle into their rhythm. The goal is to let you witness a smooth, professional operation, not a panic brawl. Heian had already briefed them on the raid's lineup. The second strike team of the Hunters Guild consisted of Sun Ki-hun, A-rank tank and team leader, Young Jin-ho, B-rank mage, Han Jae-hyuk, B-rank mage, Lee Si-akyu, B-rank melee, Park Hee-sung, B-rank melee, Hwang Dong-guk, B-rank tank. And accompanying them was Sung Jin-woo, filling in as a porter because the original one had cancelled at the last moment. Ethan's lips curled faintly. Just like canon. Good. He then addressed Heian. I must say, Miss Cha, your guild is quite efficient. We watched the preparatory procedures, the gear check, the potion distribution, the motivational speech that sounded suspiciously like a threat to withhold bonuses. Very professional. Heian nodded curtly. We pride ourselves on our professionalism. We will give them few minutes to familiarize themselves with the path before we enter the gate. As the minutes ticked by after the last hunter disappeared into the swirling blue vortex of the gate, a heavy stillness settled over the clearing. Heian watched the shimmering surface carefully. Finally, after some time she gave a subtle gesture with her hand. Now, she whispered before stepping closer to the gate. We enter, keep a safe, undetectable distance, and observe. Please, under no circumstances break the spell. Any fluctuation in your energy will cause panic among the strike team. Jean and Anna nodded, their date-ready outfits shimmering faintly under the camouflage spell, perfectly hidden despite how eye-catching they would have been in the open. Ethan adjusted his sleeves and his eyes narrowing at the gate. Good. Everything is unfolding exactly as it should. He then stepped forward, but froze just before crossing the threshold. His smile vanished. The invisible air around them shifted subtly. Ethan, relying on his Genesis awareness, felt a distinct gaze. It was not the ambient, spiritual energy of the world, nor the rough mana signature of a beast. It was a calculating, cold presence, someone was watching them. Hold on, Ethan murmured, sweeping his awareness outward. He extended his senses, probing for any trace of dimensional or magical surveillance. Nothing. The presence he had felt was gone, vanishing as abruptly as it appeared. What is it, Ethan? Jean asked. She and Anna immediately grew alert. Jean's psionic telepathy flared outward, searching for any malicious intent directed at them. Both women knew that whenever Ethan shifted from amusement to silent assessment, something serious had caught his attention. Nothing, maybe just a trick of the dimensional currents, Ethan lied smoothly, even as his internal warning sirens blared. That felt like a ruler fragment, or maybe a monarch. But how did they bypass the camouflage spell I cast on us? I know the spell isn't unbreakable, but someone weak couldn't have slipped through it. Someone very strong is definitely watching the gate, or perhaps Jinwoo himself, and maybe watching me. He kept his expression calm, his presence relaxed, but inside he was already charting possibilities. He would find the source after the raid, no matter who or what it was. Let's go. I'd hate to miss the opening credits, he said before stepping towards the gate. Just as the four of them were about to cross the final barrier, the gate, a simple, stable vortex, shuddered violently. A massive, overwhelming wave of mana pulsed out of the entrance, hitting Heian like a physical force. It wasn't the signature of a normal B-rank dungeon. Heian staggered back, her eyes wide with shock and alarm. Her nose, usually hypersensitive to mana, was overwhelmed by the sheer, crushing density of the energy flooding out. This is impossible, she gasped, the rating is wrong. This isn't B-rank. The mana concentration, it's A rank, possibly bordering on S rank. She immediately fumbled for the comms device Jinchul had given her, an emergency line meant to connect directly to him. Since she was guiding Ethan and his wives, Jinchul insisted she carry it in case anything unforeseen happened. Director Wu. We have a crisis. The B rank gate in Gangnam is misrated. Mana levels are spiking, it's A rank or higher. The second team is already inside. We're going in to support them. Jinchel's voice crackled through the comms a second later, steady despite the urgency. I understand. I'll be there as soon as I can. She cut the call, knowing Jinchel would mobilize immediately, but the team inside wouldn't last 5 minutes against a high-tier gate boss. She turned, looking directly into the space where Ethan stood. Mr. Carter, I know the agreement was observation, but my guild members are in immediate mortal danger. We need your assistance, immediately. Please, help me save them. Jean and Anna were instantly ready. Well, that escalated nicely, Anna said, her voice dripping with excitement. A surprise A-rank dungeon raid for the first day of our honeymoon. I knew this world wouldn't disappoint me. A sudden increase in power. That's highly irregular, Jean noted, but all right. I believe we can certainly handle a misrated dungeon. Ethan, however, smiled, a deep, knowing, slightly wicked smile. Of course, Miss Cha, he agreed, gesturing toward the dungeon entrance. Please, lead the way. We'll help you save your team. With that, all 4 of them crossed the threshold and stepped into the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the 4 invisible figures plunged through the blue vortex of the gate and found themselves in a vast, echoing cave system, the familiar humid air of a magic beast habitat hanging heavy around them. It's very cave-like, Anna deadpanned, looking at the rough-hewn stone walls and dim magical lighting. Ethan, however, was immediately focused. He extended his Genesis awareness and confirmed his earlier suspicion. The time dilation here is subtle but present, he noted. Time is flowing perhaps 20% faster than outside. An interesting trait for a A rank. Is this because of the dungeon rank? Higher rank, faster flow. I should ask Miss Cha about the rank-to-time flow correlation later. Jean immediately spread her psychic senses, bypassing the slower, cave-crawling approach. The strike team is being moved. They've been surrounded by a large contingent of orc warriors and are being herded into a specific location. It feels like a central chamber. Anna sighed in relief. Heian's shoulders dropped slightly as she exhaled. Heian, after receiving the information, nodded grimly. Good. Then we should move fast, she said. We need to assist them and defeat the dungeon boss before anything worse happens. She prepared to run, but Jean's warning stopped her. Wait. The psychic signature of the boss is immense, far exceeding the ogre Ethan dispatched yesterday. It feels very strong. And there are hundreds of thousands of orcs present. Ethan didn't hesitate. Time is precious, especially for a honeymoon. He extended his right hand, making a fluid, circular motion in the air. A ripple of energy tore a hole in the cave wall, opening a shimmering blue portal. The other side showed a colossal throne room, already filled with orcs. Let's use shortcut, Ethan announced before stepping through, followed by Jean and Anna. Heian, now completely desensitized to impossible feats, followed without question. They materialized silently on the periphery of the vast chamber. It was indeed a throne room, dominated by hundreds of orc warriors and elite orcs, all guarding the main event. Seated on a crudely carved stone throne, surrounded by 4 towering orc generals, was the master of the dungeon, Kargalgan, the high orc shaman. The sight of the strike team, Sun Qihun and his party, surrounded and huddled together with Sung Jinwoo, played out exactly as Ethan remembered. Kargalgan, full of theatrical menace, began his arrogant monologue, demanding a fight for his entertainment. Sun Qihun, wounded but resolute, attempted to fight, only to be effortlessly tossed aside by the shaman's crude magic. Just as Heian tensed, ready to save him, Jinwoo moved. With blinding speed, the supposedly weak Potter intercepted Qihun, saving him from a fatal impact. Jinwoo then stood tall, meeting Kargalgan's gaze, a confident, cold smile on his face. Heian froze, her eyes, which just moments ago had been tracking movements at S-rank speed, now locked onto the E-rank minor. He's fast. Too fast. And that scent. I knew it. He's hiding his true strength. Her mind pieced things together quickly. This man, like the Carters, had that same strangely pleasant scent, a trait she had only observed with Carters. But unlike the Carters, Jinwoo actually have mana. The more she observed him, the more her curiosity sharpened. Ethan, watching her reaction from the side, couldn't help the small smile tugging at his lips. It seems Jinwoo is going to get his spring moment soon. And privately, he was grateful that Heian's growing curiosity wasn't pointed at him. Ethan, Jean, and Anna watched as Jinwoo took center stage. He exchanged silent challenges with Kargalgan. Jinwoo then slowly turned his gaze toward Kargalgan, a faint smile curving his lips as his eyes began to glow a deep, icy blue. I've never felt this overwhelming mana before, he murmured, but this is a terrible matchup. For you, of course. He raised his hand slightly, shadows rippling at his feet like living smoke. Come forth, my shadows. Shing. The shadowy figures erupted from the ground. Igris, Iron, Tank, and the hundreds of newly acquired shadow soldiers flooded the chamber, instantly flipping the tactical advantage. Ethan grinned, his eyes gleaming with fanboy pride. He's doing it. It's always so cool in person. Kargalgan snarled, his voice echoing through the cavern. Trying to challenge my thousands of warriors with such meager numbers, how foolish of you, human. Jinwoo only smiled. The monarch's domain unfurled around him like a tidal wave, shadows deepening as he stood at the front of his army, calm, unshaken and absolute. If you keep underestimating my soldiers, he said softly, it will be disastrous for you. And then he unleashed the carnage. Now, Ethan decided the show needed some audience participation. So, he dropped the spell. A wave of astonishment swept through the hunters and even the orcs, their eyes widening at the sight before them. But Jinwoo didn't react, standing there as if he had known this outcome all along. Heian, suddenly visible, strode purposefully toward the bewildered strike team, followed by the two impossibly beautiful women and the charismatic men. Vice Guild Master Cha. Sun Ki-hun gasped, blood staining his shirt. Heian, ignoring the battlefield for a moment, addressed her team. These are guests of the chairman. Mr. Carter, please attend to Ki-hun. Ethan casually approached the wounded A-rank. He placed a hand on Ki-hun's chest. A soft, gentle green light pulsed from his palm, and the severe burns and broken ribs instantly knit and healed. There you go, Mr. Ki-hun, Ethan said, giving a slight smile. You should be good to go. Try not to get smacked around by the orc shaman quite so easily next time, though. It detracts from the spectacle. He then turned to Anna. My love, I think your date with the orc army has arrived. Anna smiled, a fierce, delighted grin. She snapped her fingers and her casual wear was instantly replaced by her classic, intimidating yellow and green robe costume. Finally, Anna purred before launching herself like a blur of motion toward the nearest cluster of orc warriors, dealing instant, devastating physical and energy blows. Thanks to absorbing the memories and powers of Anissa the Viltrumite warrior, Logan, and Lobo, Anna had developed a fierce battle-hungry streak, an instinctive urge to fight, to challenge, to push her limits against anything that looked remotely strong. Fortunately, Ethan could rein her in whenever necessary, whether during training or in far more private moments in bed. The strike team, already shell-shocked by shadow soldiers, now witnessed a gorgeous woman in a comic book-like costume moving at impossible speeds and dispatching elite orcs like paper dolls. Even Jinwoo, mid-fight, paused for a split second, glancing at the newcomers with narrowed eyes. Kargalgan, witnessing the sudden, terrifying shift in the odds and furious at the distraction, raised his staff, channeling dark energy for a powerful curse, aimed squarely at the nearest visible threat, the smiling, powerful woman in the green suit, Anna. You will perish, Weeku, the shaman began to chant. That was the last straw for Ethan. A cosmic surge of Genesis power, raw, untamed authority, erupted from Ethan, slamming into the atmosphere. The very air pressure dropped, and the mana in the room became liquid obedience. Every orc, every shadow soldier, and every hunter, except Jean and Anna, froze, paralyzed by the sheer, crushing weight of his presence. Ethan's face was no longer amused or smug, it was a mask of cold, terrifying fury. His eyes glowed with a faint, incandescent blue light. He took a slow, deliberate step toward Kargalgan. Ethan sighed, the Genesis light receding. I'm sorry. But the thought of that little parasite touching you with a curse, even one I knew wouldn't work thanks to the protection spells on your clothes, irritated me. I wanted him to understand his place immediately. He looked down at the hole in the wall. Thanks to my wives, you get to live a few more moments as an orc, shaman. Consider it your luck. He then turned to the astonished Sung Jinwoo, who was staring at him. You can take it up from here, Mr. Sung, Ethan said, giving a polite nod. My wives will handle this trash pig army. The boss is all yours. Author's note. I'm back, guys. Don't worry, I'm not dropping this FIC. Sorry for the lack of updates. This entire month has been rough for me. First, I got taken out by a viral fever, and then a bunch of issues popped up in my project at work. Sigh. Anyway, here's hoping nothing major happens again. Also, please drop some reviews and suggestions. I'd really appreciate the feedback. Chapter 124, Queens of the Battlefield. Inside the dungeon. The atmosphere inside the throne hall shifted from chaos to awe. Ethan returned to stand casually beside Cha Heian and the recovering Sun Ki-hun, the intense, crushing aura of Genesis power receding but leaving a lingering dread in the air. The silence among the hunters, Ki-hun, Young Jinho, and the rest of the strike team, was absolute. The men who appeared so casual, who walked in wearing normal clothes, had frozen every living being in place with nothing but his aura. They had been paralyzed, rendered completely helpless by an unseen force, while the powerful orc shaman foe was effortlessly dispatched through a stone wall. Their collective internal assessment was chillingly unanimous, national-level hunter. Sung Jinwoo was equally stunned, though he showed no outward reaction. But his focus was less on fear and more on the impossible power gap. He looked at the two women who were now engaging his shadow army and the orcs, then at the men who was now leisurely taking photos of the battle with a slight, proprietary smile. The memory of Ethan's aura crashing down earlier flashed in his mind. He felt like he was back in front of the god statue, that same crushing pressure, except this time it was stronger, deeper, and far more terrifying. That pressure. Jinwoo thought, flexing his fingers that still remembered the momentary paralysis. It was like standing before the statue of God again, but magnified tenfold. I couldn't move a finger. He could kill me without lifting an eyebrow. The reality hit Jinwoo like a thunderbolt. His current strength, the strength that made him one of the powerful hunter in Korea, was merely a speck compared to the casual display of this Ethan Carter. It was a wake-up call, a harsh jolt of determination. He had to clear the demon castle, and he had to get stronger, faster. While Jinwoo processed this terrifying new benchmark, the battle raged. Ethan gave a proud nod to his wives. The tension in his shoulders eased, though only slightly. He wasn't angry without cause, far from it. The moment he sensed multiple curse spells being woven and directed toward Anna, something primal surged up inside him. His body reacted before his mind had time to catch up, instincts roaring to protect what was his. The orc shaman had been preparing layered curses, strong enough to cripple most A-rank hunters by this world's standards. Anna could have handled it, he knew that. Her clothes were fortified with heavy enchantments, curse resistance, magic nullification, regeneration boosters. On top of that, she possessed Logan and Lobo's healing factors and a Viltrumite physique. Logically, she'd walk away without a scratch. But logic meant very little when it came to the people he loved. Even back in the Marvel Universe, when they sparred with sorcerers in Camartage to gain experience, none of their curses ever reached this level. Those were child's play compared to the raw, malicious spell work aimed at Anna now. And this was the first time anyone had dared to use powerful curses on his women. It triggered something territorial. Protective. Too protective, maybe. He sighed, a rueful smile tugging at his lips. So this is love, even knowing they can tank it, the thought of them being hurt is still unacceptable. The orc probably realized how close it had come to ceasing to exist. One more heartbeat and Ethan might have erased it from the dungeon without a second thought. He inhaled and exhaled. He needed to stay composed, not for himself, but for his girls. They needed room to grow, to fight, to stand on their own without him annihilating every threat first. Get a hold of yourself, Ethan, he told himself firmly. Overprotective acts are cute in stories, but in reality, they become a weakness. Now, go enjoy your action, my loves, Ethan murmured before adjusting the camera setting on his phone. Anna Marie Carter was a force of pure, devastating momentum. She had strength, speed, flight, and durability of an S-rank, and she unleashed it with joyous, reckless abandon. She was a blur of green and yellow, moving so fast that the orcs only saw the immediate, catastrophic consequences of her passing. She fought like a charging bull, driven by pure momentum, and did not dodge. A heavy iron mace swung by a massive elite orc merely did anything against her shoulder before the orc's hands went numb. Not bad, fellas, but you'll need more than that to make a scratch. Anna yelled before laughing as she drove a powerful uppercut that sent an orc warrior flying 40 feet straight up into the cave ceiling. The orc army attacks, the heavy cleaves of axes, the crude magic bolts, the rapid slashes of swords, simply bounced and shattered off her durability. She plunged into the densest parts of the horde. Each punch was a kinetic explosion. Orc warriors, who typically required multiple A-rank strikes, were sent flying across the throne room with a single hit, their bodies disintegrating on impact. She didn't bother to strategize individual kills, she simply cleared wide, devastating swathes of the battlefield by charging straight through them. In one fluid motion, she caught two simultaneous axe swings, twisted her body to use their own momentum against them, and unleashed a massive energy punch that created a localized shockwave, sweeping 3 rows of orcs off their feet and slamming them into the far wall. Her combat was raw, physical, and utterly destructive, leaving trails of stunned and decimated orcs in her wake. Meanwhile, Jean Grey Carter operated with majestic, focused control. Having replaced her elegant linen dress with her combat attire, a deep sapphire blue jumpsuit featuring bold, high yellow/gold shoulder pads, matching boots, gloves, and a flowing sash, she floated several feet above the chaos. Jean's eyes glowed with soft, concentrated orange energy. She wasn't relying solely on raw power, but on precision. She summoned dozens of sharp, conical arrows of condensed phoenix fire, holding them suspended in the air. With a flick of her mind, the psychic energy extended, ensnaring entire sections of the orc army with unbreakable telekinetic bonds. The orcs, including the larger elites, found themselves suddenly glued to the floor, unable to move their limbs or dodge the incoming attack. If you can't run, Jean's voice echoed gently in their minds, then stand still. The phoenix fire rained down, not a massive, indiscriminate explosion, but a localized torrent of highly focused heat that vaporized armor and flesh in seconds, leaving clean, smoking patches in the crowded room. She used her telekinesis as a surgical tool, lifting entire rows of orcs high into the air, spinning them into chaotic, disoriented masses, and then crushing them with invisible, crushing force against the ceiling. The contrast between her elegant, floating form and the utter devastation she wrought was horrifying to behold. Meanwhile, Jin Woo's shadow army, Igris, Iron, and Tank, fought admirably alongside them. Igris swung his flaming sword, cleaving orcs like wheat. Iron bulldozed through lines of warriors, shield-smashing bodies. Tank roared, crushing orcs beneath his massive paws. Hundreds of shadows surged behind them, glowing purple under monarch domain, cutting, stabbing, ripping through the orc bodies relentlessly. But even the shadows seemed to pale in comparison to the casual, terrifying elegance of the Carter wives' combat prowess. Anna's laughter echoed, wild and excited. Jean floated with regal calm, her flames dancing like a goddess. Ethan simply watched with a faint, possessive pride in his eyes. "See, Miss Cha." Ethan smirked, giving Heian a playful wink before turning his attention to the battlefield. Jean raised her hand with effortless grace, her eyes gleaming. A dozen orc corpses lifted off the ground like weightless puppets, then with a flick of her fingers, she hurled them down the distant tunnel, clearing the area around the front line in an instant. On the other side, Anna stepped forward. One punch, just one, and a violent shockwave erupted from her fist, ripping through the stone floor. 3 orcs flew like broken dolls, crashing into the wall with thunderous cracks. Ethan's voice held a mix of awe and pride. "Magnificent, aren't they?" he said softly, admiration burning in his eyes as his wives carved through the horde like goddesses of war. Heian could only stare. Her earlier worry about the A-rank dungeon was completely gone, replaced by the reality that this was less a raid and more a demonstration of power. Jin Woo, meanwhile, had reached his critical breaking point. The 2 women were clearing the orc army faster than his entire shadow army combined. His growth felt agonizingly slow. He looked back at the broken wall where Kargalgan lay moaning, nursing a concussion and several broken ribs from Ethan's single punch. The orc shaman, terrified, was trying to crawl away. Jin Woo knew his role had been stolen, but the underlying challenge remained. He was determined to prove his worth, not to the Carters, but to himself. He met Kargalgan's frightened eyes. "I was planning to test my strength on you a little longer," Jin Woo said in a cold and sharp tone, "but it seems I'm short on time. Come on, shaman, let's end this." With a surge of his own mana, Jin Woo activated a skill, vanishing instantly, and leaped through the hole in the wall, engaging the terrified high orc shaman in the final, brutal duel. "Go get him, Jin Woo." Ethan cheered internally before snapping a quick photo of Jin Woo mid-jump. "That's my favorite protagonist." Meanwhile, the surviving members of the second strike team, Sun Ki-hun, Young Jinho, and the others, stood paralyzed near the entrance, clustered around Vice Guild Master Cha Heian and the enigmatic Ethan Carter. They were watching a massacre. Sun Ki-hun stared wide-eyed as Anna, a vibrant blur of green and yellow, plowed through the orc lines like a hyperspeed bulldozer. "This isn't fighting, this is farming," Ki-hun thought, his A-rank pride utterly demolished. He was supposed to be the pillar of defense, yet here was a woman who didn't even bother to dodge, absorbing blows that would shatter his shield and returning them tenfold. Young Jinho, the B-rank mage, watched as Jean commanded the sky above the battle. She didn't cast fireballs, she willed fire into existence and held hundreds of enemies captive with an unseen grip. She's a sorceress of pure, conceptual power. Han Jae-hyuk swallowed hard. "I thought we were going to die when we walked in here. But now, seeing them, there's hope. They make S-ranks look like toys." Lee Seok-yu gripped his sword tightly. "If this is strength, then what have we been doing with our lives?" Park Hee-sung's eyes darted to Ethan. "And that man, just casually taking pictures. What kind of monster does that?" Hwang Dong-guk let out a shaky breath. "I don't know if I should be terrified or grateful. Maybe both." A few minutes prior, they had been facing certain death. Now, they were spectators to a ballet of destruction, their hope rekindled but mixed with profound terror at the limitless power displayed by the 2 women. Ki-hun slowly turned to Heian. "Vice President, who exactly are they? I know you said they are known to the chairman, but their power, it's beyond belief." Heian sighed before watching Ethan. The man was laughing softly, perfectly framed in a chaotic scene of death and fire, holding his camera up like a proud husband at a school recital. "As I mentioned before, they're associated with Chairman Go. That is all I'm allowed to say." She paused, her gaze shifting to where Jin Woo clashed with the orc shaman. Sparks burst, mana roared, and Jin Woo pushed forward like a shadow of death. But about him? Her eyes locked onto Jin Woo, pupils narrowing with sharp curiosity. "I'm not sure. He's different." Something about Jin Woo tugged at her instincts, a strange pull, like fate whispering. A feeling she couldn't ignore. Just as the last major cluster of orcs dissolved under Jin's telekinetic pressure, a contingent of elite association hunters poured through the gate, led by Wu Jin Chol. He was ready for a full-scale catastrophe, prepared to deploy more tactical assets he possessed. Instead, he was met with silence, the overwhelming smell of ash, and a scene of complete carnage. What, in the world, is going on here? Jean-Chul demanded, his eyes darting between the shadow soldiers, the surviving members of the strike team, and the two women, now walking back to their smiling husband, who had just wiped out an army. He had expected some struggle, perhaps Ethan and his wives assisting Heian and Jinwoo in a coordinated takedown of the shaman. He certainly did not expect to find Ethan Carter acting like a proud tourist, happily reviewing his photos. One of the association agents behind Jean-Chul whispered, "Director, are we even needed?" Jean-Chul opened his mouth but no words came out. He didn't have an answer. The reality of Ethan Carter was stranger and more powerful than he could have imagined. The final seconds of the raid played out. From the smoke-filled adjoining room, a heavy, scraping sound was heard. Sung Jinwoo stepped back into the throne room, Kargalgan's body crumpled behind him. He stood over the corpse, the black smoke swirling around his boots. His expression was serious, his eyes burning with the command of his power. He looked at the fallen shaman and uttered the single, powerful word. Arise. A pillar of dense, black smoke erupted from the corpse, coalescing into the form of the high orc shaman, now a shadow soldier with glowing red eyes. The new shadow knelt before its master. Heian instinctively moved toward Jinwoo, drawn by the raw spectacle and the overwhelming mana signature of the shadow monarch. Jean and Anna, having finished their cleanup, came to stand beside Ethan. "Great work, ladies," Ethan murmured before kissing Anna on the forehead and squeezing Jean's hand. Then Ethan's smile was gone, replaced by a gaze of profound intellectual curiosity. His eyes glowed a faint, internal blue as he analyzed the energy transfer. Shadow extraction, the authority of death and command over the shadow domain, Ethan thought, fascinated. It is a concept rooted in the transfer of souls and binding them to the caster's will. He acknowledged that this skill was unsuitable for his own personality, he preferred direct engagement, like Goku or Saitama, but the potential for his wives was enormous. "I may not be the monarch of death, but I have authority over creation, destruction, and rebirth. And more importantly, death herself is my girlfriend." Ethan mentally grinned. "If I can dissect the fundamental conceptual mechanics behind this shadow extraction, I can undoubtedly replicate a similar, perhaps even superior, power for my girls. Imagine a construct that binds the consciousness to a perpetual body, or even a psychic avatar. It's simply a matter of reverse engineering the soul binding." This was not just about power, it was about the mechanics of universal laws, and Ethan was determined to master this new piece of power slowly. Slowly everyone gathered together, and before the awestruck strike team could bombard Jinwoo with questions, Jean-Chul stepped forward, his face returning to its hardened, authoritative mask. "Everyone. Listen closely." Jean-Chul's voice cut through the silence. "This entire operation is now classified information. The unexpected guests, Mr. and Mrs. Carter, are deep cover assets of the association and the chairman. Their identities, powers, and presence here are a national secret." He swept his gaze over the strike team. "The level of power you witnessed is necessary for maintaining stability in this country. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Sung's abilities are also a protected secret of the association. Both matters will be revealed when appropriate. Until then, anyone who speaks of this, to family, friends, media, or rival guilds, will face immediate, maximum penalty for endangering national security." The weight of the threat, coming from the leader of the Hunters Monitoring Division, settled heavily on the injured hunters. They understood. Sun Ki-hun, however, managed to step forward and bow deeply. "Mr. Carter, Mrs. Carters, and Mr. Sung. We owe you our lives. Thank you." Ethan simply waved his hand, his easy smile returning as he pocketed his phone. "Think nothing of it, Mr. Ki-hun. Just the cost of having two wives who enjoy a bit of action during their travels. If you'll excuse us, my wives and I have a date for a late lunch. And I need to start writing up the notes on that arise spell." The aftermath of the B-rank gate incident was handled with the cold efficiency of a state secret. Wu Jin-chul ensured the surviving members of the strike team signed the most restrictive non-disclosure agreements imaginable, backed by the implicit threat of association monitoring. The true story of how two women in bizarre costumes and an invisible army destroyed a high-level orc horde vanished from the records. As for the newly reawaked hunter, Sung Jin-woo, his rank swiftly reassessed, and he was officially declared Korea's 10th S-rank hunter. He then promptly vanished from public view, retreating into the dungeon to pursue his own relentless path of growth. Ethan Carter, meanwhile, was wholly focused on his true objective. "Well, that was certainly a stimulating appetizer," Ethan commented to his wives later that evening, holding up a glass of imported champagne. "But I believe the main course, the actual honeymoon, can now begin." Chairman Go-gun he kept his word. Within 24 hours, the trio received impeccable, high-security false identities, complete with Korean residency and the guarantee of total privacy. The initial detail of association agents assigned to shadow them was pulled back after 2 days. The reports consistently showed the couple doing nothing more alarming than holding hands and eating street food. The Carters then began their immersive tour of South Korea. It seemed that even after the appearance of Gates and Hunters, Korea had managed to preserve its culture at its core. Their traditions still breathed through the chaos of this new world, untouched, alive, stubbornly enduring. That was something worth admiring. They spent the afternoon at the towering Namsan Seoul Tower, not to admire the cityscape, but to place a padlock among thousands left by lovers before them. Jean lifted the lock, engraved with their 3 names, clicked it into place on the railing, and smiled softly. "A beautiful sentiment, darling," Anna said before leaning into Ethan. "But I think our bond is slightly stronger than this lock." "Perhaps," Ethan conceded, "but this is traditional." Later they walked the ancient, majestic grounds of Gyeongbokgung Palace, soaking in the history. Ethan, dressed in a borrowed hanbok, amused onlookers with his attempts at reciting Korean poetry, while Jean and Anna simply enjoyed the peace, the sheer, beautiful ordinariness of a world filled with Gates and Hunters. One day, they dove into the bustling, vibrant atmosphere of the Gwangjang market, indulging in bindiadik and spicy rice cakes. Anna, whose speed let her sample every stall simultaneously, kept Ethan and Jean supplied with snacks, claiming she was performing culinary scouting. Cha Hae-in never joined them. She was, as she admitted to herself, intensely curious about Ethan's world and his power, but she was acutely aware of her position. To intrude on their honeymoon would be unprofessional and deeply uncomfortable. For several days, there was only laughter, quiet intimacy, and exploration. A few days later. It was late, approaching 1 a.m. on the final night of their first week. Jean and Anna were soundly asleep in the master bedroom of their association-secured penthouse, their forms silhouetted softly by the moonlight. Ethan stood alone on the expansive, glassed-in balcony, gazing out over the glittering tapestry of Seoul. The city was a vast, hypnotic organism of light. He was silent and simply appreciating a moment of perfect calm. "A beautiful night, isn't it?" Ethan said softly, his voice barely disturbing the silence. He didn't move, his eyes fixed on the moon hanging high above the city's electric glow. He slowly turned his head, not toward the city, but toward a specific landmark, a massive, dark skyscraper standing about 5 kilometers away. Perched on its highest spire, perfectly still against the backdrop of the night sky, was a shadowy figure. The figure was cloaked, almost absorbed by the shadows of the building, yet clearly visible to Ethan's enhanced senses. It had been watching him for the last 10 minutes. Ethan lifted his hand to the figure, giving a slow, deliberate wave. "You know," Ethan called out, voice carried effortlessly across the kilometers with a light resonant spell, "you're not nearly as subtle as you think you are. Or maybe you wanted to be noticed, just enough for me to know someone was watching." He dropped his hand, a predatory grin curving his lips. "Since you're already here, why don't you step out properly?" he called, voice smooth and edged with challenge. "No point lurking when we both know you're there. Come, let's have a little chat about you and your bosses." Chapter 125, An Unknown Meeting. The night air was a crisp current against Ethan's skin. He stood on the opulent balcony, the vast, luminous spread of Seoul beneath him, but his attention was fixed 5 kilometers away on the dark, solitary spire of a high-rise building. He had waved. A casual, almost dismissive gesture directed at the shadowy figure observing him. "All right," Ethan murmured, and his smile widening into a playful grin. "Hide and seek is over." Without a sound, without even a ripple in the air, Ethan's figure vanished from the balcony. One heartbeat he stood there, bathed in silver moonlight, and in the next, only empty space remained, curtains swaying lazily in the night breeze. It wasn't a spell or illusion. It was simply speed, speed so fast that it left no trace behind. 5 kilometers away, perched precariously on the spire's narrow ledge, the shadowy figure watched the distant balcony go empty. The figure's eyes, usually sharp and cold, widened with a momentary jolt of shock. He disappeared. A calm voice suddenly echoed behind him. "That's not very nice, you know. Sneaking around a couple during their honeymoon. Also, the high up on a spire look is a bit cliché for a stakeout." The figure spun, his body moving on pure combat instinct honed through countless life-or-death situations. His hand went to the short dagger concealed at his side, muscles coiled and ready to strike. Only to freeze mid-motion. Ethan Carter stood there, unarmed and unbothered, his hands shoved casually into the pockets of his night pants. He wore that maddeningly confident smile. The moonlight cast his features in sharp relief, the easy smile, the relaxed posture, the complete and utter lack of concern. He might as well have been discussing the weather. If you wanted to say hi, you could have just asked. "I'm not great at hide and seek, but I'm game if you insist." The man's jaw tightened. Ethan continued, "So, how about we skip the rest of this game and talk like civilized people? You've been following us for a week now. I figure we're past the whole mysterious stalker phase of our relationship." The figure's mind raced, calculating. How long has he known? Since the beginning. Why didn't he? Civilized, huh? Are you even human? The words came out harsher than intended, defensive. Ethan chuckled, ouch. That's kinda hurtful, you know. You're looking at a human. A mostly functional one, anyway. Feel free to look closer. He tilted his head. He spread his arms wide, as if presenting himself for inspection. The moonlight illuminated him fully, a young man in casual clothes, handsome features, messy hair that suggested he'd just rolled out of bed. He looked utterly, completely, mundanely human. 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head. I eat, I sleep, I breathe. I laugh at bad jokes and enjoy good food. I'm definitely human, I assure you. Ethan's smile turned slightly teasing. Though I suppose from your perspective, I might seem a bit exceptional. The figure studied him intently, looking for any crack in that casual facade. Nothing. Just a man standing on a rooftop, smiling like they were old friends meeting for coffee. Then Ethan's smile sharpened, gaining an edge that made the temperature seem to drop several degrees. Or did age finally catch up to you, Mr. Sung Il-Wan? Should I get you a pair of glasses for better sight? The effect was instantaneous. Il-Wan's control shattered. His eyes flared wide. His grip on the dagger tightened, his stance shifting from defensive to lethal. How do you know that name? Il-Wan spat, his identity has been exposed. Il-Wan's entire body had shifted into a combat stance, weight distributed, center of gravity lowered, every muscle ready to explode into lethal motion. The dagger in his hand gleamed with a faint light that suggested it was no ordinary weapon. Ethan didn't move. Didn't flinch. He just stood there, that infuriating smile still on his face, completely unbothered by the blade that could punch through steel pointed at him. Wow, straight to violence. And here I thought we were having such a nice conversation. Ethan's eyes flickered down to the dagger, then back up to Il-Wan's face. His smile turned oddly nostalgic. Ah, and the dagger, Ethan continued, completely ignoring the threat, like father, like son, I suppose. Both of you really do love your daggers, huh? Must be a family thing. It's a nice design, very aerodynamic. Il-Wan's grip tightened on his weapon. Answer me. Oh, I know lots of things, Ethan said airily, waving his hand dismissively. Your name. Your history. Your extended vacation in a certain dungeon. The deal you made. Your son's career choices. He paused, his smile turning slightly melancholic. The fact that you're standing on this rooftop playing secret agent instead of going home to the family that thinks you're dead. Each revelation hit like a physical blow. Il-Wan's mind raced through implications. How much did this man know? How much did he understand? But hey, Ethan continued, his tone shifting back to that casual friendliness that was somehow more unsettling than hostility, I'm not here to psychoanalyze your family drama. That's between you and a very confused son who definitely inherited your communication issues. Il-Wan forced himself to breathe, to think tactically. His gut instinct, honed through years of surviving impossible situations, was screaming a single, undeniable truth, this man is dangerous. Il-Wan knew from instinct alone that Ethan was not someone to take lightly. Even though Ethan possessed no mana, making it impossible to measure his power through normal means, the sheer pressure he gave off was enough for Il-Wan to judge that this man may very well stand on equal ground with the strongest monarchs. He didn't want to fight. Not if he could help it. Ideally, he wanted to understand Ethan's intentions, and that of the 2 women who accompanied him. If he could confirm they posed no threat, then conflict could be avoided. Ever since Il-Wan made a pact with the rulers and accepted the role of the Apostle of the Brightest Light, he had carried a mission, eliminate the vessel of the Shadow Monarch. But that vessel was his own son. He hoped that by buying time and learning more about Jinwoo and his actions, he could make the rulers reconsider. But everything changed once he returned from the dungeon. Entities, not from their world, not even from their universe, invaded. 3 in total. The rulers ordered him to observe their purpose on Earth and eliminate them at once if hostility was present. So Il-Wan followed them. 1 week of quiet observation revealed something unexpected. They were, simply on their honeymoon. Strange, yes. One man with 2 wives felt unusual, but he had no right to judge individuals from another universe. Different worlds had different norms. He didn't know them, so naturally, their actions were foreign to him. There was no sign of malice or destruction. Only laughter, sightseeing, and shared warmth between the trio. That is why he decided it was time to speak, to approach Ethan directly and, if possible, convince him to assist in the coming war against the monarchs. But now, standing face to face with the men, Il-Wan understood one thing clearly. This man was on a level far beyond what he could handle. The absence of mana meant Il-Wan couldn't even sense him properly. He was fighting blind. If things went wrong, he would be at a massive disadvantage. If I fight him, Il-1 thought grimly, I die. Instantly, without even understanding how. Il-1 slowly lowered the dagger, though he didn't sheath it. I see, Il-1 said, his voice regaining some of its composure. You've made your point. You know things you shouldn't. Fighting you was a guaranteed, instant loss. You're. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Not someone I want to fight if I can avoid it. Smart man, Ethan approved with a nod. I like you already. You think before you stab. That's rare. I must determine his intentions, Il-1 thought desperately. The rulers sent me to verify the intentions of these otherworldly entities. Hostility means elimination. But if he is this powerful, and he hasn't moved against the humanity yet, there must be an opening for dialogue. Il-1's jaw tightened. Let's skip the flattery. I don't know how you know what you know, and I'm guessing you're not going to tell me. Finally, we're on the same page. And let's keep personal matters out of this for now. He adopted a serious, guarded posture. So, let's get straight to the point, Mr. Carter. Why has a being of your immense stature come to our universe? You come to our world with two companions who radiate similar pressure like you. You spend a week touring tourist spots like you're on vacation. His eyes narrowed dangerously. What's your real objective, Ethan Carter? What do you want with our world? Ethan let out a long, theatrical sigh, a touch of genuine exasperation creeping into his voice. Finally. Took you a solid week to ask that. Honestly, it was agonizing having to act like I didn't sense a highly trained spy lurking in the surroundings. Even my wives complained, honey, why is that creepy man stalking us? He gave a helpless shrug. I told them it was a pigeon. Il-1's eyebrow twitched. His voice flat. A pigeon. Ethan nodded without missing a beat. A very persistent one. He took a step forward, closing the space between them. Il-1 instinctively tensed, but held his ground. But anyway, Ethan said, his tone shifting. The playfulness bled away, replaced by something more serious. His eyes seemed to darken, reflecting the moonlight in strange ways. To answer your question, yes, we're here for the honeymoon. That's the main part. Seoul's lovely this time of year. The food is incredible in this world. 5 stars, would visit again. He paused, and the weight in the air intensified. But it's not the only objective. Il-1's entire body tensed. There it was. The admission. Whatever game this being had been playing, whatever facade of casual tourism he'd been maintaining, it was dropping now. Our world, Il-1 started. Is in danger, yes, I know, Ethan interrupted. The monarchs, the rulers, the whole cosmic chess game playing out with Earth as the board. Shadows rising, chaos spreading, apocalypse on the horizon. Real doom and gloom stuff. He met Il-1's gaze directly. And you, Mr. Sung Il-1, are caught in the middle of it as the agent of angel lookalikes. Il-1 said nothing, but his hand tightened on his dagger. Let me guess, Ethan continued, beginning to pace slowly along the rooftop's edge with the confidence of someone who knew gravity was merely a suggestion. The rulers made you their apostle. Gave you a mission. Kill the vessel of the Shadow Monarch before he fully awakens. He stopped, turning back with a knowing look. But that vessel is your son. So now you're stalling, trying to find another way, hoping to convince your cosmic bosses that maybe genocide isn't the answer this time. Il-1 felt his blood run cold. How did? And then, Ethan said, his voice dropping lower, we showed up. 3 unknown entities from another universe. The rulers freaked out, understandably, and changed your mission. Now you're supposed to determine our intentions and eliminate us if we're hostile. His smile returned. How am I doing so far? Hit all the major plot points. The silence stretched between them, heavy with implication. Finally, Il-1 spoke, his voice carefully controlled. You seem to know everything already. So why haven't you acted? Why let me follow you? Why do all this? Because, Ethan said simply, I'm not your enemy, Mr. Il-1. Despite what your gut is probably telling you right now, despite how terrifying I apparently am, he said this with a self-deprecating grin, I'm not here to conquer your world or unleash some eldritch horror or whatever worst-case scenario the rulers are imagining. Then what? But I am interested in your situation. Ethan's expression grew thoughtful. This world, your son, the coming war. It's all very engaging. And it would be a real shame if everything went to hell and destroyed all these lovely tourist destinations. He turned to face Il-1 fully. Ethan's casual expression melted away, replaced by a focused, serious intensity that sent a cold spike of dread through Il-1's heart. Then it was gone, and Ethan was just a man again, smiling under the moonlight. Tell me, Mr. Sung Il-1. Apostle of the brightest light, he said, his voice carrying a weight that seemed to make reality itself pay attention. How about we make a deal? The words hung in the air between them, pregnant with possibility and danger in equal measure. Unknown location. The air tasted of copper and decay. Deep beneath the earth, in what appeared to be a dungeon that predated modern construction, darkness clung to crumbling stone walls like a living thing. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, a steady, rhythmic sound that echoed through corridors no human had walked in decades. Until now. A figure stirred in the center of a ritual chamber, surrounded by the remnants of shattered chains and scorched circles carved into the floor. The man, if he could still be called that, straightened slowly, rolling his shoulders as if testing unfamiliar joints. He was Chinese, perhaps in his mid-40s, with a muscular build that spoke of years dedicated to physical cultivation. His eyes, however, his eyes were wrong. They glowed with a dim crimson light that had nothing to do with humanity and everything to do with something far older, far more terrible. Ha! The sound that escaped his lips was almost orgasmic in its satisfaction. He flexed his hands, watching muscles ripple beneath skin that seemed to shimmer with an inner heat. Yes. Yes. This body. He laughed, a low, cruel sound that made the shadows seem to recoil. This vessel is magnificent. His voice carried two tones now, one human and one that resonated with inhuman power. Strong enough, durable enough, powerful enough to contain my essence without rupturing like cheap pottery. He raised his hand, and crimson mana erupted from his palm like liquid flame. It swirled around his fingers, thick and viscous, carrying the weight of ancient malice. The very air seemed to scream as the energy pulsed outward, cracking the stone floor beneath his feet. Unlike that last pathetic vessel. His expression twisted into disgust at the memory. Barely lasted 3 minutes before exploding from the inside out. Messy. Inefficient. Humiliating. The mana intensified, filling the chamber with oppressive heat. Stone began to glow red where the energy touched it. But this. He grinned, and it was a predator's expression, all teeth and promised violence. This body belonged to a national-level hunter. One of humanity's precious treasures. The architect truly outdid himself this time. The being's eyes, burning with malevolent yellow light, surveyed the cave. He was the iron body monarch, Tarnak. He took a few experimental steps, each movement flowing with deadly grace. Power radiated from him in waves, making the air shimmer and distort. This wasn't the tentative possession of a desperate spirit, this was complete dominance, a perfect fusion of monstrous soul and mortal flesh. I must remember to thank him, the being mused, his voice dripping with dark amusement. Before I inevitably betray and consume him, of course. Such is the way of monarchs. He began to pace, his eyes reflecting the dim light filtering through cracks in the ceiling far above. Each step left scorched footprints on the ancient stone. Most of us have found suitable vessels now, he continued, speaking to the empty chamber as if addressing an invisible audience. The preparations are nearly complete. The pawns are in position. The stage is set. His grin widened into something truly monstrous. I can't wait to reduce those self-righteous rulers to ash and cinders. The words came out as a snarl, full of ancient hatred that had festered for eons. To watch their perfect faces melt. To hear their screams as we tear down everything they've built. To finally, crush them beneath our heels and... That's quite the villain monologue you've got going there. The voice came from directly behind him, casual, almost bored, with a hint of amusement that suggested its owner found the entire situation mildly entertaining at best. Tarnak froze. He instantly spun around, his mana senses, which should have felt any fluctuation of energy in a several-mile radius, registering nothing. Standing in the center of the chamber, where absolutely nothing had been a moment before, was a young man in pajamas. Not armor, not combat gear but pajamas. Blue cotton pants with little white clouds printed on them. A loose white t-shirt that looked soft and comfortable. Bare feet on the scorched stone floor. Messy blonde hair that stuck up in several directions, as if he'd just rolled out of bed. And an expression of mild interest, like he'd just stumbled onto something moderately amusing during a late-night bathroom trip. Tarnak stared. The young man stared back, one hand in his pocket, the other raised in a small wave. Hi. Tarnak's mind raced. He'd been alone. He'd sensed the entire facility, no life signs, no mana signatures, no presence whatsoever. The architect had specifically chosen this location because it was isolated, warded, undetectable. And yet here stood this human, looking like he'd teleported in from a sleepover. Tarnak reached out with his senses, probing for any trace of mana, any hint of power. Tarnak tilted his massive head, confusion overriding his contempt. No mana. None at all. The men before him registered as completely, utterly mundane. Tarnak's lips curled into a dismissive sneer. A human. Here. He tilted his head, studying the intruder with the interest one might show an unexpected insect. How boring. His assessment was instant and complete: civilian, lost, wrong place at the wrong time. Probably stumbled through some crack in the wards. Not a hunter since he got no mana and not a threat. Just another fragile mortal about to have a very bad day. One moment he was standing 10 meters away. The next, he was directly in front of the intruder, fist already in motion. The air screamed as his punch cut through it, a blow that could shatter steel, pulverize concrete, reduce a normal human to a red mist. "It's your fault for being entirely too handsome for a regular human," Tarnak snarled, justifying the murder. He laughed as his fist rocketed toward the man's face. The punch connected. And stopped. As if he'd thrown his fist into an immovable wall of metal itself. Tarnak's grin froze on his face. The blond man stood exactly where he'd been, that same mild expression of interest on his face. One hand remained casually in his pocket. The other had simply raised and caught Tarnak's fist. Without effort. Without strain. Without even bracing himself for the impact. "That's rich," the man said conversationally, and his grip not even tightening around Tarnak's fist, coming from a monarch. "Have you seen your kind? Half of you are walking fashion disasters. The other half look like you escaped from an edgy metal album cover." Tarnak's mind went blank with shock. It hadn't been his full power, true. Just a casual strike, meant to paste an ordinary human across the walls. But even at a fraction of his strength, that punch should have liquefied bone. Should have turned flesh to jelly. Should have killed this man 1,000 times over. Instead, his fist sat in the stranger's palm like a child's toy. "What?" Tarnak tried to pull his arm back. It didn't move, not even an inch. He pulled harder, channeling mana through his vessel's enhanced musculature, engaging the full strength of a national-level hunter's body reinforced by a monarch's power. But still nothing. The blond man's grip was so strong it reminded him of another monarch, one known for monstrous strength. "Who the hell are you?" Tarnak snarled, crimson mana erupting from his body in a wave of heat and pressure. The chamber's temperature spiked instantly. Stone cracked. The air shimmered and distorted. Air itself seemed to groan under the weight of a monarch's fury. And through it all, the stranger just stood there. Completely unaffected. Not even sweating in the superheated air. His smile widened slightly, a friendly, almost apologetic expression. "Oh, where are my manners?" He tilted his head, blonde hair catching the crimson light of Tarnak's mana. "Introductions first. That's proper manners, isn't it?" "Hello," the man said, his voice carrying the pleasant tone of someone greeting a neighbor over a fence. "I'm Ethan Carter." The temperature in the chamber seemed to plummet despite Tarnak's raging mana. "And I'm here," Ethan continued, his smile never wavering even as something changed in the air around them, a pressure that had nothing to do with mana and everything to do with the simple, undeniable weight of presence, "to free you from this life." His next word came out soft, almost gentle, completely. The crimson light from Tarnak's mana flickered. Chapter 126, A Disappointing Monarch. Ethan's fingers wrapped around Tarnak's fist with unyielding force. The monarch struggled, veins bulging across his muscular frame as he pulled with everything he had, yet his arm didn't budge even a millimeter. Interesting, Ethan thought, and his expression is calm, he's putting his full strength into this, and yet. No matter how much strength Tarnak poured into it, veins bulging, mana roaring, his arm did not move an inch. Impossible. Before Tarnak could process what was happening, Ethan's bare foot connected with his chest in a devastating kick. The impact was instantaneous, Tarnak's body launched backward like a rag doll, flying several feet through the air before crashing into the cavern wall. Blood erupted from his mouth, splattering across the stone floor. "Gah!" Tarnak gasped, slowly stabilizing himself midair. His eyes, now burning with recognition and rage, locked onto Ethan. "This man, he's no ordinary human." "You bastard!" Tarnak roared, his voice echoing through the underground chamber. "I'll crush you into dust." Dark energy began to surge around Tarnak's body as he initiated his transformation. His muscles expanded grotesquely, his height shooting upward until he towered over the chamber. His skin hardened, morphing into thick gray armor that gleamed like polished iron. Green flames of concentrated mana erupted from his eyes and back, casting eerie shadows across the walls. The transformation complete, the iron body monarch released a primal roar that shook the very foundations of the dungeon. "It's time for you to die, human." Ethan tilted his head slightly, an amused smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Is that so?" he said softly, raising his hand with casual grace. The moment he waved his hand and red energy went upwards, and then transformation overtook him as well. White lightning crackled into existence, dancing across his body in brilliant arcs that illuminated the entire chamber. Blue flames, the eternal phoenix flames of Genesis, enveloped both of his arms, their heat distorting the air around them. His irises began to glow with an ethereal blue light that seemed to pierce through reality itself. "Let's test my strength then," Ethan declared, his voice carrying an edge of genuine curiosity. I promise to use only Genesis Flame and Lightning for this fight. Nothing more. So, try not to embarrass yourself. Tarnak's armored face twisted with fury. You dare mock me? He thinks I'm looking down on him, Ethan noted internally. Well, I suppose I am. In a blink, literally faster than the eye could follow, Tarnak closed the distance. He materialized directly in front of Ethan, his massive armored fist already in motion. Ethan's own fist came up simultaneously. Time seemed to slow as their punches met in the space between them. Then came the impact. Boom. The shockwave was catastrophic. But it was only Tarnak who bore its consequences. Aagag. The Iron Body Monarch's scream was cut short as his entire right arm, from shoulder to fingertips, simply ceased to exist, instantly blown away by the lightning and vaporized by the eternal phoenix flame. The force of Ethan's blow launched him like a meteor through the underground chamber, smashing through the ceiling and sending him hurtling into the open air above. He landed with a devastating impact that created a crater dozens of meters wide. Ethan stood motionless in the chamber, his fist still extended. He blinked slowly, then looked down at his arm, still wreathed in blue flames and white lightning, as if seeing it for the first time. I didn't even use my half of my power, he thought, genuinely surprised. I only used a fraction of my power with the Genesis Flame and Lightning. I didn't even tap into Genesis Telekinesis, Power Genesis, the rune magic, or the advanced mystic arts I created. And that alone, half killed a monarch. He flexed his fingers experimentally. A single punch. Just one. And I half killed a monarch. This was his very first proper fight since fully acquiring the Genesis authority, and he had hoped to test the limits of his new conceptual powers. The result was not exhilarating, it was profoundly disappointing. His opponent was catastrophically weak. A long, disappointed sigh escaped his lips. This is my first real fight after obtaining Genesis authority, and this is the result. How underwhelming. In an instant, he vanished. It's not a spell, not a technique, just pure speed that transcended normal perception, and reappeared beside Tarnak's broken form. The monarch was a mess. His armor was cracked and shattered, green mana leaking from dozens of wounds. His missing arm continued to bleed profusely, and he struggled just to push himself up with his remaining limb. Let me help you with that, Ethan said, his tone oddly gentle. He extended his hand, and golden energy, the power Genesis, flowed from his palm into Tarnak's body. The effect was immediate and miraculous. Flesh regrew, bones reconnected, armor reformed. Within seconds, Tarnak's arm had completely regenerated, looking as if it had never been destroyed. Tarnak's eyes went wide with shock and terror. He healed me. After obliterating my arm, he just heals me. His mind raced. I need to call the others. The Frost Monarch, the Beast Monarch, anyone. This man, he's on the same level as the Shadow Monarch or the Monarch of Destruction. Maybe even stronger. I can't. He reached out with his consciousness, trying to establish a telepathic link with his fellow monarchs. Nothing. Panic flooded through Tarnak's chest. Why can't I connect? Oh, that. Ethan said casually before pointing his thumb backward over his shoulder. See that red rune floating back there? Tarnak's gaze followed the gesture. Sure enough, a complex runic seal hovered in the air, pulsing with crimson light. That blocks all communication throughout the entire dungeon, Ethan explained with the same tone someone might use to discuss the weather. No calls for help. No reinforcements and no escape. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. So let's continue our fight. And please, try not to disappoint me even more than you already have. You arrogant bastard. Tarnak roared, his eyes blazing with hatred. I'll tear you apart. Tarnak, enraged by the mockery but terrified by the power, cursed him with every ancient word he knew in his mind. He launched himself at Ethan with desperate fury, his armored fist aimed straight for Ethan's head. Ethan sighed and lowered his power output even further before throwing a simple punch to Tarnak's chest. The Iron Body Monarch's charge stopped dead. His eyes bulged. Then his entire body went flying backward at supersonic speed, crashing through a mountain in the distance. The impact was so powerful that the mountain literally exploded, collapsing in on itself with a deafening roar of pulverized stone and earth. Ethan stood alone in the clearing, his body still crackling with white lightning and wreathed in blue eternal phoenix flames. He looked down at his hands with a bored expression. Maybe this combo is a bit much, he muttered to himself. He deactivated the lightning and flames. Immediately, his body began to emit a different aura, pure golden energy that radiated warmth and power. His blonde hair began to flow upward as if caught in an invisible wind, and his blue eyes blazed with divine light. This was power Genesis in its pure form. Let's try with just this, Ethan said, and then he was gone. Tarnak lay in the ruins of the shattered mountain, blood pooling around his broken body. His armor was cracked beyond recognition, green mana leaking from countless fractures. The first time, the attack had targeted his arm, destructive, but manageable. This time, he'd taken the blow head-on, and his entire body had paid the price. I'm going to die here, he realized with dawning horror. Then Ethan appeared above him, looking down with something that resembled pity. I'm sorry, Ethan said, and he actually sounded sincere. I used too much power again. Let me fix that. Golden light enveloped Tarnak once more, mending his shattered bones and torn flesh. Within moments, he was whole again, if traumatized. You're mocking me. Tarnak snarled, fury momentarily overriding his fear. You keep healing me just to. He didn't get to finish. Ethan was already in front of him, fist already moving. Crash. This time, the punch carried a visible wave of golden energy that tore through Tarnak's body and carved a massive tunnel through the dungeon behind him, extending for hundreds of meters. Ethan's eyes widened as he looked at what he'd done. A hole, clean, perfectly circular, and catastrophically large, now occupied the space where Tarnak's chest used to be. The monarch's body began to dissolve, his life force rapidly fading. You've got to be kidding me, Ethan said in disbelief, staring at his glowing fist. I estimated my power at galaxy level at peak output. I lowered it to planetary level. I held back more than 80%. And a single punch still did this. He deactivated power genesis and quickly healed Tarnak again before the monarch could die completely. Tarnak gasped back to life, his eyes wild and his voice broken. Just kill me. You're not even human. No monarch, not even a ruler. What the hell are you, you monster? Ethan's frustration finally boiled over. He crossed his arms and looked down at Tarnak with genuine exasperation. That's what I want to ask, he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Are you sure you're the Iron Body Monarch? I mean, seriously, what kind of monarch takes the name, Iron Body, and can't even handle a single punch while his opponent is holding back more than 80% of his power? That's like calling yourself the unbreakable wall and crumbling when someone leans against you. This sarcasm was the final, heaviest blow. The words hit Tarnak harder than any of the physical blows. His pride, the one thing that had sustained him through countless battles, shattered completely. You. He roared incoherently, all rationality gone. He lunged at Ethan in a blind rage. Ethan moved first. His fist connected with Tarnak's armored face, and this time, the armor didn't just crack, it shattered completely, revealing the monarch's true face beneath. The force sent Tarnak plummeting downward, creating a massive crater in the ground that must have been 50 meters deep. Thanks to our little sparring session, Ethan said conversationally as he slowly descended toward the crater, my standards for monarchs have dropped considerably. He landed softly at the bottom of the crater, where Tarnak lay motionless. The monarch's skull was fractured, his body broken beyond recognition, yet somehow, impossibly, he still clung to life. Ethan crouched down beside him, his voice taking on a philosophical tone. You know, I understand now how you monarchs can be so proud, he said. Even bugs can feel superior if they only compare themselves to ants. And from your perspective, regular humans are the ants, aren't they? He healed Tarnak once more, then grabbed the monarch's head and lifted it from the ground, forcing their eyes to meet. But here's the thing about bugs, Tarnak, Ethan continued, his blue eyes boring into the monarch's with absolute certainty. When a bug encounters the true king of the jungle. He smiled, but there was no warmth in it, only cold, absolute dominance. They're nothing but insects to be crushed beneath his foot. For the first time in his millennia-long existence, Tarnak felt true, primal fear. Then Ethan's smile widened, taking on a different quality, one of scientific curiosity and barely contained excitement. But you should be proud, Tarnak, he said cheerfully. You're about to become the first monarch test subject for Dr. Ethan Carter in this world. Congratulations. Before Tarnak could process those words, a massive green magic circle materialized in the air above them, spanning at least 200 meters in diameter. Ancient runes rotated within its structure, pulsing with temporal energy. Time itself began to accelerate within the circle's boundary. Now then, Ethan said, rolling up his sleeves with the enthusiasm of a researcher beginning a fascinating new project. Let's explore how monarch powers work, shall we? How they're structured, how they regenerate, whether they can be transferred to other beings. Oh, this is going to be educational. Tarnak's screams began shortly after. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away. Sung Il-1 stood on a distant cliff, his enhanced senses allowing him to perceive everything happening in the dungeon despite the distance. His eyes were wide, his mouth hanging open in undisguised shock. What the hell is that guy? He whispered to no one in particular. His initial evaluation had been correct, Ethan Carter was powerful, possibly as strong as the most dangerous monarchs. But this? He's not just at their level, Il-1 realized, his analytical mind piecing together what he'd witnessed. He's beyond them. Way beyond. The Shadow Monarch, the Monarch of Destruction. Ethan Carter just fought an entire monarch like he was disciplining a misbehaving child. He thought back to the deal he had made with Ethan, to assist in eliminating the monarchs in exchange for leaving Ethan and his wives alone, undisturbed. A small, relieved smile crossed his face. I made the right choice. Definitely the right choice. In the distance, another of Tarnak's screams echoed across the landscape, cut off by the sound of Ethan's voice cheerfully explaining some aspect of his research. Wong decided he had seen enough and began making his way back out of the dungeon. As for what Ethan was doing to the Iron Body Monarch, he decided it was for his own well-being, he didn't want to know. Behind him, the green glow of the temporal acceleration circle continued to pulse against the night sky, a beacon of both horror and scientific progress. Chapter 127, When an Anti-Hero Crossed the Monarch's Domain. The green glow of the temporal magic circle finally dimmed, its ancient runes ceasing their endless rotation. The hours spent inside the temporal distortion, equivalent to only a few seconds in the real world, had been a marathon of relentless experimentation. Ethan lowered his hand, deactivating the spell with a thought, and looked down at his palms. Suspended between them, pulsating with raw energy, floated a green orb, the crystallized essence of a monarch's power. His gaze drifted downward to what remained of Tarnak. The Iron Body Monarch, once a being of terrible might who had terrorized rulers, was now nothing more than a crumbling shell. His body disintegrated slowly, gray particles dispersing into the air like ash caught in an invisible wind. May you rest in hell, Ethan said quietly, his voice carrying neither malice nor satisfaction, just cold finality. He watched the orb pulse in his hands, its green light reflecting in his blue eyes. I'll make sure to transfer this power to one of my girls and make good use of it. Unlike you. He paused, a wry smile crossing his face. But damn, 9,197 attempts. That's a new record for tedium. 9,000 times, he reflected before closing his fingers around the orb. I had to experiment over 9,000 times just to figure out how to cleanly separate a monarch's power from their essence. The process had been exhausting, not physically, but mentally. His initial goal had been to find a way to extract the power while keeping the monarch alive. A humane approach, or at least a practical one. After all, a living monarch could provide ongoing data. But the experiments had revealed an uncomfortable truth. The monarchs aren't just powerful beings with unique abilities, Ethan thought, studying the orb's swirling energy. They're embodiments, living concepts given form. Each one was born from the absolute being's shadow side, created with the singular purpose of destruction and war. Their titles aren't just names, they're fundamental to their existence. He had tested every theory, tried every method his vast knowledge could conceive. The result was always the same: remove the authority, and the monarch ceased to exist. They weren't individuals who possessed power, they were the power itself, given consciousness and will. Take away what they represent, and there's nothing left behind. No soul, no essence, and no possibility of survival. Tarnak's body finally completed its dissolution, the last particles fading into nothingness. Only the orb remained, a compact sphere of pure authority, the concept of Iron Body distilled into tangible form. Let's discuss who gets this with my girls, Ethan mused aloud, slipping the orb into the air before him. They should all be present for this conversation. It's only fair that everyone has a say in who receives what power after I collect all the monarch's powers. His mind turned to the future. The honeymoon with all his partners was still ongoing, a time of celebration and bonding that he wouldn't cut short for tactical discussions. But Jean and Anna, at least, should be informed about his plans. They deserved to know what he was working toward. Making them stronger with monarch authorities, it'll change everything. But first, let's clean up the board. With a casual snap of his fingers, the red runic seal that had been blocking all communication throughout the dungeon shattered like glass, its fragments dissipating into sparkles of crimson light. Ethan then performed a simple gesture, and the green orb vanished into his inventory spell, a pocket dimension where time stood still and nothing could degrade. Next came the portal. With a wave of his hand, reality itself split open, revealing a portal in space that showed the other side, a rooftop somewhere in the city, where Sung Il-hwan stood silhouetted against the night sky. Ethan stepped through the portal as naturally as walking through a doorway. The night air was cool and crisp. Seoul's cityscape sprawled beneath them, a sea of lights twinkling like earthbound stars. Do you like high places, Mr. Sung? Ethan asked conversationally, emerging from the portal that sealed shut behind him with a soft whisper of displaced air. Il-hwan stood at the roof's edge, his gaze fixed on the city below. He didn't even flinch at Ethan's sudden appearance, a testament either to his composure or his growing familiarity with the young man's abilities. I'm looking at how peaceful it is, Il-hwan said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of experience and loss. And thinking about how, with your help, we can make this peace last longer. Ethan walked up beside him, his hands sliding into his pockets as he took in the view. A small smile played across his lips. It's too early to talk about peace, he replied. But I do appreciate it. Though. He tilted his head thoughtfully. Life needs some action, doesn't it? Otherwise, it gets boring. Don't you think so, Mr. Sung? Il-1's serious expression broke into a light chuckle. Yes, kid. You're right about that. Excuse me, Ethan said, mock offense coloring his tone. But I'm 29 years old. And I'm over 40, Il-1 countered smoothly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Which makes you a kid to me, kid. Ethan opened his mouth to retort, blinked, then closed it again. After a moment's pause, genuine curiosity replaced his playful indignation. Wait, don't you find me dangerous? He asked, turning to face Il-1 directly. I mean, I just completely trashed a monarch. Experimented on him for subjective years. And yet you're talking to me like we're old friends. Why are you so comfortable? Il-1's smile softened. He turned his gaze back to the city below, the lights reflecting in his dark eyes. That's exactly why I'm relieved, he said. I've been observing you for a week now. Watching how you move, how you think, how you choose to use your power. He paused, seeming to carefully select his next words. My gut feeling, and I've learned to trust my instincts over the years, tells me that you're a good kid. Someone who uses his powers with responsibility rather than on impulse. He looked at Ethan, his expression earnest and warm. I'm relieved that someone with your level of power is using it to help humanity, even if most of them will never know what you've done. You've got the heart of a hero, kid. Ethan raised his eyebrows, genuinely surprised by the assessment. Il-1 continued, turning back to face the city. As for getting comfortable with you, it's only natural. You're my partner now, a young person I'm working alongside to protect the world. No point in treating you like a stranger or a threat when we're on the same side. A genuine smile crossed Ethan's face as he joined Il-1 in gazing out over Seoul. I suppose we can call ourselves partners because of our deal. And since you're older, I can respect that dynamic. Then his expression grew more serious, though his smile didn't entirely fade. But I should be honest with you, I'm not hero material. I'm more of an anti-hero. Someone who acts on his own interests rather than some noble will to protect others like a true hero would. Il-1's smile widened, taking on an almost paternal quality. Whatever you say, kid. He glanced at Ethan with knowing eyes. But remember, even the name you call yourself, anti-hero, has the word hero in it. Ethan met his gaze for a moment, then looked up at the moon hanging bright and full in the night sky. The smile that crossed his face held genuine appreciation for the older man's wisdom. Now then, Ethan said, his tone shifting to something more businesslike, since the night is still young, let's find another monarch. Il-1 raised an eyebrow. You sure you can handle another monarch back to back? He paused mid-sentence, then shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. You know what? Forget I asked. From what I've seen, with your level of power, you could probably take down all the remaining monarchs before sunrise if you wanted to. He turned to face Ethan fully, curiosity evident in his expression. But why invite me along? You could finish this cleanup yourself. You don't need backup or support. Ethan's grin took on a slightly sheepish quality. With a gesture, he opened another portal, this one revealing a landscape of purple terrain and violet skies on the other side. Because, Ethan admitted with complete honesty, based on my testing match with the Iron Body Monarch, these guys are weak as hell. It was boring. So I'd like someone to talk to before I get even more bored with this cleanup job. Il-1 stared at him for a long moment, completely at a loss for words. Finally, he sighed deeply, the sigh of a man who had long since given up trying to understand the younger generation. Whatever you say, kid. Before they stepped through, Ethan raised his hand and traced a glowing red rune directly onto Il-1's shirt. The symbol sank into the fabric, becoming invisible but continuing to pulse with subtle power. Concealment rune, Ethan explained. It'll hide you from detection, visual, magical, sensory, everything. The monarchs won't even know you're there. Il-1 nodded his thanks, and together they stepped through the portal into the unknown. The domain of Yogimont. The world on the other side of the portal was alien and hostile. Purple earth stretched in every direction beneath a sky of deep violet that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. Twisted spires of black crystal jutted from the ground at irregular intervals, and the air itself felt thick, oppressive in a way that had nothing to do with humidity and everything to do with concentrated dark mana. This was the domain of Yogimont, monarch of transfiguration and king of demonic specters. Ethan and Il-1 materialized at the domain's edge, their arrival completely undetected thanks to Ethan's concealment rune. Thank you, Tarnak, Ethan thought with dark amusement. Your memories have been incredibly useful. Using Genesis telepathy during his experiments, Ethan had extracted everything from Tarnak's mind, not just memories of battles or tactics, but intimate knowledge of the monarch hierarchy. Their communication methods, the locations of their domains, even their personal quirks and weaknesses. All of it now resided in Ethan's consciousness, organized and accessible. Finding Yogimont's domain had been trivially easy with that knowledge. It's best you keep some distance, Ethan told Il-1, his tone casual but his eyes already analyzing the massive structure in the distance, a castle of impossible architecture that seemed to shift and writhe even as they looked at it. Before Il-1 could respond, Ethan vanished. Il-1 blinked, his enhanced senses barely catching the displaced air. Ethan reappeared in the sky directly above Yogimun's castle, hovering effortlessly as he looked down at the massive structure below. A grin spread across his face, the expression of someone about to try something new and exciting. Let's use magic for this one, he said to himself, raising both arms to the sky. Power surged through him, and the air itself began to shimmer with energy. 4 points in the sky, north, south, east, and west, suddenly blazed with crimson light as massive red runic seals manifested. Each seal was easily a 10-meter in diameter, covered in intricate patterns that pulsed and rotated. The seals formed an invisible barrier around the entire domain, cutting it off from the rest of reality. No communication in or out. No escape and also no reinforcements. Now for the greeting, Ethan said cheerfully. Red magic circles materialized on both of his outstretched palms, spinning rapidly as they accumulated devastating amounts of energy. Golden lightning began to arc between the circles, crackling with barely contained power. Ethan pointed both hands directly at the castle below. Mystic art, crimson annihilation. He cringed at calling the name out, but he wanted the protagonist entry effect, so that was that. Twin beams of concentrated red energy laced with golden lightning erupted from his palms, merging into a single massive wave that screamed toward the castle. The air itself ignited from the heat, creating a tunnel of fire that announced the attack's arrival. Boom. The impact was apocalyptic. The castle, which seems to have stood for centuries as a monument to Yogimun's power, simply ceased to exist. The wave didn't damage it or destroy it piece by piece. It erased it, vaporizing stone, metal, and dark magic alike in an instant. The shockwave that followed flattened everything for miles around, creating a perfectly smooth crater where the castle had once stood. Ethan descended slowly, landing at the crater's edge with his hands still crackling with residual energy. His grin had widened. Now that's more like it, he said, genuinely satisfied. Let's see how the king of demonic specters responds to a little property damage. In the distance, through the settling dust and rising smoke, shapes began to emerge. Thousands of them, spectral beings of nightmare and shadow, all converging on the intruder who had dared to attack their master's domain. And somewhere within that horde, Ethan could sense it, a presence slightly less powerful than Tarnak had been, awakening with rage and confusion. Finally, Ethan breathed, his blue eyes glowing with anticipation. Let's see if you can at least make this interesting. The hunt for the monarch of transfiguration had officially begun. Chapter 128, The King of Spectres Falls. Ethan stood at the crater's edge, his blonde hair still flowing from the residual energy of his attack. The settling dust created an ethereal curtain through which countless shapes began to emerge, an army of the damned responding to the destruction of their master's castle. Thousands of them. Ghosts with hollow, echoing screams. Banshees whose wails could shatter mortal minds. Spirits of every conceivable form, some humanoid, others monstrous amalgamations of nightmare and shadow. Each creature radiated different wavelengths of energy, creating a chaotic symphony of dark mana that would overwhelm most beings. Ethan observed them with the detached curiosity of a scientist examining interesting specimens under a microscope. A small smile played across his lips. A rather enthusiastic welcome, wouldn't you say, he murmured. I didn't expect much at first, but seriously. A spectral swarm. That's barely C-rank dungeon fodder. He raised both hands, fingers splayed wide. Above each palm, intricate runes materialized, one crimson, one gold, spinning slowly as they accumulated power. Let's make this quick. First rune, enemy weakening, Ethan thought, watching the crimson rune pulse. Second rune, spell amplification. Let's see how they handle this combination. The first, weakening, pulsed a wave of suppression across the charging horde, visibly dimming their eerie glow. The second, empowerment, channeled the surrounding chaotic mana directly into his core, fortifying his own magical spells. Then the air behind him began to shimmer and distort. One by one, red magic circles bloomed into existence, 10, 20, 50, 100, continuing to multiply until hundreds of rotating magical constructs filled the sky behind him like a wall of crimson suns. The spectral army charged forward with mindless fury, their collective roar shaking the purple earth. Ethan's smile widened. Fire. From each magic circle, a different spell launched. Lightning bolts that branched like trees of electricity. Fireballs that burned with temperatures rivaling stars. Ice spears that could pierce through dimensional barriers. Binding chains that wrapped around clusters of enemies. Wind blades sharp enough to slice through space itself. The elemental barrage rained down upon the charging horde like divine judgment. Boom. Crash. Crack. The spectral beings didn't stand a chance. Each spell, amplified by Ethan's rune and striking enemies weakened by his other rune, killed dozens with a single impact. Ghosts dissolved into nothingness. Banshees fell silent mid-scream. Spirits shattered like glass. I didn't expect much, Ethan said conversationally, even as his magic circles continued their systematic annihilation. But I wanted to finish this quickly. 1 or 2 experiments, then move on to the next target. His eyes blazed with blue light as Genesis power flooded through him. The magic circles behind him doubled, then tripled in number. The spell barrage intensified into an impenetrable wall of destruction. Within seconds, the entire spectral army ceased to exist. Silence fell across the purple wasteland, broken only by the crackling of residual magic and the settling of pulverized earth. Deep within the underground of the domain, Yogimunt's sanctum. Yogimunt, monarch of transfiguration and king of demonic specters, sat upon his throne of writhing shadows. His imposing, shadowy form was trembling. But his mind was sharp and calculating. A powerful being has invaded my domain, he thought, his consciousness spreading through the purple realm like invisible threads. Destroyed my castle without warning. An attack meant to provoke. He had immediately dispatched his entire spectral army, not because he expected them to win, but to gather intelligence. To understand the enemy's capabilities. The army died within seconds. All of them. Every single one. In seconds. My army may not be as powerful as some of the other monarch's forces, but they number in the thousands. Each one capable of destroying human cities. And they fell like wheat before a scythe. He reached out with his consciousness, trying to establish telepathic contact with his fellow monarchs. The link should have been instantaneous, a communication network that spanned dimensions. Nothing. Communication blocked. His awareness expanded further, pushing against the boundaries of his domain. That's when he sensed them, 4 massive runic seals positioned at cardinal points, creating an impenetrable barrier around his entire realm. Red runes. Sealing magic. This intruder came prepared. Yogimunt's many eyes narrowed simultaneously. This wasn't a random attack. This was a planned assassination. Meant to end me today. He began formulating strategies, running through countless scenarios with the calculating precision that had kept him alive through millennia of war. He might not be the strongest monarch, but he was certainly among the cleverest. There had to be a way to. What are you thinking about so deeply? The voice came from directly behind him. Yogimunt's reaction was instantaneous and violent. He spun, reality itself warping around him as one of his most powerful spells materialized, a black sphere of pure transfiguration magic that could transform anything it touched into non-existence. The spell launched toward the intruder with devastating speed. And then it simply broke apart. Shattered like glass against an invisible barrier, the fragments dissolving harmlessly into the air. Yogimunt's shock was palpable. What? That spell should have. Thanks to that, Ethan said casually while pointing upward with one finger. Yogimunt's gaze followed the gesture. Above them, floating serenely in the air, was a third rune, this one more complex than the others, pulsing with layers upon layers of interwoven magic. No one but me can use magic spells in this domain right now, Ethan explained with the tone of a teacher presenting a lecture. Quite convenient, actually. Took me a while to develop, though. He studied the rune with obvious pride. Had to modify the original runic structure and combine it with advanced mystic arts to create something that would interface with this world's mana-based magic system. Your friend Tarnak was very helpful in that regard, his memories contain far more detailed information about mana manipulation than any of the human mages I've encountered. It wasn't comprehensive, but it was enough. Ethan turned his full attention to Yogimunt, his blue eyes gleaming with intelligence and barely restrained power. I'm already smart enough to fill in the gaps. So, got anything else? Or should we move on to the main event? Yogimunt roared, his rage overcoming his terror. You dare, he roared, his voice echoing with the screams of 1,000 tortured souls. You attack me without provocation. We have never met. What reason could you possibly have for this assault? Ethan's expression softened into something almost apologetic, but his eyes remained cold. It's true we have nothing personal between us, he acknowledged with a small smile. But I made a deal with someone to take care of you bugs. Besides. His eyes blazed with blue Genesis light as a red magic circle materialized on his right hand, spinning rapidly as it accumulated devastating power. Simultaneously, dozens of additional circles appeared throughout the space around Yogimunt, above, below, from every angle. Massive chains erupted from each circle, wrapping around the monarch's constantly shifting form. Where they touched, his transfiguration ability simply stopped working, his body frozen in whatever shape it happened to be at that moment. Ethan's smile widened. I'm interested in your powers. It's better to give them to my women than let them waste away on you guys. So. He aimed his glowing hand directly at Yogimunt's restrained form. Nothing personal, ugly. Rayag. Yogimont roared, pouring every ounce of his millennia-accumulated power into breaking free. But the runes worked exactly as designed. The more he struggled, the weaker he became. The binding chains grew stronger, tightening with each futile attempt at escape. And his magic, the very essence of his existence, remained completely sealed. This is impossible. Yogimon thought desperately. I'm a monarch. I've survived the war against the rulers. I've outlasted countless challengers. I cannot die like this. Ethan spoke his final words calmly, almost gently. Goodbye, Yogimon. The magic circle on his hand erupted. A colossal beam of pure yellow energy, condensed destruction given form, burst forth and engulfed the monarch completely. Yogimon's scream rose to impossible volumes, a sound that should have shattered reality itself. The beam didn't stop at its target. It continued forward, crossing the entire domain in an instant, striking the dimensional barrier at the realm's edge with cataclysmic force. Crack! The entire dimension shuddered. Massive fissures appeared in the purple sky, spreading like spider webs across the fabric of reality. The ground beneath them began to fragment, pieces of the domain starting to drift apart into the void between dimensions. Ethan lowered his hand, looking satisfied. Finally got to test it properly. Where Yogimon had been, there was nothing. Not even ash. I based that spell on my destruction fist technique, Ethan explained to the empty air, his inner scientist pleased with the results. The ability to shatter dimensions themselves, refined and channeled into a ranged magical attack. Never had a chance to field test it before. Works perfectly. He turned to survey the devastation, then paused. His eyes widened slightly. Oh, I got too excited and forgot to extract the core first. He sighed, running a hand through his blonde hair. Well, nothing time can't solve. A green magic circle, intricate and beautiful, materialized on his right hand. Ethan raised it, pointing toward where Yogimon had been, and began rotating the circle counterclockwise. The air shimmered. Reality bent backward. Then time itself began to reverse. The yellow beam of destruction unfired, flowing backward into Ethan's hand. The cracks in the dimension sealed. The fragments of Earth reconnected. And in the space where nothing had existed, particles of matter began to coalesce. Yogimon reformed, his eyes wide with confusion and primal terror. What happened? He gasped before looking around frantically. I died. I know I died. The pain was, his gaze fell on the fragmenting dimension above, the cracks that remained despite the temporal reversal. Then he looked at Ethan. Understanding and horror dawned simultaneously. Ethan vanished from where he stood and reappeared directly in front of Yogimon, so close their faces were inches apart. Pardon me, Ethan said with disturbing politeness, but I'm taking this. His hand plunged into Yogimon's chest, not physically piercing flesh, but reaching directly into the metaphysical space where the monarch's essence resided. Yogimon's eyes went impossibly wide as he felt his very being begin to unravel. The core of his existence, his authority, his concept, his fundamental nature as the monarch of transfiguration, was being stripped away layer by layer. No. Stop. You can't. Binding chains erupted from all directions, wrapping around him from dozens of magic circles. Raph. The other monarchs won't stand for this. Yogimon roared, his voice cracking with desperation. They'll hunt you down. They'll make you suffer for eternities. They'll. Don't worry, Ethan interrupted calmly, his hand still buried in Yogimon's chest as he carefully extracted the glowing orb of authority. I'm going after the others as well. Actually, it would be quite convenient if they could just come and deliver their own cores to me. Save me some time. Yogimon's already wide eyes somehow managed to widen further as the implications sank in. He's not just killing monarchs. He's hunting all of us. Systematically. We're not facing an enemy, we're facing an extermination by this guy. Then Ethan's expression brightened, as if he'd just had a wonderful idea. Actually, why don't I use you to deliver the message? With a sharp motion, he ripped the core completely free from Yogimon's essence. The monarch's body immediately began to crumble, turning to dust as its fundamental nature was removed. Ethan casually tossed the glowing core into his inventory spell, where it vanished into pocket space storage. Then he snapped his fingers. Multiple runes materialized in the air beside him, red, blue, green, yellow, orange, purple, and more. As they rotated and aligned, their colors began to blend and merge until they formed a single, unified construct of shimmering rainbow light. The rainbow rune pulsed with an amount of energy that made the domain itself tremble. It took me a while to create this, Ethan said, more to himself than to the dying monarch. Mimicking Asgard's Bifrost through pure runic magic. The energy requirements are astronomical, creating these runes alone requires more power than most beings possess in their entire lifetime. Actually using them costs even more. He glanced at Yogimon's disintegrating form. Fortunately, I have somewhat massive reserves. And even if they get depleted, they recover quickly. The rainbow rune began to spin faster, building toward activation. The other problem is preparation time, Ethan continued conversationally. Setting destinations, calibrating the dimensional coordinates, creating the stable pathway, it takes forever. That's why I usually just use portals. Instant travel, minimal energy cost, much more efficient. He looked directly into Yogimun's fading eyes, his smile taking on a predatory quality. But now I wanted to give the other monarchs a proper surprise. A clear message delivered in person. So. The rainbow rune blazed with blinding light. Do warn the others that Aeon is coming after them. Who is Aeon? Yogimunt managed to whisper with his last breath. Ethan's smile widened. Me. Whoosh. The rainbow rune slammed into Yogimunt's crumbling form, and reality tore open around him. A tunnel of prismatic light erupted into existence, and the dying monarch was pulled into it, his body, his essence, his final screams, all transported across dimensional boundaries. The destination, the grand meeting hall where the remaining monarchs were currently gathered, discussing their plans for the upcoming war against humanity. Yogimunt and Tarnak had both been scheduled to join that meeting. Neither would arrive in any condition to participate. The rainbow tunnel collapsed, the runes fading away as their energy was expended. Ethan stood alone in the fragmenting domain, looking quite pleased with himself. Then he vanished, pure speed again, and reappeared beside Sung Il-wan, who had been watching from a safe distance with an expression somewhere between awe and existential horror. Let's get out of here, Ethan said cheerfully, already opening a red portal that showed Seoul's nighttime cityscape on the other side. Il-wan didn't need to be told twice. Both of them jumped through the portal. 1 second later, the entire domain, already critically unstable from Ethan's dimension-breaking spell, finally reached its breaking point. The purple sky shattered completely. The ground dissolved. The very concept of space within that pocket dimension ceased to maintain coherence. Yogimunt's domain collapsed entirely, erasing itself from existence in a cascade of imploding reality. All that remained was empty void, and the memory of a monarch who had learned, in his final moments, what true helplessness felt like. Chapter 129, Aeon's Message to the Monarchs. The Monarch's Grand Hall. 3 figures sat around a massive table carved from solidified darkness, a material that shouldn't exist in nature, yet pulsed with malevolent energy as if alive. Each figure radiated power sufficient to reshape entire continents, their mere presence creating atmospheric pressure that would instantly crush any normal human who dared wander into the room. The first was Silid, monarch of frost and king of snow folk. His form was elegant and terrible, skin like polished ice, eyes that gleamed with cold intelligence, and an aura of absolute zero that created frost patterns in the air around him. Where he sat, the table itself had developed a thin layer of crystalline ice. The second was Rakan, monarch of beasts and king of fangs. Massive and feral, his presence was raw predatory instinct-given form. His muscles rippled beneath fur-like armor, claws capable of tearing through dimensional barriers rested casually on the table, and his eyes, glowing amber with vertical slits, constantly tracked movement with hunter's precision. The third was Quaratia, monarch of plagues and queen of insects. Beautiful in a horrifying way, her appearance shifted between alluring and nightmarish. Insectoid features blended seamlessly with feminine curves, chitinous plates catching the light like jewels, and an aura of pestilence that made reality itself seem slightly sick around her. They were deep in strategic discussion about the optimal timeline for the next major invasion, when the universe itself screamed. Reality tore open directly above the center of their table. Crack! A rift of blazing rainbow light erupted into existence, its colors so vibrant and pure they seemed fundamentally wrong in this place of darkness. The dimensional tear pulsed once, twice, then. Thud. Something heavy landed on the table's surface with a wet, meaty sound that echoed through the silent hall. The 3 monarchs froze, their conversation dying instantly. All eyes turned toward the object that had just been delivered to them. It was a body. Or rather, what remained of one. The figure was crumbling to dust even as they watched, barely holding corporeal form. Magical binding chains wrapped around the disintegrating flesh, chains that pulsed with power even the monarchs could feel. But despite the decay, despite the destruction, the body was still recognizable. Yogimunt. Rakan whispered, his predatory eyes widening in genuine shock. The dying monarch's eyes flickered open one final time, multiple eyes across his constantly shifting face, all focusing simultaneously on his fellow monarchs with desperate intensity. His mouth moved, forcing words through a throat that was already turning to ash. He is coming. Each word seemed to cost him everything. He's coming, for all of us, to take our essence. The 3 monarchs' eyes widened in unison. They surged forward, their chairs scraping back with supernatural force. Silid's calculating mind was already processing the implications. This death is different from anything I've witnessed before. The binding chains, the way his essence is dissolving rather than dispersing naturally, someone didn't just kill him. they unmade him. His cold eyes studied every detail of Yogimon's condition with clinical precision. And from his words, someone is actively hunting monarchs. Not for territory, not for war, but specifically for our powers. Rocken leaned forward, his massive clawed hands gripping the edge of the table hard enough to crack it. Despite the lack of deep emotional bonds between the monarchs, they were allies of convenience and shared purpose rather than friends. The idea of one of their number being hunted stirred something primal in the Beast King. His lips pulled back in a snarl that revealed rows of razor-sharp fangs. "Who did this to you?" he demanded, his voice a rumbling growl that shook the air. "Who?" Someone is hunting monarchs, he thought, and despite the grim situation, a thrill of excitement ran through him. Finally, something interesting. I'll make this hunter understand what it means to be prey. I'll tear them apart slowly and savor every moment. Yogimon's remaining eyes locked onto each of them in turn, imprinting this final message into their minds with his last fragments of power. Aeon. His voice was barely a whisper now, fading like smoke. Aeon is coming. For all of us. Then Yogimont, monarch of transfiguration and king of demonic specters, one of the oldest and most cunning beings in existence, crumbled completely to ash before their eyes. The dust scattered across the dark table, leaving only the fading glow of binding chains that slowly dissolved into nothing. The silence that followed was deafening. Quaratia was the first to break it. A slow, predatory smile spread across her beautiful terrible face as she leaned back in her chair, one hand slowly rubbing her thigh in a gesture that somehow managed to be both sensual and deeply threatening. My. Her voice was melodious and venomous simultaneously, like poisoned honey. Someone is hunting us monarchs. How? Her eyes turned from warm amber to frozen emerald, all pretense of amusement vanishing in an instant. Brainless. The temperature in the room seemed to drop despite Silid's presence. Her aura of plague intensified, creating visible waves of toxic energy that warped the air. Rocken's expression had transformed into something between a grin and a snarl, pure predatory anticipation. "Let's hunt him down," he growled, his claws extending further and scraping against the table with sounds like tearing metal. "I'll make sure to tear him apart piece by piece. I want to taste his blood, savor his flesh, and hear him scream as he realizes the mistake of targeting us." But Silid remained silent, his ice blue eyes distant as his superior intellect processed everything they'd witnessed. The rainbow light that brought Yogimont here. His mind worked through the implications like a complex equation. That wasn't a random spell. I didn't sense any mana from it, only a strange energy. It felt like a deliberate, calculated move by the one named Aeon. He reached out mentally, trying to establish contact with Tarnak through their shared monarch network. The connection should have been instantaneous, all monarchs maintained psychic links for coordination. But nothing. Tarnak isn't responding. He might be in a place where communication is not possible or, possibly eliminated as well. His analytical mind continued its relentless calculation. Who is hunting us? And specifically for our powers, according to Yogimont's warning. The rulers can be eliminated as suspects, they want us dead, but they've never shown interest in stealing our authorities. They destroy, but don't absorb. Slowly, Silid began to speak, his voice cutting through Rocken's bloodthirsty muttering and Quaratia's venomous planning. "This is not a normal enemy to take lightly," he stated, each word measured and precise. He gestured toward where Yogimont's ashes lay scattered. "I believe Yogimont was sent to us deliberately by this Aeon. A message, delivered in person." Both Rocken and Quaratia turned their attention to him, recognizing the tone of voice Silid used when he pieced together something important. The rainbow light, dimensional transportation magic of extraordinary sophistication. The binding chains, still containing residual power even on a corpse. The complete dissolution of Yogimont's essence rather than natural dispersion. Silid's eyes reflected calculating coldness. This entity wanted us to find them. Or at least, wanted us to know they exist and are coming for us. Rocken's grin widened, showing even more teeth. "It's more fun then." He slammed one massive fist on the table, creating a crater in the solidified darkness. "I'll hunt him down personally. Let this Aeon come, they'll learn what happens when prey tries to become predator." But Silid's expression remained troubled, his tactical mind running through scenarios and finding disturbing patterns. Yogimont was no weakling. His transfiguration abilities made him nearly impossible to kill permanently. And yet he was reduced to this, completely unmade, his essence extracted. Whatever this Aeon is, they possess power beyond normal comprehension. A cold sensation that Silid refused to acknowledge as fear settled in his chest. His voice remained steady as he spoke his conclusion. "We may need to contact Asborn and Antares for this." The chamber fell silent again. Calling upon the two strongest monarchs, the Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Destruction, meant acknowledging that this threat exceeded what the three of them could handle alone. That admission hung heavy in the air, unspoken but understood by all. Rockin and Quaratia opposed the idea inwardly, but neither voiced it aloud. They both knew Silid was stronger. Calling in the two strongest monarchs now would only make them seem useless, so they decided it was necessary to handle this problem named Aeon on their own. Somewhere out there, an entity named Aeon was hunting them. And the hunt had only just begun. Seoul, South Korea, later that night. Ethan accompanied Sung Il-won back to the older man's temporary residence, a modest apartment that served as his safe house. They stood at the entrance, the comfortable silence of two people who'd been through significant events together. "You should meet with your family," Ethan said in a light tone but carrying genuine suggestion. "After all, within a week I'll have taken care of all the monarchs, and you won't have a job to do anymore." He grinned. Consider it early retirement. He had initially planned to end all the monarchs and take their powers within 3 months. But after facing Tarnak and Yogimunt, if it could even be called a fight, as it was nothing more than a complete beatdown, he understood the truth: the monarchs were nothing but flies to him. He could take them down and take whatever he wanted whenever he pleased. So why waste time? He could simply claim their essence cores early and spend the rest of that time enjoying his honeymoon with his wives. Il-won actually laughed at that, a genuine sound that seemed to surprise even himself. Who wouldn't want to go jobless if they had money? He shook his head with a smile, then his expression grew more thoughtful. But I'll think about it. The family situation is complicated. Ethan nodded and didn't push further. He could force many things with his power, but forcing a man to reconcile with his family wasn't among them. Some things had to happen naturally, or not at all. "Fair enough," he said simply. "Take care, Mr. Sung. You too, kid. Try not to destroy too many dimensions while I'm sleeping." They exchanged final nods, and then Ethan vanished. High above Seoul, a building rooftop. Instead of returning to his comfortable apartment, where Anna and Jean were likely waiting in their sleep, Ethan appeared on a high rooftop overlooking the glittering cityscape. The night wind tugged at his blonde hair as he gazed out at Seoul's lights. "And I teased him about liking high places," he murmured to himself with an ironic smile. "Turns out I'm no better." But he wasn't here for the view, no matter how pleasant. He had work to do. Ethan raised his right hand before him, fingers splayed. Blue Genesis energy began to flow from his palm, coalescing into physical form as he began to draw in the air itself. 4 separate runes manifested, each one intricate and pulsing with different colored light. Red for location. Blue for resonance. Green for connection. Gold for anchor. His fingers moved with practiced precision, weaving the runes together through pure will and mathematical calculation. The 4 separate constructs began to merge, their energies intertwining and combining until they formed a single, unified symbol, a complex red rune that pulsed with concentrated power. This should work, Ethan thought, analyzing his creation with critical eyes. Combining locator rune with resonance detection and telepathic amplification. A bit crude, but functional. From the center of the floating rune, a thin line of pure red energy extended outward. It moved through the air like a living thing, eventually connecting to Ethan's forehead just between his eyes, the traditional location of the third eye in mystical practices. The moment the connection was established, Ethan's awareness exploded outward. He closed his physical eyes and activated his Genesis telepathy simultaneously. The combination of the custom locator rune and his cosmic-level telepathic abilities created something entirely new, a sensory net that could identify and track specific energy signatures across vast distances. Legia, Ethan focused his intention, pulling the information from Tarnak's extracted memories. Monarch of the beginning. King of giants. The rulers sealed him away in some dimensional dungeon. But the question is, where? The energy signature he was searching for was distinct in Tarnak's memories, ancient, primal, radiating the concept of beginning and origin. Giants were creatures of fundamental existence, and their king would carry that essence magnified 1,000-fold. The energy signature of Legia is familiar to me thanks to Tarnak's memories. The problem is finding which dimensional dungeon he's trapped in. The technique Ethan had developed was inspired by something seen in his previous life, key sensing from the Dragon Ball universe. In that world, warriors like Goku could identify familiar energy signatures across vast distances and even use the connection to teleport directly to those individuals using a technique called instant transmission. I'm using the same principle but different application. Energy signature identification, spatial coordinate locking and finally, direct pathway creation. But finding Legia was proving more difficult than anticipated. Ethan's consciousness expanded outward, spreading through Seoul, then beyond, covering the entire Korean peninsula, then Asia, then the whole planet Earth. His awareness touched satellites, ships at sea, planes in flight, each presence barely registering as he sought something far more powerful. Not enough. He pushed further. His senses extended into the space beyond Earth's atmosphere, sweeping through the solar system like an invisible wave. Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, each planet was scanned and dismissed in fractions of a second. Still not enough. Ethan's consciousness expanded across the entire galaxy. Billions of stars, trillions of planets, all touched by his awareness in the span of moments. But more importantly, he began scanning the spaces between spaces, the dimensional dungeons that existed in pockets throughout reality. There. A flash of recognition. An energy signature that matched what he was looking for, ancient, overwhelming, and importantly, restrained. The locator rune pulsed brightly, turning from red to gold as it locked onto the coordinates. Ethan's eyes snapped open, glowing with blue Genesis light. "Found you," he whispered. He raised his hand and tore open a portal in one smooth motion. The other side showed a cave-like structure, rough stone walls, dim lighting, heavy with the weight of old magic and binding seals. Without hesitation, Ethan stepped through. The prison dungeon. The dungeon that contained Legia was ancient beyond measure. The cave walls were covered in layer upon layer of seals, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, each one placed by the rulers to ensure their prisoner remained contained. They glowed with faint silver light, creating an almost beautiful pattern across the stone. But all that magnificent work of magical imprisonment was focused on a single figure at the chamber's center. Legia, monarch of the beginning and king of giants. He was massive. Even chained and forced into a kneeling position, his head nearly brushed the cave ceiling 50 meters above. His form was humanoid but impossibly large, his skin like weathered stone marked with glowing veins of primal energy. Thick chains, each length the size of a car, wrapped around his arms, legs, and torso, all anchored to the walls by seals that blazed with power. His eyes were closed, his breathing slow and measured. He appeared to be in some form of meditative stasis, conserving his strength through millennia of imprisonment. Into this ancient prison walked Ethan Carter, wearing sky-blue pajama pants with cloud patterns and a simple white t-shirt. His hands were in his pockets, his expression casual, as if he'd just walked into a friend's house rather than a dimensional prison containing one of the most dangerous beings in existence. He looked up at the massive chained figure, tilting his head back to take in Legia's full height, and whistled appreciatively. "Damn, you're even bigger than I expected," Ethan called out cheerfully. "Hello up there. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. If you have anything left to do other than rotting along with the ceiling chains." Legia's eyes opened slowly, each one the size of a car, glowing with power that predated most civilizations. His gaze traveled downward, taking in the tiny figure standing before him. A human. A normal human, if his senses were to be believed, wearing sleeping clothes and grinning up at him like this was some kind of social visit. "What?" Legia's voice was like tectonic plates grinding together, deep enough to vibrate in the chest. "Is a normal human doing here?" His confusion was genuine. This prison dungeon was sealed by the rulers themselves. Even other monarchs couldn't easily find it, let alone enter it. And yet this human, this small, fragile-looking creature, had simply walked in as if the barriers didn't exist. Ethan's casual smile slowly transformed into something else. Something predatory. Something that made even an ancient monarch feel a small, instinctive warning in the back of his mind. The smile widened into a grin, all teeth and promised violence, his blue eyes beginning to glow with Genesis light. "I'm about to turn you into a fucking battery of energy," Ethan said, his cheerful tone contrasting bizarrely with the threatening words. He spread his arms wide in a gesture of mock presentation. "Feel honored, Legia. You've been chosen by Ethan Carter for a very special purpose." Legia's massive eyes widened in shock and dawning realization. This human. This energy. That's not human at all. That's... Let's get started, shall we? Ethan's grin widened impossibly further, his entire body beginning to glow with golden Genesis power. "I promise this will be very educational. For me, at least." The King of Giants realized, in that moment, that his millennia of imprisonment might have been the preferable option. His roar of fury and fear shook the entire dimension. And Ethan's laughter echoed right alongside it. Chapter 130, The Perfect Monarch Battery. The Perfect Monarch Battery. The Mirror Dimension, South Korea Reflection. The Mirror Dimension was a strange and beautiful place, a perfect reflection of reality, yet fundamentally different in its nature. It existed as a parallel layer over the normal world, like a sheet of glass placed atop a painting. Everything from the prime reality was mirrored here: Seoul's towering skyscrapers, the Han River winding through the city, the mountains that ringed the metropolitan area. But in this dimension, all of it possessed an ethereal, crystalline quality. The buildings weren't solid structures but geometric constructs that could be manipulated, folded, and reshaped at will by those who understood the dimension's rules. The sky held a perpetual twilight shimmer, color shifting between purple and gold. Gravity itself was more of a suggestion than a law, and space could be bent, twisted, and reconfigured with the right knowledge. It was the perfect workspace for projects that required absolute privacy and unlimited creative freedom. And in a secluded section of this mirrored soul, standing in what would normally be a quiet park but was now an isolated pocket of crystalline emptiness, Ethan Carter stood with his hands on his waist, head tilted back, wearing the proud smile of an artist who had just completed his magnum opus. Perfection, he breathed with his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. This is absolute perfection. Before him towered the result of 1 month of continuous experimentation, modification, and magical engineering. Legia, monarch of the beginning and king of giants, one of the oldest and most powerful beings in existence, had been transformed into something entirely new. The giant was still chained, massive restraints wrapping around his arms and legs, anchored to the crystalline ground through runic seals that pulsed with golden light. But the chains were no longer the focus. They were merely insurance now, an additional layer of security for what Legia had become. His body had been fundamentally altered, transmuted through magic, science, and cosmic understanding into something that straddled the line between living being and mystical artifact. The most striking change was the hole in his chest, a perfectly circular void about 2 meters in diameter, positioned where his heart should have been. The edges of the opening didn't bleed or decay. Instead, they were lined with what appeared to be crystallized flesh, smooth and metallic. From these edges, dozens of vein-like energy threads extended inward, pulsing with different colored lights, red, blue, green, gold, each one connected to complex runic structures carved into his internal anatomy. His entire body was covered in runes. Not painted or tattooed, but carved directly into his stone-like flesh, each symbol glowing with active power. The runes formed interconnected networks that spread across his arms, torso, legs, and neck, a living circuit board of magical programming that ensured his new function operated flawlessly. Legia's eyes were hollow, literally empty sockets that stared blindly forward. But on his forehead, embedded directly into his skull, was a golden gem the size of a basketball. Within the gem's depths, a red rune slowly rotated, pulsing in time with some unseen heartbeat. The gem cast shifting shadows across Legia's face, giving the illusion of expression to features that no longer possessed the capacity for independent thought. Finally, around his massive neck, was a thick black collar. The material looked like obsidian fused with shadow, and dozens of blue runes covered its surface, rotating and reconfiguring constantly. This was the enslavement spell, Ethan's own creation, reinforced with layer upon layer of enchantments, binding magic, and fail-safes to ensure that Legia would remain bound to Ethan's will for eternity. Finally, Ethan thought, his smile widening as he studied his creation. 1 full month of continuous experiments. But it was worth every moment. Thanks to his earlier work with Tarnak, Ethan had already possessed a fundamental understanding of monarch physiology, how their bodies were constructed, how their essence related to their physical form, what made them different from normal beings. That knowledge had reduced what might have been years of trial and error down to a single month of focused modification. The design was elegant in its functionality. The hole in Legia's chest served as the energy input port. Ethan could channel the ambient energy of whatever universe they occupied directly into that opening. The energy would flow through those vein-like threads into the network of runes carved throughout Legia's body. Those internal runes would analyze the energy, break it down to its fundamental components, and store its unique signature in a specialized runic matrix engraved directly into Legia's brain. The golden gem on his forehead served as both the storage medium and the control interface. When Ethan needed to use the stored energy, he would channel his own Genesis power into the input. His energy would act as the catalyst, flowing through the system and being converted into whichever universal energy signature he selected from the stored library. The converted energy would then output from Legia's mouth in massive, concentrated amounts. It's like a cosmic battery and energy converter combined, Ethan mused, admiring the elegance of his design. Legia's body was perfect for this, sturdy enough to contain vast amounts of power, large enough to house all the necessary runic structures, and his status as a monarch means he can interface with energy on a fundamental level. The enslavement collar was the insurance policy. In the astronomically unlikely event that Legia somehow found a way to resist or escape, though Ethan had taken nearly every conceivable factor into account during the modification process, the collar would activate, completely suppressing his will and reducing him to a mindless puppet. But the collar's secondary function was far more insidious. It continuously manipulated Legia's thoughts, what little remained of them. It rewrote neural patterns, adjusted emotional responses, and ensured absolute loyalty to Ethan. The former king of giants couldn't even conceive of escape anymore. The very thought was impossible, filtered out before it could fully form. A perfect slave. A perfect battery and ultimately a perfect tool. From somewhere within that modified body, a sound emerged, weak, broken, barely audible despite Legia's massive size. Please. The voice was hollow, echoing strangely from the empty eye sockets and the hole in his chest. Kill me, please, just end this. Ethan's laughter rang out through the mirror dimension, genuine, delighted, completely without malice or cruelty. It was the laugh of someone who'd accomplished something they were genuinely proud of. Oh, Legia, he said, still chuckling as he wiped a tear of mirth from his eye. You should feel honored. Do you understand what you've become? You're no longer just a monarch, you're a cosmic artifact. A tool that will help me navigate the infinite multiverse. He walked closer, looking up at the giant's hollow face with something approaching fondness. Think about it, Ethan continued conversationally. When you were sealed by the rulers, you were still a prisoner, chained, yes, but you maintained your dignity. You could think, plan, hope for eventual escape. You were still you. His smile took on a sharper edge. But now you serve a greater purpose. You're the key to multiversal travel, the solution to an energy problem I've been working on for quite some time. You should be proud of your contribution to the grand scheme of the multiverse. Damn, I sound like some villain, he thought, then shook his head. Dignity. Legion's broken voice whispered. Prisoner, had, dignity, this is the ultimate humiliation. Ethan finished helpfully. Oh, absolutely. For a monarch of your level to be reduced to this, a living battery with your very thoughts manipulated to ensure loyalty. You can't even properly hate me anymore, can you? The collar makes sure of that. He patted one of Legion's massive, rune-covered fingers with genuine affection. But don't worry. You'll get used to it. Actually, you won't have a choice, the mental conditioning will make sure you're perfectly content with your new existence within a few more days. Isn't that wonderful? Legion's response was something between a sob and a roar, distorted by his modified body into an inhuman sound of pure despair. Ethan stepped back, raising both hands toward his creation. All right, time to put you away safely. Magic circles materialized around Legion, dozens of them, rotating at different angles and speeds. Each circle spawned additional runic seals that flew forward like fireflies, attaching themselves to the giant's body and the chains that bound him. The air shimmered and folded as Ethan literally reshaped the mirror dimension space. A pocket dimension within a pocket dimension, a sealed vault where Legion would remain until needed, completely isolated from any external interference. The crystalline ground opened like a flower, Legion's massive form slowly sinking into the newly created space. More runes appeared, forming layers of barriers and seals, security measures upon security measures, ensuring that nothing and no one could access or damage Ethan's new creation. Finally, with a gesture like closing a book, Ethan sealed the pocket completely. The ground returned to its smooth crystalline state, showing no evidence that a monarch had been imprisoned beneath it. Sleep well, my little battery, Ethan murmured with a satisfied smile. He reached up to his neck and unfastened the silver chain that held the Omni Watch, the pocket watch that allowed him to travel between universes. The device felt warm in his palm, pulsing with energy. Ethan flipped it open, examining the watch face. The dial showed a reading he'd been hoping to see, 100% charge. Perfect, he said softly while running his thumb over the watch's smooth surface. Absolutely perfect. The Omni Watch was soul bonded to him, a gift from ROB when he'd first been sent on this multiversal journey. No one else could use it, and he could always sense its location no matter where it was. But the device required enormous amounts of energy to function, and that energy had to match the signature of the destination universe. The longer he stayed in another universe, the faster that energy was depleted. Moreover, he couldn't use his own energy to charge it while outside his native universe. Legion would solve that problem permanently. With him, Ethan could collect energy signatures from every universe he visited, store the coordinates within his Omni Watch, and stockpile the energy in his living battery, allowing him to travel between worlds with far greater freedom. Ethan waved his hand again, and the mirror dimension responded to his will. The crystalline soul around him dissolved and reformed, space folding and reconfiguring until an entirely different scene materialized before him. A small, simple room. A single bed with clean white sheets. And on that bed, lying peacefully unconscious, was a man Ethan had placed here weeks ago for safekeeping. Rudy Jones, better known in his home universe as Parasite, a villain from the DC universe. Ethan had encountered him during his previous visit to that reality and had brought him along as a living battery, using him ever since. Poor guy, Ethan thought without much real sympathy. I'll return you to your home soon, Mr. Jones, Ethan said aloud, even though the man couldn't hear him. His expression grew thoughtful, almost nostalgic. Maybe it's good to visit the DC universe after this one. It's been a while since I've been back there. I wonder what my friends are up to these days. But then he shook his head, his smile softening into something more genuine and warm. But right now, I want nothing more than to spend time with Anna and Jean. The thought of his wives made everything else seem less important. It had been only a few hours in the outside world, time dilation in the mirror dimension meant that his month of work here had barely registered in normal reality. But for Ethan personally, several subjective months had passed. Months of experiments, modifications, and relentless work with the monarchs. He'd earned a break. A few days off with my wives before taking down the other monarchs, he decided. They deserve my full attention, and honestly, I need to remember what I'm fighting for. It's not just about accumulating power or completing some cosmic checklist. It's about protecting the people I love and building the life I want with them. With a gesture both casual and filled with practiced skill, Ethan tore open a red portal. The other side showed his bedroom, warm lighting, comfortable furnishings, and the promise of rest and companionship. He took one last look at the mirror dimension's crystalline landscape, at the sealed pocket where Legia now resided, at the unconscious Rudy Jones waiting to be returned home. Then Ethan Carter stepped through the portal with a smile on his face, ready to rejoin the world of the living. The portal sealed behind him with a soft whisper of displaced air, and the mirror dimension returned to its eternal, crystalline silence. Deep beneath the surface, in a pocket sealed by hundreds of protective enchantments, a living battery that had once been a king continued its eternal vigil, waiting to be called upon to serve its new master's will. 5 days later, Haeundae Beach, Busan. Haeundae Beach was one of South Korea's most famous coastal destinations, a sweeping crescent of golden sand stretching nearly 2 kilometers along Busan's shoreline. During peak season, it would be packed with hundreds of thousands of visitors, families building sandcastles, couples walking along the water's edge, surfers riding the waves, and vendors selling everything from grilled seafood to colorful beach toys. The beach was framed by a stunning backdrop of modern high-rise hotels and apartments that gleamed in the sunlight, their glass facades reflecting the brilliant blue of the ocean. Palm trees lined the boardwalk, swaying gently in the sea breeze. The water itself was crystal clear near the shore, gradually deepening into darker shades of turquoise and sapphire as it stretched toward the horizon. But today, this paradise was completely empty. No crowds and vendors. No noise beyond the gentle crash of waves and the cry of seagulls overhead. The entire beach, all 2 kilometers of pristine coastline, had been rented out to a single party. 3 people who had paid an astronomical sum for absolute privacy. Near the center of the beach, 3 lounge chairs were arranged in a small cluster. On the ground above the sand-free beach mat lay Ethan Carter, the very picture of relaxation and contentment. He wore simple black board shorts that showed off his athletic build, his six-pack abs clearly defined, his shoulders broad and muscular without being overly bulky. His blonde hair, usually styled with some care, was now charmingly tousled by the ocean breeze and slightly damp from an earlier swim. Designer sunglasses perched on his nose, hiding his distinctive blue eyes but doing nothing to diminish his striking appearance. But Ethan wasn't alone in his mat. Anna lay across his lap, her body positioned sideways so she could rest her head against his chest while her legs dangled over the armrest. She wore a stunning crimson bikini. The top was a classic triangle style with golden chain links, while the bottoms featured the same golden chain details along the sides. Her long hair spilled over Ethan's arm like silk, and her fingers idly traced abstract patterns across his stomach, drawing invisible circles and spirals on his skin. Ethan lay with his head pillowed in Jean's lap while she sat on the mat, leaning back against a pillow. Jean wore an elegant emerald green bikini with a halter neck top and high-waisted bottoms that accentuated her curves. The color brought out the intensity of her eyes and complemented her lighter hair, which she'd tied back in a loose ponytail to keep it from blowing in the sea breeze. Her hand moved through Ethan's blonde hair with a gentle, rhythmic stroking motion, fingers combing through the strands with obvious affection. The 3 of them formed a perfect tableau of contentment, basking in the warm Korean sun with the sound of waves providing a soothing soundtrack. This is it, Ethan thought with his eyes closed behind his sunglasses, a peaceful smile on his face. This is the ultimate life. Power, adventure, and multiversal travel are all well and good, but moments like this. This is what makes it all worthwhile. The past 5 days had been nothing short of perfect. They'd visited nearly every famous honeymoon destination in South Korea, Nami Island's tree-lined paths, the traditional palaces of Seoul illuminated at night. They'd explored hidden dating spots that locals recommended, quiet mountain temples, secluded hot springs, rooftop restaurants with stunning city views. They'd even raided several dungeons alongside Cha Hae-in and Guildmaster Choi Jong-in of the Hunters Guild. Not for necessity or profit, Ethan had given all the loot to the guild, but simply for the fun of it. The thrill of combat, the satisfaction of teamwork, the joy of showing off a bit while his wives laughed and rolled their eyes at his theatrical fighting style. Jean and Anna had gone shopping for hunter equipment, fascinated by the magical items available in this world. Ethan had happily paid for everything, trading mana stones he'd created through matter manipulation. The shop owners had been stunned by the quality and purity of the stones, far superior to anything typically found in dungeons. Being able to create any material just by understanding its atomic structure has definite advantages, Ethan mused. I'm essentially rich in every universe I visit. Money is never a problem when you can literally make diamonds, gold, or perfectly pure mana stones on demand. But the days of adventure and sightseeing paled in comparison to the nights. The nights belonged solely to the 3 of them. Thanks to Ethan's chronokinesis, his absolute control over temporal flow, what seemed like single nights in the outside world stretched into weeks within their bedroom. Time dilation meant they could indulge in each other's company for subjective weeks while only hours passed in reality. And they had indulged. Thoroughly. The midnight battles, as Ethan playfully called them, were intense and passionate affairs. As usual, Ethan had completely dominated in every midnight battle. Jean and Anna had been utterly at his mercy, and they'd loved every moment of it. They certainly seemed satisfied, Ethan thought with a private smile, remembering Jean's dazed expression and Anna's contented exhaustion. Multiple times over. He felt Anna shift on his lap, her fingers still drawing those lazy circles on his stomach. Jean's hand continued its soothing motion through his hair. The sun warmed his skin, the ocean breeze cooled it, and for these perfect moments, Ethan Carter had not a single care in the world. After several minutes of peaceful silence, Anna stirred again. Her finger movements changed from aimless circles to more deliberate patterns, as if she were writing something on his skin. "This is wonderful, Ethan dear," she murmured, her voice carrying a note of contentment but also something else, a hint of restlessness. "But when are you going to deal with the other monarchs?" She tilted her head up to look at him, her eyes visible even behind his sunglasses reflection. A small pout formed on her lips. "I was getting bored while you finished off 2 monarchs all by yourself. Where's my fun?" Ethan had been completely honest with both Jean and Anna about the situation in this world. He'd explained the ancient war between rulers and monarchs, the threat they posed to humanity, his meeting and deal with Sung Il-wan. He'd told them about killing Tarnak and Yogyamunt, about extracting their essence cores, about his plans to eventually distribute those cores to his partners, turning them into beings with monarch-level power. He didn't mention anything about turning Legia into a battery, as he felt it wasn't necessary to tell them. Both women had been surprised by the revelation, certainly. The idea of becoming something called a monarch had seemed strange at first. But they hadn't objected. They'd understood immediately what Ethan was trying to do. The gap between their power levels was growing wider with each universe they visited, with each new ability Ethan acquired or developed. Jean and Anna wanted to stand beside him as equals, or as close to equals as possible, rather than being protected and left behind during dangerous situations. If becoming monarchs would close that gap, they were willing to embrace it. Jean's hand paused in its stroking of Ethan's hair. She leaned down slightly, her face coming into view above him with a warm smile that didn't quite hide her own interest in the topic. "Anna has a point," Jean said softly, her fingers resuming their gentle motion. "When do we continue the hunt? I'd like to participate this time. Watching you fight is entertaining, but I want to test myself against these so-called monarchs as well." Ethan reached up with one hand to stroke Anna's hair, his fingers running through the silky strands with obvious affection. With his other hand, he reached back to touch Jean's stomach, his palm warm against her skin. "Let's hunt them tomorrow," he said, his voice carrying that particular tone of someone making a firm but pleasant decision. "We're going to train some hunters this evening. I promised Choi Jong-in and Cha Hae-in we'd give their guild members some pointers. After that, we'll rest tonight, and tomorrow morning we'll begin the systematic elimination of the remaining monarchs." He grinned, "I'll make sure you both get plenty of action. We can split up and take them on individually, or work as a team, whatever sounds more entertaining." Anna's expression brightened immediately, her earlier pout transforming into an excited smile. "Really? You promise?" "I promise," Ethan confirmed, giving her hair an affectionate tug. "No more solo missions unless absolutely necessary. This is our honeymoon hunt, after all." Jean laughed softly, the sound musical and filled with genuine amusement. "Only you would call hunting immortal godlike beings a honeymoon activity, darling. Where's your sense of romance?" Ethan teased. "Nothing says, 'I love you' quite like systematically dismantling ancient cosmic threats together as a family." Their playful banter was interrupted by the sound of footsteps on sand. A middle-aged man was approaching from the direction of the boardwalk, walking with measured, professional steps. He wore a crisp suit despite the beach setting, dark pants, white shirt, and a tie that he'd loosened slightly as a concession to the heat. His expression was carefully neutral, the face of someone accustomed to dealing with important people and maintaining composure in unusual situations. This was Kang Tae-shik, a senior inspector from the Korean Hunters Association. His job involved coordinating with various hunter guilds, managing dungeon access permits, and occasionally serving as a liaison for VIP hunters who required special accommodations. Like, for instance, mysterious foreigners who had somehow convinced both Chief Woo Jin-chul and Chairman Go Gun-hee to grant them essentially unlimited authority and resources. Kang Tae-shik had been assigned to handle the unusual requests of the Carter family. In the past 5 days, that had included in the following activities: arranging private access to A-rank dungeons, coordinating equipment purchases from restricted vendors, booking the entire Houndy Beach for an unprecedented week-long rental, and generally ensuring these mysterious foreigners had everything they wanted, no questions asked. He'd learned not to question orders from both the chief and the chairman simultaneously. "Excuse me," Kang Tae-shik called out as he approached, maintaining a respectful distance. "Mr. Carter?" "Mrs. Carter's." He still couldn't understand how the hell this guy had managed to marry 2 beautiful women, but one more look at him told the answer. It was probably thanks to that annoyingly handsome face. Ethan lifted one hand in a lazy wave, not bothering to sit up from his comfortable position. "That's us. What can we do for you, Inspector Kong?" I apologize for the interruption, Kong said with a slight bow. Respect for powerful hunters was deeply ingrained in Korean culture. But I wanted to inform you that your rental period for the beach expires in approximately 2 hours. If you wish to extend it for another day, I can make the arrangements immediately. He paused, his expression remaining professional, but his eyes couldn't hide a flicker of curiosity as he observed the scene before him. These people are something else, Kong thought, maintaining his neutral expression. They rented out the entire Houndy Beach, one of the most popular tourist destinations in the country, during peak season. The cost alone would bankrupt most A-rank hunters. But the money wasn't what puzzled him most. Chief Wu treats them with something close to reverence. I've never seen him show that much respect to anyone except the chairman. And Chairman Go himself personally instructed me to fulfill any request they made, regardless of how unusual or expensive. Kang's analytical mind ran through what little information he'd gathered about the Carter party. They were clearly foreign, but their Korean was flawless. The blonde man, Ethan, had demonstrated casual power that made even S-rank hunters look nervous. The 2 women with him were beautiful enough to turn heads, but there was something in their eyes, a sharpness, a danger, that suggested they were far more than mere companions. And now they're just sunbathing. As if they don't have a care in the world. As if the entire hunter community isn't buzzing with rumors about them. Inspector Kong. Ethan's voice drew him from his thoughts. You still with us? Kong Tae-shik blinked, realizing he'd been standing in silence for several seconds. Professional embarrassment colored his cheeks slightly. My apologies, he said quickly. As I mentioned, your rental period expires in 2 hours, right? Ethan finished with a friendly smile. He sat up slightly, causing Anna to adjust her position with a small sound of protest at being disturbed. No need to extend it. We'll be heading out soon anyway. We have training sessions scheduled for this evening. Ah, yes, Kong nodded, grateful to be on familiar professional ground. With the Hunters Guild. Guildmaster Choi is very much looking forward to it. He's been quite enthusiastic about the opportunity. Ethan swung his legs off the mat and stood, stretching languidly. His six-pack abs flexed with the movement, drawing an appreciative look from both Jean and Anna that didn't escape Kang's notice. Well, Inspector, thank you for the reminder, Ethan said, extending his hand for a shake. Your efficiency and professionalism have been exemplary. Please pass our thanks to both Chief Wu and Chairman Go for accommodating our requests. Kong shook the offered hand, noting the firm grip and the calluses that suggested combat experience. It was my pleasure, Mr. Carter. If there's anything else the association can do for you during your stay in Korea, please don't hesitate to contact me directly. We appreciate that. Actually. He glanced at Jean and Anna, who both nodded slightly. We may be calling on the association's resources soon. We have some extermination work to handle. Kang's expression sharpened immediately, his professional instincts triggered. What kind of targets? Are we talking about dungeon breaks? Monster outbreaks? Something like that, Ethan said vaguely, his smile taking on a harder edge. We'll coordinate with Chief Wu when the time comes. No need to worry about it today. More mysteries, Kong thought with resignation. Understood, he said aloud, bowing again. I'll await further instructions. Enjoy the rest of your time at the beach. With that, Kong Tae-shik turned and walked back toward the boardwalk, his mind already composing the report he'd need to file about this interaction. Behind him, he heard Jean's laughter and Anna's playful complaint about having to pack up when they'd finally gotten comfortable. Chapter 131, Preparation and the Boredom of Strength. Hunters Guild Training Facility, Evening. The day passed quickly, filled with the organized chaos of combat training and magical experimentation. The Hunters Guild's private training facility was an impressive structure, a massive warehouse-like building reinforced with barrier magic and designed to withstand everything from high-level spell casting to the destructive force of S-rank hunters going all out. The interior was divided into multiple zones, open combat arenas with reinforced floors, target ranges for ranged specialists, meditation chambers for mages. Today, the facility hosted a very special training session. Guildmaster Choi Jong-in and Vice Guildmaster Cha Hae-in had personally selected 20 of their most trustworthy and talented members for this opportunity. These weren't random recruits, each one had proven themselves through countless dungeon raids, demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the guild, and shown the potential for significant growth. They stood in neat rows across the main training floor, watching with a mixture of excitement and nervousness as Ethan Carter, Jean, and Anna, the mysterious foreigners, and prepared to revolutionize their understanding of power. Ethan had decided early on to keep things simple and efficient. He and his wives were easygoing by nature, so they'd split the responsibilities in a way that played to everyone's strengths. All right, everyone, Ethan announced as his voice carrying easily across the vast space. Here's how this will work. I'll be handling your fundamental enhancement, increasing your base capabilities, expanding your limitations, basically giving you a higher ceiling to grow into. He gestured toward Jean and Anna, who stood to either side of him like warrior queens flanking their king. Jean and Anna will be your combat instructors. They'll whip you into shape, teach you proper techniques, and make sure you can actually use the power I'm giving you without hurting yourselves or looking like complete amateurs. Anna grinned before cracking her knuckles in a way that made several of the hunters swallow nervously. Don't worry. We'll be gentle. She's lying, Jean added with a sweet smile that somehow managed to be more terrifying than Anna's predatory grin. We will not be gentle. But you will be stronger for it. A ripple of nervous laughter ran through the group, though no one doubted the truth of her words. Ethan's part of the training was something that should have been impossible according to everything the hunters knew about their world. In the solo leveling universe, power was essentially fixed at awakening. A hunter's rank, E, D, C, B, A, or the rare S, determined the upper limit of their capabilities. No amount of training could fundamentally change that ceiling. The only exception was the extremely rare phenomenon of second awakening, which happened spontaneously and unpredictably, if at all. Ethan was about to shatter that limitation completely. He developed a system using his mastery of rune magic, specifically, combining Norse runic principles with his own understanding of matter manipulation, energy flow, and biological enhancement. The first hunter stepped forward, a nervous-looking mage named Park Minho, a B-rank fire specialist who'd been stuck at his current level for 3 years. Relax, Ethan said gently, placing one hand on Minho's shoulder. This won't hurt. Much. Wait, much. Minho squeaked. Before Minho could process that worrying qualifier, Ethan's other hand began to move. His finger glowed with blue Genesis energy as he literally wrote runes directly onto Minho's skin, not with ink or tattoo equipment, but by inscribing them into the very fabric of his body. The runes appeared as glowing symbols that sank beneath the skin, becoming part of Minho's body on a fundamental level. Ethan worked with practiced precision, placing different runes at key points, one at the base of the spine for energy circulation, another over the heart for mana capacity, a third on the forehead for mental clarity and magical control. Each rune was customized based on what Ethan's analytical abilities revealed about the hunter's specific capabilities and limitations. For mages like you, Ethan explained as he worked, his tone taking on the quality of a professor delivering a lecture, the primary limitation is mana capacity and regeneration rate. These runes will fundamentally increase how much magical energy your body can store and process. Think of it like upgrading from a small water tank to a massive reservoir. Minho gasped as the final rune settled into place. He could feel the difference immediately, like breathing freely after years of having something pressed against his chest. Holy! He whispered, staring at his hands as small flames danced between his fingers with an ease and intensity he'd never achieved before. This is incredible. Next. Ethan called out cheerfully. The process continued for each hunter, but Ethan's approach varied based on their individual needs. For warriors and physical fighters, he focused on runes that enhanced body physique, increasing muscle density without added bulk, improving bone structure for greater durability, accelerating healing and recovery, and optimizing neural pathways for faster reflexes. For mages and spellcasters, the emphasis was on magical capacity, energy manipulation, and spell efficiency, allowing them to cast more powerful magic with less strain. But the truly interesting cases were the ones that didn't fit neatly into either category. Fascinating, Ethan murmured as he examined a young woman named Li Su-jin, an A-rank mage who specialized in ice magic. Your magical capacity is average, but your body's physical capabilities far exceed your mana reserves. You try to cast spells faster and in greater numbers, but you run out of mana, leaving you no choice but to rely on close-range combat in your own body. Su-jin blinked in surprise. How did you? I have a spell for analyzing talent distribution, Ethan explained before gesturing at the faint golden aura surrounding her. Think of it as an MRI for potential. And in your case, I'm seeing something interesting, you have latent talent for close-quarters combat. Your body wants to move, but your training has been purely magical. He began inscribing a more complex pattern of runes. So we're going to do both. Increase your magic capacity and your physical capabilities. Make you into a combat mage, someone who can freeze an enemy with a spell and then shatter them with a reinforced punch. Su-jin clenched her fists as power flooded her frame. I feel balanced, she realized in awe. Similar cases emerged throughout the session. A warrior who turned out to have significant magical talent. An archer whose body was built for heavy melee combat. A tank-type hunter who possessed surprising speed and agility that had never been properly developed. Ethan addressed each one individually, customizing runic inscriptions to bring out their full potential rather than forcing them into narrow categories. While Ethan upgraded the hardware, Jean and Anna began the software installation. It was brutal. The physical zone. Anna stood in the center of the melee arena, facing 5 A-rank tankers and damage dealers. Among them was the tank-type hunter, Kim Cheol-soo, whose muscles had just been reinforced by Ethan's runes. Come on then, big boys. Anna taunted, gesturing with a bring it motion. Ethan gave you the engine, now show me if you can even drive. Chiolsu lunged, his speed nearly doubled by his new enhancements. He swung a massive shield, aiming to pin her. Anna didn't even move until the last millisecond. She blurred, a flash of movement, and suddenly she was standing on top of his shield, her boot pressing lightly against his chin. Too slow. You're fighting like a man who's afraid to break his toys, Anna teased. She hopped down and delivered a palm strike to his chest that sent the 250-pound man skidding 20 feet across the reinforced floor. Again. If I don't see sweat and a little blood, you're not trying. The ranged and magic zone. On the other side of the hall, Jean was putting the mages through hell. You focus too much on the shape of the spell, Jean lectured, her voice calm even as she deflected a barrage of ice spears with a casual flick of her wrist. Stop thinking of it as fireball or ice spike. Think of it as mana seeking a destination. Use the new capacity Ethan gave you to feel the air. Li Su Jean, the ice specialist Ethan had identified as a combat mage, was gasping for air. Her mana pool felt like a bottomless well, but her brain was struggling to process the sheer volume of energy. Don't just stand there and cast, Su Jean. Jean commanded. Ethan reinforced your body for a reason. Close the gap. Freeze the floor and slide, turn your momentum into a physical strike. Su Jean took a breath, the new runes on her forehead glowing. She didn't just cast a spell, she became the spell. She blurred forward, her fist coated in a sheath of diamond-hard ice. She swung, not at a target, but at Jean. Jean caught the fist in her palm, the impact creating a shockwave that cracked the floor. Jean smiled, a real, proud smile. Better. Much better. The observation deck. From the raised observation platform, Choi Jong-in and Cha Hae-in watched in stunned silence. Choi, the ultimate soldier, felt his own mana reacting to the raw power being thrown around below. This is impossible, Choi whispered while his glasses reflecting the flashes of elemental magic. Minho, he's outputting mana levels that rival an A rank. And Su Jean, she's moving like a high-tier warrior while casting A rank level frost magic. Cha Hae-in didn't speak. Her hand was gripped tight on the hilt of her sword. Her smell ability was overwhelmed, the scent coming off the hunters wasn't the usual rank-fixed odor. It was growing. They aren't just training them, Hae-in said. They're rewriting what it means to be a hunter. She continued while looking down below, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it, but I'm glad they're helping us. Choi adjusted his glasses while a thoughtful look crossing his face. During a brief break, Guildmaster Choi approached Ethan with obvious curiosity and barely contained excitement. This is revolutionary, Choi said while watching his guild members test their new capabilities with obvious wonder. If this technique could be spread throughout the hunter community. It won't be, Ethan interrupted gently but firmly. At least, not widely. I've already discussed this with Chief Wu Jin-chul. I'll help selected individuals, people who are trustworthy, talented, and won't abuse this power. But mass distribution would be problematic. He gestured toward the hunters. Each inscription requires me to personally analyze and customize the runic patterns. It's not something that can be mass-produced or taught easily. And frankly, giving this kind of power boost to unvetted individuals would cause more problems than it would solve. Choi nodded slowly, understanding the wisdom in that restriction. Still, even helping a select few like this, you're changing the balance of power in Korea. That's the idea, Ethan agreed with a slight smile. I've asked Chief Wu to send me talented individuals in the coming days. People who've proven themselves worthy of enhancement. We'll create a core group of hunters who can handle threats that would normally require multiple S ranks working together. He didn't mention his true reason for all this effort. That would have been too embarrassing to admit aloud. Later that evening, after the training session had concluded and the exhausted but exhilarated hunters had been dismissed, Ethan stood alone in the empty facility, staring at his reflection in the polished metal walls. Why am I going through all this trouble, he asked himself, the question he'd been avoiding all day. Why spend time and energy making others stronger when I could be doing, well, anything else? The answer, when he finally admitted it to himself, was almost disappointing in its simplicity. He was bored. Monumentally, existentially bored. His adaptive evolution, that incredible ability that made him stronger with every challenge, that allowed him to overcome any obstacle given enough time, had become a curse as much as a blessing. He grew stronger every time he fought. Every attack he survived, every enemy he faced, every limit he pushed against, all of it made him more powerful. Exponentially so. I thought the monarchs would provide a challenge, Ethan reflected, his expression growing troubled. Ancient beings of cosmic power, capable of destroying civilizations. They should have been exciting opponents. Instead, Tarnak had fallen to a single punch. Yogimont had been reduced to begging for death within minutes. Even holding back more than 80% of his power, Ethan had been overwhelmingly superior. 20%, he thought with something between amusement and frustration. I only need about 20% of my full power to deal with these threats to humanity. The beings rulers fears as monsters among monsters. Maybe Antares, the monarch of destruction, the strongest of their kind, would provide some entertainment. But after his experiences with the other monarchs, Ethan wasn't holding his breath. I'm starting to understand how Saitama must feel, he realized, thinking of the bald hero from the One Punch Man universe. That soul-crushing boredom that comes from being too strong. When one punch, or in my case, one punch while barely trying, is enough to end any fight. He touched his blonde hair reflexively, grateful that at least his overwhelming power hadn't come with the side effect of baldness. What would happen if I fought Saitama? The thought was genuinely intriguing. Two beings who'd transcended normal limits, who'd become so strong that nothing could challenge them anymore. Would we finally find worthy opponents in each other? Probably. Both of them would likely be satisfied by the encounter. But Ethan's adaptive evolution would give him the edge. During the fight, he would adapt to Saitama's power, match it, then surpass it. The longer the battle continued, the stronger Ethan would become. Something to look forward to when I eventually visit the One Punch Man world, he mused. But for now, he was stuck in a reality where he was so overwhelmingly powerful that combat had lost its thrill. The rush of adrenaline, the desperate struggle to overcome a superior opponent, the satisfaction of hard-won victory, all of it was gone, replaced by the mechanical efficiency of someone going through motions they'd perfected long ago. So he trained others. Helped them grow stronger. Watched them struggle and overcome and improve. Because if he couldn't experience growth and challenge himself, at least he could facilitate it for others. It wasn't much. But it was something. And it beat sitting around feeling sorry for himself about having too much power. Moreover, he wanted the world to be ready for what would come after the main events of solo leveling. The Ragnarok. Solo leveling, Ragnarok takes place years after the end of solo leveling and follows Jinwoo's child as he battles the outer gods. Even though Ethan never got the chance to read the manga, only 10 chapters had been released before he died in his original world, he had planned to stockpile the chapters and read them all in one go. That was how he approached most of the manga and anime. Still, a few spoilers slipped through. He learned about the existence of the outer gods, and that Jinwoo's child would eventually fight them. Because of that, he wanted everyone to be strong enough. He then slowly moved into the next room, where Anna was training the hunters. The moment he stepped inside, the scene unfolded before him. The hunters were taking a short break. Sweat soaked their clothes, and exhaustion weighed heavily on every movement. He turned and shouted at the exhausted hunters. "All right, ladies and gentlemen. Break's over. If I see anyone sitting down, I'm letting Anna handle your next enhancement session, and she doesn't use runes, she uses her fists." A collective groan rippled through the hall, echoing off the walls. Yet beneath the complaints was something new, an unfamiliar spark of fervor. They were tired. They were bruised. Every muscle screamed in protest. But for the first time in their lives, they felt truly powerful. The next day, mountain range, undisclosed location. The morning sun cast long shadows across the rugged mountain terrain as three figures stood atop a rocky outcropping, surveying the wilderness below. Ethan, Jean, and Anna had arrived early, using a portal to transport themselves to this remote location far from any human habitation. They had chosen this location deliberately. If the upcoming battles were to take place here, which was highly unlikely, but just in case the battle happened outside, the resulting environmental destruction would be severe, and collateral casualties were unacceptable. But more importantly, all three of them were dressed for battle. Jean stood tall and confident in her hero costume. The suit was primarily blue and gold, a form-fitting bodysuit in deep blue that accentuated her athletic figure, with bold yellow accents running down the sides, across the shoulders, and forming an C pattern across her chest. Long blue gloves extended past her elbows, while matching boots reached mid-thigh. A golden belt cinched at her waist, and the high collar framed her face perfectly. Her hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail, though a few strands had escaped to frame her face. The entire ensemble radiated power and purpose. This was the uniform of a warrior, not a fashion statement. Anna was the same. Her suit featured the same blue and gold color scheme, but the design was slightly different, a jacket-style top in yellow and green over a dark bodysuit, with her signature leather bomber jacket draped over one shoulder. Long gloves covered her arms completely. She stood with casual confidence, one hip cocked, looking like she was ready for either a fight or a photo shoot, possibly both simultaneously. Ethan chose something simpler, a black tuxedo with a white shirt underneath. "All right," Ethan said, his voice carrying clearly in the mountain air. "Today we deal with the three remaining monarchs before Antares. Rakan, Silid, and Croatia." He turned to face his wives fully. "I want to be clear about something. I'm going after Antares, the monarch of destruction, personally because I'm hoping he might actually provide a challenge. A chance to see if I need to reconsider my opinion about monarchs being weak. But the truth is, it's not that they're weak. It's that I've become strong enough to level a galaxy without much effort. That's not arrogance, that's just an objective assessment of my capabilities at this point. Jean and Anna both nodded while understanding the distinction. So, Ethan continued, how do you two want to handle the others? I've already given you all the information I extracted from Tarnak and Yogimun's minds. You know their powers, Rockin's fighting style, Silid's tactical thinking, Quaracia's plague abilities. How do you want to approach this? Anna stepped forward, a playful grin spreading across her face. She grabbed Ethan by his suit's collar, pulled him down slightly, and planted a deep, passionate kiss on his lips, the kind of kiss that would have made nearby observers very uncomfortable had any been present. When she finally released him, she was breathless and smiling. For luck, she explained innocently. Jean rolled her eyes with fond exasperation, then did exactly the same thing, grabbing Ethan and kissing him with equal intensity. Also for luck, she said when they separated. Can't let Anna have all the fun. Ethan blinked, somewhat dazed despite his cosmic-level mental fortifications. Not that I'm complaining, but what brought that on? We want to fight them one-on-one, Anna explained with her expression growing more serious. Each of us taking a monarch solo. It's the best way to test our own capabilities without wondering if we only won because of team coordination or outside help. A proper measurement of individual strength, Jean added. We need to know where we stand. She pulled out her hand in a fist. Rock, paper, scissors to decide who fights first. Anna matched her stance. No telepathy, she said firmly. That would be cheating. Agreed. They counted down together. Rock. Paper. Scissors. Anna's hand remained flat, paper. Jean's had formed a fist, rock. Ha. Anna crowed triumphantly. I go first. Jean sighed but smiled. Fine. Who are you choosing? Anna's grin turned predatory. Rockin. The beast monarch. He's supposed to be the strongest of the three in pure physical combat, right? All about raw power, speed, and predatory instincts. She cracked her knuckles. That sounds perfect. I want to test myself against the best physical fighter available. Ethan felt a surge of pride watching his wives prepare for battle. He wasn't worried about them, both Jean and Anna had trained extensively, possessed incredible powers. If anything, he was excited to see how much they'd grown. All right, he said before raising his hand. Let me find him for you. Blue energy began to flow from his palm, coalescing into the complex locator rune he developed to find Legia. Four separate runic symbols manifested in the air, then merged together into a single unified construct that pulsed with concentrated power. A thin line of red energy extended from the rune, connecting directly to Ethan's forehead just between his eyebrows, the location of the mystical third eye. Ethan closed his physical eyes and expanded his consciousness outward. The locator rune amplified his Genesis telepathy, creating a sensory net that could identify and track specific energy signatures across dimensions. Rockin, he focused his intention. The beast monarch. King of fangs. Predatory, savage, radiating the concept of hunt and fang. Where are you hiding? His awareness spread across the Korean peninsula, then beyond, touching dimensional boundaries, sensing the pocket realities where the monarchs maintained their domains. There. A surge of recognition as he locked onto a familiar energy signature, wild, untamed, burning with barely restrained violence. Found him, Ethan announced, his eyes snapping open and glowing with blue Genesis light. His domain is, actually not that far from here, relatively speaking. Maybe 50 kilometers north, in a pocket dimension anchored to the Baekdu mountain range. He looked at Anna with a mixture of pride and concern. Are you sure about this? Rockin is genuinely dangerous, even if he's not at my level. He survived millennia of warfare through pure combat instinct. Sugar, she said with a southern drawl that only appeared when she was particularly confident, I was born ready. Ethan couldn't help but grin at that. All right then. Let's go hunting.